The daughter of the esteemed general, poised and gentle, harbored an infatuation for the crown prince, willingly becoming his beloved. After 6 years of devoted assistance, she ultimately embodied the grace of motherhood for the nation. She fought alongside him to establish a realm, traversed perilous paths as a hostage in a foreign land, and upon her return after 5 years, found no refuge in the imperial harem. In the embrace of her lover, a radiant smile adorned her face. "Sister, the kingdom is secured. It is time for you to withdraw." The tragedy of her daughter's untimely demise and the crown prince's deposition led to the downfall of the loyal Shen family, leaving no survivor in the wake of such calamity. In a single moment of devastation, she lost both her child and her clan. Shen Miao never fathomed that the bond forged through adversity, one of mutual support, was merely a farcical jest. He proclaimed, "In gratitude for your 20 years of companionship, I grant you a complete corpse. Offer your thanks." Beneath the white silk noose, Shen Miao vowed a deadly oath. "When I perish, may you share my fate." Reborn at the age of 14, before the tragedy unfolded, with her loved one still by her side, she remained the gentle and serene daughter of the general. Yet, treacherous relatives harbored ill intentions. Her cousins were cruel and heartless, while a newly arrived stepmother eyed her covetously, and a scoundrel sought to repeat his past misdeeds. Her family required protection. A deep-seated vendetta demanded retribution, and she aspired to partake in the imperial throne. This time, Libby witnessed who could outmaneuver whom. Yet, that young lord of the CF family, a rebellious youth riding forth with a gun, stood proudly at her wall, declaring, "Merely toppling an empire, remember, the world belongs to you, and you belong to me." In the 13 capitals of Yuzhou, on an early summer evening, torrential rain fell unexpectedly. The sky darkened. Heavy clouds loomed over the stately palace walls, transforming the once resplendent halls into a dim prison, ensnaring all within. In the spacious chamber, the gauzy curtains appeared antiquated, thick with dust. The oppressive heat of the season gave way to an unexpected chill. Garments and jewels lay scattered, as if a calamity had just transpired. A woman knelt on the floor, gazing up at the figure before her. Though merely in her 30s, her visage bore the marks of age, her features clouded with bitterness. Her eyes, resembling a long dry well, reflected a depth of unquenchable hatred, devoid of tears. "Your Highness, please," the eunuch beside her urged, holding out a pristine silk cloth, his tone laced with impatience. "I must report back to the emperor." Shen Miao's gaze fell upon the eunuch, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke slowly, her voice tinged with a hoarse haze. "Little Li, I elevated you when you were but a dog by the side of Lord Gao." The eunuch raised his chin slightly in arrogance. "Your Highness, times have changed. Times have changed," Shen Miao murmured, suddenly tilting her head back and laughing aloud. What a splendid notion of times have changed. For merely uttering the phrase "times have changed," those who once bowed before her in reverence now commanded her with disdain. Because times have changed, she was destined to meet a fate of severed head and limbs beneath a length of white silk. What did the past signify, and from where did the present truly commence? Was it from when Madame May entered the palace, or when the crown prince was deposed? Or perhaps from the tragic demise of the eldest princess on her far-flung marriage? Or was it from her return to the palace after 5 years as a hostage in Qin? From the past to the present, from queen to deposed consort, all due to a single utterance from Fu Xiaoyi. The entire court can change its countenance, and the fate of the Ming-Qi dynasty can be turned upside down. How apt is the phrase "the present is different from the past." The door to the royal chamber creaked open, revealing a pair of azure boots adorned with dragon motifs, halting before Shen Miao. Above them, the hem of a bright yellow robe cascaded down. "Considering you have served me for 20 years, I grant you your whole body express your gratitude," declared the emperor. Shen Miao slowly raised her head, gazing at the exalted man before her. Time had left no mark on his visage, still bearing the same striking handsomeness as in their youth. He was the revered sovereign, the rightful emperor, the man she had ardently loved for 2 decades, her husband with whom she had weathered life's storms. Now he proclaimed, "I grant you your whole body express your gratitude." "Why?" Shen Miao asked with great difficulty. He offered no reply. "Why must the Shen family be eradicated?" she inquired. Duke Fu Xiaoyi, the late emperor's 9th son, had 9 sons, each with their own merits. Yet the crown prince was frail, and the late emperor hesitated to declare a successor, leading to turmoil among the royal heirs. She had admired Duke Fu for his unparalleled grace, disregarding her family's admonitions, and ultimately fulfilled her desires, binding her family and the Duke together. Thus, she devoted herself to supporting the Duke, evolving from sheltered daughter to a consort who engaged in court affairs, strategizing until the dynasty was secured. On the day Fu Xiui ascended the throne, he named her Empress, a figure of maternal virtue, basking in glory. She believed she had reached the pinnacle of her status as Empress. Following the prince's rebellion, which had just been quelled, the Ming Qi dynasty was unstable, with the Xiongnu threatening and neighboring states eyeing them covetously. To secure military aid, Shen Miao voluntarily became a hostage in Qin, departing while her children were still in their infancy. Fu Xiui had promised, "I will personally bring you back." 5 years later, upon her return to Ming Qi, she discovered a new beauty in the harem, Madame Mei, who possessed both exceptional talent and charm. Madame Mei was the daughter of a minister whom Fu Xiui had encountered during his eastern campaigns. Captivated by her intelligence and grace, he brought her to the palace. Madame Mei bore him a son, Fu Sheng, who garnered immense favor, while Shen Miao's son, Crown Prince Fu Ming, was met with indifference. Fu Xiui once declared before the entire court, "Fu Ming's temperament is too gentle. Fu Sheng resembles me more closely." His words clearly hinted at the intention to change the crown prince. Madame Mei instilled a sense of urgency in Shen Miao. For 10 years, the two vied for supremacy within the palace. Madame Mei frequently gained the upper hand, even goading Fu Xiui to marry his biological daughter, Princess Wan Yu, to the Xiongnu as a means of alliance. The Xiongnu were known for their ferocity, and tragically, Princess Wan Yu fell ill and passed away en route to the marriage, her body cremated immediately. It was evident to all that foul play was afoot, yet as a mother, Shen Miao was powerless in the face of it all. And so, she found herself in this dire situation today. With a decree from Fu Xiui, the Shen family was accused of treason, the crown prince was deposed and took his own life in penance, and she, the Empress, was to be stripped of her title, presented with a length of white silk. All she wished to ask was, why? Shen Miao said, "Fu Xiui, do you possess any conscience? We have been husband and wife for over 20 years, and I can confidently say that I have never wronged you. When you ascended to the throne, it was my Shen family that aided you. When you went to battle against the invading Xiongnu, I penned your letters of surrender. I pleaded on my knees for the ministers you wished to win over to assist you. I endured the torment of becoming a hostage in a neighboring country. And what have you repaid me with? When Lady Mei arranged for Wan Yu to marry, you hastily decreed it, and Wan Yu, at merely 16, succumbed to illness. You shower your affection on Fu Sheng while neglecting Fu Ming, a fact well known throughout the court. Now you're slaughtering my entire family as death approaches. I ask you why?" Shen Miao. Fu Xiui furrowed his brow, his expression devoid of any emotion, resembling a cold statue. "When my father was alive, plans were made to deal with several prominent families. The Shen family, with its great merits, could not remain for long. It was I who advised my father, and I have graciously allowed the Shen family to remain for 20 years, which is already an immense favor." An immense favor? Shen Miao staggered, slightly having wept too much in recent days. She could no longer shed tears. She faced Fu Xiui, articulating each word carefully. "Why did you keep the Shen family? It is not out of your kindness, nor is it a favor you merely wish to exploit the military power of the Shen family to bolster your claims to the throne. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Now that you are secure in your reign, you seek to sever ties. Fu Xiui, how cruel you are!" "Shen Miao," Fu Xiui bellowed, seemingly struck at a sensitive point. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Take care of yourself." With that, he swept away, his sleeves billowing. Shen Miao collapsed to the ground, fists clenched. This was the man she had devoted her life to, competing for his affection against Lady Mei, only to ultimately realize that it was not a contest for love. His heart had never truly belonged to her. Those sweet nothings exchanged were nothing more than farcical jests. She spat a mouthful of blood. "Sister, what has happened? You appear utterly distressed." A melodious voice rang out. A woman clad in a delicate pale yellow garment approached, her visage resembling that of a celestial being, her figure graceful and enchanting. This was Lady Mei, who had contended with Shen Miao for a lifetime, now seemingly victorious. Behind Lady Mei stood 2 women adorned in palace attire. Shen Miao paused in surprise. Shen Qing, Shen Yu. These were the daughters of her second and third uncles, her 2 cousins. What were they doing in the palace? His Majesty summoned my sisters and me to the palace. Shen Yu chuckled, covering her mouth. Fifth sister, there is no need for astonishment. In the past, you enjoyed matchmaking for us, but now it is unnecessary, as His Majesty treats my sisters exceedingly well. You. Shen Miao's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, as a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Her voice trembled with disbelief. You have delayed your marriages all this time for today? Indeed. Shun Qing stepped forward. Initially, His Majesty and my father, along with my third uncle, struck an agreement. As long as you were persuaded to marry the emperor, my sisters and I would ultimately share the same fate. When Shen Miao married Fu Xiao Yi, both the second and third branches of the family played a significant role in facilitating the union. Upon reflection, it seems her infatuation with Fu Xiao Yi was largely influenced by the constant praises sung by her aunts about the young and talented prince. Was this an arrangement made long ago? Had the second and third branches harbored malicious intent from the outset, waiting for this moment to unfold? Shen Qing, seemingly fearing that Shen Miao might not grasp the gravity of the situation, continued, His Majesty is a paragon of grace and charm, and my sisters have admired him for a long time. Alas, it is only our uncle who wields significant power. We had no choice but to allow our fifth sister to seize the opportunity first. After enjoying her share of fortune in recent years, it is now time for her to face the consequences. Shen Qing. Shen Miao abruptly straightened up, her voice rising in protest. His Majesty has targeted the Shun family, yet you two have entered the palace unscathed. How could the second and third branches remain unharmed? Of course, the second and third branches will remain unharmed. Shen Yu interjected with a laugh, covering her mouth. For we are the great benefactors. The evidence of our uncle's rebellion was uncovered through our moral righteousness. Fifth sister, His Majesty intends to bestow upon our two branches high offices. Shen Miao gazed incredulously at her two cousins. Have you lost your minds? In a collapsing nest, how can any eggs remain intact? The Shen family is one if Fu Xiao Yi seeks to destroy us. How could you betray your own kin? Kin, fifth sister? We have never acknowledged the first branch as our kin. Shen Qing retorted with a cold laugh. Besides, you have enjoyed far too much. With the crown prince deceased and the princess gone, the Shen family is no more. It will be best for you to descend into the underworld early and reunite with them. Madame May stepped forward gracefully, smiling as she said, Sister, with the kingdom stabilized, it is time for you to withdraw. After a decade of struggle, Shen Miao found herself utterly defeated. Her loss was so profound that it resulted in the annihilation of her family, rendering her a colossal joke. With bitterness, she declared, As long as I live, you shall forever be mere consorts. Master Chun, proceed. Madame May signaled to the eunuch. The portly eunuch promptly stepped forward, gripping Shen Miao's neck tightly with one hand while using the silk ribbon from the plate to encircle her throat. With a fierce tug, the ribbon tore through flesh, producing a sharp, cracking sound. The woman struggling on the ground widened her eyes in silent oath. Her son, her daughter, her parents, siblings, and servants, all members of the Shun family, had suffered. Fu Xiao Yi, Madame May, Shen Qing, Shen Yu, all who had wronged her and her kin if there is a next life, let blood debts be repaid in kind. When shall this day of mourning arrive? May it bring ruin upon you all. The starkly contrasting mansion, with its blue stone slabs, vermilion pillars, and intricately carved railings adorned with begonia patterns, stood resolute. After a night of rain, droplets rolled off the banana leaves and fell into the earth below. On the table, a purple gold incense burner, fashioned into a delicate beast, exhaled the refreshing scent of wood incense, particularly invigorating in the early autumn air. The corners of the bed were draped with vibrantly colored sachets adorned with tassels. At the side of the soft couch, two tall maidservants were cautiously fanning the person resting on the bed. The weather has turned chilly. If she falls into the water, it could be disastrous. The young lady has slept for a day and night, and the doctor said she should be waking now. Why is there no sign of movement? The maid dressed in azure could hardly conceal her anxiety. Guu. It has been quite some time. Why has the doctor not yet arrived? Inquired another maid dressed in lavender. The second mistress is keeping a close watch. This is an embarrassing matter, and the household is concealing it, Guyu replied, glancing at the person on the bed. With both the madam and the master absent from the capital, and the eldest young master away as well, the old madam favors the east courtyard. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang went to fetch the doctor, but have not yet returned. Could it be that they were detained? This is pushing the young lady towards a desperate situation. I must go out and investigate. No sooner had she spoken than a faint sound emanated from a bed. The young lady has awakened. The lavender-clad maid exclaimed joyfully, rushing to the bedside. She observed the young girl on the bed, rubbing her forehead and slowly sitting up. Shen Miao murmured. I am here, the lavender maid replied with a smile, taking Shen Miao's hand. Do you feel any better, my lady? You have slept for a day and a night. We were worried, as your fever subsided, yet you remained unconscious. I was just contemplating fetching the doctor once more. My lady, would you care for a sip of water? Guyu offered a cup of tea. Shen Miao looked at the two before her, somewhat bewildered. She had 4 first-rate maids, Jingzhe, Guyu, Bai Lu, and Shuang Jiang, all of whom were astute and capable. Yet, regrettably, none remained in the end. Guyu had perished while protecting her from humiliation at the hands of the Prince of Qin during her time as a hostage. Bai Lu and Shuang Jiang met their fates, one on the journey to accompany Wan Yu in marriage, and the other in the harem, vying for favor against Madame Mei. As for Jingzhe, the most beautiful among them, she had willingly become a concubine to assist Fu Xiao Yi in gaining power, using her beauty as a means to captivate influential figures, only to be met with a tragic end at the hands of a powerful minister's wife. Upon hearing of Jingzhe's demise, Shen Miao had wept bitterly, nearly suffering a miscarriage. Now, seeing Jingzhe standing before her, still strikingly beautiful, while Guyu beamed at her, the two maids were both at the tender age of 14 or 15, leaving Shen Miao momentarily dazed. After a moment, she could only manage a bitter smile as she shut her eyes. This illusion before death is far too vivid. What are you saying, my lady? Guyu set the teacup aside and reached out to touch Shen Miao's forehead. Are you perhaps feeling delirious? The cool touch on her forehead was comforting and tangible. Shen Miao suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and penetrating. She slowly lowered her head to observe her hands. They were delicate, fair hands with neatly trimmed nails, rounded and charming, clearly the hands of someone accustomed to a life of luxury. But they were not her hands. Her hands, which had weathered the trials of managing state affairs alongside Fu Xiao Yi, had become calloused and rough. They had turned worn from perusing ledgers and were treated like a servant in Qin, battling for favor in the harem for Fu Ming and Wan Yu, and washing garments in the cold palace. Her hands bore calluses, swollen joints, and darkened skin. They were nothing like this delicate appearance. Bring me a mirror, Shen Miao commanded. Her voice remained weak, yet her tone was resolute. Guyu and Jingzhe exchanged glances, and ultimately, Jingzhe went to fetch a mirror to present to Shen Miao. In the copper mirror, the visage of a young girl emerged, her round face adorned with a full forehead, large, slightly reddened apricot eyes, a rounded nose, and a petite mouth. Though not conventionally beautiful, her appearance radiated a refreshing charm, embodying a delightful blend of innocence and shyness. This was a countenance once extolled by the royal family for its auspiciousness in bringing fortune to one's husband. Suddenly, the mirror in Shen Miao's hand slipped and fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound, the shattering fragments echoing within her heart, stirring tumultuous waves of emotion. She pinched herself fiercely, tears streaming down her cheeks in torrents. Heaven was not unkind. Heaven had not forsaken her. She had returned. Guyu and Jingzhe were startled, with Guyu hastily gathering the shards from the floor, anxiously exclaiming, "Miss, be careful not to cut your foot." "Why are you crying, miss?" Jingzhe inquired, offering a handkerchief to wipe Shen Miao's face, only to find her expression peculiarly oscillating between tears and laughter, murmuring, "I have returned." She grasped Jingzhe's arm tightly, demanding, "What year is it now?" Jingzhe, somewhat frightened yet earnest, answered, "It is the 68th year of Mingqi." "What troubles you, miss? Do you feel unwell?" "The 68th year of Mingqi. The 68th year of Mingqi." Shen Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. This year marked the time when she, at the tender age of 14, first encountered Fu Xiao Yi, fell passionately in love with him, and even implored her father to allow their union. And now echoes of Gu Ye's voice reverberated in her mind. "Miss, please do not frighten us. You have only just recovered from your fever. Could it be that your mind is somewhat unclear? How could the eldest young lady be so cruel as to endanger your life?" In her previous life, Shen Miao spent most of her time in Fu Xiao Yi's company, tirelessly attending to him, while her days at the Shen residence were devoid of flavor. However, she vividly recalled every detail concerning Fu Xiao Yi. Shen Qing had informed her that Fu Xiao Yi was to visit the Shen residence to pay respects to their uncles, enticing her to sneak away and observe him. Yet, upon arriving at the garden, Shen Qing had pushed her off the rockery. Soaked and pulled from the pond, she found herself in the company of other officials, who merely regarded her as the subject of ridicule within the Shen family. Her infatuation with the prince of the state had spread throughout the capital 6 months prior. This incident was merely an additional source of amusement. In her last life, upon awakening, she had accused Shen Qing of her fall into the pond, yet no one believed her. Shen Miao felt deeply aggrieved, facing punishment from the matriarch, confined to the Buddhist hall, which prevented her from attending the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was Shen Yu who secretly released her, taking her to the chrysanthemum banquet at Yanbei Hall, where she made a complete fool of herself. Shen Miao closed her eyes. The Shen family comprised 3 branches. The eldest branch, led by Shen Xn, was her father, the son of the old general's first wife, who had passed away prematurely. The old general remarried, and his second wife bore the second and third branches, Shen Gui and Shen Wan. After the old general's death, the second wife became the current matriarch. The Shen family remained united without division, with the 3 brothers supporting one another, their bond celebrated as a tale of camaraderie. For generations, the Shen family had been engaged in military endeavors. In Shen Xin's generation, while the eldest branch wielded military power, the second and third branches pursued civil service. Shen Xian was often away at war, with Lady Shen accompanying her husband thus. Shen Miao remained in the Shen residence, receiving guidance from the matriarch and her 2 aunts. Through the cycles of instruction, she has ultimately become a mere empty vessel, aimlessly adhering to men without a trace of shame. In her previous life, she perceived her aunt and the matriarch as exceptionally kind, believing that the proprieties and etiquette that Shen Yu and Shen Qing were required to learn were of no necessity for her. In retrospect, it was merely a poorly executed act of flattery that led to her downfall. Taking advantage of her parents' and brother's absence, they presented one facade while harboring another, causing Shen Xn and Madame Shen to return home with the disheartening realization that their daughter had become even more of a foolish miscreant than before. In this lifetime, she is determined to witness how these individuals will shamelessly resort to their old tricks once more. As she pondered this, a maid who was sweeping the courtyard rushed in and announced, "Miss, the second young lady has come to visit you." Chapter 3. Provocation. My dear sister, the second young lady has come to see you. Jingzhi's expression turned somewhat uneasy. How could she visit at such a time? You are still unwell and should not be exposed to the chill. Gu Yu nudged Jingzhi's arm, her own demeanor reflecting considerable concern. Shen Miao observed this and felt a sense of relief within her heart. The 4 maidservants by her side had been personally selected and trained by Shen Xian and Madame Shen, each loyal and astute. The true state of affairs in the Shen family, along with the hidden agendas of the second and third households, was beyond the young Shen Miao's comprehension. Yet the maidservants could discern the subtleties. Before she could utter a word, a young girl approached from outside. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, adorned in a light pink garment embellished with chrysanthemum patterns, paired with a moon-white pleated skirt. Her hair was styled in a delicate tassel bun. With a fair complexion and elegant features, she exuded an aura of scholarly grace, appearing both dignified and composed. Upon seeing her, she hurried to the bedside, her voice laced with concern. "Fifth sister, do you feel any better? Ever since I learned of your fall into the water, I have been anxious for you. The people from Yujiao courtyard said you needed rest, so I dared not disturb you. Today, upon hearing you had awakened, I felt compelled to visit." Shen Miao regarded the young lady before her. This was Shen Yu, the legitimate daughter of the 3rd household in the Shen family. Among the 3 legitimate daughters, Shen Qing was known for her open and magnanimous nature, Shen Yu for her renowned talents, while Shen Miao, by contrast, was perceived as dull, timid, and lacking in abilities. Though outsiders praised her for her modesty and virtue, it was well known that she possessed no remarkable qualities, making her the least esteemed daughter of the Shen family. In her previous life, before her marriage, Shen Miao had shared a close bond with Shen Yu. Shen Yu's gentle and considerate disposition often provided Shen Miao with wise counsel. However, at that time, Shen Miao was unable to discern whether the advice was truly beneficial or not, and she merely felt grateful for her cousin's devoted assistance. This visit from Shen Yu was likely to intercede on behalf of Shen Qing. Sure enough, Shen Yu spoke. "Fifth sister." The eldest sister made an error in a moment of carelessness. Given the circumstances, I hope you can forgive her this once. Upon hearing of your fever, the eldest sister has been filled with remorse. Once you recover, could you possibly let this matter go? She did not intend to cause you embarrassment before the Duke. Had she refrained from mentioning the Duke, it might have been bearable. However, bringing up the Duke's name in Shen Miao's presence was a deliberate provocation. Everyone knew that the Duke held a special place in Shen Miao's heart. While she could endure grievances, she would not yield an inch regarding the Duke. Had Shen Yu chosen not to mention him, it was likely Shen Miao would have let the matter rest. This deliberate mention was clearly intended to stir discord between her and Shen Qing. In her previous life, it had been the same. Shortly after she awoke, Shen Yu rushed to plead for Shen Qing, inciting Shen Miao's furious indignation. Typically meek and reserved, she had, in the presence of the matriarch, accused Shen Qing of pushing her into the water for the sake of her beloved. Yet, Shen Qing denied it, and others claimed they had not witnessed Shen Qing's actions. The matriarch, already favoring the second and third households, seized the opportunity to chastise the young girl for her lack of self-respect and for attempting to tarnish her legitimate sister's reputation, punishing her with house arrest. Eventually, this incident reached the academy, turning Shen Miao into a laughingstock among her peers. In her humiliation and anger, she ceased attending the academy. Subsequently, within the circles of noble ladies in the capital, she gradually faded into obscurity. Reflecting upon the present, it becomes evident that her gaze has long been confined within the confines of the world constructed for her by the inhabitants of the General S residence. She believed herself to be virtuous and benevolent. Unaware that in the eyes of outsiders, she appeared weak and ignorant. She assumed that her affection for Prince Ding was a mark of courage and candor, failing to realize that others labeled her as shameless. The consequences of such deliberate teachings resulted in a muddled impression of her in her earlier days. Although she ultimately succeeded in marrying Fu Xiaoyi, she was still deemed unworthy and was often compared unfavorably to Madame Mei, with all declaring her to be foolish and ignorant. What a foolish past it was. Shen Yu, with a hint of concern, rested her hand upon Shen Miao's shoulder, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She was well aware that, given Shen Miao's temperament, any mention of Fu Xiaoyi would incite her fury. However, after waiting for considerable time without a response, Shen Yu cast a doubtful glance, only to find the young maiden smiling back at her. The girl's complexion remained pale, her lips parched, yet her dark, lustrous eyes sparkled like glistening grapes. Shen Miao possessed the most enchanting eyes, large and almond-shaped, imbued with an innocent bewilderment, reminiscent of a timid newborn puppy. Yet, her usual demeanor appeared somewhat vacant, failing to do justice to the brilliance of her eyes. Now, those almond-shaped eyes retained their roundness, yet conveyed a starkly different sentiment. They radiated a chill, devoid of emotion, not resembling the previous dullness, but rather suggesting a lofty disdain. A shiver coursed through Shen Yu, inexplicably stirring within her an indescribable trepidation. It felt as though she were not confronting a simpleton, but rather a figure of high status. How could such a sensation arise? Little did she know that the Shen Miao before her was no longer the same. The Shen Miao now stood before her, who had endured the trials of succession struggles, warfare, the contest for favor, the loss of children, and the annihilation of her clan. She was the one who had once wielded supreme power in the imperial harem, the Empress Shen of the Ming-Qi dynasty. Shen Yu remained momentarily stunned until the young maiden gently rubbed her forehead and softly remarked, "Second sister, you exaggerate. This matter is not related to eldest sister. It is entirely my own doing." Fifth sister Shen Yu had not anticipated this response from Shen Miao, and it took her a moment to comprehend before she shook her head and said, "Do not belittle yourself." "I am not belittling myself," Shen Miao interjected with a smile. "It is merely a trivial matter. I still feel a bit dizzy and wish to rest a while longer. Let us discuss any matters with grandmother tomorrow." With the conversation reaching this juncture, Shen Yu felt it inappropriate to continue. Although she found it peculiar that Shen Miao was not particularly warm towards her today, she attributed it to Shen Miao's embarrassment before Fu Xiaoyi, leading to her displeasure. After exchanging a few more words, Shen Yu finally took her leave. Once Shen Yu departed, Guyu remarked. Our young lady was nearly drowned, her life hanging by a thread, yet she comes to plead for the eldest lady. If she is to plead, then let her, but it hardly sounds genuine. Guyu subtly hinted to Shen Miao that Shen Yu's intentions were not entirely noble. In the struggle between the clam and the heron, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Perhaps she wishes to be that fisherman. Shen Miao replied coolly. Guyu felt a surge of delight that Shen Miao could finally perceive Shen Yu's true nature. Yet she was somewhat perplexed by the meaning behind Shen Miao's words. Upon raising her gaze, she found her lady's charming countenance cloaked in an icy demeanor, evoking an inexplicable sense of solemnity that compelled one to look up in reverence. Shen Miao observed her fingertips. Why did Shen Qing push her into the water? It was because she had innocently declared, as the year draws to a close, I shall wait for my father's triumphant return, and I will ask him to arrange my marriage to Prince Ding. Her naivete, coupled with the belief that they were akin to family, rendered her utterly unguarded. Shen Xian, a general in the court, had intentions of marrying off his daughter, which was not an impossibility. Why did Shen Yu seek to sow discord between her and Shen Qing? Naturally, it was because Shen Yu harbored feelings for Prince Ding as well. In her previous life, when faced with imminent death, it was only then that Shen Yu and Shen Qing confessed their long-standing admiration for Fu Xiu Yi. Reflecting on it now, the seeds of their affections were already evident at that time. Given that both sisters were infatuated with Fu Xiu Yi, it would indeed be a pity to allow them to fulfill their desires in this life. She would surely grant them their wishes. The debts of blood owed by the second and third households to the Shen family from their past life would begin to be repaid from this moment onward. Chapter 4. Lady Shen in early autumn. The wild geese from the northern lands flew in formation across the vast sky, heading towards the warm southern regions. The once lush foliage in the courtyard began to wither, and the colorful fish in the pond appeared to be more subdued than usual. A young girl, her lustrous black hair styled into a delicate deer bun, adorned with an exquisite coral hairpin, wore a deep crimson silk garment embroidered with cloud and goose motifs, accentuating her slender and graceful figure. Bai Lu gently draped an embroidered cloak over Shen Miao, advising her to be cautious and avoid catching a chill as she had yet to fully recover from her illness. Shen Miao shook her head. Though she was still quite petite, lacking the tall stature of Shen Yu and Shen Qing, her round face and timid demeanor made her appear several years younger than her actual age of 11 or 12. However, today she seemed somewhat different. Xuangjiang observed her with a sense of unease. The girl had a fair complexion, looking delicate and fragile, yet her expression was devoid of joy. It was neither coldness nor foolishness. Rather, it bore a certain aloofness, as if she were nostalgically gazing at the sky. She stood with an elegance that seemed to have emerged overnight, exuding a rare gracefulness that was both noble and imposing. Xuangjiang shook her head, as if to dispel the absurd thoughts swirling in her mind, and smiled at Shen Miao, asking what she was contemplating. After finishing her breakfast, Shen Miao had been lost in thought, staring at the sky. She softly pondered whether the wild geese, migrating from the northern lands to the south, had passed through the arid deserts of the northwest. The northwest desert, where Shen Xian is stationed, Shen Miao murmured. Lady Shen and young Master Shen are there as well. In the letter we received last month, it mentioned that while the capital has just begun to feel the chill of autumn, the northwest is already barren, with the first snow beginning to fall. You must be missing the master and madam, Xuangjiang remarked with a smile. When the year draws to a close, the master will return. He will surely be delighted to see how much you have grown. Shen Miao smiled faintly, her lips tinged with bitterness. The general, who could only return to the capital once a year, would be met with the disgrace of his daughter defiantly seeking to marry for love, even facing death to force the union. How could he possibly be joyful? Moreover, the man she yearned to marry was nothing more than a schemer aiming to seize the Shen family's military power. The struggle for succession was fraught with treachery, and the Shen family had wished to remain uninvolved. Yet, blinded by her infatuation, she had dragged them into a quagmire, ultimately leading to a tragic downfall. Shen Miao closed her eyes. In just a mere 6 months, so much had transpired. Since her coming of age, her marriage had become a leverage for the East Courtyard, which seemed to shed its facade, step by step, driving her into a dead end from which there was no return. Miss, Bai Lu, noticing her young mistress's unusual expression, observed the whiteness of her knuckles gripping the cloak and gently called out. Shen Miao snapped back to reality, only to see Gu Yu hurrying towards her. Miss, they have come from Rongjing Hall to urge you. Rongjing Hall, the residence of Lady Shen, had sent a maid early in the morning to inquire after Shen Miao's well-being. Upon confirming that she was fine, the maid informed her that once she was fully recovered, she could go to pay her respects to the old lady. In truth, whether it is a greeting or a reprimand, is it not well understood? Shen Miao smiled faintly, tightened her cloak, and said, "Let us go." In the Shen residence, the east and west courtyards were distinctly separated. During the lifetime of General Shen, he often practiced swordplay and martial arts in the spacious yard of the west courtyard. After his passing, both Shen Gui and Shen Wan pursued scholarly paths, leaving only Shen Xin to inherit the general's legacy. Thus the empty yard was bestowed upon him along with the west courtyard. The east courtyard was expansive, accommodating the families of the first and second branches, as well as the elder matriarch. In fact, compared to the east courtyard, the west courtyard was somewhat isolated, receiving less sunlight, barely half of what the east courtyard enjoyed, and lacked any remarkable features. Only Shen Xin, with his cheerful demeanor, felt immensely fortunate to have acquired that vacant space. Both Shen Xin and his wife hailed from a family of generals, and their tastes were consequently simple, characterized by white walls and black tiles, stark in their simplicity. They could not compare to the exquisite elegance of the east courtyard's renovations. Shen Miao had previously harbored dissatisfaction with occupying the west courtyard, envying the east courtyard's refined charm, and secretly resented Shen Xin for it. However, in hindsight, she could only scoff at her own ignorance. Her own courtyard, though unadorned, was not shabby, exuding a sense of openness and tranquility, unlike the east courtyard, which was filled with ostentation yet lacking substance. After traversing a long corridor and passing through an exquisitely manicured garden, they finally arrived at the entrance of Rongjing Hall. Perhaps in an effort to evoke a scholarly atmosphere, Rongjing Hall was adorned with great elegance. A plaque inscribed with bamboo heart, elegant intent hung at the entrance, and the bronze handles, shaped like pine and crane, were both delicate and lively. "The fifth young lady has arrived," announced Shi, a servant by the elder matriarch's side. Shen Miao stepped into Rongjing Hall, where a harmonious scene unfolded. Nearly everyone was present. Second Madam Ren Wanyun and third Madam Chen Ruoqiu stood beside the elder matriarch, while Shen Qing sat next to her with a plate of pastries, and on the other side sat Shen Yuan Bai, the younger brother from the second branch, who was only 5 years old. He clumsily grabbed a pastry and attempted to feed it to the elder matriarch, eliciting hearty laughter from her. It seemed no one noticed Shen Miao's arrival, until Shen Yu cheerfully remarked, "Why has the fifth sister arrived so late? Seventh brother is about to finish all the sweet steamed pastries." Shen Miao nodded. "My body has yet to fully recover. I felt a bit lightheaded after taking a few steps and rested for a while on the way, hence my tardiness." The people in Rongjing Hall fell silent for a moment. Shen Yu was about to chide her for being late, but she was unafraid to point out the elder matriarch's tendency to rely on her age, disregarding her granddaughter's health, and insisting she come to pay her respects. After a brief pause, Ren Wanyan smiled and said, "I believe the fifth sister is indeed quite frail. The doctor has been summoned twice in recent days, but thankfully she appears to be well now. Is your health improving?" A hoarse yet stern voice inquired, tinged with a barely perceptible impatience. Shen Miao looked up at the elder matriarch, whose smile had faded, her head held slightly high in an air of arrogance. Despite being of advanced age, she wore a pale pink garment adorned with narrow, delicate buttons, the collar embellished with green jade and turquoise buttons, complemented by a headpiece embroidered with white orchids. Her silver hair was styled into a cloud-like bun, adorned with a few jade beads. She is a woman of exquisite attention to her appearance. In her previous life, during the days of the Shen family, she always regarded the matriarch of the Shen family as the epitome of nobility. Her graceful beauty, persisting into old age, captivated her. However, with time, this admiration now appears somewhat ludicrous. The original wife of the old General Shen, mother to Shen Xin, hailed from a distinguished lineage, a true lady of refinement, yet tragically passed away in her middle age. Later, during a military campaign, General Shen rescued a singer from the clutches of ruffians. The singer, left with nowhere to turn, beseeched him to take her as a concubine, ultimately bearing him 2 sons, Shunge and Shunwan, and eventually being elevated to the status of his legitimate wife. The singer ascended to prominence, becoming Madame Shen, and later, the venerable old Madame Shen. Though her reputation and status transformed, the essence of her humble origins remained unchanged, revealing the true nature of a petty individual. Shen Miao still recalls that in her past life, old Madame Shen coerced her into marrying the lame Prince of Yuzhou merely to pave the way for Shenqing. Observing the woman before her, she noted that in her youth, old Madame Shen possessed striking beauty. Her face was delicately pointed, her eyes large and bright. In her old age, however, her visage had become akin to a parched triangle, with 2 prominent eyes jutting out awkwardly. Yet, she stubbornly refused to accept her fate, insisting on applying garish lipstick. Indeed, it was utterly undignified. Shen Miao, with the discerning eye of a former empress, casually assessed in her mind, humbly responding, having taken the medicine, "I feel much improved. Thank you for your concern, grandmother." In the next moment, she heard old Madame Shen bellow from above, "Unfilial daughter, why do you not kneel?" Chapter 5. A Clash of Wills. Unfilial daughter, are you not going to kneel? With these words from the matriarch, Lady Shen, Shen Miao remained unmoved. The onlookers gazed at her in astonishment. Shen Xin had been away at war for years, leaving Shen Miao under the stern care of her grandmother. Despite the strict upbringing, Shen Miao had always been meek and reticent, never daring to oppose the elder's commands. Yet today, she refused to kneel. Was it true that matters concerning the crown prince could instill such audacity in her? "Grandmother, 5th sister does not comprehend what wrong she has committed," Shen Miao said calmly. "Is 5th sister perhaps muddled in the head?" Shen Yu was the first to speak, her face displaying clear anxiety. "Grandmother is merely momentarily exasperated. She does not truly wish to punish you. A simple acknowledgement of fault would suffice. Why persist in this stubbornness?" With a single remark, she bestowed upon Shen Miao the charge of being unrepentant and defiant against her elders. "Impudent! This is simply insufferable." Lady Shen, incensed, straightened her posture, her voice sharp and piercing. Shen Yuanbai, who had been enjoying a sweet delicacy, dropped his treat in fright at his grandmother's outburst, bursting into tears. "7th brother, do not cry." Ren Wanyun, noticing her youngest son in tears, rushed forward to embrace him, her gaze directed at Shen Miao, filled with disapproval. "5th sister, have you lost your senses? Who taught you to defy your elders?" Shen Miao turned to Ren Wanyun. The second madam, Ren Wanyun, was plump and adorned in a richly embroidered indigo gown, her complexion rosy and cherubic. She exuded warmth and benevolence, often smiling, and held the reins of household management with fairness, earning the respect of all in the Shen residence. Shen Miao had once shared this admiration, until her own marriage when Shen Xin had almost depleted their family's wealth for her dowry. Upon arriving at the crown prince's residence, she found her dowry disappointingly meager. The reason was clear. It had been withheld by Ren Wanyun. Ren Wanyun had kept the valuable items from the dowry. The shops had changed hands. And with Shen Xin absent from the capital, Shen Miao found herself the target of disdain for her paltry dowry at the crown prince's estate, all thanks to this so-called virtuous aunt. "Does the second aunt believe that 5th sister has erred?" Shen Miao spoke softly. "Yet 5th sister does not understand what her fault is." "Fool!" Lady Shen could no longer contain her ire and scolded fiercely. "At your tender age, you lack shame, peering at His Highness the Crown Prince and bringing disgrace upon our family. And you dare to retort. Who taught you such manners? This is utterly unbecoming." Shen Miao sighed inwardly. Lady Shen, who usually maintained her high-handed demeanor, spoke with the tone of a common tavern woman. What highborn matron would resort to such vulgar tirades? In her past life, Shen Miao had not perceived this, but after having been an empress, conversing with Lady Shen felt like a demotion in status. Peering at His Highness the Crown Prince, she tilted her head, confusion evident in her expression. Shen Yu could no longer restrain herself. Fifth sister, while it is known you harbor feelings for the crown prince, allowing yourself to fall into disgrace for merely gazing at him is truly detrimental to our family's reputation. Moreover, it is evident that His Highness, the Duke of Ding, harbors displeasure in his heart. Fifth sister, you should seek an opportunity to apologize to the Duke. To adore the Duke and yet to risk disgrace before him. What woman would willingly tarnish her dignity in the presence of the man she cherishes? In a previous life, Shen Yu expressed a similar sentiment, and the matriarch Shen wholeheartedly agreed. However, Shen Miao found herself mortified and obstinate, ultimately incurring the matriarch's wrath and being confined as a result. The crux of the matter lay in her unashamed affection for the Duke, which not only sullied her own reputation, but also brought shame upon the household. Shen Yu appeared gentle and refined, yet her intentions were far from innocent, prompting Shen Miao to glance at her involuntarily. As Shen Yu's words faded, she noticed Shen Miao gazing at her, with eyes as dark and clear as grapes, seemingly imbued with a profound meaning that momentarily took her aback. The next moment, Shen Miao's calm voice broke the silence. Second sister, such talk of adoration for His Highness the Duke cannot be taken lightly. Fifth sister is now of marriageable age. Uttering such words could tarnish her reputation. Shen Yu was taken aback. The entire noble circle of the capital was aware of Shen Miao's infatuation with the Duke, although she had never explicitly stated it. Her actions and demeanor left little to the imagination. Why then did she now vehemently deny it? Shen Yu chuckled. Fifth sister, we are among family. Such matters are hardly scandalous. Second sister, Shen Miao interrupted her sharply, her tone stern. One must tread carefully with words. Calamity often stems from careless speech. His Highness the Duke, being of noble lineage, demands that we, as members of a prominent family, exercise utmost discretion. In the past, Fifth sister was merely a child and may have acted thoughtlessly, leading to misunderstandings. However, the recent incident serves as a lesson. She will learn to conduct herself with propriety moving forward. I implore you, second sister, refrain from such remarks. Her words stunned Shen Yu and everyone present, including the matriarch Shen Miao, who typically exuded a gentle and timid demeanor, had never before spoken with such fervor. Chen Ruo Qiu, with a glimmer of insight, recognized that Shen Yu, though still young, lacked the shrewdness that came with experience. Although she hailed from a scholarly family, she was not devoid of intelligence. Observing her daughter at a disadvantage, she felt displeased and gently remarked, the matter of fifth sister's affections can be clarified with a simple word. After all, who can truly decipher a young lady's heart? Nonetheless, fifth sister must heed third aunt's counsel. You are correct. Given His Highness's exalted status, an apology is indeed in order. Quite right. The matriarch Shen, regaining her composure, added, commence arrangements to visit the Duke's residence and offer a personal apology starting tomorrow. Shen Miao nearly laughed in exasperation. Such words could only deceive her past self, who was naive and unaware. Now, as the legitimate daughter of a military family of high standing, why should she prostrate herself before a prince? This would only serve to bring shame upon Shen Xian. It seemed that the capital would soon have yet another topic of ridicule. She had come to understand that the matriarch harbored resentment towards Shen Xian and the first branch of the family, eager for them to face humiliation, hoping for their downfall. But where in the world does fortune favor such schemes? Shen Miao smiled faintly, her gaze settling on Shen Qing, who had remained silent since the beginning. She remarked, Elder sister, on the day I fell into the water, you were the only one by my side. Shen Qing lifted her head and nodded calmly. She had already anticipated that Shen Miao would soon reveal the incident of her pushing her into the water, yet Shen Qing felt no fear. The current authority in the Shen household lay with the matriarch and Ren Wanyan. Shen Miao merely held the title of a young lady, but in reality, she was nothing more than a daughter of the third branch, disregarded and powerless. As long as she firmly denied the accusation, both the matriarch and Ren Wanyan would support her. When Shen Miao lied, the matriarch would surely become displeased and might even impose severe punishment. She deserved it. How dare such a crude and ignorant daughter attempt to seize her position? Why had Tishi drowned that day? Elder sister, did you see His Highness the Crown Prince that day? However, Shen Miao's question did not pertain to this. Yes, Shun Qing replied. Then that settles it. The other day, it was indeed you and I playing by the pond when I accidentally fell into the water, only to be fortuitously discovered by His Highness the Crown Prince, who happened to pass by the Shun residence seeking brushwork for my second uncle. Shen Miao shook her head. If I were there to spy on His Highness, how would I have come by such information? The servants of my second and third uncles had no reason to relay messages to the back courtyard. How could I possibly know that His Highness would suddenly come to the Shun residence to ask my second uncle for paintings? Am I perhaps a seer? Or she continued languidly. Could it be that His Highness sent us a formal invitation? Shen Qing, perplexed by Shen Miao's words, furrowed her brow to retort. Yet, she was interrupted by her mother, Ren Wanyun, who suddenly interjected, elder sister. Her voice betrayed an unmistakable urgency. Shen Miao glanced at her pale-faced mother, Ren Wanyun, and the suddenly tense Chan Ruoqiu, offering a slight smile. She had suspected as much, with so many astute individuals in the household. How could they fail to grasp the underlying meanings? Fu Xiui had visited the Shun residence the other day while passing by, recalling a wager made with Shun Gui over a game of chess, and sought a painting from him. Now, with Shen Miao suggesting an advance invitation, the emperor detested close ties between his ministers and princes. If an invitation were indeed extended, what would be discussed? Future plans for the heir? In this world filled with spies, who could ascertain whether the Shun residence might harbor eyes from the imperial family, some matters simply could not be uttered. With a single statement, Shen Miao elevated the conduct of young ladies to a matter of loyalty to the state. Shen Xin was stationed in the northwest, which posed no issue, yet Shen Gui and Shun Wan remained in the court. This notion was beyond the comprehension of Shun Yu and Shen Qing, but Ren Wanyun and Chen Ruoqiu would surely understand. Shen Miao smirked inwardly. If they sought to trample her reputation, she would wager the lives of Shun Gui and Shun Wan. Did her second and third aunts comprehend this? Would they dare to take such risks? Chapter 6. Undercurrents. Shun Qing gazed at her mother, perplexed. Despite her reluctance, she chose to remain silent. Shen Yu, though unsure of the implications behind Shen Miao's words, sensed Chen Ruoqiu's anxious demeanor and understood something was amiss, thus standing still and refraining from further comment. The old matriarch, frowning, found herself at a loss. Having spent many years alongside General Shun, she remained oblivious to the intricacies of court politics. Her perspective limited to the confines of the household. She could not decipher the underlying meaning in Shen Miao's remarks. It seemed to her that Shen Miao had lost her senses today, repeatedly challenging her authority as the head of the household, and she was on the verge of expressing her displeasure. You speak wisely, Ren Wanyun interjected with a smile, interrupting the impending reprimand from the old matriarch. This is merely a misunderstanding. How could matters from the front hall reach the back courtyard? It was simply an unfortunate coincidence. His Highness, the Crown Prince, possesses a generous spirit and would not concern himself with the playful antics of children. It is all a misunderstanding, and our dear Xiao Wu has suffered enough. Falling into the water and being frightened, she is truly aggrieved. The old matriarch opened her mouth, feeling somewhat displeased with her second daughter-in-law's abrupt interruption. However, knowing that Ren Wanyun hailed from the illustrious Ming Qi family, renowned for their wealth, she hesitated to offend her, merely letting out a cold huff without continuing her discourse. Chen Ruoqiu, sensing the tension, quickly aligned her words with Ren Wanyun's. Indeed, you and Qing, you must never mention what transpired just now again. It was merely Xiao Wu's carelessness that led to her falling into the water, fortuitously witnessed by His Highness. Such coincidences are not uncommon. She smiled at Shen Miao, saying, Xiao Wu, the old matriarch is concerned for you and is not truly angry. Shen Miao regarded the woman before her. Shen Yu bore a striking resemblance to Chen Ruoqiu, sharing her graceful demeanor. Chen Ruoqiu, coming from a scholarly family, possessed a delicate beauty, moving and speaking with a gentle grace, exuding an air of elegance that was far from frivolous. Such a refined woman appeared amiable enough. Who could predict what lay ahead? Later on, the Xiongnu envoys sought a marriage alliance, and the palace had only one eligible princess, Wan Yu. Shen Miao suggested that Shen Yu, now of age, should willingly marry into the Xiongnu. Yet Shen Yu was not a princess. Thus, Fu Xiao conferred upon her the title of Princess Yuru, enabling her to enter the alliance legitimately. Ultimately, however, it was Wan Yu who wed. Wan Yu perished on the journey for the marriage alliance, and her title was bestowed upon Princess Yuru, who seamlessly embraced all that belonged to Wan Yu. Poor Wan Yu had not yet reached the age of 16. Shen Miao closed her eyes. If one were to claim that Shen Miao had no hand in these events, even she would find it hard to believe. It seemed that Shen Miao and Madame Mei had long conspired, intent on watching her nurture false hopes, only to have those very hopes cruelly shattered. Shen Miao's smile faltered. The girl across from her, with a round face, wide eyes, and a button nose, once evoked an impression of innocence and naivete with her timid expression. Yet now, that timidity had vanished, replaced by an imposing countenance. It was not a sudden seriousness that arose from tension, but rather a sincere demeanor imbued with a subtle sense of distance. In a fleeting moment, Shen Miao was struck by the realization that the figure before her was not the foolish daughter of the esteemed family, but rather a commanding presence of great stature. The sharpness contained within her was enough to induce a shiver. In the next instant, the young lady inclined her eyes with a glimmer. "I believe, Aunt San, that you now agree. Xiao Wu was not at fault, correct?" Shen Miao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the visibly displeased matriarch seated high above. She forced a smile and replied, "While that may be true, it is indeed rather careless of Xiao Wu to have fallen into the pond. How could the maids around her have been so negligent? With elder brother and sister-in-law absent, is it acceptable for them to act with such arrogance?" She suggested that perhaps it would be prudent to replace those maids. Ren Wanyun let out a soft laugh. Shen Miao shot her an annoyed glance, while Ren Wanyun wore a knowing smirk. This younger sister-in-law, though appearing cultured and refined, possessed a remarkably shrewd mind. Such words might deceive the simple-minded Shen Miao, perhaps intending to replace those around her. Now that Shen Yu had reached an age where she should be more discerning, it was evident that despite Shen Miao's reputation for being foolish and timid, in terms of status, Shen Yu did not stand on equal ground with her. After all, Shen Xian still held military power. The third branch was undoubtedly beginning to stir. Shen Miao lowered her head and questioned, "Why would Aunt San wish to replace Guyu and the others? They're the ones our father and mother entrusted to 5th Mississippi." With so many changes in the Western Courtyard, the recent batch of second-class maids, 5th Miss does not even recognize a single one. If Guyu and the others are replaced, 5th Miss would have no one to converse with in the Western Courtyard. Ren Wanyun's smile abruptly vanished. In the Western Courtyard, Shen Xian and his wife had long been absent from the capital, and the servants had been almost entirely replaced, with members from the matriarch's faction, the second branch, and the third branch present. However, as the second branch managed the household, it was only natural that their people would dominate. It would be better left unsaid. Should this information reach outsiders, how could it be perceived that the eldest daughter's household was filled with unfamiliar servants? There was no reason for the sisters-in-law to meddle in the affairs of the eldest brother's courtyard. Her mind raced as she shot a playful glare at Shen Miao and reassured Shen Miao, "Your Aunt San is merely jesting. Guyu and the others are simply a bit careless. Our Shen family is inherently benevolent and would not engage in such heartless actions. 5th Miss, do not be anxious." In the end, her words were pointedly aimed at Shen Miao. Shen Yuanbai observed his mother, and then Shen Miao, stifling yawn. The matriarch, growing weary of the verbal sparring between her second and third daughters-in-law, interjected, "Enough. These are but trifles. Second daughter-in-law, bring the 7th brother over. Let us disperse. The noise is giving me a headache." Ren Wanyun promptly took Shen Yuanbai and placed him on the matriarch's couch, saying, "Mother, the daughters-in-law shall take their leave now. 7th brother, be good and entertain the matriarch." Shen Miao cast a glance at Shen Yuanbai, her hands resting on her abdomen as she slowly exited the Rongjing Hall. The second branch had a son, thereby earning the matriarch as favor. No matter her own capabilities, Shen Yu was ultimately still a daughter. It would be wonderful to have a son. In the Shen residence, The possessions of the main branch will eventually be contested. Having a son would at least allow for an equitable division, unlike the current situation where the second branch benefits without merit. Moreover, the main branch has a legitimate heir, who, although currently stationed with Shen Miao at the border, may return to claim his share. Lost in thought, Chen Miao lifted her gaze to the group heading towards the western courtyard. The young lady donned a long robe of deep crimson, a hue she has always favored for its vibrant allure. Without her parents to guide her in matters of adornment, she often appeared somewhat rustic. Yet at this moment, the rich red fabric accentuated her fair complexion, and although her features remained unchanged, there was an undeniable air of solemnity, perhaps even authority. You spoke softly, miss. Your health has yet to fully recover. Why the haste to go to the Guangwen Academy? Your condition has already been assessed, and your studies are not a matter of urgency. But it was no use. Shen Miao interrupted her. Prepare the carriage immediately. Her tone was devoid of harshness. Yet for reasons unknown, Guyu shivered and felt compelled to refrain from further inquiries. Chapter 7. The Guangwen Hall serves as the esteemed academy of Daijing. In the Ming Dynasty, noble families frequently entrusted their sons and daughters to this institution, where the esteemed instructors were renowned scholars or gifted literati. For the young scions of the aristocracy, admission to Guangwen Hall was a matter of great pride. Shen Miao was also a student there. Unfortunately, both Shen Miao and Madame Shen hailed from a martial lineage, and her elder brother Shen Qiu was particularly averse to academic pursuits, often suffering from headaches at the mere mention of study. Raised under the care of the elderly Madame Shen, who was a singer and illiterate, Shen Miao's early education came from the third Madame Shen, Chen Ruoqiu. Although Chen Ruoqiu came from a scholarly family, the texts she used for Shen Miao's instruction were intricate and esoteric. As a child, Shen Miao was naturally playful and, despite the repeated efforts, grew to detest reading and writing. Observing Shen Miao's lack of interest, Chen Ruoqiu refrained from imposing her will, instead teaching her the art of elegance in dress and lifestyle, thus indulging her in a life of a pampered young lady. When Shen Miao eventually reached the appropriate age for Guangwen Hall, she found herself utterly unable to keep pace with the lessons, lagging behind even the first-year students, and soon became the lowest performer. This experience only deepened her aversion to academics, leading her to gain a reputation for ignorance and foolishness in Daijing. Among the three legitimate daughters of the Shen family, Shen Yu was the most celebrated for her talents, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Shen Qing, while not as outstanding as Shen Yu, still performed admirably, particularly in embroidery and mathematics, which earned her commendation. For someone destined to marry into another family, proficiency in these subjects would garner favor from her in-laws. Thus, Shen Qing also acquired a reputation for competence. As Shen Yu and Shen Qing shone more brightly, Shen Miao's shortcomings became increasingly apparent, even overshadowed by the illegitimate daughter Shen dongling from the main branch. In a carriage, Jingzhe inquired, Miss, why are you not traveling with the eldest and second young ladies today? Typically, Shen Miao would share a carriage with Shen Qing and Shen Yu, as the presence of her sisters bolstered her courage. Yet, it seemed that Shen Yu and Shen Qing, perhaps due to having a foolish sister to contrast against, appeared even more accomplished. But now, Shen Miao found herself disinterested even in feigned politeness. They were never truly from the same household, their paths diverging greatly. Thus, the notion of companionship seemed absurd. Jingzhe stuck out her tongue, perplexed by the evolving sentiments of her young lady, though she found it favorable. Shen Miao had always exhibited excessive timidity, allowing the second and third branches to dictate her actions. Now, having experienced the setback, she seemed to have developed her own opinions, which was indeed appropriate. The legitimate daughters of the main branch, in terms of status and standing, were certainly not inferior to anyone, and thus she should not behave like a mere maid. In another carriage, Shen Yu lifted the curtain to sneak a glance behind, whispering, Elder sister. The fifth younger sister is following behind. She is deliberately trying to provoke me. Shen Qing scoffed, never concealing her disdain for Shen Miao in front of Shen Yu. Let her be. In the end, it will not be I who is embarrassed. Shen Yu expressed concern, but she has already caught a chill. and with the matter concerning His Highness the Duke. Shen Yu, Shun Qing interjected. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Spare me the pretense of being the virtuous one. If you truly care for her, why not take a seat in her carriage instead of conversing with me? Shen Yu bit her lip, lowered her gaze, and fell silent. After the carriage had traveled for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at the Guangwen Academy. The hour was still early, and the instructor had yet to commence the lessons. The second-year students trickled in, chatting amongst themselves within the classroom. As Shen Yu and Shun Qing arrived, a group of girls eagerly greeted them. In Guangwen Hall, Shen Yu was renowned among the young ladies for her beauty and gentle demeanor, naturally garnering much admiration. Although Shun Qing's talents did not quite match Shen Yu's, her competence and social graces made her well-liked in the circles of noble women. A girl in a pink dress spoke up. Why is Shen Miao absent today? Typically, Shen Miao trailed closely behind Shen Yu and Shun Qing like a maid, so her absence was indeed peculiar. Perhaps she is too embarrassed to show her face, remarked the girl, her beauty striking yet her voice somewhat loud, a hint of mockery in her expression. I heard she fell into the water while spying on His Highness the Crown Prince. Is she still unwell or simply too ashamed to appear? Peilon, it's not like that. Shen Yu shook her head. You are too protective of your sister, replied Peilon. A person so foolish hardly seems fit to be a daughter of the Shun family. Yet you defend her at every turn. But she truly surprised everyone. Usually timid and meek, she displayed remarkable courage in front of the Crown Prince. One might think she was raised in a humble household, lacking proper upbringing. Her words were somewhat harsh. Shen Qing laughed lightly in response. Fifth sister was merely being mischievous for a moment. I suspect it is due to General Shun and Madame Shun's absence that she lacks guidance. Another girl, with her hair styled in a drooping bun, added, neglecting her education has left her unaware of the proprieties and moralities expected of a young lady. Kai Xian's statement lacked fairness, prompting Shen Yu to gently interject. Although our uncles are not in the capital, fifth sister has been raised by our grandmother, and my mother and second aunt have always provided instruction. She has not been neglected. Implicitly, she suggested that Shen Miao's shortcomings were innate. Indeed, upon hearing this, Peilon remarked, it is truly strange. Despite being raised in the same household, you and Qing, you are worlds apart from Shen Miao. Perhaps this is what the teacher meant by you cannot lift a rotten log. As she spoke, laughter erupted from the circle of noble women. Even the young men could not help but glance over. Moments later, someone called out, Look, Shen Miao is here. Everyone turned eagerly towards the entrance, where a girl slowly approached, clad in a deep red attire with intricate patterns, accompanied by a deep blue embroidered cloak. This color seemed overly mature for a young woman, especially for Shen Miao, whose round and soft features made her appear almost like a child mistakenly dressed in an adult's clothing. She walked slowly, her skirt swaying imperceptibly, each step taken lightly yet with great poise, exuding an inexplicable air of grace and dignity. With her chin slightly raised and an expression that betrayed no emotion, her eyes, resembling those of a young pup, transformed into an unfathomable abyss, containing within them an immense reservoir of strength, akin to a ferocious beast that had sheathed its claws. Her features remained charming, exuding a delightful roundness that rendered her endearing. Yet, there was no trace of foolishness to be found, for she had yet to fully blossom. Coupled with her dignified demeanor, this unexpected combination was strikingly harmonious. Rather than resembling a mere girl, she bore an uncanny resemblance to those high-born ladies of rank, or perhaps to the resolute figure of a father who commanded authority within the household. Gradually, the classroom fell into a tranquil silence. Chapter 8. Debate what is Shen Miao like? When asked about her, the students of the Guangwen Academy, regardless of whether they are from the first, second, or third year, surely know, there is no other reason. She embodies foolishness and timidity, yet insists on presenting herself as a paragon of virtue and decorum. Her appearance is unremarkable, her demeanor unexceptional, and she possesses no particular talent, being infatuated instead with the crown prince, a fact well known throughout the capital. Therefore, if one were to inquire who the most distinguished woman in the Guangwen Academy is, it would undoubtedly be Shen Yu. Conversely, If one were to ask who the most contemptible woman is, it would naturally be Shen Miao. Though both are daughters of the Shen family, their images are strikingly dissimilar. Yet, the public has grown accustomed to the servant-like presence of Shen Miao beside Shen Yu. And when one day, Shen Miao transformed in a manner unrecognizable to them, they found it quite disconcerting. He Palon nudged Shen Yu. You, has your sister perhaps lost her senses? She seems like a different person today. Shen Yu gazed at Shen Miao, feeling a twinge of confusion. It appeared that after her near drowning, Shen Miao's temperament had undergone a considerable change. Could it be that the matter concerning the crown prince had dealt her a severe blow? Just as she was about to speak, her friend Jiang Kaixian interjected. Shen Miao, I heard you fell into the water. How is it? Has the chill subsided? The bluntness of her words laid bare the awkwardness of the situation. And had it been the usual Shen Miao, she would have looked to Shen Yu in a flustered manner, seeking her assistance in responding. However, today she merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Kaixian and replied indifferently, Yes, I appreciate your concern. Jiang Kaixian was taken aback, as was everyone else in the classroom. Perhaps they had not anticipated Shen Miao's cool demeanor towards her. Jiang Kaixian found Shen Miao's attitude quite irksome and retorted sharply, Since you are feeling better, shouldn't your first act be to apologize to the crown prince rather than coming to the academy? Don't you think that prioritizing the wrong things is absurd? Shen Miao took a deep breath, realizing that neither the young men nor women around her had any intention of defending her. She had always been without friends, and it seemed that witnessing her humiliation was the sole amusement for these noble youths at the academy. Casting a glance at the varied expressions of the crowd and noticing the glee in Shen Qing's eyes, Shen Miao was about to speak when Shen Yu interjected. The crown prince is broad-minded and would not hold such trivial matters against my fifth sister. Her presence in the academy is a testament to her thirst for knowledge, which is commendable. Commendable? Another young man could not suppress a laugh. He had secretly admired Shen Yu for quite some time and had always looked down upon Shen Miao, considering her existence a tragedy for Shen Yu. He remarked, a thirst for knowledge? Shen Yu, if you wish to assist your sister, you need not employ such rhetoric. It is rather laughable to speak of a thirst for knowledge when she cannot even recite the text from the first-year curriculum. Moreover, he maliciously scrutinized Shen Miao before continuing. Who knows if she did not fall into the water intentionally? Isn't that how the dramas portray it? Falling into the water. A hero saves the beauty, and she offers herself in gratitude, only to have the ending miscalculated. After saying this, he seemed to find it amusing and burst into raucous laughter. As he was the leader of the group, his words incited the surrounding youths to join in their mockery. The noble ladies surrounding Shen Yu found the situation amusing, and laughter enveloped Shen Miao, their gazes laden with malice. Words can be the most piercing weapons, and in her past life, such scenes had repeated countless times. She had grown accustomed to being belittled, insulted, and ridiculed, and was loath to shatter these ingrained perceptions. Ultimately, Shen Yu and Shen Qing formed close ties with the children of nobility, while she drifted further away from their circle. She once believed this to be her greatest misfortune. But in comparison to the tragedies that followed in her previous life, what were these hardships? These young men and women were not as formidable as her Wan Yu and Fu Ming. Their conflicts, merely instigated by provocation, hardly warranted enmity. Naturally, they could not be deemed her adversaries. The offspring of nobility, either affluent or esteemed, included many from illustrious families. Yet what fate had befallen these prominent clans in her past life? All had been ruthlessly eradicated by the late emperor and Fu Xiu-yi. For instance, the one mocking her, Kai Lin, the eldest son of the Kai family and a suitor of Shen Yu, would later see his family embroiled in a corruption scandal, leading to their downfall and his conscription into the military. How pitiful that he had adored Shen Yu for years, only for her to wish to sever ties with him. She did not view these youths as enemies. Some even stood on the same side. However, the emperor's deliberate manipulation had placed these noble families in a precarious opposition, resulting in tenuous connections and simmering resentments. There was no need to turn allies into foes. As a former empress, Shen Miao had gleaned much wisdom. One should not create enemies out of momentary indignation, as it is ultimately unwise. Kai Lin, How can you speak of fifth sister in such a manner? After the laughter subsided, Shen Yu finally spoke up. Fifth sister is not that kind of person. Kai Lin, Shen Miao, interrupted Shen Yu, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. Who told you I fell into the water due to my infatuation with His Highness the Crown Prince? Such a brazen assertion should have drawn scorn. Yet Shen Qing's calm demeanor and indifferent tone left the crowd momentarily stunned. Kai Lin, the local tyrant, typically rendered Shen Miao speechless, yet here she was questioning him with a hint of authoritative inquiry. Kai Lin himself was taken aback and found himself unable to retort, instead asking, "Isn't that the case? So it is like this." Shen Miao mused aloud, suddenly smiling as she turned to Shen Yu and Shen Qing. "Elder sister, second sister, if others are oblivious, how can you both be unaware? Will you not defend your sister?" Both Shen Yu and Shen Qing paused, recalling their mother's admonition before their departure to be cautious with their words regarding Shen Miao's incident. Shen Qing, more attuned to the bigger picture than Shen Yu, quickly interjected, "Indeed, do not speak carelessly. I was with fifth sister at the time. I witnessed her accidentally slip into the water. It was coincidental that His Highness the Crown Prince arrived just then. It had nothing to do with infatuation." Though the crowd remained skeptical of Shen Qing's certainty, their demeanor was less severe than before. Yet, Shen Miao spoke up. "It is not mere hearsay, without having witnessed it with my own eyes. Guangwen Hall not only imparts academic knowledge, but also cultivates character. Moreover, to express admiration is a beautiful sentiment. Why must it be belittled? My admiration for someone must be dignified. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Ding, is of noble lineage, far beyond my aspirations. You are mistaken. It is exceedingly difficult to alter one's impression instantaneously in this world. Furthermore, my prior infatuation with Fu Xiaoyi is well known, and now to profess indifference would likely invite disbelief. Nevertheless, it is essential to establish boundaries." No sooner had she spoken than an admiring voice resounded. What a dignified expression of admiration. Chapter 9. Scholar Pei, a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, entered from outside, dressed in a flowing azure robe. His features were strikingly handsome, though his physique seemed somewhat delicate, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman of integrity. Upon entering, he remarked, "Indeed, the sentiment of admiration carries with it dignity, not intended for mockery. Although Guangwen Hall focuses on academic instruction, the cultivation of virtue must also be diligently practiced." The students fell silent. Shen Miao fixed her gaze intently on the young man. Pei Lang, the esteemed scholar of Guangwen Hall, was both talented and virtuous, the sole instructor permitted to teach there despite being merely a scholar. Scholar Pei was known for his gentle and patient demeanor, earning greater respect among students compared to the stricter teachers. Even someone like Shen Miao, who often displayed her knowledge, had never faced reprimand from him. He would always explain with unwavering patience. If that were all, he would indeed be an admirable teacher, possessing virtues and talents that are rare. Yet, Shen Miao was aware of his other identity. He was the most trusted advisor of Fu Xiaoyi, and after Fu Xiaoyi ascended the throne, he was appointed as the national master. As national master, Pei Lang excelled, standing just below the emperor, above all others. Shen Miao regarded Pei Lang as a wise and upright individual. However, when the time came to depose the crown prince, he remained silent. Their personal relationship had been amicable. It was Pei Lang who initially suggested Shen Miao become a hostage in the state of Qin. He had said, "This is for the sake of the Ming Qi dynasty. If your highness's journey can alleviate the emperor's urgent concerns, in the future, the vast empire will prosper under your benevolent influence, and the people will eternally appreciate your kindness." However, upon her return to the palace 5 years later, she found the harem had welcomed a new favored concubine, and those who once respected her, including Pei Lang's subordinates, began to regard her with wariness. During the crown prince's deposition, Shen Miao had even knelt before Pei Lang, imploring him for assistance, knowing that as Fu Xiaoyi's confidant, his words would carry weight. Yet Pei Lang merely helped her to her feet and said, "Your Highness, what the emperor has decided is beyond my power to change. Pei Lang, can you truly stand by and watch the crown prince be deposed?" You know full well that this is an unthinkable act, she demanded, fury in her voice. This is the prevailing tide. Your Highness, accept your fate, Pei Lang sighed. Accept my fate? How can one resign to fate? If given another chance, must I still submit? How utterly tragic and infuriating. Shen Miao's gaze bore into the young man before her. He was forthright yet unyielding, gentle in demeanor yet cold of heart. As a minister, he was loyal to the empire, but as long as he stood with Fu Xiu Yi, their paths were destined to clash for eternity. At this moment, Fu Xiu Yi had likely not yet secured Scholar Pei's allegiance. Should she attempt to sever their ties before he was drawn to her side? Or would it be wiser to extinguish the potential threat in its infancy? Scholar Pei set down the scroll in his hands, acutely aware of a penetrating gaze upon him. He looked up, meeting Shen Miao's ambiguous eyes. Shen Miao occupied a seat towards the back. Yet despite this, she persistently and uprightly gazed at herself. This sensation felt peculiar. Pei Xiaocai sensed that her gaze bore a scrutiny and judgment, as if she were weighing some pros and cons, rendering an evaluation of sorts. Extending this notion further, it conveyed a sense of disdainful superiority. He paused momentarily, wishing to discern Shen Miao's expression more clearly, only to see the young girl pick up the pen from the table and lower her head. Pei Lang couldn't help but smile inwardly and shake his head. How could such a young girl possess that air of condescension? As for judgment and scrutiny, that was even less likely, for Shen Miao was known to be the most foolish and timid in the entire Guangwen Hall. He adjusted his belongings and commenced his lesson for the day. The students in the second grade appeared somewhat drowsy. The subject of arithmetic was inherently tedious, and even though Pei Xiaocai taught with great flair, the students, being merely 14 or 15, were at a lively age, making it difficult for them to absorb the material. Additionally, the fine autumn weather made them prone to dozing off. Were it another teacher, they would undoubtedly wield a ruler to reprimand the students. However, Pei Lang was the gentlest of souls, never resorting to punishment. Consequently, his class was filled with courage. Apart from Shun Qing, who consistently excelled in arithmetic and listened attentively, the rest busied themselves with their own affairs, rather listlessly. Today, however, Shen Miao was different. She stared unblinkingly at Pei Xiaocai, sitting upright and seemingly engrossed. This was indeed remarkable, as she typically held a strong aversion to studying and had little interest in arithmetic. The fact that she hadn't fallen asleep was already a miracle, and to think she would actually pay attention in class was astonishing. Seated at the same table was a graceful young girl clad in a light jacket adorned with embroidered chrysanthemums, her demeanor somewhat haughty. Witnessing Shen Miao's behavior, she couldn't help but cast surprised glances at her earnestness. Shen Miao, however, was oblivious to such scrutiny. In her previous life, she had no interest in arithmetic, but after becoming Empress, she initially found herself on shaky ground, requiring meticulous calculations to maintain order within the palace. As Empress, she too needed to curtail expenses, and after managing her own expenditures, she found arithmetic to be less daunting. The palace accounts, ranging from grand ceremonial expenses to the trivial costs of concubines' cups and snacks, were numerous and complex, all of which she had meticulously reviewed. What did the arithmetic in these textbooks amount to? She merely sought to discern what kind of person Pei Xiaocai truly was. Only by understanding him could she determine the most suitable approach towards him. Her intense focus did not go unnoticed by the young girl beside her, who found it exceedingly unusual. Once the arithmetic lesson concluded and Pei Xiaocai departed, Shen Miao finally withdrew her gaze. The girl next to her nudged her, astonished, and exclaimed, "Shen Miao, have you been possessed? Why do you say that?" Shen Miao inquired. The girl before her was Feng Anning, the legitimate daughter of the Guanglu Sun family. The Feng family had once held a prominent position among the noble courtiers of the capital, and Feng Anning had been raised with a spoiled disposition. However, in her past life, due to her father's misalignment with the ruling faction, the Feng family fell from grace when the new emperor ascended the throne, leading to her premature marriage to a distant cousin in a bid to safeguard her. Subsequently, the Feng family's decline meant that after marrying, Feng Anning did not enjoy a favorable fate either. That cousin, despite his outward charm, was but a facade hiding his true nature. Within a year of marrying Feng Anning, he took a mistress, fathered a child, and yet had the audacity to berate her as a burden left by the Feng family. Feng Anning, possessing a temperament ill-suited to endure such indignities, promptly resolved to end both their lives with a pair of shears. The myriad experiences of her past now seemed but fleeting wisps of smoke. Observing the proud young woman before her, one could hardly foresee the impending decline that awaited her. As Shen Miao gazed upon the youth of Guangwen Hall, they reminded her of children the age of Fu Ming and Wan Yu, making it difficult to feel any animosity. Except for the duplicitous individuals like Shun Qing and Shun Yu, the majority were simply children spoiled by indulgence. Yet, these pampered youths in just over a decade would come to face the harsh realities of fate. Noticing her silence, Feng Anning expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Are you intentionally ignoring me? Shen Miao, your diligence today surely must be in preparation for the assessment in a month's time. I heard from your sister that you wish to make an impression during the evaluation to ensure others take notice of you." Ah, the innocence of youth. Just moments ago, influenced by Pei Xiaotsai's words, she refrained from voicing her admiration for Prince Ding. Assessment? Shen Miao arched an eyebrow. Chapter 10. Young Master Xie Zhao's verification at Guangwen Hall is held annually in October. This verification serves as a test for every student within the academy, where exceptionally gifted scholars may have the opportunity to showcase their talents. Most notably, numerous esteemed scholars and court officials, alongside the royal princes, will be in attendance. Those who excel may find a pathway to an official career. In essence, displaying one's scholarly prowess before others is an endeavor that garners much attention. Consequently, during each year's verification, everyone strives wholeheartedly to attain recognition. Among the students of Gua Erzhong, Shun Yu's talents shine the brightest, consistently standing out during the verification. Although Shen Qing does not match Shun Yu in poetic and artistic skills, she excels in subjects such as mathematics, always managing to secure a commendable rank. Conversely, Shen Miao has achieved little. She is utterly inept in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and is equally clueless in mathematics and strategy. On the day of verification, she often finds herself embarrassed, struggling not only with the talent showcase, but even with passing the tests. In her past life, Shen Miao dreaded the annual verification, enviously observing Shun Yu and Shun Qing basking in glory on stage. However, upon reflection, she now perceives it as mere childish rivalry, dismissing the verification as inconsequential. Casting a glance at Feng and Ning, she remarked, "The verification? I have never aspired to earn any accolades. What merit is there in finishing last?" Feng and Ning was taken aback, not expecting Shen Miao to candidly acknowledge her lesser standing. She scrutinized Shen Miao closely and asked, "Could it be that you were profoundly hurt, leading to this transformation in your demeanor?" Shen Miao seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis overnight, calm, straightforward, and unexpectedly poised for one of her age. This shift in temperament was particularly evident as they shared the same table. Indeed, Shen Miao smiled, choosing to say no more. Perhaps it is natural for adolescents to feel respect or envy towards those who exhibit greater maturity. Shen Miao's newfound demeanor unwittingly enhanced Feng and Ning's regard for her. After completing their mathematics exam, the students gathered in the garden outside Guangwen Hall to relax and play. While the girls engaged in chess or discussed newly composed poems, a commotion outside caught their attention, as if a horse had been startled. "What is that sound?" Yipelon turned her head in curiosity. "Let us go outside and see," Jiang Kaixian suggested, pulling Shen Yu along. "Come on, let us find out what's happening." Shen Miao had no intention of joining in the excitement, but Feng and Ning, after taking a few steps, turned back, contemplating for a moment, and grasped Shen Miao's hand, exclaiming, "Let us go together." Shen Miao was taken aback. Feng and Ning had always looked down upon her, let alone engaging in such a familiar gesture. Confused, she was nonetheless dragged out of the academy by Feng and Ning. Outside, a throng of students had already gathered at the entrance, and upon seeing Feng and Ning pulling Shen Miao along, they cast surprised glances in their direction. Shen Yu's eyes flickered momentarily, but she remained silent. Meanwhile, Shun Qing let out a cold snort. having lost all pretense of civility since discovering Shen Miao's affection for Prince Ding. However, what was truly astonishing was not this revelation. Kai Lin had just squeezed through the crowd when he heard a delighted exclamation from the outside. "Young Master Xie." "Young Master Xie?" Shen Miao glanced outside. Before the grand crimson gates of Guangwen Hall stood a magnificent chestnut steed, its coat gleaming and smooth, a true gem among horses. The horse, with a hint of arrogance, pawed the ground, its elegant form captivating the attention of all. Yet, it was the figure atop the horse that outshone everything. The young man sat regally on the horse, clad in a fitted dark robe adorned with cloud patterns, draped in a deep purple mink cloak. He languidly toyed with the riding whip in his right hand, his sharp brows and bright eyes strikingly handsome. A slight smirk played on his lips, ambiguous in its warmth, yet his gaze remained chillingly indifferent. In the crowd, a girl flushed crimson, disregarding the decorum of the setting, boldly tossing a handkerchief folded into a flower towards the young man's embrace. Mingqi was known for its liberal customs, particularly towards the youth, displaying a remarkable tolerance. The silk flower landed in the young man's arms, who accepted it with a flick of his fingers, a smile gracing his lips. The girl who had thrown the flower clutched her chest, flushed and seemingly entranced. In an instant, the young man's mischievous smile vanished. The silk flower drifted to the ground, landing beneath the hooves of the chestnut horse, crushed into a heap. He straightened his posture languidly, exuding an inherent aggression that was amplified by his striking features, an undeniable presence that commanded attention. Truly, he was a figure of both coldness and audacity. "That is the young master of the CF family," Yi Peilon murmured. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as Xie Jingxing, the young master of the CF family. The prominent families of Mingqi, many of which had garnered their status from their contributions alongside the founding emperor, had undergone transformations over generations. Some families had dwindled to mere names, hollow at their core, while others flourished vibrantly, like the Wan family of scholars and the Shun family of warriors. If the Shun family had maintained a reputation for integrity through generations of military service, the Xie family held a formidable military power, yet they were notorious for their cunning. Even the current emperor found himself at a loss when dealing with the CF family, whose members seemed to possess a rebellious streak ingrained in their very nature. Their audacious actions often defied orders from far-off capitals, pursuing reckless victories, justifying their decisions with the claim that military orders were negotiable. Yet, the imperial family could do little against the CF family, for they were undefeated in battle. The Shun and CF families had always been at odds, a division likely instigated by the late emperor to maintain balance in the court. Shen Xian and Lord Xie had never seen eye to eye, with Shen Xian disapproving of Xie Ding's radical and unorthodox tactics, while Xie Ding found Shen Xian's adherence to military texts outdated and inflexible. Apart from their disputes in court, the two families had no further dealings, a situation the late emperor seemingly endorsed. After the death of Xie Ding's wife, he did not remarry, having only a concubine who bore him 2 sons, meaning Xie Jingxing had 2 half-brothers from the concubine. Perhaps it was due to Xie Ding's profound compassion for his son, who had lost his mother at a tender age, that he endeavored to compensate for this loss by indulging Xie Jingxing throughout his childhood, ultimately shaping him into a character with a reckless disposition. Nevertheless, despite these flaws, Xie Jingxing remained an extraordinarily captivating individual. Apart from his inherent mischievousness and a certain aloofness, his intelligence, talent, striking appearance, and esteemed lineage positioned him among the most distinguished of his peers. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the secret admiration of so many young ladies. "It is truly lamentable," sighed Shen Miao inwardly, "that such an exceptional young man should meet a tragic fate, pierced by countless arrows and left to wither away." Perhaps her gaze reflected too much pity, for the young man suddenly turned his attention towards her, his deep, star-like eyes flickering momentarily, casting an enigmatic glance in her direction. Chapter 11. The fate of the Xie family. Shen Miao lowered her head, feigning a semblance of modesty. Xie Jingxing met his demise at the tender age of 26. The Fu family sought to punish the Xie clan, while the royal family of Mingqi grew increasingly inept and foolish as time passed. Rather than contemplating the enhancement of national strength, They were preoccupied with self-preservation. The noble families posed a constant threat. As Fu Xiuji aptly stated, the Shen family, known for its honesty, was already deemed a target. Thus, the defiant Xie family was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of the late emperor. Amid the invasions of the Xiongnu, the Xie family sent troops to battle, led by General Xie Ding, who had lived a life of impudence on the battlefield, only to face utter annihilation. Xie Jingxing awaited his father's return in the capital, only to be greeted by a coffin. The death of Xie Ding was not the end. During his funeral, the citizens of Jingjing mourned him deeply, weeping for their fallen general. This was a significant taboo for the royal family. Before long, the young Xie Jingxing was appointed to take his father's place in battle. It was not his first time on the battlefield. Like the rest of his family, his prowess was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of his enemies. Yet, fully aware of the suspicious circumstances surrounding Xie Ding's death, the royal decree effectively pushed Xie Jingxing toward a path of no return. Nevertheless, he accepted the imperial command and marched to war, only to suffer defeat. Exposed to enemy fire, he met a tragic end, pierced by a multitude of arrows. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, his body was desecrated, flayed, and displayed by the Xiongnu as a grim warning. This horrific outcome unfolded once more, plunging the nation of Mingxi into mourning. The loss of father and son on the battlefield left the populace fixated on the Xiongnu's brutality and the general's valor, oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents of conspiracy that lay beneath the surface. At that time, the late emperor had already passed away, and Fu Xiuji ascended the throne, expressing regret over the plight of the Xie family and posthumously honoring them. The bestowed titles granted to the deceased Xie father and son inadvertently benefited the concubine and their two illegitimate sons. Shen Miao remembered vividly the sorrow etched on Shen Xian's face upon learning of Xie Jingxing's death. Initially, she thought that given the animosity between the Shen and Xie families, her father should not feel sorrow over the misfortunes of the Xie clan. Yet, in retrospect, it seemed that Shen Xian had felt a sense of shared grief. The balance had been disrupted. With the fall of the Xie family, the Shen family was next in line to face calamity. It was laughable that she had been so intent on dragging the Shen family into the tumult of the struggle for power. Shen Miao bore no particular sentiment towards the Xie family, yet she found herself lamenting the fate of the youthful Xie Jingxing. A talent as extraordinary as his should have left an indelible mark on the annals of Mingxi, yet he exited the stage in such a tragic manner. Moreover, he knowingly embraced the imperial edict that heralded his death. Perhaps it was to preserve the dignity of the Xie family, to demonstrate that their noble lineage would not be extinguished. Yet, to act in defiance of reason reveals the extraordinary character hidden beneath Xie Jingxing's rebellious exterior. He was undoubtedly a person of great integrity and courage. Shen Miao mused as Kai Lin squeezed through the crowd, presenting a small cloth bundle to Xie Jingxing with utmost reverence. "Young lord, this is the medical tome you instructed me to procure." Such a little tyrant, displaying such deference, was truly astonishing. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that, in comparison to Kai Lin, Xie Jingxing truly stands as a formidable presence in the capital. The Xie family is the epitome of dominance, and with this in mind, one can comprehend Kai Lin's attitude towards Xie Jingxing. Feng Anning discreetly leaned towards Shen Miao, whispering, "What do you think of young Master Xie in comparison to His Highness the Prince of Ding?" Shen Miao hesitated momentarily, unaccustomed to Feng Anning's sudden camaraderie. She replied earnestly, "Young Master Xie surpasses him." Surpassing is an understatement. In her view, a scheming rogue like Fu Xiui could never be equated with a youthful figure like Xie Jingxing. Back when Wan Yu and Fu Ming were perusing the historical accounts of the Mingxi dynasty, they had confided in her, expressing that Xie Jingxing was indeed a commendable young man, whose demise was truly regrettable. If even their own offspring spoke highly of him, he must undeniably possess merit. Feng Anning was somewhat taken aback, eventually stating, "It seems you are genuinely saddened." Shen Miao, disinclined to elaborate, observed as Xie Jingxing effortlessly seized a bundle and secured it to his saddle. He cast a fleeting glance at Kai Lin, uttering not a word, before gallantly turning his horse and departing. The steed kicked up a cloud of dust, yet could not obscure the youthful elegance of the figure upon it, reminiscent of the radiant sun, born to shine brilliantly. Kai Lin felt a twinge of disappointment, and the surrounding young ladies could hardly conceal their dismay, perhaps wishing that Xie Jingxing could linger a while longer. Curiously, Xie Jingxing was the only noble youth whose reputation was well known among the maidens. Yet the young men bore no jealousy towards him. Perhaps it was his distinct manner of conduct that indeed evoked admiration. Shen Miao suppressed her contemplations. Should the Xie family fall, the Shen family would inevitably face catastrophic repercussions. Given their interdependent relationship, might there be a possibility for reconciliation? If the imperial family sought to take action, perhaps they should consider their own capabilities first. To save the Xie family, to save Xie Jingxing, this would undoubtedly provide the Shen family with a valuable bargaining chip. The Shen family, honest and sincere, while the Xie family, proud and overbearing. It was the Xie family that the royal family would first target. Thus, perhaps a negotiation with them could be in order. Xie Jingxing rode forth until he reached an inn, where he reined in his horse. Dismounting, he strode into the inn's innermost chamber. Inside, a young gentleman clad in white, possessing a fair visage, greeted him with a smile. "Third brother, take it." Xie Jingxing tossed the bundle into his direction, stating, "Do not involve me in such matters henceforth." Were it not for Gao Yang's request to seek out some obscure medical texts, he would have never approached Kai Lin, nor would he have foolishly allowed himself to be the center of attention at Guangwen Hall. The thought of that silk flower filled him with distaste, prompting him to pat down his garments. Gao Yang, aware of his younger brother's fastidious nature, smiled slightly and teased, "With your disposition, you ought to socialize more. Those students are of a similar age to you. You should learn from their spirited energy." He paused, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. "Perhaps there are charming young ladies as well. You're at the right age. What is this business of being a solitary hermit?" Xie Jingxing had grown accustomed to his elder brother's seemingly serious demeanor paired with a rather mundane inner disposition. He turned away slightly in annoyance. Yet his mind wandered back to the pair of eyes he had just seen. Eyes as clear as a young beast's, yet filled with profound compassion and helplessness. Such an expression inevitably caught him off guard. Later, the owner of those eyes lowered her head, seemingly overcome with shyness. However, Xie Jingxing was not an ordinary person. From a young age, he accompanied his father on countless journeys, engaging in battles and taking lives, which honed his discerning gaze. The girl likely intended to feign affection for him, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that her eyes were as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripples. It was indeed quite intriguing. Chapter 12. Nurse Gui. When Shen Miao returned to the Shen residence after school, the sky had begun to darken. Shen Yu and Shen Qing had not accompanied her, and Shen Miao could not be bothered to dwell on it. The old matriarch had already retired for the night, so she made her way directly to the western courtyard. As she approached, a warm voice greeted her. "Miss, you have returned. This old servant was greatly concerned when I heard you had fallen into the water. Now seeing you well, I can finally breathe easy." Turning her head, Shen Miao saw a middle-aged woman approaching. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, slightly plump, with a somewhat darker complexion, dressed in a simple blue jacket. Though the style was plain, the fabric was of good quality. A heavy silver bracelet adorned her wrist, and her face was full of smiles. "Nurse Gui," Shen Miao replied indifferently. The woman, seemingly oblivious to Shen Miao's tone, continued, "I intended to come sooner, but alas, Ran has been unwell and has required constant attention. I had no choice but to leave her with her mother and return to the residence. Seeing you well now brings me peace." Such words were skillfully flattering, indicating that Shen Miao held more importance in her heart than her own grandchildren. Had it been in the past, Shen Miao would have been deeply touched by such sentiments, offering comforting words and perhaps some silver to Nurse Gui for her grandson's medical needs. However, in this new life, as she looked at the woman before her, Shen Miao could hardly suppress a laugh at her own past naivety in believing this person to be a loyal servant. Shortly after Shen Miao was born, Shen Xian had set off to war, leaving her too young to endure the hardships of travel. Thus, Shen Madam had to make the painful decision to leave her at the Shen household. The old matriarch had arranged for a wet nurse, who was none other than Nurse Gouet. Hailing from a farming family, Nurse Gouet had initially impressed Shen Madam with her diligence and honesty. As time passed, seeing how well Nurse Gouet cared for Shen Miao, she entrusted her further as a caregiver. Yet, in this world, people change. The western courtyard of the Shen residence was already sparsely populated, with the eastern courtyard and the old matriarch holding the power. Initially, Nurse Gouet had dutifully cared for Shen Miao, but as circumstances shifted, she unhesitatingly aligned herself with the interests of the eastern courtyard and the old matriarch. Known for her sycophantic nature, she had fervently encouraged Shen Miao to marry Fu Xiu-yi. What was most detestable was that when the old matriarch brought her distant niece to seek refuge with the Shen family, that niece was wronged by Shen Xiu, who refused to take responsibility, ultimately becoming Shen Miao's sister-in-law and turning the household into a chaotic mess. Nurse Gouet had even served as a witness to the niece's humiliation at the hands of Shen Xiu. Reflecting on it now, it seemed nothing but a poorly written play. Once disloyal, always disloyal. Furthermore, individuals like Nurse Gouet, who betray trust repeatedly, certainly deserve a proper reckoning. It would be better to rid oneself of such a treacherous dog than to keep it around. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving any reward from Shen Miao, the affectionate facade on Nurse Gouet's face grew somewhat stiff. Unable to suppress her urge, she glanced up at Shen Miao, only to find her looking back with indifference. Devoid of any special emotion, a sudden sense of unease gripped Nurse Gouet's heart, leaving her perplexed as to why she felt such guilt. In the next moment, one could hear Shen Miao's indifferent response. "Oh, that must have been quite a toil for you, Granny." Gouet let out a soft hum, casting a mocking glance at Granny Gouet. She had always looked down upon the sycophantic demeanor of Granny Gouet, relying on her position as the young lady's wet nurse, ruled the western courtyard with an iron fist. Alas, her own young lady had once been easily swayed by Granny Gouet, believing in many of her slanderous words, which had caused a rift between her and the original servants of the western courtyard. However, since the young lady's awakening from her fall into the water, it appeared she had gained clarity about many matters. Her current cool demeanor towards Granny Gouet truly brought Gouet a sense of great relief. Granny Gouet, taken aback, offered a sheepish smile, unable to comprehend why Shen Miao was so cold towards her today. Perhaps it was due to her troubled spirit after the water incident, she thought, and thus advised, "I implore you, my lady, do not grieve too deeply. Preserving your health is paramount. You, a flower-like figure, must surely hold a special place in His Highness's heart. There will come a day." She had always been skilled in uttering flattering words, choosing those that would please Shen Miao the most, thus ensuring her favor. Yet, upon delivering this particular line, she noticed a change in Shen Miao's expression. "Is it your intention to tarnish my reputation with such words?" Shen Miao coldly retorted, "Though my father and mother are not presently in the general's residence, I am still the legitimate young lady of the general's house, the mistress of the western courtyard. In any respectable household, one must be aware of their reputation. To speak in such a manner is to deliberately ensnare me in a perilous situation." Granny Gouet was momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, "My lady, how could you say such a thing? I only wish what is best for you. Does this imply that I am at fault?" Shen Miao sneered. "Very well. Why not consult the old lady for clarification? Are the reputations of the daughters of the general's residence now as trivial as cabbages? Even cabbages hold some value. Your grandiloquent words compel me to question if I am the one lacking in decorum." Perhaps taken aback by Shen Miao's sudden shift in attitude, Granny Gouet, who had long been accustomed to her dominance in the western courtyard, felt a sting of anger at having lost face before Gouyu and Jing Zhe. She could not help but retort, "Your words truly wound me, my lady. I have served by your side for over a decade. How could you believe I would intentionally cause harm?" "Enough!" Jing Zhe exclaimed loudly. "My lady is the mistress. How dare you speak to her in such a manner?" Granny Gouet? Granny Gouet, startled, lamented her earlier impulsiveness. Yet, the words had been spoken, and the surrounding servants were now observing the spectacle. She assumed Shen Miao was still the easily deceived young girl of yore, and quickly softened her tone, saying, "My lady, I genuinely care for you. After all these years, I have come to regard you as my own child. I misspoke earlier. Please do not be angry, and take care not to let your health suffer. To consider her as a child? Shen Miao could not help but scoff inwardly, finding Granny Gue to be rather amusing. She had benefited financially from her, yet treated the eastern courtyard as her rightful domain, ultimately causing her elder brother to suffer a significant loss. Had it been in a past life, encountering such a cunning servant in the inner palace would have prompted her to issue an imperial decree for her execution without hesitation. However, in the present circumstances, since Matron Gue sincerely sought to ally herself with the East Courtyard, why not utilize her to orchestrate a misfortune for them? She raised an eyebrow and spoke with an indifferent tone. Since Matron Gue acknowledges her mistake, let her be fined 3 months' salary. Matron Gue's expression froze, while Shen Miao's lips curled into a smile. What would the impoverished Matron Gue do? Naturally, she would hasten to pledge her loyalty to the East Courtyard. Chapter 13. Secret entanglements. As the night air grew cooler and autumn deepened, the temperature in Dingjing became increasingly frigid. Beneath the soft glow of lanterns, a young maiden reclined against a couch, engrossed in a book, oblivious to the cooling tea beside her. Bai Lu stared at her mistress, bewildered. It seemed as though overnight, the girl had transformed into someone entirely different. In this tranquil moment, as she absorbed the text, one could hardly reconcile this serene reader with the former Shen Miao, who had loathed reading. If Bai Lu were not aware that this was indeed her young mistress, she might have mistaken her for a noble lady. How could such a young girl exude such an air of authority? Bai Lu found herself lost in thought, standing in a daze until Shuang Jiang approached and gently nudged her, chiding softly, "Why are you standing there like a statue? Go and drape a cloak over Shen Miao." With a tender tone, she added, "My lady, it is getting late, and you have to attend Guangwen Hall tomorrow. You ought to rest." Shen Miao shook her head. "You all go ahead and rest. I wish to read for a while longer." It was rather unconventional for a mistress to remain awake while her attendants rested. Shuang Jiang, in exasperation, wished to persuade her further, but was interrupted by Guyu, who had come to refill Shen Miao's tea. Once the tea was replenished, Guyu pulled both her and Bai Lu into the outer room. "What is the matter, Guyu?" Bai Lu queried, puzzled. "Your lady has just recovered. Why aren't you urging her to rest?" "Why would I not?" Guyu replied, slightly exasperated. "But at this point, my lady is hardly receptive to my words. She has spent the entire day reading, and I suspect she is determined to tackle the lessons from her instructor. What can I do?" She cast a worried glance back into the inner room, recalling how, in her timidity, Shen Miao always required guidance. Now, however, her newfound assertiveness rendered her decisions beyond reproach. As Guyu served closely, she could increasingly sense that when Shen Miao issued commands, it was impossible to refuse. Even her soft-spoken words conveyed an undeniable authority. And Guyu mused that even the wrath of the master was not as fearsome. Inside, Shen Miao remained absorbed in her reading, meticulously paying attention to every detail. If one were to observe closely, they would discover that she was perusing the official history of the Mingqi dynasty. Since the founding of the nation, she was aware of the significant events that had transpired and was preparing to seek ways to avert impending tragedies. Before doing so, she needed to uncover the origins of the current situations of these prominent families. The emperor's decree to eradicate these powerful clans was approaching swiftly, and Shen Miao recalled distinctly that, barring unforeseen circumstances, a calamity would soon unfold next month. The enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Should these aristocratic families fall, it would not be long before the Shen family faced the same fate. Until Shen Xian's return, the Shen household would rest upon her shoulders alone, while also guarding against the lurking wolves in the eastern courtyard. That very night, Granny Gue entered Rongjing Hall, bringing along local specialties from a recent trip to the countryside. However, she engaged in idle chatter with Mama Zhang, who served the old matriarch, voicing discontent about Shen Miao's increasingly rebellious behavior, hinting at the potential consequences of her actions. Madame Zhang was well aware of her thoughts. After a few indifferent exchanges, Granny Gue requested Madame Zhang to speak a few flattering words in front of old Madame Shen before taking her leave. As she stepped out of the courtyard of Rongjing Hall, she noticed Xianglan, the maid accompanying Ren Wanyun, approaching her with a smile. "Granny Gui, I was just looking for you," she exclaimed. Granny Gui squinted her eyes and, upon recognizing Xianglan, smiled back. "What brings you here, Miss Xianglan?" "It's nothing significant," Xianglan replied, gently pulling on Granny Gui's arm. "Our lady has heard that you know of a place that sells exquisite lip balm and wishes to inquire about its location." This was clearly a pretext. At that moment, Ren Wanyun sought to speak to Granny Gui about something more private. Granny Gui, understanding her intent, responded accordingly. "What a trivial matter. Since the lady wishes to know, I shall inform her of that place. Many noble ladies adore using that lip balm." Upon arriving at Kaiyun Courtyard, the outside maids and servants had already been sent away. Ren Wanyun sat on a couch. While Master Shen was still occupied with social engagements outside, she occupied herself with needlework, likely embroidering a pouch, intermittently indulging in a plate of grapes beside her. These grapes were a rarity. At this time of year, they were hard to come by in the capital. Only Master Shen had the means to procure a basketful, distributing them among the women of his household. Granny Gui inwardly scoffed, although it appeared that the second branch of the Shen family did not neglect the first. The food provided to Shen Miao, while seemingly splendid, resembled the ostentatious offerings of nouveau riche merchants. In truth, Shen Miao did not enjoy such privileges as the grapes. Lost in her thoughts, Granny Gui was suddenly roused when Ren Wanyun set aside her needlework and spoke. "Granny Gui." Quickly regaining her composure, Granny Gui replied, "Madam, I am here." Ren Wanyun, now in her 40s, though well-preserved, bore fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Yet, seated there in her finely tailored garments, she exuded the dignity of a matriarch, her every gesture infused with authority, even in her smile. "I have heard you returned. Now that little Wu is recovering. You must take good care of her," she stated. Granny Gui, suppressing a laugh, thought to herself how well everyone knew that the East Courtyard wished ill upon the West. Ren Wanyun's apparent concern was merely a facade. Indeed, she continued, "These days, little Wu has been feeling rather low after her fall into the water. With my brother and sister-in-law absent, I find myself at a loss as an aunt. If I wish to hear anything, it must come from you." Thus, she required Granny Gui to relay every move Shen Miao made to her. Granny Gui hurriedly responded, "Your concern for Miss Wu is indeed a blessing for her. However, in my humble opinion, Miss Wu has been quite upset since her incident. Her temperament has shifted considerably these past few days, even growing distant with me. Not to mention, today, for no reason, I have been penalized with 3 months' worth of wages," she said with a furrowed brow. "As an old servant, I heard that the 5th young lady fell into the water, and my heart is filled with anxiety. I even neglected my own little grandson, who is still unwell. Who would have thought that the 5th young lady would scold me? It weighs heavily on my heart." Ren Wanyun, somewhat impatient with the old servant's insinuations, replied, "The 5th, after all, is troubled by her own heart. As for you, Granny Gui, has the 5th young lady's attitude towards His Highness the Crown Prince changed in any way? This is what I truly wish to inquire." Granny Gui's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she responded, "It seems the 5th young lady wishes to distance herself from His Highness the Crown Prince. Today she even forbade me from mentioning him. However, having served her for so many years, I am well acquainted with her temperament. The 5th young lady is exceptionally persistent regarding His Highness, and I fear she will not relinquish her feelings so easily. These words are likely only spoken in a fit of anger and should not be taken to heart." As soon as she finished speaking, a trace of ruthlessness surfaced on Ren Wanyun's face. Chapter 14. Mother and Daughter. After Granny Gui departed, Shen Qing emerged from behind the screen. She climbed beside Ren Wanyun, leaning against her mother, her voice tinged with unmistakable anger. "Mother, Shen Miao refuses to give up on Prince Ding. What should I do?" In the Shen family, the eldest branch undoubtedly held the highest official rank. If Shen Miao sought Shen Xian to request a marriage, the chances would be considerable. However, she too admired Prince Ding. If Shen Miao succeeded, what would become of her? The prince, such a dashing and handsome figure, could not possibly be claimed by someone as foolish and ignorant as Shen Miao. Each time she pondered this, Shen Qing felt 100-fold unwillingness. Rest assured, Within this Shen residence, no one surpasses you, Ren Wanyan reassured. Shen Miao is simple-minded and poses no threat. I have my ways to ensure she does not wed Prince Ding but you. She sighed. It would be wise to keep a closer watch on the people of Qiushui courtyard. Do you truly believe that the second girl is as innocent as she seems? With such thoughts in your mind, the second girl may very well harbor similar sentiments. Shouldn't you? Shen Qing furrowed her brow. Does she also harbor feelings for Prince Ding? How can that be? Shen Qing continued. Moreover, if she genuinely liked Prince Ding, Uncle San is not like Uncle Da and has no influence. Ultimately, there was nothing to fear. You, Ren Wanyan playfully tapped Shen Qing's forehead. How can I be at ease? Your third aunt is quite formidable. Back when she was with your Uncle San, realizing that such words were unsuitable in front of her child, Ren Wanyan abruptly ceased speaking. Instead, she said, in any case, do not dwell on the fifth girl. I have my methods. Thank you, mother, Shen Qing replied sweetly. The mother and daughter shared a joyful laugh. In Qiushui courtyard, Chen Ruoqiu sat at the table, writing. Coming from a scholarly family, she was a woman of great talent. Even as a married woman, she often delighted in writing and reading. Shen Yu stood behind her, clad in a gown of pale yellow silk, her slender figure reminiscent of a young Chen Ruoqiu. Mother, why did you speak to Granny Gui in such a manner earlier? After a long pause, she could not help but ask. Granny Gui had visited once, and, surprisingly, Chen Ruoqiu not only refrained from dissuading Shen Miao from her affection for Prince Ding, but had instead encouraged her, suggesting that the prince was a fine match. Isn't that essentially persuading her to resolve to marry Prince Ding? Shen Yu expressed some grievance. Chen Ruoqiu set down her brush, letting out a gentle sigh as she took Shen Yu's hand and led her to the couch, speaking softly. Did I not tell you that in all matters, especially within this inner residence, one must navigate with subtlety? This way, should any issues arise in the future, no celestial authority shall hold you accountable. Shen Yu shook her head. Mother, I do not understand. Chen Ruoqiu smiled. Her daughter, gentle and talented, was not lacking in intelligence, yet remained too young. Perhaps it was Shun San's excessive indulgence that rendered her unaware of the perils within the inner quarters. Unlike her own experience in the minister's residence, surrounded by a host of sisters, cousins, and concubines, none of whom were to be underestimated. Thus, after her marriage, she had tightly held Shun San in her grasp. Yet, the greatest regret remained that she had not borne a son. Despite the deep affection Lord Shun harbors for her, the absence of a son renders her position precarious. Sooner or later, he would inevitably sever ties with his concubine, leading to an uncertain future. Thus, it becomes imperative to nurture this daughter with utmost care. Yue, what do you think of Shen Wu? She inquired softly. Shen Yu pondered momentarily before responding. She lacks proficiency in strategy and literature, is unskilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and displays a timid and foolish demeanor, struggling with eloquence. Were it not for the influence of my uncle's name, it is likely she would receive little regard from others. Even as a concubine, she appears to possess more poise than I do. If anyone were to overhear, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Such disparaging remarks about Shen Miao, spoken by this gentle cousin, were unexpected. It is worth noting that Shen Miao's closest companion tomorrow would indeed be Shen Yu. Perhaps it was once the case, but Chen Ruoqiu shook her head, saying, however, since her recent misfortune in the water, I have observed a notable change in Shen Wu. Why do you say that, mother? Shen Yu inquired, puzzled. Chen Ruoqiu herself could not pinpoint why she felt this way. Perhaps it was merely the impulsive words of a young girl who had faced a setback. Yet, having encountered many people, she perceived things more clearly than her self-assured sister-in-law. Shen Miao had indeed become more astute. Her conversations with the matriarch in Rongjing Hall and her demeanor were markedly different from before. Had the matter regarding the Prince of Ding inflicted such a blow on her? Or perhaps she had received guidance from an insightful individual. Regardless, one must not take this lightly. Perhaps the Prince of Ding's situation has indeed affected her, she mused. But beware, I have told you that a wise woman does not contend with another woman. Instead, they engage with men. Chen Ruoqiu's voice was soft, almost melodic. As she continued, since you too harbor feelings for His Highness the Prince of Ding, Why direct all your attention towards Shen Miao? No matter how powerful your uncle may be, it is inconceivable for any man to fall in love with a foolish and ignorant woman. As a royal prince, if he were to marry such an unworthy lady, would he not become the subject of ridicule? But Shen Yu felt a pang of injustice. Listen to me, my dear. You should not distance yourself from Shen Wu because of this. Rather, continue to befriend her, as you always have. You must exert yourself doubly, so that everyone recognizes your talent and beauty. The more exceptional you become, the more her foolishness will stand out in contrast. Shen Ruoqiu smiled, speaking casually, yet her words penetrated deeply. I will have Granny Gue encourage her to continue her infatuation with the Prince of Ding. Such a dim-witted girl, passionately devoted, will only highlight her own absurdity. His Highness will only grow to despise her further. In this way, Shen Yu began to grasp the underlying message. Shen Ruoqiu gently patted her head, saying, You are a clever child and should comprehend your mother's intentions. Therefore, you must persuade her to continue her adoration for the Prince of Ding, allowing herself to appear foolish before him. Only then can His Highness take note of the more remarkable you. Even if the world desires for the prince to wed Shen Wu, if you can secure his affections, you shall emerge victorious. Mother, to speak so openly, Shen Yu blushed and buried her face in Shen Ruoqiu's embrace, whispering, I understand. Shen Ruoqiu smiled softly. The engagement with Master Shen San had encountered numerous obstacles at the outset. At that time, Master Shen San was indeed a promising young talent, and many matchmakers sought his favor. Why, then, did he choose her above all others? It was merely due to a chance encounter at a temple, where she happened to be dressed in a flowing white brocade, playing the guqin beneath a tree, a melody that captivated Master Shen San. He found her extraordinary and, upon returning home, resolved to take her as his wife. Master Shen San had a profound appreciation for music and favored the color white. Look at the multitude of women vying for his attention. She emerged as the ultimate victor solely because she understood from the very beginning that she was dealing with a man. One of the three legitimate daughters of the Shen family. Only her Yuerer would be capable of contending with His Highness, the Crown Prince. Chapter 15. Su Mingfeng, regardless of the actions taken by the East Courtyard, Shen Miao intentionally began to distance herself from the members of the second and third households, no longer clinging to Shen Yu and Shen Qing as she once did. Initially, the people of the Shen residence believed her behavior was merely a childish reaction to the incident of falling into the water. However, when Shen Miao started to act with her own intentions, they began to sense that something was amiss. Granny Gue continued to advise Shen Miao not to hold a grudge against the East Courtyard, occasionally hinting at the merits of the esteemed Wang, who was unmatched among men. Yet, Shen Miao seemed resolute. Whenever Granny Gue mentioned him, she would scold her fiercely, leaving Granny Gue quite exasperated. The West Courtyard was now filled with servants from the second and third households, some of whom were rather difficult to manage. Gu Yu and the others thought that since Shen Miao had changed her demeanor, she would surely take the time to tidy up the rear courtyard, but to their surprise, Shen Miao paid them no mind at all. Shen Miao naturally had her own plans. During these days, she frequented the Guangwen Hall with increasing diligence. Although others regarded her with disdain, she remained unfazed, focusing solely on her own responsibilities. The more open she became, the more others found her uninteresting, leading to a period of relative peace. One morning, after a class on poetry and prose, Shen Miao felt a heaviness in her chest and decided to take a leisurely stroll in the garden of the Guangwen Hall. Though it was an academic institution, it occupied a vast area. As there were 3 levels of education, National Level 1, 2, and 3, Shen Miao, being of an age suitable for National Level 2, inadvertently wandered to the front of National Level 1. There, she happened upon a small child sitting on the steps, wiping away tears. The child, appearing about 8 or 9 years old, was plump and pale, perhaps a bit too rotund, resembling a chubby ball at first glance. He wore a deep blue garment adorned with silver threads, small cloth boots, and around his neck was a round collar, reminiscent of a figure from a traditional New Year painting. Shen Miao was momentarily taken aback, then approached him, gently asking, "Why are you crying?" The little one, startled by her sudden presence, tumbled down the steps with a thud. He didn't cry, but rather sat up in a daze, staring at Shen Miao. With his round face, bright eyes, and a small topknot on his head, he bore a charmingly innocent expression, with traces of tears still visible on his cheeks. Shen Miao couldn't help but chuckle softly. The child then called out to her in a babyish voice, "Sister." Shen Miao's heart melted at the sound of his voice. In her previous life, she had given birth to Wan Yu and Fu Ming, but by the time she returned from being a hostage in Qin, her two children had already learned to address her properly as mother. She had no recollection of what her children were like before the age of 5. This child, though older, appeared blissfully naive, evoking memories of Wan Yu and Fu Ming. Shen Miao gently squatted down and patted his head, asking, "Why are you crying?" The teacher asked me a question, and when I couldn't answer, he hit my palm. The child extended his hand, revealing a red palm, and pitifully added, "It really hurts." Shen Miao, wishing to cheer him up, inquired, "What question did the teacher ask you?" The teacher wanted me to write the characters for the death of the rabbit and the sadness of the fox, but I couldn't recall them, the child lamented, his face a picture of despondency. It is indeed rather unreasonable for a child of such tender age, like one in their first year of middle school, to be unable to articulate even a simple word. Setting aside Shen Miao herself, at a similar age, Fu Ming had already begun to navigate the political affairs of the court, albeit in a superficial manner, which enabled him to cope with certain matters. Although royal children tend to mature early, the youngsters attending Guangwen Hall are all of noble lineage, and thus should not be so late in their intellectual awakening. The child, seemingly dissatisfied with the situation, continued to lament, "If my father were to find out, he would surely reprimand me severely. What purpose does my existence serve? I might as well end it all." Shen Miao was taken aback by the child's woeful tone, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. She pondered which family this little treasure belonged to, curious as to where he had acquired such theatrical expressions. She inquired, "Which family do you hail from?" The child gazed at Shen Miao, who, at the age of 14, still bore a youthful demeanor, making her appear not much older than him. Yet, inexplicably, she possessed an aura that seemed to convey an unspoken wisdom, as if she had weathered many storms and could provide solace to others. Consequently, the child found himself quieting down, and with deliberate clarity, he revealed his identity. "I am Su Minglang, the second young master of the Pingnan Marquis family. My father is Su Yu, the Marquis of Pingnan, and my elder brother is Su Mingfeng, the heir apparent." He spoke with the straightforwardness of pouring beans from a bamboo tube, laying bare his lineage. Shen Miao was momentarily taken aback. The Su family? The Marquis of Pingnan? In both this life and her previous one, the Su family and the Shun family had no connection, as their political stances were fundamentally opposed. The Su family maintained a cordial relationship with the Xie family. Su Yu and Xie Ding were close brothers, while Su Mingfeng and Xie Jingxing had been childhood friends. Their bond was so profound that when Su Mingfeng perished, only Xie Jingxing dared to retrieve his remains. Indeed, Su Mingfeng had met his demise. In truth, the entire Su family had been obliterated. The late emperor had uncovered evidence of the Su family's embezzlement and illicit arms trading, and once such matters were implicated, there was no room for leniency. The imperial decree arrived abruptly and swiftly, without prior review, leading to a military raid and immediate executions. In broad daylight, the blood of the Su family flowed from the eastern to the western parts of the capital. By the time Xie Jingxing received the news, it was too late. Not a single member of the Su family had survived. Those who had once been allies did not come forth. And it was Xie Jingxing himself who personally collected the remains of the Su family patriarch. Subsequently, Xie Ding sought forgiveness from the late emperor, pleading for a proper burial for the Su family, given their past contributions to the Mingqi cause. The late emperor acquiesced, and the Su family's funeral arrangements were orchestrated by the Xie family. Shen Miao recalled vividly that upon her father Shen Xian's return during the new year, he had expressed his sorrow upon learning of the incident. The downfall of the Su family occurred swiftly, merely 2 months later. The Navi child before her would also succumb to the chilling decree. Her demeanor suddenly shifted, her eyes glinting with an uncharacteristic coldness. The child instinctively recoiled, and when Shen Miao regarded him again, her tone softened to the gentleness it had possessed before, Su Mingfeng? Is he not the heir who recently achieved remarkable feats and managed the military with exceptional skill? Yes. The child raised his head and replied, Father says that His Majesty will surely bestow a title upon my elder brother this time. Shen Miao smiled, slightly bending down to draw closer to the child, and softly said, Did you not mention that your father knows you cannot answer the teacher's questions and would punish you for it? I have a method that can teach him not to impose a penalty on you. What is it? The child blinked, inquiring. You must promise me that you will not let him know that I told you, she insisted. All right. The child pondered for a moment before nodding. Chapter 16. The Death of the Cunning Rabbit and the Cooking of the Hound. The Su family, a prominent clan overseeing military horses, holds a distinguished position. Those who manage weapons, provisions, and cavalry seem to possess an innate superiority over others. The Su family's authority in the realm of military horses has been unparalleled since the founding of the Mingqi dynasty, with their control consistently effective. Similarly, Su Yu, the Marquis of Pingnan, shares this perspective. He believes that the Su family's vibrant legacy will undoubtedly endure through the ages. Perhaps loyal subjects often entertain such notions, assured that their diligent service will not go unrewarded by the imperial family. Yet, since ancient times, serving a sovereign has been akin to accompanying a tiger, who can claim to fully understand the intricacies of this world. Having reached the age of discernment, Su Yu enjoys a harmonious relationship with his wife. Although he has several concubines, all of whom have born daughters, he has only 2 legitimate sons. Consequently, he is particularly stringent in their education. His eldest son, Su Mingfeng, has already embarked on a career in government at a young age, wielding authority over the military horses, and has even surpassed Su Yu's accomplishments in recent months. Not long ago, Su Mingfeng collaborated with veterinarians from the Imperial Academy to reform certain military horse regulations, resulting in a remarkable reduction of equine deaths due to horse plague by half each year, a significant achievement. Once the military statistics are reported next month, Su Mingfeng is sure to receive commendations. While rewards may be secondary, the honor they signify is paramount. Su Yu, now well past 40, recognizes that it is time for his son to inherit the family legacy and expand his renown. Should Su Mingfeng continue to excel, he may very well become a trusted figure for the next heir apparent. With such an outstanding eldest son, Su Yu is naturally elated. However, his younger son, Su Minglang, causes him considerable concern. Su Minglang was born when his wife was considerably older and has thus been indulged, resulting in a rather spoiled disposition. He does not exhibit excellence akin to that of his elder brother, and even among his peers, he often appears somewhat lacking. Originally, as the younger son, Su Minglang was not destined to inherit the title of heir, so his shortcomings were of little consequence. Nonetheless, Su Yu, possessing a stubborn nature, cannot tolerate any deficiencies in his son. Thus, each time Su Minglang returns from the academy, he faces reprimands, while his mother offers him undue protection, leading to quite a chaotic scene. On this particular day, Su Yu was in his study discussing matters with Su Mingfeng. The father and son had an endless array of topics concerning military affairs. The elder was indeed proud of having such an accomplished son, leaving little room for dissatisfaction. As their conversation turned to the impending rewards for Su Mingfeng next month, Su Yu remarked confidently, I believe His Majesty will bestow an official title upon you. As for jewels and other rewards, they're secondary. I only hope for your steady advancement in your career. Given the stirring unrest of the Xiongnu, our military strength must be prioritized. Mingfeng, as you gain the Emperor's favor, the Su family will only flourish further. Your younger brother is still immature. Our family needs you to bear the weight of our legacy. Su Mingfeng nodded in agreement, embodying the vigor of youth, his countenance radiating righteousness. However, a flicker of pride also danced in his eyes. It is the nature of youth to strive for recognition, especially when it comes from a father's approval. Although he has always approached his official duties with composure, at this moment, he could not suppress his elation. Both father and son were in high spirits when they heard a servant call from outside. Master, the second young master has returned. It was indeed the time when the second young master, Su Minglang, returned from school. Each day, without fail, He would be summoned to the study of the old master Su for an assessment of his studies, and today was no exception. The old master, feeling a throbbing headache, pressed his hand to his forehead, glancing at his commendable elder son and then at his second son, who resembled a foolish little pig. The contrast was somewhat amusing. Every day, upon entering the study, Su Minglang would inevitably end up infuriating Su Yu. Today was no different. Su Minglang slowly entered the study. The corners of his mouth turned down and called out, "Father, elder brother." He appeared like a plump, rolling ball, adorably foolish. Su Mingfeng affectionately ruffled his brother's hair and inquired, "Minglang, how was your day at school?" Su Minglang pursed his lips, remaining silent. This gesture consistently indicated his dissatisfaction. It had been a terrible day indeed. He had been scolded by the teacher. With a stern expression, the old master commanded, "Show me your palm." Su Minglang flinched slightly but reluctantly extended his hand, revealing several red marks on his soft, tender palm, indisputable traces of a beating. The old master wore a knowing look, while Su Mingfeng felt a pang of sympathy for his younger brother and asked, "Why did the teacher strike you so harshly? He is but a child. It is your indulgence that has spoiled him." The old master's fury erupted as he roared, "What mistake has he made today?" Little Su Minglang hesitated before timidly admitting, "The teacher asked me to recite the phrase 'the rabbit dies, the fox mourns,' but I couldn't remember it. What am I to say to you?" The old master lamented, "You cannot even recall a simple phrase. Look at other young masters your age. None are like you. Your elder brother, at your age, had already begun studying military tactics. You are bringing shame to the Su family." Just as Su Mingfeng was about to offer some words of encouragement, his younger brother sobbed. "Although I could not recall the rabbit dies, the fox mourns, I did manage to remember the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked, which is actually two more characters. Since they convey a similar meaning, is it not the same?" "Nonsense." The old master was at a loss for words. Su Mingfeng chuckled and replied, "Second brother, these two phrases do not carry the same meaning." "What does it mean?" Su Minglang inquired, tilting his little face upwards. "The phrase 'the rabbit dies.' The fox mourns conveys that when the rabbit perishes, the fox feels a sense of shared fate and sorrow. In contrast, the cunning rabbit dies. The hunting dog is cooked implies that once the rabbit is dead, the hunting dog, having lost its utility, is also slaughtered. It suggests that once something loses its value and cannot serve any benefit, it may be discarded. The cunning rabbit dies. The hunting dog is cooked is somewhat akin to crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. As a good older brother, Su Mingfeng patiently addressed his younger brother's inquiries. However, Su Minglang shook his head, still bewildered, and remarked, "Since both scenarios occur after the rabbit's death, shouldn't they be identical? After all, the rabbit is dead." Just as Su Mingfeng was about to elaborate, he noticed his father pausing momentarily, softly reiterating, "The rabbit dies?" "Yes," Su Minglang replied, extending his palm, his round, chubby face still adorned with an innocent yet stubborn expression. "In the end, it is all about the rabbit being dead." The essence of these words suggests that once the rabbit meets its demise, both the fox and the dog shall face dire consequences. If misfortune befalls all, then the meanings of these terms converge. The demise of the cunning rabbit and the subsequent fate of the hunting dog are, indeed, universal truths. The reason fables resonate lies in the profound truths they unveil about life. When the rabbit perishes, the fox, being more astute than the dog, may foresee its own fate. Yet, who embodies that hunting dog? What shall be the fate of the dog that assists its master in capturing the rabbit? Su Yu's expression gradually darkened. Chapter 17. Who taught you? In early October, a significant event transpired. The heir of the Pingnan Marquis, Su Mingfeng, suddenly fell gravely ill and was required to recuperate at home. The Marquis, deeply concerned for his son, remained at home with his wife to care for the young master, temporarily setting aside affairs at the military stables. The emperor, expressing his condolences, bestowed gifts and appointed a new overseer to manage the matters at hand. The citizens of the capital lamented the situation, for Su Mingfeng was a promising young talent who had achieved remarkable success shortly after embarking on his official career. Just as he appeared poised to ascend the ranks, fate dealt him a cruel blow with this sudden illness. Indeed, it seemed that heaven was envious of his gifts. Should he be delayed for 3 to 5 years, he would likely find himself without a place in the court upon his return. While the common folk viewed the situation with sorrow, opinions within the court were varied. Some astute individuals remarked that this was no mere illness, but rather a clever strategy to avoid calamity. Initially, the Su family appeared to be on the brink of disaster. Yet now they seemed to grasp the situation and act accordingly. When these tidings reached Shen Miao, she was in the courtyard trimming the branches of the flowering quince. Having spent the past few days studying at Guangwen Hall, the recent events concerning Su Mingfeng had provided her peers with fresh gossip, allowing her to enjoy a rare moment of tranquility. The young lady had developed a fondness for these blooms. These quince flowers are truly flourishing, Gu Yu remarked with a smile. The deep crimson petals of the quince contrasted vividly against the somber autumn backdrop. During her time as Empress, Shen Miao had learned to navigate the intricacies of the inner palace, forging alliances with influential officials, serving as a hostage in the Qin state, and engaging in cunning battles of wits with Lady Mei. Most of her days had been consumed by political machinations and palace intrigue, leaving little room for such leisurely pursuits as flower trimming. "Do you know why the quince blooms so vibrantly?" she inquired. Although Gu Yu did not comprehend the reason behind her mistress's question, she replied with a smile, "The steward brought back these seeds from outside. I heard they are quite precious. The lady has praised this variety for its beauty in autumn." Shen Miao gently shook her head. "That is not the reason. Just as the palace, a place of cold and despair, could boast beautiful blooms, the truth remained that beneath those blossoms lay countless bones. The most resplendent things in the world often have the coldest origins." The Su family had come to understand this truth. What actions would they take now? She smiled faintly. At the residence of the Marquis of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng's courtyard was closely guarded, allowing only intimate servants and family members to pass. The heavy scent of medicinal herbs permeated the air, as the elder Su refused visitors. As a close friend of the young master, Xie Xiaohou naturally paid a visit to inquire after his health. The carriage of the Xie family halted outside the Su residence, where a servant struggled to unload boxes of medicinal materials, a testament to Xie Xiaohou's dedication to his friend. Inside the study, Su Mingfeng, clad in a simple blue robe, appeared somewhat gaunt, yet maintained an unmistakable vitality in his expression, hardly the visage of one afflicted by a serious illness. Opposite him sat a well-dressed young man, furrowing his brow as he raised his voice to inquire, avoiding calamity? "Indeed, Su Mingfeng gefärmt." Su Mingfeng gazed at his friend and sighed. "As you can see, the Su family is thriving more than ever. The Su lineage has persisted for several generations, and in matters concerning the military, it should not be elevated further. Yet, instead of suppressing us, His Majesty seems increasingly inclined to elevate the Su family. You have also achieved merit," Xie Jingxing pointed out. "Precisely because of this merit, both my father and I are rather pleased, yet we have overlooked the lurking crisis behind it. The greater the merit, the more perilous it becomes. You understand what I mean? It was difficult to see the forest for the trees while we were embedded in the Su family. Now that I have gained clarity, I must be cautious, for the precipice is perilous indeed. Such a course of action is wise," Xie Jingxing nodded. "However, you must now remain idle at home for a few years." "I only wish for the Su family's safety," Su Mingfeng replied. "But enough about me, what of you?" "The fortunes of the Su and Xie families are intertwined. The Su family has resolved to tread carefully, and what of the Xie family?" He left the sentence unfinished. Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow. "If I do not enter office, what can he do to me? The Xie family has but one Duke of Linen, and he must consider the opinions of the realm. Unlike Su Mingfeng, whose father sent him into officialdom at a young age for the sake of the family, Xie Jingxing had not pursued a career in politics, holding only a nominal position. On several occasions, he had accompanied Xie Ding on campaigns, but only under the guise of filial duty. Even if the royal family wished to suppress the Xie family, they would hesitate to target a family whose son does not inherit the mantle. "You are quite the strategist," Su Mingfeng could not help but chuckle. "I do not act out of fear of the royal family," Xie Jingxing replied lazily. His motives were not to guard against the crown, but rather to oppose his father. However, furrowing his brow, he abruptly shifted the subject. "What has prompted your sudden enlightenment? In the past, I have tried to caution you, but you paid me no heed." Su Mingfeng lowered his head in embarrassment. In my previous fervor, I was too caught up in my own success to contemplate such matters deeply. This time, I owe it to my younger brother. Your younger brother? Xie Jingxing, who had been reclining languidly in his chair, straightened up at this revelation. A glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. That little rice dumpling? It was no secret that Su Minglang was rather foolish. How could he possibly offer the Su family such insight? Perhaps he had mistakenly ingested some potent substance? Su Mingfeng recounted the entire sequence of events, concluding with, "Had it not been for my younger brother's fortuitous intervention, we might have faced a grave disaster." Fortuiteuse intervention? Xie Jingxing murmured thoughtfully. Just then, a youthful voice piped up. "Elder brother, mother sent me to bring you some pastries." Su Minglang entered, carrying a plate of flower-shaped pastries, his short legs wobbling beneath him. He was round and plump, resembling a dumpling, with crumbs of confectionery adorning the corners of his mouth, a clear indication that he had indulged in a few treats along the way. Due to his inadvertent insights, the Su family had altered their strategy, and even the notoriously critical old master Su had begun to regard his son as remarkably capable and astute. Lady Su had taken to preparing various delicacies for him. In just a few days, Su Minglang had noticeably gained weight. Noticing Xie Jingxing's presence, he lowered his voice as a sense of trepidation washed over him, for he could never quite shake his unease around his brother's handsome friend. Su Minglang placed the delicacies upon the table, casually uttering, "Brother, I shall take my leave," and turned to flee, only to be abruptly seized by the collar. Upon glancing back, he beheld a youth adorned in exquisite garments, who gently crouched down to pat his head. With a pair of lively, smiling peach blossom eyes, there was an unmistakable chill in his gaze. He inquired, "Who taught you that phrase?" Su Minglang widened his eyes in astonishment. "When the cunning rabbit is caught, the hound is cooked," Xie Jingxing remarked with a mischievous grin. Chapter 18. Uzi time always seems to pass swiftly. As the weather grows increasingly chilly, the students of Guangwen Hall begin to prepare for the upcoming examinations at the month's end. The boys aspire to enter officialdom, while the girls strive to showcase their talents, enhancing their desirability as potential brides, or in hopes of being noticed by families of suitable social standing. This is a requisite endeavor for the children of nobility, including delicate young ladies like Feng Anning, who have also begun to study diligently. Shen Qing and Shen Yu, especially Shen Yu, spend their days in the eastern courtyard, playing the lute and reciting poetry, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to shine once more. At 15, both Shen Qing and Shen Yu are of age to start considering potential suitors. In Mingxi, girls are typically married off by the age of 16, with engagements beginning at 15. However, the two sisters remain indecisive, their expectations too lofty. They look down upon the ordinary, yet their sights are set too high, leaving them oblivious to suitable matches. Ultimately, both families have inadvertently cast their eyes upon the Ding Wang. Among the 9 sons of a late king, only the youngest, Ding Wang, remains unengaged at just over 20, which is indeed the appropriate time for marriage. Yet, due to various circumstances, the position of royal consort remains unresolved. Like a coveted prize, Ding Wang will personally oversee the examination this time, prompting many young ladies to exert themselves, hoping to captivate his attention, longing for him to fall in love at first sight. However, Shen Miao harbors no such intentions. Even in this new life, she remains a woman unversed in the arts of romance. She lacks the skill for poetry, music, or dance, and certainly cannot stand upon a stage discussing matters of state. Furthermore, she has no desire to entangle herself with Ding Wang once more. In her previous life, he exploited her family, causing the downfall of her children and the slaughter of her entire household. This debt of blood must eventually be settled. How could one engage in matrimony when it is both a matter of vengeance and enmity? Feng Anning inquired, "Why are you not studying? With the end of the month approaching, if you fall behind again, won't you be the laughingstock?" After her near-drowning incident, Shen Miao had seemed more composed, leading Feng Anning to believe she had suddenly gained insight. Yet, it appears she remains as she always was, an ignorant and foolish student. Shen Miao replied, "I simply cannot comprehend it. Why waste my time?" Upon hearing this, Yi Peilon let out a laugh. derisively remarking, "You cannot lift yourself from the mire. That is all there is to it." Shen Yu, engaged in conversation with Shun Qing, feigned ignorance of the exchange, choosing not to intervene. In recent days, Shen Miao has not been as accommodating to them, which has left the sisters displeased, eagerly anticipating her embarrassment. Seemingly unfazed by Epalon's words, Shen Miao stood and said, "I shall take a stroll in the garden." Once she departed, Epalon smirked. She must have fled because she had nothing to say, truly timid as a mouse. "Have you said enough?" Feng Anning frowned. "Have you excelled in your studies?" She has always commanded a certain authority at Gua Erzhong, being well pampered at home. Epalon, not wishing to provoke her, fell silent. As Shen Miao wandered into the garden, she walked slowly. Guangwen Hall is indeed a place of elegance, with lush groves and bamboo, ponds, and charming rockeries. Upon entering, one is greeted by the fragrant aroma of the woods, which is truly refreshing to the spirit. She merely desired a moment of solitude. After all, the second generation consisted of spirited youths, while she had once been a mother in her past life. During her reign as queen, most days were spent either receiving the various concubines' greetings or remaining in her own palace, the Fengyi Hall. Accustomed to the desolation and emptiness, she found no inclination to engage with the boisterous antics of a group of children, whether it be their mockery or ridicule. She simply could not be bothered, dismissing them entirely. As she walked, she soon spotted a pure, white, glutinous rice dumpling ahead. A small figure clad in an ivory satin robe stood beneath the bamboo. The garment, though intended to be exquisite, was somewhat distorted due to the roundness of the child's form. Additionally, a top knot adorned the child's head, giving an amusingly ridiculous appearance. "Su Minglang," she murmured softly. At the sound of her voice, the dumpling hurriedly turned around, surprise flitting across its eyes upon seeing Shen Miao. It seemed ready to rush towards her, yet hesitated, standing still and silent. This child appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old, and Shen Miao felt a twinge of headache. Could it be that the child mistook her for a mother figure? Su Minglang regarded Shen Miao, pursed his lips as if he wished to speak, yet no words emerged. Soon after, his eyes reddened, and he timidly uttered, "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" Shen Miao was momentarily taken aback, watching as the dumpling's lips quivered on the verge of tears. In the next moment, a languid voice interrupted the tension. "So it is you." From the bamboo grove emerged a strikingly handsome youth, clad in an ivory outfit adorned with silver threads. Compared to the pale dumpling, he appeared elegant and tall. He approached Shen Miao, halting before her and gazing down with an inquisitive look. The youth was remarkably tall, with Shen Miao barely reaching his chest. He regarded her as one might a child, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Yet his handsome visage rendered this demeanor charming rather than off-putting. Were she an ordinary young girl, her heart would undoubtedly race, cheeks aflame. However, Shen Miao was not merely a naive maiden. She cast a glance at him without uttering a word. The youth, however, smiled slyly, and before she realized it, a delicate dagger appeared in his hand. He pointed the hilt towards himself, using it to tilt Shen Miao's chin upward, compelling her to meet his gaze. Reluctantly, Shen Miao's eyes met his. The youth appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with brows like swords and eyes resembling autumn waters, captivating yet enigmatic. Yet, within the depths of those eyes lay a chilling sharpness, as if they could pierce into the very soul. Such a character, despite an outwardly carefree demeanor, likely harbored a heart as impenetrable as ice. Taking a deep breath, she stepped back, distancing herself from the dagger's hilt. With a gentle tone, she said, "Thank you, young Lord Xie." Xie Jingxing chuckled, his tone ambiguous as he inquired, "You know me?" In the capital, there was no one unfamiliar with the name of young Lord Xie. Shen Miao replied coolly, her words carrying an undertone of sarcasm, yet her delivery was surprisingly earnest, making it difficult to discern her tone. "I do not know you." Xie Jingxing cast a glance at her, then at the trembling dumpling on the ground. "It was you who had Su Minglang convey a message to the Su family." "Convey a message?" Shen Miao looked at him, suddenly breaking into a faint smile. It was merely a method to teach him how to divert attention and avoid scolding from his father. Why use the term convey a message? "Young lord," You seem to be overthinking. Overthinking? The youth savored the words with a hint of amusement, suddenly leaning closer, nearly cornering Shen Miao against the massive tree trunk behind her. His expression was ambiguous, yet his tone remained remarkably clear. If I were not prone to overthinking, you would have deceived me. Shen Miao frowned. Although Mingqi was not overly strict regarding the interactions between unmarried men and women, such actions in broad daylight were decidedly improper, especially with so many signs of noble families surrounding Guangwen Hall, should anyone catch sight of them. While she did not mind sullying her own reputation, she feared that Shen Xin would be shamed because of her. In her past life, the Shen family had fallen due to her actions. Only now did she realize her parents' good intentions. In this new life, she vowed to protect her family and would not allow anyone to tarnish the Shen family's name, especially not because of her. Reflecting on this, Shen Miao grew somewhat impatient and remarked, "What is it that young Lord CS seeks to achieve by questioning me?" Xie Jingxing regarded the young woman before him. He possessed an exceptionally keen intuition regarding matters, often discerning underlying currents beneath the surface. This acuity was honed over years of experience, from the battlefield to the intricate intrigues of the court and the treachery lurking within the inner chambers. His arrogant demeanor was not merely a product of fortune. Many young nobles from Mingqi found themselves deceased each year for various reasons. He never approached any situation with complacency. Su Minglang's words to Su Mingfeng might not have suggested anything further, and the old master would likely consider it merely a casual reminder from his son. However, Xie Jingxing perceived otherwise. The timing was too fortuitous, and true coincidences were exceedingly rare in this world. Many apparent coincidences were, in fact, orchestrated. He was certain someone had incited Su Minglang to speak those words, but the underlying motives remained unclear. He intended to meet this person, yet, upon encountering them, he was taken aback. Xie Jingxing had anticipated that such profound words would originate from a prominent scion of the court or a youth poised to embark on a political career, perhaps to woo the Su family or to master the art of deception. However, when he beheld this individual, he nearly believed it was Su Minglang playing a trick. It was only when the girl called out to Su Minglang that he realized his assumption was correct. The girl before him was short, barely reaching his chest. Her features could not be deemed enchanting. At best, she was merely cute. She appeared to be no older than 11 or 12. With her hair styled in a double loop bun, a round face, wide eyes, and small lips, standing there like a lost fawn in the woods. Yet, she stood straight and dignified, speaking slowly and methodically, as though trained in the palace to be a matron. Could it be that she aspired to be a queen? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Xie Jingxing would have nearly choked on his own astonishment. He scrutinized her from head to toe, realizing she was merely a young girl. After exchanging a few words with her, he observed her youthful visage paired with a surprisingly composed demeanor. Not a trace of panic flickered across her face. Instead, there was a hint of impatience. This was a first for young Master Xie. Other women would blush profusely at such proximity, yet she remained rather indifferent, exuding an air of disinterest. Perhaps her youth rendered her naive. Yet she seemed to grasp the nuances of conversation with the Su family. One hand propped against the tree behind Shen Miao, Xie Jingxing appeared to envelop her entirely in his presence, leaning closer to her. "You are not afraid of me," he remarked. "The young master is hardly a monster to be feared." Shen Miao replied coolly, "If there is nothing further, I shall return to the academy." With that, she made to depart. "Stop," Xie Jingxing commanded, his hand lifting, his fingers grazing her hair, sending a ticklish sensation akin to ants scurrying. He withdrew his hand, stepping back to lean against the tree, arms crossed, assuming once more his nonchalant demeanor. "Remind the Su family, what is your true intention?" His words were as sharp as his gaze, revealing an unmasked intensity that was both direct and laden with profound implications. A faint sigh escaped Shen Miao's lips. Xie Jingxing was more astute than she had anticipated. With a mere phrase from Su Minglang, he could uncover her whereabouts and discern her purpose. She had once believed him to be merely ambitious. Now, it was evident that he possessed a perceptive mind. Engaging with the clever was a challenge for concealing one's true intentions. Yet, she had never wished to hide. Simply put, it was a matter of self-preservation. After uttering her thoughts, She offered a slight bow to Xie Jingxing and turned to leave, unconcerned with anything else. 6 words would suffice for him to understand. Behind her, the youth curled his lips in a smile, toying with the short blade in his hand. Su Minglang, what is her name? Chapter 20. The residence of the Marquis of Linen. The residence of the Marquis of Linen in the capital is indeed resplendent and magnificent. The late Marquise was the beloved Princess Yuqing of the late Emperor. Originally, after marrying the Marquis, the military authority of the Marquis should have been relinquished. However, the charming affections of Princess Yuqing led the Emperor to permit the status quo to persist, reflecting her esteemed position in his heart. Princess Yuqing possessed a beauty that could rival the finest flowers, coupled with a gentle and delicate disposition. Upon entering the Marquis's household, she was cherished above all. Unfortunately, the Marquis took a concubine, the current Mrs. Fong. If Princess Yuqing was the epitome of an accomplished lady, graceful and skilled, then Mrs. Fong was a quintessential beauty of humble origins. It was her father's past favors to the Marquis that prompted her eventual marriage into the household, especially after her family fell into decline and her father leveraged his past goodwill to secure the Marquis's favor. A favored concubine is distinct from a regular concubine, as she is not to be easily mistreated or dismissed. Furthermore, Mrs. Fong, displaying a demeanor of humility, did not engage in rivalry, allowing the Marquis to overlook her presence. It is common among noble families to have multiple wives. Thus, the Marquis's choice to only take one favored concubine was somewhat rare, and he felt no remorse about it. Alas, men and women perceive matters differently, especially concerning the issue of concubines. The Marquis believed that having a favored concubine posed no significant problem, viewing concubines merely as distractions, with his heart reserved for Princess Yuqing. However, Princess Yuqing, having grown under the Emperor's affection and accustomed to a life of privilege as the sole wife, found herself unsettled by the sudden arrival of a concubine while she was still recovering from childbirth. Mrs. Fong visited daily to pay her respects, adhering strictly to etiquette. Her presence was a source of great annoyance for Princess Yuqing. Had she been an ordinary princess, she might have found a way to discreetly eliminate Mrs. Fong. Yet, having been protected all her life, she remained innocent and naive, oblivious to such cunning methods. It was her accompanying nurse who devised a plan to discreetly find a reason to dismiss Mrs. Fong without Princess Yuqing's knowledge. However, the attempt failed and was discovered by the Marquis. Though the Marquis was known for his unconventional behavior, he was fundamentally an upright man who could not abide the machinations of women. He reprimanded Princess Yuqing harshly, marking the first quarrel between them since their marriage. Unable to bear the injustice, she refrained from disclosing her nurse's actions and confronted the Marquis directly, which led to him storming off in anger. Initially, she believed he would return after a few days, but a month passed, and he remained with Mrs. Fong. During the postpartum period, it is crucial for women to avoid distress. Thus, Princess Yuqing, feeling aggrieved, fell gravely ill. The Marquis, still deeply in love with his first wife, intended to visit her, but he received an imperial edict for military deployment that very night, leaving without even a word to Princess Yuqing. Not long after the departure of the Duke of Linen, Madame Fong discovered she was with child. As the rightful wife, with the Duke absent, Princess Yuqing could not afford to undermine Madame Fong, and must even protect the unborn child within her. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall the child, rumors would surely spread throughout the capital, accusing her of scheming against her husband's concubine in his absence. Over time, the burden weighed heavily on Princess Yuqing, leading to her gradual decline in health, to the point of near collapse. The old maid, witnessing this, felt a deep sense of anxiety, yet Princess Yuqing forbade her from reporting to the royal family. She rose to pen a letter to the Duke of Linen, requesting his return to see her. However, she waited in vain, and ultimately, Princess Yuqing passed away. 3 days after her burial, the Duke returned triumphant, yet he could not even gaze upon the remains of his beloved wife, filled with sorrow, lamenting the loss of his cherished one, now reduced to mere earth. During that time, the late emperor was filled with wrath, stripping the Duke of his title. It was not until the new emperor ascended the throne, recognizing his talents, that the Duke was reinstated. Regrettably, the tale of their romantic union was lost forever. The Duke of Linen never remarried, and only Madame Fong remained in the household. For decades, she continued to live in subservience, her children receiving some care from the Duke. Yet he devoted his utmost attention to his legitimate son, Xie Jingxing. However, Xie Jingxing appeared indifferent to his father's affections. Having distanced himself from the tumultuous love and resentment between the Duke and Princess Yuqing, a matter well known throughout the capital. The Duke, feeling guilt toward his son, endeavored to fulfill his wishes, yet Xie Jingxing seemed to take pleasure in opposing his father, often causing him considerable distress. Nevertheless, he inherited the beauty and talent of Princess Yuqing, and despite his rebellious nature, he was indeed a remarkable young man, captivating the dreams of noble daughters from illustrious families. Today was no different. Xie Jingxing strode confidently into his study. His courtyard was once the residence of Princess Yuqing during her convalescence, distant from the main courtyard. Favored for its serenity, Xie Ding had once suggested he move closer to the main courtyard, but Xie Jingxing had firmly declined, citing a strong aversion to encountering certain individuals. His demeanor towards the Duke's household had always been rather frigid. A young servant entered, carrying a pristine porcelain bowl adorned with flowers, stating, "Madame Fong has prepared crystal lotus seed porridge, claiming it was simmered for several hours to warm your body." He disliked being referred to as young master or son of the world, insisting on being called simply master, as if this would sever ties with the Duke's household. Xie Jingxing cast a glance at the bowl, the porridge shimmering with a bright sheen, its color vivid and viscous, having been simmered for quite some time, exuding a delightful aroma that tempted the appetite. He coldly remarked, "Pour it out." The servant, accustomed to his indifference, obediently acknowledged and retreated. Just as he stepped outside, another figure appeared at the door, slightly bowing their head and whispering, "Master, I have investigated thoroughly. The eldest daughter of the general's household, Shen Sun's legitimate daughter, is Shen Miao." Shen Sun? Xie Jingxing furrowed his brow. Shen Sun and Xie Ding had long been at odds politically, with the Shen household and the Duke of Linen's household viewing one another with disdain. Furthermore, their military powers were in a delicate balance, intricately tied to numerous interests. The Linen Marquis and the Su family share a close friendship, and the Shen family's warning to the Su family may very well serve as a caution to the Xie family as well. However, when adversaries unexpectedly offer a word of advice, what could be their true intention? Furthermore, what does a young girl like Shen Miao truly understand? It seems evident that the Shen family has orchestrated this reminder for her to deliver, with Shen Xian currently stationed far in the northwest. Could this be the machination of the second and third branches? Shen Gui and Shen Wan are both exceedingly ambitious individuals, with the political landscape once again tumultuous. They may be seeking to exploit the chaos for their own gain. The lines between the Shen and Xie families are starkly drawn, and the sudden overture from Shen Girl is clearly laced with ulterior motives. He raised an eyebrow, his tone as cold as iron. Continue the investigation. Chapter 21. Tailoring regardless of the tumultuous waves or undercurrents that may arise in the capital, the Fade always remains one of festivity and merriment. The annual chrysanthemum banquet is fast approaching, and this year, due to the coinciding of the Guangwen Hall's examination with the banquet, both events will be celebrated together. Unlike previous years, this arrangement transforms the examination into a grand feast attended by nobles and dignitaries. Early in the morning, the elderly matron of the Shen family dispatched her maid, Sheer, to the western courtyard, requesting the presence of a tailor to prepare dresses for the chrysanthemum banquet and inviting Shen Miao to select her attire. Shen Miao acquiesced. In prior examinations, she had always dressed casually, as she was merely a secondary figure, and dressing too ostentatiously would only invite mockery. However, with the examination and the banquet occurring simultaneously this year, it would be inappropriate not to have a suitable outfit. At the chrysanthemum banquet, the wives of various officials would be present, primarily to assess potential daughters-in-law. Thus, every young woman would be adorned in her finest attire, hoping to appear ever more enchanting. Although the elderly matron disapproved of the primary branch of the family, she still felt compelled to maintain appearances. Furthermore, being a person of self-interest, she would not hesitate to leverage Shen Miao to secure a beneficial marriage, selling her off if necessary. Bai Lu appeared somewhat cheerful as she accompanied Shen Miao toward the Rongjing Hall, exclaiming, "I can't believe the chrysanthemum banquet has arrived so swiftly. My lady, do you not adore the chrysanthemum banquet? There will be flowers to admire." Shen Miao indeed enjoyed the chrysanthemum banquet, but not for the sake of the flowers. At such gatherings, she often found herself subtly isolated, partly due to Shun Yu and Shun Qing's subtle machinations, but also because of her own awkward and heavy demeanor, leading to ill-fitting attire that invited ridicule unbeknownst to her. Her fondness for the banquet stemmed from her admiration for Fu Xiui. A year prior at the chrysanthemum banquet, Fu Xiui had been present. On that day, she too faced derision and isolation amidst the vibrant blooms, while she retreated to a corner and caught sight of a solitary pot of white chrysanthemums. Such flowers were typically reserved for funerals, inherently unappealing, and the blooms themselves appeared rather forlorn, petals wilting, perhaps battered by rain or wind, standing alone in the corner, unnoticed by anyone. Feeling a sense of kinship with the flower, Shen Miao perceived herself in its plight, both solitary figures, overlooked and pitiful, just as she was lost in her melancholic reverie. A gentleman clad in splendid robes approached the chrysanthemum. He gently grasped the flower's stem and caressed its petals. A companion inquired, "Ninth brother, what is so admirable about this desolate flower?" With a smile, the gentleman replied, "I pity its frail and forsaken beauty." It was this expression of compassion that endeared him to Shen Miao. When he turned, she found herself captivated by his strikingly handsome features. Later, Shen Miao learned from the ladies around her that he was none other than the ninth prince, Fu Xiui. Perhaps it is the nature of youthful infatuation to be irrational. His words, clearly directed at the flower, resonated deeply within her, evoking a profound sense of empathy. She mused that such a gentle soul, marrying him, would surely be cherished by him as one would tenderly care for a delicate flower. Alas, her thoughts were ultimately misguided. Fu Xiui may have held dear the beauty of flowers, the world, and Madame May, yet he had never extended that affection towards her. To him, all her sacrifices were merely the duties expected of a wife. Those days of mutual respect were nothing more than a charade, a performance he endured, suppressing his disdain. He did not truly cherish the chrysanthemum. It was merely a casual remark that she took to heart. Lost in her reverie, she failed to notice that she had arrived at the entrance of Rongjing Hall. Bai Lu hurriedly called out to her, and only then did Shen Miao follow Sheer inside. Shen Yuanbai was absent today. The old matriarch of the Shen family, clad in a blue and white embroidered long gown, seemed out of place at her advanced age, her attire making her visage appear ghostly. Yet she remained blissfully unaware of this. Shen Yu and Shen Qing stood beside their respective mothers. The second branch had two illegitimate daughters, but Ren Wanyun's domineering nature ensured that such daughters were never permitted to compete for attention at gatherings. As for the third branch, aside from Chan Ruoqiu, the legitimate wife, there was only a concubine, rendering any mention of illegitimate sons or daughters unnecessary. Hence, only the legitimate daughters from each branch received invitations to the flower banquet. Shen Miao paid her respects to the old matriarch, and Ren Wanyun, noticing Shen Miao, smiled and said, "Little Five has arrived. Come and choose some fabrics. Later, Lin Yang will take your measurements." Shen Qing cheerfully remarked, "I have already selected with second sister, and we await your choice." Though it was clearly Sheer who had arrived late, it appeared as if Shen Miao was to blame. Leaving a group of people waiting at Rongjing Hall, Shen Miao, disinclined to engage in such trivialities, walked over to the soft couch where the fabrics were laid out. Lin Yang, a woman in her 30s, was responsible for the annual new garments of the Shen household. In her youth, she had learned some embroidery skills from the palace seamstresses, and her creations were undoubtedly exquisite. Laid out before her were 5 or 6 bolts of fabric, with a begonia-colored and a smoky pink already selected and set aside, clearly chosen by Shen Qing and Shen Yu. The memories of a past life flooded her mind. On the day of the chrysanthemum banquet, Shen Qing had donned a begonia-hued dress adorned with floral patterns, exuding warmth and grace, making her more radiant than the blossoms. Shen Yu, in a striking pink embroidered gown with white pear blossoms, looked delicate and beautiful. Meanwhile, She herself wore a pale yellow outfit, adorned with a golden necklace and jewelry gifted by the old matriarch, unwittingly resembling a jest. It was under the encouragement of Aunt Jiwei and her sister that she chose the pale yellow fabric. Shen Yu smiled and suggested, "Fifth sister, with your fair complexion, why not select that pale yellow dress? It will indeed enhance your vivacity and charm." Shen Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, among the remaining fabrics, that pale yellow suits fifth sister the most. Chen Ruoqiu smiled silently, while Ren Wanyan's gaze betrayed a hint of derision. Shen Miao was not adept at choosing garments. With the matriarch often absent and her mother away, she found herself at a disadvantage compared to others. The other members of the Shen family harbored their own ulterior motives, lacking any genuine intention to teach the young lady about proper attire. Consequently, Shen Miao found herself perpetually trailing behind Shen Qing and Shen Yu, merely echoing their choices. For instance, while the delicate yellow fabric complemented her complexion, it also rendered her appearance overly juvenile and somewhat inexpensive. Coupled with the ostentatious golden jewelry, she resembled nothing short of a daughter from a wealthy landowner's household. Several friends attempted to persuade her to discard those gaudy ornaments, yet she stubbornly remained oblivious, eagerly seeking to embarrass herself. It was truly absurd. Chapter 22. Gold and silver. She pointed to a piece of sky blue silk brocade and said, "This one will do." It was a fabric of a lotus blue hue, generally not favored by young ladies of the household, as it tends to age one prematurely. For ordinary maidens, wearing such a color could render them unflattering, especially if they lacked an air of nobility. Chen Ruoqiu's eyes flickered slightly as she smiled. "Why did you choose such a dark shade, little five? Young ladies should wear bright and lively colors, like your two elder sisters. This deep hue might come off as rather somber." Indeed, Ren Wanyan concurred. While she relished the misfortunes of the main house, this lotus blue seemed excessively unconventional. Should outsiders catch sight of it, they might assume that the young ladies of the Shen family all bore a somber disposition. Qing'er was to showcase her talents at the chrysanthemum banquet. How could she afford to be hindered by Shen Miao? Shen Yu and Shen Qing exchanged subtle smiles. Shen Qing remarked, "I find this lotus blue quite appealing. Didn't fifth sister wear such a deep color before? It wouldn't hurt to try. I've heard such shades exude an air of elegance. Had I not already selected my fabric, I too would have been tempted to try that lotus blue." Shen Yu chimed in with a radiant smile. Lin Yang observed the two cunning daughters of the Shen family, and then glanced at the composed Shen Miao, sighing inwardly. It was common knowledge that Shen Miao, the legitimate daughter of the main house, was rather dim-witted. Yet, who could have guessed that her seemingly gentle and amiable cousins harbored such malicious intent? They too were scheming to make Shen Miao look foolish. She felt a twinge of sympathy for Shen Miao. General Shen was out defending the nation, while his legitimate daughter was being plotted against by her own kin. It was indeed a pitiable situation. With this thought, she spoke kindly. "This lotus blue is indeed a bit too formal. For the chrysanthemum banquet, why not choose a lighter color? Perhaps this jade white fabric would suit you better?" Shen Miao shot a glance at Lin Yang, recognizing her as a rare, honest person. In her past life, she had received similar advice, but at that time, she had unwittingly trusted her two cousins and her aunt, disregarding Lin Yang's words entirely. Now, however, she graciously responded, "No need. I truly prefer this lotus blue fabric." Her response relieved both Shen Qing and Shen Yu, who had initially furrowed their brows. Shen Yu smiled. Indeed, fifth sister has a discerning eye. Thus, let us trouble Lin Yang to take our measurements. Lin Yang sighed softly in her heart, but opted not to express her thoughts further. She proceeded to measure the young ladies as requested. Throughout the process, the old matriarch of the Shen family reclined with her eyes closed, feigning sleep, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around her. Whenever matters regarding silver arose, she was always eager to feign ignorance. Today's tailoring and fabric expenses were drawn from the family treasury, which was managed by Ren Wanyan. Once the measurements were completed and Lin Yang departed, Ren Wanyan smiled and said, "These children are growing into young ladies. We cannot allow the young ladies of the Shen residence to be looked down upon. I have prepared some jewelry for each of them to wear on the day of the chrysanthemum banquet." With this, she instructed Xianglan to bring forth several boxes. distributing one to Shen Qing and another to Shen Miao. The box held by Shen Miao was heavy, and as Ren Wanyan gazed at her, her tone was filled with affectionate warmth. "Annie has noticed how busy you have been with the preparations at Guangwen Hall. When I visited the jewelry shop, I selected the finest designs for you, hoping you would enjoy them." On the high seat, old Madame Shun furrowed her brow, seemingly attempting to open her eyes. But after a pause, she chose to continue her feigned slumber. "Thank you, Aunt." Shen Miao returned the gesture politely. Shen Qing and Shun Yu had both chosen their own styles and sent them back, yet they had neglected to bring her along during their visit to the shop, citing a desire not to disturb her. In the end, they presented her with a haphazard gift, and now it was too late to exchange it. "Let us return and take a look," Shen Yu said, winking at Shen Ruoqiu and then at Shen Miao. "The jewelry for our fifth sister must be the most significant piece." Shen Miao smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Upon returning to the western courtyard, she tossed the box aside without examining it closely. Jingzhe, observing this, asked in surprise, "Miss, are you not going to open it? What is there to see? It is all the same, isn't it?" Shen Miao replied, without turning her head. Jingzhe hesitated. Each time they received jewelry from the second and third households, their young lady had cherished it dearly. Unfortunately, even the servants could discern that the jewelry was rather ostentatious. Shen Miao had always been influenced by the second and third households, developing a penchant for such gaudy gold and silver ornaments. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Miao extended her hand and opened the box. As she did, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Inside lay a collection of bracelets and necklaces crafted from gold and silver, along with hairpins adorned with large yet inferior quality rubies. Jingzhe could not help but show a flicker of indignation. Shen Miao nearly chuckled. These items were reminiscent of the jewelry she had worn before her marriage. Such gold hairpins and silver necklaces would not even be donned by country girls. Whenever she wore her vibrant garments paired with those glaring ornaments, she resembled a walking jewelry box. In the presence of the gentle Shen Yu and the open-hearted Shen Qing, she truly appeared akin to a servant. Now, confronted with these items again, they struck her as utterly ludicrous. Jingzhe, observing her young lady, was surprised to find that she did not exhibit the excitement she once had. Just as she was pondering this, Shen Miao closed the box and pushed it towards Jingzhe, saying, "Take this to a pawn shop and exchange it. And while you're at it, buy a silver hairpin, nothing too extravagant. A carved one will suffice." "Mississippi," Jingzhe exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you truly going to pawn it? If the people from the East Courtyard discover it, they may use it to mock you." While she was pleased that Shen Miao no longer cherished gold and silver as she once did, this course of action seemed rather audacious. Since these ornaments could no longer be worn, what purpose did it serve to keep them? It would be far more practical to convert them into real silver and gold, making daily tasks more convenient. Shen Miao replied simply, "Practicality is paramount. This is a lesson I learned during my time as Empress." The Shen family allocated monthly allowances based on a fixed rate, with each young lady receiving 2 taels of silver per month. However, how much more had Shen Yu and Shen Qing been supplemented by their family? Shen Miao could not ascertain, but one thing was certain. She received no such additional support. Clearly, she is a daughter of the general's household, yet her demeanor lacks the generosity exhibited by her 2 elder sisters. Previously, she believed this to stem from her second and third aunt's willingness to support their daughters. However, what the present? The wealth within the family is entirely under the stewardship of Ren Wanyan. Meanwhile, Shen Gui and Shen Wan, engaged in affairs of the court, find their official salaries insufficient, leaving no surplus for personal expenses. In contrast, Shen Exin, having gallantly fought on the battlefield, receives ample rewards from His Majesty. Yet he has never claimed a single coin for himself, dedicating all to the family treasury. To treat oneself thus, while availing oneself of their family's resources, is a level of shamelessness only the old lady's kin could muster. It is imperative that she devises a means to separate her interests from theirs. Chapter 23. Preparations before the feast. The chrysanthemum feast of the 68th year of the Ming Qi has finally arrived. This year's event at the Guangwen Hall has taken a different turn, transforming into a contest of talent. Any individual of literary prowess may freely take the stage to challenge their peers, showcasing the vibrant spirit of youth while allowing the audience to appreciate the diverse talents of the students from Guangwen Hall. Thus, both male and female students will share the stage, unlike previous years when they were divided into male and female groups. Should they wish, young women may challenge young men in areas such as strategy and archery, while young men can contest in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, such occurrences are likely to be rare. Early in the morning, the Shen residence bustled with activity. In the western courtyard, Shuangjiang meticulously adorned Shen Miao's on with a silver hairpin. "Smiling, miss, it is done." Shuangjiang was the finest at hairstyling. Previously, Shen Yu had wished to claim her for her own hair, but Shuangjiang was specifically designated by Madame Shen to serve Shen Miao, and thus she declined, leaving Shen Yu with no recourse. "Miss, you look truly splendid," Bai Lu remarked with a smile, though she soon hesitated, adding, "But your hairstyle appears a bit too plain." Shen Miao's hair, dark and abundant, was styled into an exquisite cascading cloud bun by Shuangjiang, lending her an air of elegance and uniqueness. Even after her coming-of-age ceremony, Shen Miao continued to wear her hair in a double loop bun like a maid, and with this change in style, she seemed to have matured considerably. Her round and charming face now bore a delicate grace, finally exuding a hint of youthful allure. Yet, the solitary silver hairpin seemed rather forlorn, giving her a somewhat pitiable appearance. Gu Yu could not suppress her anger. The Shen family was affluent, yet Shen Miao today possessed no jewelry worthy of display. The entire Shen household thrived under Shen Xian support, yet they acted in such a heartless manner. Unfortunately, Shen Miao could not voice her grievances, for they were all responsible for providing her with ornaments, albeit garish gold trinkets that would certainly invite ridicule if worn publicly. With just a glance at Gu Yu, Shen Miao discerned her companion's thoughts and could not help but shake her head in amusement. In truth, since childhood, the second and third branches of the Shen family had exerted great effort to cultivate their mediocre preferences, striving to convince her that the gaudy golden ornaments were the finest. This way, they could claim to outsiders that it was not their intention to embarrass the eldest branch's daughter, but rather that she simply adored such ostentatious adornments. As the onlookers observed Shen Miao as enthusiastic donning of exaggerated jewelry, a perception took root. The legitimate daughter of the Shen family was greedy and crass. While gold may be beautiful, it is not meant to be worn on one's person. Fearing Shen Miao would be disheartened, Gu Yu quickly changed the subject, saying, however, that Lin Yang truly possesses remarkable skills. This attire is indeed beautiful. Perhaps out of genuine compassion for Shen Miao, the garment gifted by Lin Yang was exceptionally well-crafted. To accommodate her petite figure, the dress, in a lotus green hue that could easily appear heavy, was adorned with large, vivid begonia flowers at the hem, exquisitely embroidered and resplendent in bloom, a sight of sheer beauty. Moreover, the dress fit Shen Miao perfectly, with not a single awkwardness in sight. Shuangjiang and Bai Lu exchanged glances, both reflecting the surprise evident in each other's eyes. In this day and age, it is quite remarkable that Shen Miao can suppress such heavy affections. One wonders how it came to be. "Let us go," she declared, rising to her feet. "We cannot tarry for too long." As she stepped out of the courtyard, she once again beheld the profusion of flowering crab apples in the garden. Pausing, she plucked a delicate blossom and tucked it in her raven black hair, enhancing her beauty as if adding a flourish to a masterpiece. "The young lady is truly captivating," Gu Yu marveled. Just then, Granny Gue emerged from the small kitchen, having prepared some light snacks for the carriage ride. Upon seeing Shen Miao, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Having served Shen Miao for many years, having watched her grow from infancy, today she found her almost unrecognizable. With a tranquil and dignified demeanor, coupled with the exquisite lotus blue attire, one might easily mistake her for a princess. Almost losing her grip on the basket she held, she stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. It was White Du who broke the silence with a cheerful inquiry. "What is Granny Gue gazing at?" Startled, Granny Gue instinctively prepared to utter a few complimentary words, but then recalled that today was the chrysanthemum banquet, with Shen Miao as striking appearance. would it not overshadow both Shen Yu and Shen Qing? She swallowed the praise that had nearly escaped her lips and turned to Shen Miao, adopting a concerned expression. My lady, the color of this garment is truly too heavy. At such a young age, why wear such hues that conceal your radiant complexion? Would it not be better to retrieve the peach-colored embroidered jacket adorned with magpies? It would present a more delicate appearance. Guyu wrinkled her nose in disdain. The peach-colored jacket, a gift from Ren Wanyun, was rather gaudy. Adorned with an abundance of gold and silver jewelry, it would make Shen Miao resemble a country bumpkin-esque daughter. Should she attend the chrysanthemum banquet clad in such a manner, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. Granny Gui's intentions were clearly ill-conceived. Just as Guyu was about to scold her on Shen Miao's behalf, the young lady spoke softly yet firmly. In our current era of peace and prosperity, with the people living in harmony, it is the emperor who advocates for frugality. In this world, extravagance is a vice. What harm is there in simplicity? Should others observe me, they would only commend the general's household for its integrity and upright conduct. As for attire, there is no need for concern. Shen Miao smiled gently. Today is a gathering for admiring flowers and showcasing talents. It bears no relevance to attire whatsoever. Her words flowed gracefully, warm, and amiable, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Granny Gui, bewildered, found her mind clouded. While she was unafraid of Shen Miao's ire, she had never before encountered such a wealth of reasoning from her. Shen Miao, who typically eschewed intellectual pursuits, now spoke with eloquence that left Granny Gui, an uneducated woman, at a loss for a rebuttal. White Dew could not help but stifle a laugh, quickly silencing herself and adopting a serious expression, though her delight was evident in her eyes. Granny Gui, unable to counter her, felt a sense of frustration, pondering why every conversation with Shen Miao seemed to place her at a disadvantage. Though Shen Miao's tone was gentle, her every word left others speechless, revealing a sharpness that belied her demeanor. Gui Momo, somewhat flustered, handed the basket in her hands to Guyu, saying, "This is a little snack for the young lady on her journey. There is still quite a distance to the chrysanthemum banquet. We must not let her go hungry." She then addressed Shen Miao. "This old servant shall return to the courtyard to attend to my duties. Off you go." Shen Miao replied lightly. Once Gui Momo had departed, both Guyu and Bailu were filled with joy. The more assertive Shen Miao became, the more she embodied the essence of a mistress, ensuring that those in the Shen household who lacked discernment would not dare to bully her. As they approached the entrance, they noticed two carriages waiting outside. The first was already prepared to depart, while the second remained empty. Shen Qing's maid, Chen Tao, stood before the first carriage. Chapter 24. An embarrassment upon seeing Shen Miao. Chen Tao hurriedly approached the carriage and whispered something to the occupants inside. Shortly thereafter, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Shen Yu, Shen Qing, Ren Wanyun, and Chen Ruoqiu. The four women were momentarily taken aback by Shen Miao's appearance. Chen Ruoqiu's gaze flickered, while Ren Wanyun furrowed her brow. "Little five, why are you dressed so plainly?" she inquired. Indeed, Shen Qing could hardly contain her impatience, and added, "You look quite unappealing. It's better to wear something more vibrant. I have a new bright yellow dress in my room." "Chen Tao, take fifth sister to change out of that outfit, and wear your accessories. You're not wearing anything at all? If someone didn't know better, they might think the general's residence has ill-treated you." She suppressed her jealousy. In truth, Shen Qing was considered a delicate beauty, and her usual cheerful demeanor made her appear as a well-bred lady. However, she was particularly sensitive about her complexion, which leaned more toward a wheatish tone rather than porcelain white. What daughter does not wish for skin as fair as snow? While she could not say much about Shen Yu's fair complexion, Shen Miao's skin was even whiter, especially today as she donned a lotus blue attire, accentuating her flawless skin. Consequently, among the three daughters of the Shen family, she felt she was the one with the dullest complexion, which naturally displeased her. Shen Yu scrutinized Shen Miao carefully and noticed that her hair was styled in an exquisite shui yun bun, perfectly complementing her attire. Although she wore no gold or silver jewelry, there was a natural nobility about her simplicity. With a smile, she said, "Fifth sister, as for the clothing, We shall set that aside, but you must wear some accessories. After all, it reflects our family's reputation, and grandmother would not be pleased to see you dressed this way. Moreover, why have you styled your hair like this? You are still quite young. Your previous twin-loop buns suited you well. Guyu's face turned pale with indignation. Yet as a servant, she could not challenge her mistress. She could only seethe inwardly, resentful that the second and third branches of the Shen family harbored ulterior motives and were unhesitatingly undermining their own niece. Wishing for Shen Miao to appear as uncouth as possible, Shen Miao let out a cold laugh within her heart. Shen Yu even invoked the old matriarch, fully aware that it was her greatest fear. As for her hairstyle, Shen Yu was only a year older than herself, hardly a justification for the notion of youth. The Facian bun she had styled for herself, coupled with her ethereal pink gauze dress, was meant to create an image of an enchanting beauty. And why should she have to diminish her own allure? After they had finished speaking, they noticed Shen Miao remained silent, merely smiling at them, leaving them to wonder what she was contemplating. Finally, Shen Qing felt uncomfortable under her gaze and scolded the maid standing by the carriage. Chun Tao, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and take fifth sister to change her clothes. No need, Shen Miao interjected, deliberately adopting a sorrowful expression. There's a reason for my attire today. The jewelry bestowed upon me by second aunt is something I cherish dearly. It is not intentional that I do not wear it. The others exchanged glances, perplexed by Shen Miao's meaning. Guyu and Jing shared a look of confusion as they regarded Shen Miao. Their father was currently far in the northwest, leading the troops in a bloody battle. As the Huns have not yet retreated, our valiant soldiers don their cold, iron armor, while I, residing in the capital, am enveloped in luxurious silks and sumptuous feasts, indulging in leisurely pursuits of flower appreciation and poetry, which fills me with a profound sense of shame. Shen Miao slightly lowered her head, her voice softening. Last night, a bodhisattva appeared in my dreams, urging me to pray with sincerity. Thus, I resolved to don plain garments and refrain from ostentatious attire and ornaments until my father's triumphant return. No one anticipated Shen Miao would utter such words, as she typically struggled to articulate even the simplest of thoughts, let alone engage in such eloquence. Shen Yu and Shen Qing were rendered speechless by astonishment, while Chen Ruo Qiu pondered thoughtfully, stroking her forehead. However, Ren Wanyin appeared somewhat embarrassed with Shen Miao's declaration of devotion. What then would it imply for the rest of the Shen family? Yet, she was adamant that her daughter Qing should not attend the chrysanthemum banquet in such plain attire. Gritting her teeth, Ren Wanyin gently advised, despite this, you are still a young lady. Why burden yourself with such heavy thoughts? Just relax at the banquet. Suddenly, Shen Miao performed a deep bow to Ren Wanyin, beseeching her to honor her filial devotion. Standing at the gate of the Shen residence, passers-by could not help but cast curious glances at her gesture, while Ren Wanyin could insist that Shen Miao wear splendid garments to uphold the family's reputation. Could she truly deny Shen Miao's earnest filial piety? With her elder brother fighting in the northwest, it would be one thing to neglect her own prayers, but to disregard another's devotion would be quite another matter. The pallor of Ren Wanyin's face deepened. She had not anticipated such a response from Shen Miao, and it left her feeling quite vexed and unable to refuse. Hastily, she instructed Chun Tao to assist Shen Miao to her feet, saying, "My dear child, how could your second aunt refuse your expression of filial piety? It is commendable that you possess such thoughts at your tender age. Very well, let be plain." Shen Qing still felt a sense of grievance, but found it difficult to counter her mother's opinion. Shen Yu and her daughter seemed to perceive a deeper meaning, their gazes towards Shen Miao now imbued with a different understanding. Yet, Ren Wanyin cheerfully remarked, "Our carriage is already full. Let the steward prepare a second carriage specifically for the youngest. It would provide ample space, and the fifth child would follow us in the second carriage, joining us when we arrive." Each year at the chrysanthemum banquet, Shen Miao rode with these two ladies and with just one additional person. There was no reason to fear overcrowding. Today's display was clearly deliberate. Ren Wanyin had her own considerations. Shen Qing was of an age to seek a match, And with Shen Xian's official rank surpassing Shen Gui's, it was possible that prestigious families would first consider Shen Miao. Given Shen Miao's naive disposition, she would likely create a multitude of misunderstandings without proper guidance, thus only serving to highlight Shen Qing's grace and poise. Hence, she had intentionally arranged for 2 carriages. Chen Ruoqiu and her daughter shared her sentiments, naturally not opposing the idea. Very well, as you wish, second aunt, Shen Miao replied with a gentle smile. Ren Wanyun was somewhat taken aback, having not expected Shen Miao to acquiesce so readily. Shen Miao had always been timid, previously clinging to Shen Yu and Shen Qing, and it was presumed that she would resist the notion of a separate carriage. Yet, unexpectedly, she did not voice any objections. This turn of events rendered Wan Yun's preparations seemingly unnecessary. If there were no further matters, Shen Miao decided to make her way to the carriage. She offered a courteous salute to the 4 individuals before stepping into her own carriage. The carriage was spacious, though it did not possess the exquisite charm of Ren Wanyun's. Gu Yu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "It is one thing to let the young lady sit alone in the carriage, but to even allow someone to sit behind her, what intentions lie behind this?" Jingzhe cast a worried glance at Shen Miao, a silent sigh escaping her lips. Shen Miao's gaze was heavy as she stared at the preserved fruits on the small table, her hand gradually tightening into a fist. Was this a deliberate effort to save face for the main house, to create distance and render her a laughingstock, thereby tarnishing Shen Xian's reputation? She was eager to witness who would ultimately bear the burden of distress. Chapter 25. Derision. The Chrysanthemum Banquet was hosted at Yanbei Hall, not far from the residence of Prince Gong. This hall was originally established by the founding Empress of the Mingxi dynasty, and it occupies a meticulously cultivated garden spanning several thousand acres. The architecture is grand and exquisite. Had it not been situated so far from the city, the Empress might have transformed it into a corner of the palace. Nevertheless, nestled between mountains and water, it serves as a splendid retreat for enjoying the scenery. Particularly in October, when various chrysanthemums bloom in competition, it resembles a celestial realm, thanks to dedicated caretakers who manage the cultivation of rare chrysanthemum seeds. The ambience here is undeniably refined. The journey from the Shen residence to Yanbei Hall takes roughly an hour by horse-drawn carriage, prompting the preparation of snacks and refreshments to stave off hunger. Gu Yu opened the basket given by Granny Gui and suggested to Shen Miao, "Miss, perhaps you should eat something. The journey is long, and sustenance will provide you with strength." Shen Miao gazed at the contents of the basket. Icy goat cheese, scallion rolls, spicy oil-coated meat. Each item appeared enticing, vibrant in color and fragrant in aroma. However, the overpowering flavors of these delicacies, especially the icy cheese and spicy meat, pose a risk of staining her lips, and a careless moment could mar her attire. Granny Gui had indeed put great thought into these provisions. The intrigues among the women in the inner chambers often involve subtle sabotage, but Shen Miao had faced the rivalry of consorts in the Mingxi harem, where the stakes were considerably higher. Such trivial maneuvers were beneath her notice. She shook her head, instructing Gu Yu to close the box and address Jingzhe. "No need for that. Jingzhe has something here." Jingzhe cautiously retrieved a small cloth pouch from behind her. Inside were delicate pastries, crafted with care. Shen Miao, wary of the Shen household's kitchen, had persuaded Jingzhe to procure these treats from an external source. The steward, assuming Jingzhe was simply indulgent, had raised no objections, albeit surprised that a maid would splurge on delicacies from Guangfu Restaurant, one of the most esteemed pastry shops in the capital, beloved even by the palace's consorts. In her previous life, Shen Miao had little interest in Guangfu's pastries, but Wan Yu was utterly enamored, finding her day incomplete without them. At that moment, the pastries were no larger than Shen Miao's fingertip, fashioned into charming floral shapes, both pitiable and delightful. She shared some with Gu Yu and Jingzhe, who hesitated at first, but upon seeing Shen Miao's insistence, they accepted the offering cautiously. After tasting, they exclaimed, "Miss, these pastries are truly delicious." Shen Miao smiled faintly. In truth, no matter how exquisite the pastries were, their appeal lay in their delicate craftsmanship. as young women often favored visually pleasing items. When Wan Yu was to be wed, she had even spent lavishly to secure a renowned pastry chef from Guangfu, hoping that in the cold, harsh lands of the Xiongnu, Wan Yu could still savor her favorite treats. Who could have foreseen that midway through, Wan Yu would meet her untimely demise, with Shen Miao never even having seen her remains? Shen Miao closed her eyes. Wan Yu's betrothal had been instigated by Madame Mei, colluding with the Chun family, but it was Fu Xiaoyi who had given the orders. In this life, none of those responsible for Wan Yu's death would escape. She would ensure that those who had wronged Wan Yu would pay 1,000-fold in retribution. As Gu Yu savored her delicacies, she glanced up to find Shen Miao beside her, her gaze as cold and resolute as that of a noble woman accustomed to making hard decisions from a position of power. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yu discerned a haunting resemblance to Shen Xian, a man who had witnessed bloodshed on the battlefield, his temperament imbued with an innate ferocity when provoked. Shen Miao's expression mirrored that of Shen Xian, causing Gu Yu to nearly choke on her treat as she struggled to swallow, cautiously inquiring, "Is something amiss, my lady?" "No," Shen Miao replied, her eyes lowered. "I am merely contemplating certain matters. Today's chrysanthemum banquet and the examination will also see the presence of Fu Xiaoyi. Not only Fu Xiaoyi, but also several of his brothers. Among the 9 princes, each possesses unique merits, naturally forming their own factions. Fu Xiaoyi presents himself as the most innocuous, aligning himself with the Crown Prince's camp. Yet who can foresee that the Crown Prince might be deposed, with Fu Xiaoyi named as the heir instead? I did not intend to assist the Crown Prince. The Ming-Chi royal family is renowned for their ruthlessness. They regard the aristocratic families who fought for their ancestors' empire as mere age hounds. Initially, these hounds aided them in securing their heirs, but now that the heirs are safely within their grasp, they fear the hounds may turn against them. Thus, they squeeze the last drop of blood from the hounds before slaughtering them. In a world devoid of benevolence, where the heir is unjust, why demand loyalty from all? Perhaps it is better to witness dogs turning on one another. No? A slight smirk graced Shen Miao's lips. At this moment, the Yinbei Hall had already welcomed numerous esteemed families. Although today's examination did not distinguish between genders, the banquet still segregated guests into male and female sections. On the male side, young lads mingled with their fathers, naturally forming connections among the noble families. These young men would one day succeed their fathers and should, therefore, cultivate friendships. The women, however, were less animated, often gathering to exchange pleasantries. Thus, the young ladies typically had a set group of friends. A few familiar faces congregated, their conversation filled with both anxiety and anticipation for the day as chrysanthemum banquet. Occasionally, they would steal glances at the young gentleman across the hall whom they admired. Ipalon fiddled with the flowers on the small table, asking, "Are you confident about today's examination?" "I am not," replied a lady beside her with a laugh. "With so many present and my unremarkable abilities, I truly fear it. I only hope I am not called upon, nor that anyone chooses me to go on stage. I seek no glory, merely to avoid disgrace." Ipalon pouted slightly. "At the very least, you should give a try. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince will also be here today, and Isnt, the young master of the Li family present as well. His eloquence is outstanding. Surely he will take the stage. Shouldn't you seize this opportunity to shine?" The girl playfully nudged Ipalon, a hint of shyness on her face. "Don't be ridiculous." Jiang Shaoxian chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, by way, do not be afraid. Even if you were to falter, you could always rely on Shen's 5th son to cushion the blow. Surely, you are better than her." "Quite right." Ipalon laughed, her demeanor lightening. "Every year, Isnt Shen Wu tasked with bringing laughter. It is quite the task for her to show her face annually. The thought of her performing her antics again this year makes me want to laugh. I wonder what sort of attire she will don this time. Perhaps something as horrifyingly flamboyant as last year's vivid crimson paired with a deep purplish-red hairpin." A few young maidens erupted into fits of giggles. "Enough already," one of them interjected, only for Feng Anning to suddenly speak up. "Is it truly amusing?" Ipalon was taken aback for a moment and then replied, "Feng Anning, you seem rather peculiar lately. Have you become friendly with that fool?" Feng Anning's expression darkened with anger, poised to retort, when someone from the other side announced, "Ah, the Madam of the Shen family has arrived." Chapter 26. Astonishing Madam Yi, the mother of Yi Peilon, enjoyed a close friendship with Ren Wanyan. Meanwhile, Master Yi and Shan Gui supported each other in their official duties, and occasionally, Ren Wanyan would take Shen Qing to visit the Yi residence. Among them, Yi Peilon shared the strongest bond with Shen Qing and had a decent rapport with Shen Yu as well. The women present turned their attention toward the men seated on the opposite side. Recently, Shen Gui and Shen Wan had been preoccupied with political affairs, rendering them unable to attend. However, the interest of the attendees was not solely directed at the two men. Regardless, the esteemed General Shen Xian held a significant reputation in the court. During the reign of the late emperor, the Shen family enjoyed considerable privileges, embodying the phrase, "close to the Son of Heaven." Those who wielded military power possessed the authority to speak. Therefore, even though Shen Xian spent most of his time away from the capital, the mere mention of the Shen family invoked respect. Shen Gui and Shan Wan's smooth sailing in the court was also bolstered by their elder brother's influence. To the male guests, the Shen family represented a powerful household and a formidable military presence, whereas the women viewed them with a sense of amusement. The older ladies maintained a facade of politeness despite their inner disdain, but the younger ones were less restrained. Perhaps jealousy is an inherent trait of humanity. Shen Xian had only one legitimate daughter, Shen Miao, whose status was inherently elevated. One could argue that her standing rivaled that of princess. Yet, this genuine highborn maiden was, regrettably, a complete fool, ignorant, timid, and foolishly infatuated with the crown Prince Fuxiu Yi, leading to numerous embarrassing incidents. Sadly, this was common knowledge throughout the court. In the presence of her two remarkable cousins, Shen Miao appeared even more like a country bumpkin. One could only wonder what spectacle awaited today, especially with His Highness the Crown Prince in attendance. Shen Miao must surely be preparing for her exquisite appearance. Yi Peilon sitiflet alaf. Do you not find it even more amusing during the verification process? With Shen Miao's dim-witted nature, she is bound to presume herself capable of taking the stage. And that will be the true highlight. Jiang Shaoxian joined in her laughter. Bai Wei sighed and shook her head dramatically. I cannot fathom what sins General Shen committed in his past life to have such a daughter. Just as she spoke, a maid from Yambitang entered, leading a procession. At the forefront were Ren Wanyan and Chen Ruoqiu. Ren Wanyan, adorned in an opulent long robe embellished with floral patterns and gold thread, exuded an air of wealth and dignity, her figure accentuated by her refined appearance. In contrast, Chen Ruoqiu, despite Shenyu being 16, still resembled a young matron in her shallow green skirt with a pipa collar, radiating the gentle elegance of a woman from a scholarly family. Trailing behind them were Shenyu and Shen Qing. Shenyu wore a pale pink long skirt made of feathered gauze, her long hair styled into a celestial bun, adorned with exquisite pink pearls that caught the light, drawing everyone's gaze. Beside her, Shen Qing donned a vibrant peach-colored dress, bright and cheerful, styled in a floral bun that complemented her vivacious demeanor. The emerald bracelet on her wrist gleamed brightly, a clear indication of its extraordinary quality. Both young ladies, with their inherent beauty and opulent attire, captured the attention of many young men present. At the gentlemen's table, a man couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The daughters of the Shen family are truly striking in appearance." Another, Kai Lin, who had just spotted his beloved Shen Yu, felt a surge of delight and teasingly retorted, "But there is also the daughter of General Shen, now that one is truly beautiful." The gentleman, seemingly oblivious to the rumors circulating outside, was unaware of the comments regarding Shen Miao. Upon hearing Kai Lin's words, he assumed them to be true and replied, "The daughter of General Shen must certainly be exceptional." Kai Lin let out a chuckle and gestured towards Shen Yu and her companions, saying, "But that is not." His words trailed off as he swallowed them back. Behind Shen Qing and Shen Yu, there walked another figure. She did not accompany them, but lingered behind, appearing somewhat out of place. Although one might expect her to seem disheartened and timid, she bore an air of quiet dignity. Clad in a dress of dark cloud-patterned silk in a crescent moontail skirt, adorned with large, blossoming begonia flowers. It seemed as if they bloomed beneath her feet. With each step she took, she moved gracefully, her attire swaying with an enchanting charm. Perhaps feeling the chill, she draped a lotus-blue cloak over her shoulders, which subdued the vibrant floral patterns, imparting an unexpected sense of authority. As she approached, the crowd could finally discern her features. She was a girl of about 14 or 15, her hair styled in a simple hanging cloud bun, with a single silver hairpin inserted at an angle, blooming with a delicate autumn begonia at its tip, adding a striking brightness against her dark attire. Her complexion was fair, and the lotus blue dress accentuated her porcelain skin. Her eyes were clear and bright, reminiscent of a young beast, and her lips bore a subtle smile that seemed more wistful than joyful. Her nose was petite with a slightly rounded tip, and her mouth was rosy, contributing to an overall endearing visage. However, upon seeing her, no one would mistake her for a mere girl. Some are naturally beautiful yet lack grace, while others, though not conventionally attractive, possess an enchanting aura. This girl, with her delicate and charming features, might not be termed stunningly beautiful, yet her presence was undeniably captivating. She exuded an innate nobility and poise that commanded respect, leaving no room for frivolous thoughts. Her gait was distinguished, her chin slightly raised. The hem of her skirt remained perfectly still, and her hands were gracefully folded, neither rigid nor casual, suggesting that this was a gesture perfected over countless repetitions, executed with flawless precision. This noble aura and an inherent sense of authority enveloped her, rendering her not merely a girl of 14 or 15, but rather a woman forged through trials, standing in a position of great esteem. In contrast, Shen Yu, Shun Qing, Ren Wanyun, and Chinruochio had unwittingly become mere embellishments to this girl, akin to four handmaidens in her presence. And the one who walked at the rear was unmistakably their mistress. "Who is she?" Ipelon murmured, captivated despite being a woman herself. "How could one so young possess such gravitas? Is she a guest of the Shen family?" Bai Wei inquired. "She seems unfamiliar to me." The male guests sat in profound silence, their gazes fixed upon the young lady, yet their scrutiny diverged from that of the women. All present were individuals of the officialdom, adept at discerning the uniqueness of this maiden, not merely in her appearance, but in her demeanor. It was a tranquility born from weathering life's tempests, an aristocratic bearing that radiated an inherent disdain. She resembled a leopard amidst a flock of sheep, exuding an air of dissonance. Could this truly be the daughter of General Shun? The gentleman who had previously conversed with Kai Lin displayed a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Truly, what a remarkable beauty, what exquisite demeanor. The prodigy surpasses the master. Shen Miao. Kai Lin was taken aback. As he focused intently, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it really Shen Miao?" A single revelation sent ripples through the assembly, plunging the room into a momentary hush, quickly followed by an uproar. Chapter 27. Prince Yu and Shen Miao. Feng Anning could not help but be taken aback. She and Shen Miao shared a table at Guangwen Hall. Thus, she had a clearer view than others. It was indeed Shen Miao. In recent days, Shen Miao had adopted a much quieter demeanor, although she had always been reserved. She no longer trailed behind Shen Yu and Shen Qing, uttering foolish and ignorant remarks. Her newfound tranquility was rather appealing. Feng Anning thought Shen Miao had merely become more astute, but she did not expect that in such a formal attire, she would appear so strikingly beautiful. Having recently recovered from an illness due to a near-drowning incident, she had lost some weight. Upon closer inspection, her chin seemed slightly sharper, making her appear more like a 14-year-old budding beauty than the 11 or 12-year-old girl she once was. It was as if a once cowering cub of a fierce beast, after a long slumber, had finally revealed its claws for the first time. Pei Xiaocai was also present among the male guests. Though he was currently just a scholar at Guangwen Hall, people respected the talented, and he held a considerable position among the officials. At such a young age, with such talent, if he were to enter the court, he would surely be capable of attaining a significant office. Those in the political arena are astute. They understand the importance of laying the groundwork for the future, and Pei Lang might very well rise to prominence one day. Shen Miao's gaze swept over the male guests and lingered for a moment on Pei Lang. She was aware that during today's examination, despite Pei Lang being just a scholar, there were overconfident students who dared to challenge him. His essay on Xing Lu Su was eloquently composed, well-reasoned, and caught the attention of Fu Xiui on that very day. Subsequently, to recruit this talent, Fu Xiui made numerous gestures of respect towards him and eventually secured Pei Lang as a formidable ally. This matter must never occur in her lifetime. Pei Lang sensed the girl's gaze upon him, scrutinizing him as if she were a beast evaluating the worth of its prey, which stirred an unusual feeling within him. He returned her gaze, but Shen Miao had already turned her head away. The adults nearby were praising. The general's legitimate daughter is still quite young yet possesses such demeanor. She shall undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with in the future. One young man in blue remarked, "How come I never noticed before? Shen Miao is indeed a beauty." Young men, when observing girls, often focused solely on their looks. What a pity she is a fool. After a brief moment of astonishment, Kai Lin regained his composure and was displeased that everyone was admiring Shen Miao while neglecting Shen Yu. Thus he huffed, "You are the fool." A sudden voice erupted beside him, startling Kai Lin. He turned to see a chubby little boy in soft satin red clothing glaring at him with an indignant expression. Though still short, he exuded an imposing presence. "Forgive me," said the young man in green who had rushed over, smiling amiably at Kai Lin. "My younger brother is being rude." Kai Lin was about to retort, but upon realizing that the other party was Su Mingfeng, the heir of Pingnan Marquis, and that the chubby boy was Su Minglang, he swallowed his words. Su Mingfeng was a close friend of Xie Jingxing. Who would dare provoke him? "Brother." Su Minglang tugged at Su Mingfeng's sleeve. "That sister is so beautiful. You should marry her and make her your sister-in-law." Su Mingfeng's lips tightened slightly. Fortunately, Su Minglang's voice was barely audible, and no one around could hear. He leaned in slightly and inquired, "Does the second brother know Miss Shun?" "I do not." Su Minglang replied innocently, playing with his fingers. Consequently, Su Mingfeng fell silent. Shen Miao followed behind Ren Wanyun and her entourage, making her way to the ladies' section. Typically, the ladies would seat themselves according to their familiarity with one another, and the young women would do the same. However, Shen Miao usually spent her time either at Guangwen Hall or within the Shen residence. It was needless to say that Shen Yu and Shen Qing were not inclined to befriend her, and no one at Guangwen Hall wished to associate with her either. Yet, she bore no resentment or fear. Instead, she calmly found a seat for herself. She was not intimidated by the isolation from these young women. Rather, she relished the tranquility it afforded her. The young ladies, envious of Shen Miao's distinct attire, wished to see her falter and deliberately ignored her. However, they noticed that she sat alone without appearing desolate. The table was adorned with a chessboard and playing cards to alleviate the boredom of the young women. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up the pieces from the chess basket and began to play a solitary game. Though she was unskilled in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting, her previous disdain stemmed from the deliberate teachings of the second and third households. After marrying Fu Xiuqi, she had little time to learn. Thus, upon returning from the Qin kingdom, she felt a twinge of inferiority when faced with the graceful and talented Madame Mei. The concubines in the palace compared her to Madame Mei, labeling her a crude woman from a military family, devoid of grace and refinement. And it was no wonder that Fu Xiuqi overlooked her as the Empress. Nonetheless, one need not be an expert in chess to play. Although she lacked proficiency, she had studied military strategy extensively for Fu Xiuqi during those years in the Qin kingdom. While she could not play chess, she understood the art of war, which was akin to strategic gameplay. The daughters of noble families observed her from a distance, noting her calm demeanor and the air of indifference that distinctly set her apart from the others, as if she were elevated above them. "The fifth miss seems to have changed quite a bit," remarked Lady Yi with a smile, turning to Ren Wanyan. "It appears she's grown into quite the young lady." She refrained from stating that Shen Miao seemed to outshine both Shen Yu and Shen Qing, opting instead to subtly remind Ren Wanyan. Ren Wanyan was not oblivious. She was adept at reading the room. As they walked, it was clear that the gazes of those present were not directed toward her or Shen Yu and Shen Qing, but rather fixated on the last arrival, Shen Miao. Her teeth clenched in anger. It seemed Shen Miao had indeed made an effort to attract the attention of the esteemed Prince Ding, competing with her own Qing'er for favor. Raising her teacup, she smiled brightly at the gentleman's section opposite her, saying, "Indeed, we are not young anymore." The old lady dotes on little Fifth. She told me to keep an eye out for suitable suitors since the elder uncle is away. Beside her, Chen Ruochio's gaze shifted. Keep an eye out? Shen Yu and Shen Qing were older than Shen Miao, yet they were to find a match for her. It was evident that this was not due to the old lady's benevolence. She harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the first household and would never allow Shen Miao to gain an advantage. Chen Ruochio's gaze fell upon Shen Qing, who was engaged in conversation with Yi Peilon. It appeared that Ren Wanyan was eager to settle Shen Miao's marriage before Shen Xian returned. Was it because Shen Qing harbored affections for the Duke of Ding? Was she intent on eliminating this significant threat to Shen Qing's prospects? While pondering this, a commotion arose from the male guest table, and Madame Jiang announced, "The Prince of Yu has arrived." Shen Miao, who was holding the chess piece, momentarily halted her movement, and the white piece immediately fell onto the board. She raised her eyes towards the male guest table, her expression strikingly serene. The Prince of Yu, the lame widower whom the late Lady Shan had wished for her to marry in her previous life, notorious for his lasciviousness and cruelty, was now 42 years old. Had she not been infatuated with Fu Xiao Yi and eloped to find companionship, she might have become just another lifeless relic in the Prince of Yu's mansion. Chapter 28. The return of the imperial lady. As I returned, I noticed a middle-aged man approaching from a distance. Unlike the other officials and young gentlemen who were seated together, he occupied a designated position far from them. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, had a gaunt and menacing visage, clad in an opulent long robe of pine resin color, signifying great wealth, yet he bore only one leg. He was none other than the current emperor's younger brother, Prince Yu. Prince Yu, a full-blooded sibling of the emperor, had once saved the emperor's life from the hands of an assassin in their youth, resulting in an injury that necessitated the amputation of his left leg, rendering him a cripple. Following this traumatic event, Prince Yu underwent a profound transformation in temperament, becoming cruel and fierce, with a cantankerous disposition. He amassed a harem of concubines, and while the general populace remained unaware of the sordid details, the royal family was all too cognizant of his sordid proclivities, with countless women falling victim to his whims. The princess consort of Prince Yu had passed away 7 years prior under rather mysterious circumstances. Regrettably, both the emperor and the empress dowager shielded Prince Yu from scrutiny, leaving the princess's family to endure their suffering in silence. Recently, however, word had spread from the prince's residence that he intended to take a new consort. The news ignited much speculation throughout the capital. Given Prince Yu's esteemed status and the favor he enjoyed from the emperor and empress dowager, any potential consort would need to come from an equally esteemed family. Families of high renown, genuinely caring for their daughters, would naturally hesitate to allow their daughters to enter such a den of wolves. Conversely, there were those who viewed their daughters merely as bargaining chips, eager to exchange them for wealth and prestige, even at the cost of their lives. Consider the previous princess consort's family. Despite losing a daughter, they flourished under the emperor's compensatory patronage. As my gaze drifted from Prince Yu to the noble ladies section, it landed on Ren Wanyan. Indeed, I observed a flicker of brightness in her countenance as she remarked to Madame Yi, "His Majesty truly treats His Highness Prince Yu exceptionally well." Being well acquainted with the intrigues of the inner court, Madame Yi promptly grasped Ren Wanyan's intentions. Although she held some disdain for Ren Wanyan's ruthlessness, her own husband was aligned with the Shen family. Thus she felt compelled to support Ren Wanyan, responding with a smile. Indeed, though he may be of advanced age, he undoubtedly possesses a caring nature. Chen Ruochio, seated nearby, lowered her head, slowly savoring her pastries. Yet her smile bore an unusual quality. Caring? No one would wish for their daughter to wed a crippled widower, regardless of his ability to care or his immense power. It would be akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. Pondering this, she turned her gaze back to Shen Miao. Shen Miao patiently focused on her chess pieces, methodically placing each one in accordance with the unfolding game, seemingly oblivious to those around her. A sudden sense of uncertainty gripped Chen Ruoqiu since Shen Miao's awakening post-drowning. She seemed transformed, perhaps manifesting the fierce spirit of the Shen lineage. The Shen family was known for their fiery temperaments. Should Shen Miao discover Ren Wanyan's scheme, would she acquiesce without resistance? Lost in thought, she noticed Shen Miao, seemingly aware of her scrutiny, lifting her gaze to meet hers with an expression of utter indifference. It was the golden autumn of October, and in that instant, Chen Ruoqiu felt her heart plunge into icy despair. Shen Miao lowered her head once more, her focus returning to the chessboard before her. In her previous life, during the Golden Chrysanthemum Banquet, she had made a fool of herself, and upon returning home, Ren Wanyan brought up the prospect of a marriage proposal from the Prince of Yu to Madame Shen. Ren Wanyan remarked, "Little Five's conduct is lacking in every respect, and she has brought shame upon the Shen family. Which noble family would wish to marry a girl like her? Yet, with the Prince of Yu's proposal, should she accept, she would become a princess, under the protection of His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress. That would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Though her leg is weak and she is somewhat advanced in years, our little Five possesses no exceptional qualities, so it would not be a loss for her." Her words, though eloquently expressed, were laced with malice. She later learned of this venomous dialogue by bribing a maid from Rongjing Hall. Madame Shen already harbored deep-seated hatred for the main branch of the family. Shen Exen, the child of the first wife, had been favored by the late Mr. Shen during his lifetime, which incited jealousy in his second wife. After enduring great hardship, she finally outlived Mr. Shen. Yet Shen Exen, having distinguished himself in military achievements, remained untouchable. Unable to move against Shen Exen, she could always target Shen Miao. For a woman, nothing is more tormenting than an unfavorable marriage. Madame Shen and Ren Wanyan quickly conspired to send someone to the Prince of Yu's residence to propose this matter. Shen Miao, feeling a mix of anger and fear, was infatuated with Fu Xiui at that time. Resolute in her decision, she packed her belongings and sought refuge at the residence of the Duke of Ding that very night, disregarding her reputation and deliberately allowing news of her plight to spread. She thought that since her reputation was already tarnished, it would be better to become a concubine of the Duke of Ding than to marry into the Prince of Yu's household. This caused uproar from Madame Shen, who was incensed. Although Fu Xiui was displeased, he treated her with a measure of respect, perhaps recognizing the value of the Shen family's military power. While he was not particularly warm towards Shen Miao, he did not oppose her actions. Later, when Shen Exen returned to the capital at the year's end, he was met with the shocking reality that many daughters of the capital had taken matters into their own hands. He was both astonished and furious. Yet Shen Miao protested by refusing to eat. Ultimately, Shen Exen, despite his military accomplishments, managed to secure for her the title of Princess of Ding. However, no one anticipated that this was merely the beginning of a true nightmare. Shen Miao closed her eyes. It seemed that all her past mistakes began from this day, a day destined to become a pivotal moment in her current life. Those who owed her, it was time for them to prepare to repay their debts. "Hey, what fun is there for one person?" A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Feng Anning had approached her, looking somewhat awkward, and sat down opposite her. "How about a game of chess? But do you know how to play?" Feng Anning glanced down at the chessboard, initially speaking without intention, but upon closer inspection, a flicker of interest sparked within her. After observing for a while, she could not discern the method of play and inquired, "What kind of game is this? I have never seen anything like it." "This is not chess," Shen Miao smiled. "This is war." "What? You cannot see it now," Shen Miao replied calmly. "In this game, the true nature reveals itself only when one swallows the pieces at the end. It is akin to a net tightly woven, ensnaring all without escape." Feng Anning shivered slightly. "What are you saying? That sounds rather eerie." She suddenly brightened upon noticing the men's table and mischievously glanced at Shen Miao. "Look, His Royal Highness the Duke has arrived." At the noble table, the esteemed Prince Fu Xiui donned a resplendent long robe adorned with golden embroidery and a deep blue hue, complemented by jade coronet and emerald boots, exuding an air of grandeur. His strikingly handsome visage was paired with an imposing yet composed demeanor. Yet his actions were marked by a warmth that belied his royal status. As he traversed the hall, gasps of awe erupted from the ladies' section. Shen Miao lowered her gaze. Her fingers clenched tightly within her palm. A decade of companionship and unwavering support had yielded naught but a strip of white silk and a legacy drenched in blood. Even the lives of her beloved children had been cruelly extinguished as a result. The exterior of this man radiated benevolence. Yet within lay a heart as ruthless as it was cunning. His apparent justice cloaked a merciless soul. In her previous life, he had granted her a complete corpse. In this life and the next, she vowed that he would meet a fate devoid of any remnants. Fu Xiui, I have returned. Chapter 29. Bewilderment at the Royal Banquet. Apart from the Prince of Ding, only the Crown Prince and the Princes of Zhou and Jing, Fu Xion and Fu Xiuxian, were present. The Crown Prince was unwell and would not attend such gatherings. Both the Princes of Zhou and Jing were born of the favored consort Su, and they were both extraordinarily talented. The Prince of Zhou was openly arrogant, while the Prince of Jing was reserved yet shrewd. Both eyed the throne with keen interest, aware that the Crown Prince's frail condition might lead the Emperor to eventually appoint another heir. Consort Su was deeply favored by the Emperor, which rendered the Prince of Ding's mother, Consort Dong, comparatively subdued. Had it not been for the Prince of Ding's commendable qualities, one might fear he could barely maintain his position among the four consorts. In the previous life, the Princes of Zhou and Jing were embroiled in the struggle for the throne, but had lowered their guard against the Prince of Ding. Primarily, Fu Xiui was close with the Crown Prince, constantly accompanying him, personally seeking rare medicinal herbs for him, which pleased the Empress greatly. Consequently, others perceived the Prince of Ding merely as the Crown Prince's subordinate. Additionally, Fu Xiui maintained a lofty demeanor, disdaining courtly affairs, while Consort Dong, being cautious by nature, spent her days in prayer and lacked a powerful familial support. Thus, many presumed the Prince of Ding would not stir much turmoil. Yet in truth, it was precisely Fu Xiui, whom they underestimated, who ultimately ascended to the dragon throne. Shen Miao idly toyed with a leaf-shaped token, reflecting that from the moment of his birth, Fu Xiui had been dealt a poor hand, leading everyone to believe he was destined for early elimination. Little did they realize that he had never intended to play the cards in his hand. His fate lay in the hands of others, and what he sought was to seize control. Why do you remain so unresponsive? Noticing her silence and the absence of any affection in her gaze towards Fu Xiui, Feng Anning found it peculiar. Do you not admire him? Shen Miao lifted her gaze to meet hers. Feng Anning felt a chill as that sharp glance sent a shiver down her spine, almost compelling her to kneel. She was uncertain of the source of her feelings, but instinctively recognized that her previous comment had displeased Shen Miao. After a brief pause, she remarked, "In truth, I do not hold him in high regard. How could there exist a being so perfect? It seems unreal." This time, Shen Miao regarded Feng Anning with genuine seriousness. She was taken aback that this spoiled young lady could perceive such nuances. Countless individuals were enamored with Fu Xiui's appearance. If he wished, he could easily captivate every maiden present. Yet, here was an exception, one who stood apart. "Ah, it appears you harbor affections for someone," Shen Miao remarked leisurely. What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng Anning's cheeks flushed crimson. "Do not slander the innocent." Shen Miao chose not to engage further. She had no inclination to pry into the thoughts of a young girl. She had her own matters to attend to. As guests mingled, the invitations for the chrysanthemum banquet had nearly all been collected, and the assembly was expected to be complete soon. At the base of the Yinbei Hall, a grand high platform had been erected. The stage, resembling a theatrical setting, did not come across as vulgar, for it was a site where the late emperor had once performed heavenly rites. It was a high platform imbued with the essence of a true dragon. Flanking it were chess pieces and soldiers in formal attire, their heads wrapped in red cloth, beating drums with fervor. The resounding drums echoed through the heavens, while the musicians skillfully played the guzheng, performing the song of the worthy. This melody symbolized the royal yearning for talent. As today's validation was meant to select the true paragons of the realm for the Mingqi dynasty. The music, imbued with a unique grandeur, stirred the hearts of the audience, most of whom were young men, brimming with youthful fervor. They were nearly swept away by the melody, longing to showcase their talents before all, aspiring to carve a brilliant future for themselves in the Mingqi court and to leave an indelible mark in history. Even the young ladies could not conceal their excitement. Though they were not permitted to attend court like their male counterparts, their fathers and brothers were pillars of the nation. Their noble lineage filled them with pride, and under the royal favor, they felt immense gratitude. Amidst the palpable excitement and reverence enveloping the crowd, there was but one individual whose gaze remained cold and unyielding. Shen Miao's attention was fixed on the central figure playing the instrument. The Mingqi royal family delighted in such displays, igniting the patriotic fervor of the young men and manipulating them to serve the decaying monarchy. Yet once the realm was stabilized, those who had risked their lives for the state often met tragic fates. Like the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Each new emperor would eliminate the remnants of the previous regime, especially those who had witnessed the sordid power struggles and bloodshed of the dynasty. How could the royal family trust such individuals to rise in ranks? The exhilarating melodies would ultimately transform into funeral dirges, and those fervently devoted youths would fall prey to the treacherous intrigues of the court, becoming innocent victims of their own loyalty. While she could not save the world, she could save herself. Shen Miao gently raised her hand, and the corner of her sleeve brushed against the table, sending a bowl of clear tea crashing to the ground with a sharp sound that resonated throughout the hall. It was a noise that should have gone unnoticed, yet, when juxtaposed with the rhythmic music, it was as if a single thread among neatly arranged silks had been violently pulled, disrupting the harmony of the others. The sudden cacophony shattered the tempo of the performance. Like awakening from a profound dream, Feng Anning snapped back to reality, only to see Shen Miao calmly picking up the fallen teacup, offering a slight smile. "My apologies, I lost my grip." The musician, fervently striking the strings in a passionate rhythm, felt as if his head might explode from the shock. This particular piece had been learned from a foreigner who had brought it to Mingqi, possessing a hint of enchantment. It stirred the emotions within the listeners, magnifying their martial spirit and loyalty. Once the piece concluded, the fervent loyalty of some might dangerously morph into blind allegiance. The true peril of such music was something Shen Miao would only come to comprehend later, when she became Empress. The Mingqi royal family employed such melodies to beguile the youth, compelling them to sacrifice their lives in fervent devotion. During the initial incursions of the Xiongnu, the royal court stationed a considerable number of imperial guards to defend the capital and recruited fresh soldiers for the frontier. In doing so, they summoned these musicians to perform fervently on stage. A wave of young men, some scarcely past their coming of age, enlisted without a backward glance. However, with Shen Miao's sudden interjection, the musicians' vigor waned considerably, and the final strains of music lost their earlier fervor, devolving into mere commonplace melodies. The fervent passion that had enraptured the audience gradually dissipated, restoring an air of tranquility. Nonetheless, Shen Miao's actions had indeed captured the attention of certain individuals. Among the male guests, Fu Xiaoyi and Pei Lang turned their gaze toward her. Chapter 30. The drawing of lots. Fu Xiaoyi, being of royal descent, was naturally well aware of the intricacies of the imperial court. The crisp sound of the teacup shattering seemed casual, yet disrupted the rhythm of the musicians on stage, halting the enchanting melodies. He was keen to discern the instigator behind this disruption. Fu Xiaoyi himself was a cautious and suspicious individual, and he did not believe the interruption was unintentional. The girl in the purple attire was resting her chin on her hand, conversing with those nearby. Her demeanor was indifferent. From afar, she exuded an indescribable grace that distinctly separated her from the surrounding crowd. "Whom is the ninth brother observing?" asked Wang Fu Xiang, following Fu Xiaoyi's gaze and revealing an understanding smile. "Among us brothers, only the ninth brother remains unmarried. Hasn't our father mentioned several times the matter of selecting a bride for him? The young lady appears to be from a respectable family. She seems quite admirable. Does anyone recognize her? She is the fifth miss of the Wu Wei general's household, a student of mine," Pei Lang replied from a short distance away. "The fifth miss of the Wu Wei general's household?" Jing Wang Fu Xiaoshuan, possessing a sharp memory, recalled her name, perhaps due to Shen Miao's considerable reputation, which even the royal family could not overlook. Isn't she the legitimate daughter of General Shen Xian? I believe her name is Shen Miao. How could it be Shen Miao? Fu Xiang chuckled dismissively. The entire capital knows of Shen Miao's pursuit of our ninth brother. Just the other day, she even fell into the water to catch a glimpse of him. If the ninth brother truly held affection for Shen Miao, would he need to go through such trouble? Besides, Shen Miao is quite the simpleton. Look at that lady across the way. Her demeanor is calm and noble. How could she possibly be Shen Miao? Fourth brother. Tread carefully. Xiui harbors no such intentions. Fu Xiui interjected, shaking his head while his gaze drifted back to the girl in purple seated among the ladies. He was not without astonishment. In his eyes, Shen Miao was no different from the other girls who admired him. Those who sought his favor at least feigned modesty and understood the nuances of etiquette, whereas Shen Miao would likely only gaze at him foolishly, knowing nothing else. He certainly would not be drawn to someone regarded as a joke throughout the capital. Were it not for Shen Xian, he would have made his disdain abundantly clear. In his recollection, Shen Miao was always clad in garish red and green garments, fond of gold adornments, and liberally applying rouge and powder to her face, resembling a comical figure from a rural opera stage. Yet the young woman before him in purple attire, with skin as smooth as cream and elegantly delicate features, emanated an air of nobility that set her apart from the other women. How could she possibly be Shen Miao? He was not the only one bewildered. Pei Lang shared in the confusion. Having taught Shen Miao for 2 years, he was undoubtedly more acquainted with her than Fu Xiui. While attire could be altered, the essence of a person remained unchanged. As a scholar, Pei Lang placed great importance on demeanor, and it was unfathomable that Shen Miao could undergo such a transformation overnight. He had not considered the earlier incident with the teacup, although he had sensed something was amiss in the music. He had thought it implausible for a young girl to discern the underlying issue. Moreover, Shen Miao has never been a virtuoso in the art of music. As the crowd contemplated their thoughts, the musicians on stage concluded their performance. The examination was about to commence. This year's assessment differed from those of previous years. It disregarded gender distinctions, categorizing participants solely into literary and martial disciplines. Although the Guangwen Hall mandated that students excel in both fields, traditionally, women seldom opted for martial studies over the past century. Within the literary category, the subjects of strategy, contemporary essays, and classical texts were predominantly mastered by men. This is primarily because these 3 subjects serve as pathways for the imperial court to select talent. As a certain dignitary once remarked, the examination for jinshi often begets ministers and high-ranking officials, all of whom are distinguished. The martial category required tests in horseback riding, archery, and other physical trials. However, it was not a genuine martial examination, as military drills and specific arenas were not necessary. Most women typically focused on the 4 literary disciplines of poetry, lyricism, prose, and composition. This was an unspoken tradition. Even though the customs of the Mingqi state could be considered somewhat progressive, women were still held to much stricter standards. This sentiment was not exclusive to Mingqi. It was a commonality across nearly all nations. Women were expected to remain at home, supporting their husbands and educating their children, while indulging in the arts. The evaluation in Mingqi has always been divided into 3 segments: drawing, selection, and challenge. Drawing requires every participant to randomly select their examination subject from a shuffled pool prepared by the examiners. To mitigate the risk of drawing overly challenging subjects, women exclusively drew from the literary disciplines, while men drew from both martial and literary subjects. This was an unavoidable aspect of the examination. Each year, Shen Miao faced humiliation during this phase, as she was utterly inept in poetry, lyricism, prose, and composition. The selection phase allowed participants to showcase their strengths, with individuals like Shen Yu frequently opting to perform on the guqin, while Shen Qing chose to demonstrate his skills in mathematics. The final phase, the challenge, was not about selection but confrontation. Participants could choose any student as a rival to compete in a specific skill. Such encounters often unfolded under conditions of equal standing. For someone like Shen Miao, being challenged would be an affront to one's own capabilities. Nevertheless, there were those who relished in the prospect of watching Shen Miao falter, deliberately selecting her as a competitor in past instances. The outcomes were predictable. Regardless of the skill, Shen Miao invariably faced defeat. Thus, for Shen Miao, each year's examination was a nightmarish ordeal, rendering her a laughingstock in the eyes of many. Countless days passed in this manner. This year was no different. The chief examiner on stage delivered his usual speech with great solemnity, while two others retrieved two small wooden barrels containing slips of paper. These slips bore the subjects of the examination, which the students would draw themselves. Both male and female students were required to participate. One examiner approached the male section, distributing slips to the male students, while a tall female examiner brought the barrel to the female section, allowing the female students to draw in turn. Feng Anning blinked, whispering a silent prayer. May the heavens bless me. I only hope to draw music or literature. Painting and chess are truly beyond my grasp. She glanced at Shen Miao. You appear utterly unconcerned. Could it be that you possess some secret confidence? Or perhaps you have resigned yourself to fate? Her words were not intended to be cruel. Yet Shen Miao indeed embodied the essence of a fool, utterly inept in all matters. Shen Miao remained noncommittal. Did it truly matter what she drew? In music, chess, literature, and art, she was woefully incompetent in every regard. As the wooden bucket reached Shen Miao's table, Feng Anning eagerly drew a slip. Upon extracting the paper, she hastily unfolded it and immediately sighed in relief. It's a qin. A qin. Finally. All the practice over these days has not been in vain. What did you draw, Shen Miao? Just as Shen Miao withdrew her hand from the bucket, a white slip of paper rested in her palm, folded into a long strip. She opened it to reveal a single word. Painting. Chapter 31. Do not endure. As Feng Anning stretched her neck and caught sight of the signing paper in Shen Miao's hand, she was momentarily taken aback, then asked, Can you do it? This was indeed a truthful inquiry. From the realms of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Shen Miao was utterly inept. Not only did she lack the finesse of artistry, but even a decent drawing eluded her. Noticing Shen Miao's silence, Feng Anning fell quiet as well. It is peculiar how human emotions work. Initially, she found Shen Miao unappealing, yet now, with Shen Miao's indifference towards her, Feng Anning felt a newfound inclination to converse with her. She perceived a unique aura about Shen Miao that unconsciously beckoned others closer. As they lingered in silence, Shen Yu and Shen Qing approached with an air of nonchalance. Shen Yu smiled. What is that signing paper in fifth sister's hand? Do show it to me. Perhaps I and elder sister can devise some ideas. Shen Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed. I drew a book, and my second sister drew a painting. What did you draw? Shen Miao remained silent, but Shen Yu, with a feigned casualness, reached forward and snatched the signing paper from her hand, saying, Fifth sister, do not be afraid. After all, my sisters are here, and we shall look after you. Feng Anning snorted disdainfully. Although she had previously harbored a dislike for Shen Miao, she found Shen Yu and Shen Qing equally unappealing. Her mother was formidable, and with many sisters in the household, she could easily discern who harbored ill intentions and who plotted behind the scenes. Shen Yu and Shen Qing were no different from those half-sisters vying for favor in her own home. They merely sought to highlight their own superiority by contrasting it with Shen Miao's perceived foolishness. Indeed, as soon as Shen Yu uttered those words, Ipalon, overhearing, burst into laughter. Shen Yu, why bother saying such things to her? Even if you come up with the best ideas, she likely cannot manage. Precisely. Let Shen Miao prepare on her own. Jiang Shaoxian chimed in with a laugh. Their brazen mockery did not go unnoticed by the surrounding ladies, who, while feigning ignorance, could not suppress the smirks that crept onto their lips. It was simply the norm for Shen Miao to be the subject of ridicule each year. Once accustomed to being the laughingstock, nothing felt out of the ordinary. Even though such behavior should not manifest among the daughters of nobility, it persisted nonetheless. Do not speak so of fifth sister, Shen Yu countered disapprovingly. Fifth sister is indeed putting in great effort. She unfolded the signing paper and gasped in surprise, exclaiming, It is a painting, fifth sister. You and I have drawn the same item. Feng Anning regarded Shen Yu with confusion. What was there to be surprised about merely drawing the same item? Yet Shen Miao understood all too well. It was likely that Shen Yu believed her own brilliance would shine brighter when juxtaposed with Shen Miao's clumsiness. Moreover, with Fu Xiui present, her gaze dimmed at the thought of him. What do you intend to paint, fifth sister? Shen Qing inquired curiously. Would you like second sister to offer you some guidance? This remark brimmed with goodwill, perfectly embodying the image of an elder sister who cherishes her younger sibling, prompting onlookers to commend Shen Qing for her nurturing demeanor. Thank you for your concern, Shen Miao replied coldly. However, since this is a test, it is best to adhere to the rules. If second sister were to assist me, would that not be cheating? The two individuals engaged in deceit must be expelled from the verification arena together. Is my second sister truly willing to go to such lengths for my sake? Her indifferent remarks caused a noticeable change in Shen Yu's expression. Indeed, such actions could be deemed fraudulent. However, in the past, people would merely describe her as kind-hearted and would not dwell on the matter. Yet, with Shen Miao specifically pointing this out, the gaze of the onlookers toward Shen Yu shifted. In the verification arena, the presence of an additional competitor only intensifies the rivalry. Everyone desires to emerge victorious and bask in glory. Shen Yu's amicable relations in the Guangwen Hall did not eliminate the existence of jealousy. The young women present were her rivals, and with Shen Yu consistently claiming the top position among the girls in the annual verification, resentment inevitably brewed. If they could uncover a weakness to disqualify her from the competition, it would mean one less formidable opponent. Instantly, those female students who had previously aligned themselves with Shen Yu began to eye her with a predatory gaze, including Yi Peilon and her companions, who had been on friendly terms with Shen Yu. A chill ran through Shen Yu. She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Turning back, she found Shen Miao watching her with a smirk, her eyes brimming with mockery. To withdraw now would render her earlier display of goodwill insincere. Yet, to proceed could lead to these students seizing upon her vulnerabilities to ensure she would not participate in the competition. Either option seemed fraught with peril. Shen Yu suppressed the surging bitterness within her, glanced at Shen Miao, and forced a smile, saying, "Since fifth sister has expressed it thus, I shall refrain from further unwarranted kindness." Feng Yanning could not help but snicker, deliberately raising her voice. I thought there was genuine affection for her sister, but it seems it was merely a facade, a little intimidation, and she retreats. What sincerity in offering assistance? In that moment, the other young women regarded Shen Yu with a knowing look, rich in implication. Chun Ruoqiu also caught wind of the commotion, feeling a twinge of concern. After all, Shen Yu was still young and inexperienced in navigating such turbulent waters. At the same time, a chill settled in her heart as she recognized how effortlessly Shen Miao could incite the emotions of others, guiding them to follow her words. What a formidable tongue. Yet, she could not intervene. As a mother, her involvement in such childish affairs would only diminish her standing. Ren Wanyun and Shen Qing reveled in the unfolding drama, aware that Shen Yu's brilliance overshadowed Shen Qing's own. Should Shen Yu falter, Shen Qing would be left to bear the burden alone. Shen Yu observed Shen Miao, pondering that if this younger sister had indeed grown wiser, she would surely come to her aid and help extricate her from this predicament. After all, they were sisters of the Shen household, and what good would come from rumors of discord among the branches of their family? Moreover, Shen Miao had always sought to curry favor with Shen Yu. Should she offend her, she would find herself friendless. Yet, after waiting in vain for a response, Shen Yu could no longer contain herself and said, "Fifth sister, shouldn't T second sister consider what to paint next?" Shen Miao replied flatly, "As for me, there's no need." Realizing that Shen Miao had no intention of aiding her, and feeling the mocking stares of the surrounding young women, Shen Yu nearly lost control of her temper, yearning to deliver a sharp slap to Shen Miao's face. She barely restrained her emotions and gritted her teeth, saying, "It seems that fifth sister is already full of confidence. In that case, we shall see how she dazzles us later. It is bound to be extraordinarily splendid." The phrase extraordinarily splendid was pronounced with particular weight by Shen Yu. After uttering this, she swept her sleeves and stormed off. Shen Qing hurriedly followed her. Feng Yanning glanced at Shen Miao and inquired, "While it is quite bold, Why do you leave no room for retreat? When it is your turn, she will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ridicule you mercilessly. I do not favor restraint, Shen Miao replied, gazing intently at the chessboard. Do not hold back. Do not look back. Do not show weakness. Do not hold back, strike. With that, she picked up a piece and placed it upon the board. Chapter 32, the examiner responsible for validation has taken the stage, and the female instructor who earlier drew lots is meticulously recording each participant's respective items, as they are to be assessed in groups. The first group comprises the female participants, focusing on the four arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The students from Guangwen Hall who are in the first national examination do not require validation, only those from the second and third. The third group will remain for the next round, while this batch of second group participants numbers barely over 20. The young women attending Guangwen Hall are predominantly daughters of noble families in the capital. Naturally, the illegitimate daughters hold no qualification, and among the legitimate daughters, many have engaged private tutors to instruct them in their homes. Furthermore, the entrance fee to Guangwen Hall is rather steep, amounting to 1,000 taels each year. Initially, Shen Xian did not concern himself with such material matters and sent all three of his daughters to Guangwen Hall. Although Ren Wanyin expressed some discontent, Shen Xian waved his hand dismissively, knowing well that the confiscated silver was a reward granted by the emperor for his military service. 22 participants were divided into 4 groups, with the music category having a larger number, 7 in total, since daughters often gravitate towards pursuits that showcase their elegance. The other 3 categories each consist of 5 participants. In the painting group, Shen Miao is accompanied by Shen Yu, the legitimate daughter of the left minister, Qin Xing, and 2 others, Fan Luer from the governor's office and Zhao Yin from the left assistant minister's family. Both Fan Luer and Zhao Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. Fan Luer excels in music while Zhao Yin is skilled in chess, and not everyone is as versatile as Shen Yu, who is proficient in all arts. Unable to draw lots for their strengths, both Fan Luer and Zhao Yin appeared rather discontented in the presence of the male spectators. In contrast, Qin Xing maintained her usual haughty demeanor. Her beauty is rivaled only by Shen Yu in Guangwen Hall, though not due to her artistic talents. While Shen Yu possesses a delicate charm, Qin Xing's striking beauty allows her to overshadow Shen Yu effortlessly. Shen Miao's gaze fell upon Qin Xing, who today wore a long robe of embroidered cotton in a shade of blue, complemented by a pale yellow sash that accentuated her slender waist, which seemed scarcely graspable by a hand. The flowing sleeves and her ethereal appearance evoked the image of a celestial being, rendering her more akin to a pristine lotus compared to the fragile Shen Yu. However, this proud and beautiful woman, once part of a prominent family, fell into disgrace following the late emperor's purge of aristocratic clans. After the left minister's family faced ruin, she became a military courtesan, and it was later reported that she perished in battle alongside a young general. Seemingly aware of Shen Miao's scrutiny, Qin Xing glanced over, appearing somewhat surprised before turning away in disdain, as though unwilling to spare Shen Miao another glance. Shen Miao paid no mind, but the girl beside her, Feng Anning, tugged at her sleeve, advising her to draw freely without overthinking. Feng Anning, in her simplicity, believed that an open display of imperfection would render the experience less intriguing for the observers. However, if Shen Miao were to act out of spite and engage in any egregious behavior on stage, that would indeed be a grave matter. Shen Miao nodded. Just then, the ceremonial official on stage struck the drum, signaling the commencement of the validation process. The first item to be assessed was the musical performance. As fortune would have it, the female students selected for music today were all of mediocre skill, while those typically regarded as the best musicians were fortuitously not assigned to this category, allowing Feng Anning to benefit from this unexpected advantage. In recent days, Feng Anning has diligently honed her piano skills, and her efforts have not been in vain. When she sits upright, she embodies a certain grace, complemented by her attractive appearance. The music she produces is ethereal, akin to a gentle breeze that refreshes the spirit, especially in comparison to the lackluster performances preceding hers. A youth clad in blue from the male audience remarked, "It lingers in the air for 3 days." Hearing this, Kai Lin, seated nearby, kicked the boy disapprovingly and retorted, "What is that supposed to mean? Clearly, you have not heard Yuera play. If she were to perform, even the celestial maidens of the 9 heavens would pale in comparison." Such ignorance. Kai Lin has always been protective of his beloved, yet Su Minglang, who overheard, merely scoffed, seemingly on the verge of a retort. However, upon catching his elder brother's warning glance, he refrained from speaking. The piano competition soon concluded, and the judges began deliberating the scores. Following the piano segment, the focus shifted to chess. This round was considerably simpler, with 5 participants paired off for matches, each determined by victory, scoring based on strategy and style. The standout in this segment was Yi Peilon. Next came the literary challenge. Shen Qing, Bai Wei, and Jiang Shaoxian found themselves grouped together. These 3 were close friends, yet the atmosphere in the competition arena was palpably tense. The task was to compose poetry inspired by the chrysanthemum, assessing both handwriting and literary flair. Shen Qing excelled not in poetry but in chess and calligraphy, though alas, the latter was reserved for the male participants, and she drew no chess match. Until the final results emerged, the victor remained uncertain. Eventually, it was Shen Miao's turn. Shen Yu cast a glance at Shen Miao, likely harboring resentment for the earlier embarrassment Shen Miao had caused her. Shen Miao, shedding her fade of a benevolent older sister, smiled at her and said, "Do remember to yield to your elder sister when we are on stage. Your confidence is almost intimidating." This remark caught the attention of Fan Luer, who could not help but scoff. "What are you babbling about, Shen Yu? What confidence? Does Shen Miao have some hidden strategy?" Intrigued, Zhao Yin chimed in. "Remember last year when Shen Miao played the piano and snapped the strings of that exquisite bamboo flute? She must have inherited General Shen's valiant spirit. Let us hope she doesn't break her brush this year while painting." As she spoke, she reached out to touch Shen Miao's delicate cheek, teasing, "With such a fair complexion, I wonder if you might end up painting yourself as a clown." Unmoved, Shen Miao regarded her with icy indifference. Under that extreme coldness, Zhao Yan's smile gradually faltered, and even Fan Luer sensed Shen Miao's displeasure. A sudden chill of fear washed over her, prompting her to instinctively pull Zhao Yan back. Qin Qing, seemingly impatient, cast a glance at Shen Miao and remarked, "What are you all bickering about? If you wish to quarrel, take it to the stage. Let everyone witness your true colors." Though dissatisfied, Zhao Yan and her companions fell silent. Meanwhile, in the male audience, Kai Lin watched Shen Yu's figure with excitement, while the glutinous rice dumpling nudged Su Mingfeng, exclaiming, "That beautiful sister is here too. Look, brother." Su Mingfeng found himself in a state of bemusement, unable to comprehend why his younger brother was so infatuated with Shen Miao. As he was already in his 3rd year of high school, this was his first outing since he had feigned a grave illness, and he appeared quite frail, thus unable to participate in the school assessment. He was well aware of Shen Miao's reputation. After all, the entire capital knew of the formidable general who commanded the battlefield. He had given birth to a daughter deemed inept. She would undoubtedly triumph, Su Minglang declared with conviction. Su Mingfeng remained non-committal in his thoughts, merely acknowledging that today it would surely be Shen Yu who claimed the top honor once again. Before ascending the stage, Shen Yu could not resist teasing Shen Miao, saying, "Fifth sister, do not hold back later. I shall be waiting for you." "Certainly," Shen Miao replied. "I will not show any mercy." Chapter 33. Painting. The chief examiner of the examination was the venerable minister of the cabinet, Zhong Ziki, an elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair. Known for his stern and upright demeanor, he unfurled the scroll in his hand and began to announce the topics for the day's test. Each year, the subject of painting varies, but this year, the examination coincided with the chrysanthemum banquet, rendering the topic rather straightforward. As the theme was chrysanthemums, the task was to paint them as well. On the stage, 5 long tables were set, adorned with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. As the participants approached the tables in sequence, the drummers struck their instruments with vigor, signaling the commencement of the examination. The crowd craned their necks to catch a glimpse. The 5 individuals presented a rather distinctive ensemble. Shen Yu, renowned for her literary talents. Qin Qing, a strikingly beautiful and proud young woman, and the inseparable sisters, Fan Luer and Zhao Yan, who shared a close bond. Then there was Shen Miao, who was often regarded as the dim-witted one among them. The male spectators predominantly focused on Shen Yu and Qin Qing, while the female audience cast their eyes upon Shen Miao. Bai Wei, covering her mouth, remarked, "Today, Shen Miao appears quite proper, without any peculiar antics, looking rather composed." This time marked Shen Miao's fourth examination. In her first attempt, she drew the topic of chess, but her haphazard moves led to a swift and dismal defeat. The second time, she drew the subject of literature, resulting in an ink spill that stained her attire. The third time, with the topic of music, she managed to snap the strings of a fine bamboo zither. Rather than being a source of admiration, the audience seemed to gather more for the spectacle of her potential embarrassment. Yet today felt different. The elevated platform was spacious, and the young girl sat poised at her table, her grip on the brush remarkably steady, as if she had undergone rigorous training, leaving no room for error. In the crisp autumn air of October, a brisk breeze tousled the wisps of hair framing her face as she lowered her gaze, revealing only her oval-shaped visage. With eyelashes that arched elegantly, she possessed an unexpected charm. Clad in a cerulean cloak that rustled audibly, she sat with poise, her strokes fluid and unhurried, seemingly indifferent. Yet her assured demeanor resembled a begonia blooming gracefully amidst her dark tresses. Lady E pressed her lips together and, with an enigmatic expression, remarked to Ren Wanyan, "Fifth Miss has truly matured." Ren Wanyan managed a faint smile, her hand subtly tightening. Behind them, whispers among the young women fluttered through the air. Shen Miao had yet to embarrass herself. Could it be that she had genuinely transformed? It seemed implausible. Surely it was merely an act. Did they not notice how she painted without a moment's contemplation? Even Shen Yu required time to ponder, while Shen Miao, at best, might only be engaged in aimless scribbling. Feng Anning observed Shen Miao on stage, and that peculiar sensation arose once more. She felt an intuitive inkling that today's chrysanthemum banquet might unfold differently than in the past. Would Shen Miao truly falter, or would she, in an irresistible manner, dismantle all misconceptions held against her? Among the male spectators, some began to perceive the shift. This group was perhaps the most aesthetically pleasing among the women. Shen Yu, in her delicate pink attire, exuded elegance, while Qin Qing, in her flowing azure sleeves, radiated beauty and pride. Fan Luer exudes charm and grace, while Zhao Yin possesses an enchanting playfulness. If one were to identify the least remarkable among them, it would undoubtedly be the clumsy, timid, and rather mundane Shen Miao. Yet, upon a cursory glance, it becomes apparent that Shen Miao not only holds her own among the five, but stands out in a striking manner. She sits there quietly, her head bowed, yet emanates an air of superiority, as if her delicate form were poised atop a throne of resolute authority, evoking an involuntary sense of submission in those around her. Pei Lang furrows his brow, pondering how a single individual's aura can undergo such a dramatic transformation. Could this truly be Shen Miao? Fu Xiu Yi, unable to conceal his astonishment, finds that it is not merely the stark contrast between Shen Miao's present and past that captivates him, but rather her posture. Her straightened back and graceful movements evoke memories of a singular figure, the current matriarch of the Six Palaces, the Empress. Fu Xiu acknowledges the absurdity of his thoughts. The whole capital is aware of Shen Miao's affection for him, and he despises being admired by such a woman. However, most of what he knows about Shen Miao is derived from hearsay, which paints her as lacking in talent, utterly mundane, and clumsily inept. Yet in this moment, he is struck by a singular realization. Perhaps those rumors do not fully capture her essence. How peculiar. The previously reprimanded young man in the blue robe, Kai Lin, remarks, "Wasn't it said that Shen Miao of the second rank is a mere fool? She certainly does not appear to be one." Kai Lin is taken aback, his gaze fixated on Shen Yu, while Shen Miao possesses a certain allure that draws everyone's attention, as if she were destined to occupy the spotlight, particularly so today. He suppresses his odd thoughts, snorting dismissively, "It must be an act. Brother, she shall prevail, won't she?" Su Minglang tugged at the sleeve of his companion. Su Mingfeng's eyes sparkled with mirth, though his expression bore an air of peculiarity. Shen Miao, as the timepiece of incense burned down, the drummer struck the drum once more, signaling the end of the allotted time. Shen Yu set down her brush, brimming with confidence in her artistic creation. Beside her, Qin Qing had also completed her work and was in the process of cleaning her brush. Even the simplest of actions, when performed by her, appeared as captivating as a painting. Yet, in the realm of validation, beauty alone does not secure one's success. She turned her gaze back to Shen Miao, reflecting on how Shen Miao had consistently achieved little, yet today seemingly encountered no mishaps, perhaps due to the guidance of those around her. However, one can feign composure, but talent cannot be fabricated. Surely, her work must be a chaotic, unfinished endeavor. Yet before her, Shen Miao had already set down her brush, her gaze calm as she awaited the arrival of the one to collect the scrolls. Shen Yu's smile faltered. "All right, step down." Once all the scrolls had been collected, the evaluation of the second-ranked ladies would commence, a process that would require time. "Fifth sister, what exactly have you painted?" Shen Yu inquired eagerly after stepping off the stage. For reasons unknown, Shen Miao unsettled her. "You will find out shortly," Shen Miao replied with a subtle smile, one that seemed to harbor a deeper significance. She turned away and walked to a place hidden from the crowd, then said to Gu Yu beside her, "Find a way to deliver this to the second son of the Jingdian Shifu." Yes, the one in the late green attire seated third from the left. Gu Yu hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat perplexed, before replying, "I understand, my lady. You shall go." Shen Miao patted her shoulder and returned to her original seat, casting a distant gaze towards Pei Lang. The moment Pei Lang looked up, he met her scrutinizing eyes, which, despite the distance, conveyed an unmistakable intensity. "My apologies, Pei Lang," Shen Miao thought, just utilizing her hand to shake the seemingly unassailable foundation of the Mingqi royal family. "After all, you owe me this." Chapter 34. Victory. The examiners on stage were deliberating the results while the students below engaged in animated discussions. Today, Shen Miao had not disgraced herself, which, while rendering the examination somewhat tedious, also captured the attention of her peers who typically regarded her with indifference. It is peculiar how society tends to overlook the mediocre, as even a slight display of competence can transform a person's reputation in the eyes of others. Feng Anning appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing at the examiners on stage. Meanwhile, it seemed that several officials were embroiled in a disagreement for reasons unknown, indicating that the atmosphere was rather intense. Fu Xiaoan remarked with a smile, "But she is merely a girl. Why must we take it so seriously? After all, she will not pursue an official career." His character was inherently somewhat arrogant, unperturbed by the potential discontent of those around him, especially since some of them had daughters among the students who had just performed. The opportunity for examination was rare, and Fu Xiao insisted, "It is essential to seize the moment." "You are indeed correct, ninth brother," Fu Xiao added, sipping from his teacup. "Should a particularly outstanding young lady emerge, you might want to take note." Though he appeared tranquil, he was subtly probing Fu Xiao's inclination toward securing a wife with a formidable background. "Fifth brother, you jest," Fu Xiao replied, shaking his head. "My marriage will be determined by father. It is hardly my place to interject." This was indeed true, as Fu Xiao typically followed the emperor's arrangements and rarely expressed his own opinions. To outsiders, this prince seemed excessively compliant and devoid of ambition, much like concubine Dong. However, in the eyes of Prince Jing, Fu Xiao, there was always a hint of distinction. In life, one must strive for success. And this applies to marriage as well, does it not? The words of Prince Jing were layered with meaning. Until the end, who can predict the outcome? Prince Zhou had discerned his brother's subtle probing of Fu Xiao and, after a thoughtful pause, chose to remain silent. Before long, the examiners on stage stood to announce the results. In the category of music, as expected, Feng Anning claimed the top position. Given the lack of formidable competitors in this group, her performance was indeed remarkable. Naturally, she was elated as she accepted the certificate of commendation and eagerly descended the stage to show it to Madame Feng. The latter beamed with joy for such an honor, while not leading to an official position, was akin to a beautiful embellishment in a woman's life. The offspring of noble families were never lacking in riches and glory. Yet their innate talent and beauty served to distinctly elevate their social standing. Feng Anning had, through today's examination, enhanced her own. In the realm of chess, Baiwei emerged victorious. An examiner, tasked with documenting the game, presented the recorded moves for all to see, ensuring fairness. Shen Miao glanced at the chessboard. Throughout the matches, Baiwei's strategy appeared notably meticulous, which ultimately led her to victory. Regrettably, her excessive focus on minutiae detracted from a broader perspective, causing her progress to lag. In the literary category, Shen Qing secured second place, while Yi Peilon took first with a graceful and charming poem lamenting the chrysanthemums. Though it may seem somewhat excessive for an unmarried maiden to compose such poetry, the Guangwen Hall excels in transcending the confines of propriety, imposing relatively lenient expectations upon women. Moreover, the poem possesses a delightful charm, not merely celebrating the chrysanthemum, but using it as a metaphor for longing, thus adding a layer of depth to its meaning. Shen Qing's expression was rather poor, yet her true talent lay not in poetry, but in her resigned demeanor. Ultimately, it was Shen Miao's set of paintings that drew attention. The judges on stage wore varied expressions, likely due to the fierce debate surrounding this particular group. The ladies speculated that the competition was a close call between Shen Yu and Qin Qing, as the two were frequently compared at Guangwen Hall. Qin Qing sat with an air of arrogance, seemingly indifferent to the outcome, though her fingers gripping the teacup appeared somewhat stiff. In contrast, Shen Yu appeared considerably more composed. Sitting beside Chen Ruoqiu, her gaze was a mixture of sweetness and shyness, met with Chen Ruoqiu's gentle admiration. This daughter was astute and talented, excelling in both the arts and academics. Her performances were always remarkable, and she appeared buoyant today, likely confident of success. Shen Yu had every reason to be self-assured. Her penmanship was skilled, her ideas rich, and she had even anticipated the preferences of the judges, consistently presenting her finest work. Qin Qing, despite her beauty, was ultimately lacking in substance. Reflecting on this, Shen Yu's gaze drifted to the seated Shen Miao, who had caused her considerable distress today. Initially, Shen Yu had expected Shen Miao to falter during the evaluation, yet she had managed to evade embarrassment. However, once the paintings were revealed, Shen Miao would inevitably face ridicule. A sense of schadenfreude flickered through her mind. The judge responsible for announcing the results proclaimed loudly, "First place in painting, Shen Miao." Shen Miao? First place. A wave of commotion surged through the crowd, drowning out the judge's subsequent announcements. Shen Yu's smile froze on her face as she looked incredulously at Chen Ruoqiu, her voice trembling. "Mother, who was the first place just now? I must have misheard." Chen Ruoqiu pinched Shen Yu's arm, though she felt a mix of shock and anger. Her decades of experience allowed her to recognize the spectacle unfolding, with many eager spectators anticipating Shen Yu's reaction. If Shen Yu had maintained her composure, it would have been acceptable, but her current distress only exacerbated her situation. Shen Qing and Ren Wanyun, relishing Shen Yu's moment of humiliation, were equally astonished to learn that it was Shen Miao who had claimed the title, suspecting a mistake had been made by the judges. Whispers filled the ladies' section, while the gentlemen's area erupted in astonishment. What was happening? Why was it not Xiao Yu? Kai Lin abruptly stood, turning to his classmates. Did I mishear? Surely that old man made a mistake. Many shared his sentiments, particularly those who studied alongside Shen Miao, exchanging bewildered glances and discussions. Look, brother, I knew she would win. Su Minglang pulled Su Mingfeng along, and among the group, he appeared to be the most joyful, the plump flesh on his face jiggling with delight. Su Mingfeng, however, felt a headache coming on. Who could have anticipated that it would be Shen Miao? It was common knowledge that before each verification, there would be underground gambling houses opening their doors, and he had placed his bets on Shen Yu, wagering 1,000 taels of silver. Alas, that entire sum had gone to waste. If old Master Su were to find out, he would surely be met with dire consequences. Glancing at the exuberant Su Minglang, who was practically bouncing with glee, Su Mingfeng could only feel tears welling up in his eyes. Pei Lang furrowed his brow. Yet his gaze did not shift to the verification officer on stage, but rather to the young lady clad in purple seated among the female spectators. Her expression remained strikingly calm, indifferently observing the astonishment and skepticism of those around her. She had already foreseen her victory. Chapter 35. Understanding the discussions continued, while the examiners displayed the completed paintings for all to see, ensuring fairness in the results. Fan Luer and Zhao Yin's works depicted a garden in full bloom with autumn chrysanthemums. To be fair, they were indeed beautiful, yet their essence was rather pedestrian, naturally placing them in the lower rankings. Qin Xing, on the other hand, portrayed a striking red chrysanthemum, likely a variety she was well acquainted with. Her painting focused solely on this single flower, rendering it in exquisite detail, almost lifelike. She had taken a different approach, completely eschewing the notion of thematic depth, boldly showcasing her technical prowess. The vibrant red chrysanthemum truly sprang to life on the canvas, captivating in its beauty. However, the examination was not solely a test of technical skill, but also of artistic intent. Thus, despite the flower-esque splendor, it ultimately secured only third place. Soon, it was time for Shen Yu's work. Sitting beside Chun Ruoqiu, Shen Yu bit her lip, forcing a smile while her fists clenched tightly. In the past, she would have gracefully accepted the sincere praises and admiration of the crowd, radiating a sense of calm. Yet now this second-tier ranking felt like a deep-seated mockery, making her perceive the gazes of others as filled with derision and scorn. Shen Yu's painting depicted withered chrysanthemums. The wind and rain had taken their toll, causing many petals to fall, yet the few remaining clung tenaciously to their stems, standing tall like dignified figures of integrity. Accompanying the artwork were two lines of poetry: "Better to die clinging to the fragrant branch than to be blown away in the northern winds." This painting was indeed ambitious in its conception. Typically, the character of the artist is reflected in their work, and the noble quality of the withered chrysanthemums implied that the artist herself possessed a commendable character. The chief examiner favored such talented individuals of integrity. If Shen Yu did not secure a first-class ranking with this piece, one could scarcely imagine what Shen Miao had painted. How can such remarkable artistry result in a second-tier ranking? Bai Wei exclaimed, bewildered. Chen Ruoqiu was equally perplexed. Initially, she thought Shen Yu might have been nervous and deviated from her usual path. However, upon seeing the painting, she realized her daughter had done nothing wrong. And like previous examinations, she undoubtedly deserved a first-class ranking. How then could the outcome be so different? Rin Wanyun reveled in the misfortune, delighting in Shen Yu's predicament, as she had consistently overshadowed Shen Qing in their studies. Witnessing Shen Yu falter, although Shen Miao's first place when displeased her, it was of no consequence to her, and she was simply eager to watch the spectacle unfold. The examiner on stage instructed two young attendants to unfurl the scroll, and the noise ceased abruptly. The painting was expansive, yet Shen Miao's work contained excessive blank spaces, as her technique was not particularly distinguished. She had broadly sketched a distant landscape, which unexpectedly conveyed a sense of grandeur. The canvas depicted a vast expanse of yellow sand, a blood-red sun setting at an angle, and a broken sword standing amidst the yellow earth, with a handful of white chrysanthemums at its base. Here, the chrysanthemums seemed merely an embellishment, so small that even their petals were scarcely discernible. Yet within this composition, they served as the pivotal stroke that infused the scene with an overwhelming sense of desolation and melancholy. The audience fell silent for a moment. Through the barrier of paper and pen, one can almost sense the desolation and tragedy, the helpless struggle therein. Such is the nature of war. Chun Ruoqiu and Shen Yu trembled simultaneously, and upon discerning the true essence of the painting before them, they realized that this battle held no hope for redemption. Indeed, Shen Yu possessed an elegant taste and a noble character that transcended the mundane. She could appreciate both virtue and purity. Yet, Shen Miao's artwork transcended the individual experience entirely. If Shen Yu expressed humanity through chrysanthemum, Shen Miao articulated her aspirations through flowers. How could the emotions of a solitary individual ever compare to the brutality of war? It is no wonder that the examiners had been embroiled in heated debate, reluctant to reach a conclusion. They likely could not fathom that such a grandiose piece could emerge from the hands of the seemingly inept Shen Miao. The chief examiner, Minister Zhong Ziki, addressed Shen Miao. Student Shen Miao, please come forth and elucidate the inspiration behind this artwork. Every student who achieved the highest honor was expected to convey their insights regarding their triumph. However, today, the request directed at Shen Miao stemmed from a collective disbelief in her ability to create such a painting, suspecting she had merely borrowed the idea from elsewhere. Shen Qing chuckled softly and whispered to the side. It seems her secret will soon be unveiled. Yet, was this truly not her creation? Epalon expressed her uncertainty. We all witnessed her painting it stroke by stroke. But her technique was unremarkable, and who could ascertain the depth of her inspiration? Shen Qing disdainfully regarded Shen Miao, who was now ascending the stage. After living alongside her for so many years, I still do not know her capabilities. Given that the minister has asked her to explain her artistic intent, I fear she will be at a loss for words, and her reputation will suffer. Epalon laughed in response. I thought as much. There is no such thing as instant talent. Perhaps she sought guidance from Master, all in an effort to captivate that particular gaze from the male spectators. Shen Qing's expression stiffened momentarily, suppressing her discontent, and replied, Let us observe further. On the stage, Shen Miao gazed quietly at the unfurled scroll. Slowly, she extended her hand and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, caressed the painting. The reason for creating this artwork stemmed from her father's words, recounting how each year, countless valiant souls met their end on the battlefield, their bodies wrapped in horsehide, lost to the yellow sands. The journey was long, leaving them buried upon the battlefield, where the northwestern deserts and northern grasslands bore no chrysanthemums. These flowers bloomed in the warm south, flourishing in the bustling capital, where merriment thrived and worries about sustenance were absent. Yet all at the cost of the lives of the soldiers stationed at the borders. The murmurs gradually subsided, and all eyes were drawn to the young woman in purple. With a serene gaze, she recounted a tale. My father once said that those who perish in war are denied even a handful of white chrysanthemums to honor their sacrifice. Flowers do not bloom on the battlefield, and the soldiers never experience complete mourning. Their wives and children can only adorn themselves from afar with white chrysanthemums, offering them in memory. I believe that all of you, able to appreciate the chrysanthemums here in tranquility, owe this piece to the brave defenders at the borders. Alas, I find myself powerless to aid them, save for the act of painting a handful of white chrysanthemums upon the canvas, a gesture to console the noble souls. The maiden stands amidst the wind, her gaze crystalline, her words resonating with a profound clarity, as if hers were the only voice in the universe, melodious and enchanting, akin to the chimes of morning bells and evening drums, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Shen Miao slightly lowers her eyes. Is it not the case that the royal family of Ming-Chi intends to confront the powerful clans, specifically targeting the Shen family? Yet in this vast world, eyes can see and ears can hear. Guarding against the populace is more challenging than defending against rivers. It is wise to strike first. If the royal family seeks to wield power against the general's residence, then let the world bear witness. Behold, the merits that the Shen family has earned through their very lives, the sacrifices made to defend the walls of Ming-Chi. Now, you noble scions revel in the capital's gaiety, oblivious to the blood and flesh that forged this impenetrable fortress upon the battlefield, treading upon the blood of the valiant. Does the Ming-Chi royal family dare to suppress us with such fanfare? If you possess the courage, then do not fear the gaze of the world. Chapter 36. The boy in purple robes. The ultimate authority resides in the imperial power. Yet, surpassing even the might of the throne is the voice of the people. While one may suppress dissent with an iron fist, should the day come when the populace dares to voice their grievances, the tales of their struggles would surely echo far and wide, rendering the situation a grand farce. The royal family of Ming-Chi exemplifies this irony. Despite their internal corruption and the myriad of unspeakable deeds committed, they persist in projecting an image of benevolence towards the realm. They indulge in the offerings and protection bestowed by the noble families, only to later cast aspersions upon them. Shen Miao's words gradually silenced the assembly. The daughters present recalled the illustrious legacy of their ancestors. Those from military families felt particularly stirred. The young male students, brimming with youthful vigor, naturally revered the valor of soldiers on the battlefield. Yet, not all shared in this enthusiasm. The three princes of Mingqi exchanged knowing glances, their brows furrowed in unison. While others remained unaware, they understood the royal family's intentions towards these noble houses. The Shen family, with its prominence, would inevitably attract the emperor's ire under some pretext, leading to their eventual downfall. However, the Shen family had cultivated a commendable reputation among the common folk over the years, making any attempt to dismantle their standing a gradual endeavor. At first glance, Shen Miao's lament seemed to honor the soldiers. However, was in truth a celebration of their achievements, placing them in the spotlight. Any misstep by the royal family regarding virtue would render them culpable. Was this intentional on her part? The crowd turned their gaze towards her, who fell silent after her statement. Her robe was somewhat oversized, fluttering in the cold wind, accentuating her delicate frame. Perhaps it was merely an aberration. After all, she was just a daughter of the boudoir. Her unexpected prominence likely stemmed from being Shen Xian's daughter, who had indeed shared tales of the battlefield with her, allowing her to seize the moment. Prince Yu's gaze remained fixated on the girl in purple, and after a brief pause, he smiled knowingly. This young lady from the Shen family is rather intriguing. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, both Pei Lang and Fu Xiaoyi frowned simultaneously, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Prince Zhou, with a hint of irony, inquired, "Does Uncle Wang have a fondness for the Shen maiden? I have heard her described as a simpleton, yet it seems she is far from it, sharp-witted and quite charming. If she were to become a sister-in-law," he chuckled lewdly, "that would certainly be entertaining." At over 40 years of age, Prince Yu was known for his brutality, having disposed of countless women. If Shen Miao were to fall into his clutches, it would not be long before her light was extinguished. Prince Zhou's remarks were somewhat audacious. However, his arrogant nature rendered such comments unsurprising. Yet, to place a young maiden in the jaws of such a tiger was undeniably lacking in virtue. Prince Jing, however, contemplated further than his brother. Though the royal family sought to suppress the Shen family, they wielded significant military power, akin to a man possessing a precious gem. Any prince who privately secured the Shen family's support would possess a formidable advantage in the contest for succession. However, if Shen Miao were to marry the Prince of Yu, it would mean that the prince, no longer in a position to vie for power, would effectively place military authority within the royal family, free from the covetous eyes of any other princes. This might indeed be the most prudent course of action. Reflecting on this, the quiet king, Fu Xiaoshuan, nodded and remarked, "Miss Shen is undoubtedly sharp-witted. If my uncle finds her agreeable, it is hardly surprising." Fu Xiaoyi furrowed his brow even tighter. He was well aware of what the quiet king considered, as he had similarly contemplated the matter. He understood that Shen Miao's marriage to the Prince of Yu would bring him manifold benefits without any detriment. Firstly, it would allow him to extricate himself from Shen Miao's entanglements, thus eliminating a source of romantic folly. Secondly, the military power of the Shen family was far too precarious. Even if he wished to exploit it, he feared it might provoke the emperor's suspicions, resulting in more harm than good. Better to place it within the Prince of Yu's residence and bide his time. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a disquieting notion in his heart, as if such a course were inherently wrong. Pei Lang cast a worried glance at Shen Miao, who was gracefully descending to the stage. Her demeanor was composed, and her expression serene, seemingly unaware that her fate had been seized by this cadre of royal offspring. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that despite their teacher-student bond, he, a mere instructor, could effect no change, only feeling a sense of regret for Shen Miao's destiny. The Prince of Yu waved his hand in impatience, his expression far from joyous, a hint of malice curling at the corners of his smile. "Nephew, I am not oblivious to your intentions. The Prince of Yu's residence cannot accommodate the formidable Shen family." His gaze fell upon his own maimed leg. "However, Miss Shen is intriguing, and having her for amusement would not be unwelcome. Su Mingfeng glanced over, seated close to Fu Xiaoyi and the others, feigning earnest observation of the proceedings while harboring a sense of indignation. Regardless of Shen Miao's perceived shortcomings, with the Prince of U.S. attention upon her, her prospects seemed grim. Had Shen Xian been present in the capital, the situation might have been different, but alas, he had only just returned, leaving his sister vulnerable without the protection of her family. Foreseeing a tragic outcome, Su Mingfeng sighed, leading Su Minglang before old Master Su, discreetly excusing himself from a gathering. Unbeknownst to Shen Miao, the dynamics among the male guests were shifting dramatically. Jingzhe expressed her delight for Shen Miao, while Shunyu, unable to maintain her previous composure, stiffly departed. After the verification of the female group, it was now the turn of the male group. The verified young women began to take their leave for rest, and Feng Anning, following closely beside Shen Miao, finally displayed a genuine admiration for her, stating, "You performed splendidly just now, truly remarkable." Shen Miao replied lightly, "You were impressive as well." Perhaps recalling her own achievement in the instrumental category, Feng Anning smiled warmly and added, "Hard work pays off, indeed. I shall fetch something from the carriage. Please wait for me here." Once Feng Anning departed, Shen Miao strolled into the plum grove of Yambitang to await her return. Although the plum blossoms had yet to bloom in this season, the verdant trees flourished abundantly. Gu Yu emerged from among them, glancing around before quietly saying, "Miss, it has been delivered into the hands of young Master Jing, arranged through a servant outside, ensuring its safety." "Excellent," Shen Miao replied. The Grain Rain Festival still holds an air of perplexity, as one cannot fathom why the young lady would act in such a manner. It must be understood that the young master of the Jingdian historical family is unlikely to have any acquaintance with her. At that moment, a soft laugh floated down from above. The three individuals looked up to see a figure clad in purple gracefully descending from the nearby treetop, landing effortlessly before them. The young man, strikingly handsome and seemingly otherworldly, leaned leisurely against the trunk with his arms crossed, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. Yet, his gaze was as profound and cold as a winter night in the capital, imbued with a hint of frosty detachment. It was none other than Xie Jingxing. Chapter 37. His interrogation of the young ladies. Gu Yu and Jingzhe stood protectively in front of Shen Miao, their loud cries bordering on excessive decorum. Moreover, the young man before them, adorned in resplendent attire, possessed an air of noble beauty that inevitably provoked speculation regarding his identity. Yet, he remained a stranger. And Gu Yu and Jingzhe could not shake off their apprehensions about potential unforeseen events. Gu Yu, Jingzhe, remained vigilant at the forest's edge, Shen Miao instructed. But, the two hesitated. "Go," Shen Miao urged, her brow furrowing slightly. For reasons unknown, she possessed an uncanny ability to command authority, whenever she issued orders to her maids. It was accompanied by an inexplicable gravitas that rendered them reticent to oppose her. Thus, Gu Yu and Jingzhe reluctantly retreated to their post. "You are indeed intriguing," Xie Jingxing mused, leaning against the tree trunk, his gaze playful yet piercing, akin to the edge of a blade on the battlefield. Despite his youthful countenance, his tone conveyed a chilling intensity, indicative of one who had witnessed the horrors of war. "What does Lord Xie wish to convey?" Shen Miao inquired, aware that his sudden appearance was not merely for idle conversation. Though he was young, his demeanor was marked by decisiveness. If even the old marquis could not rein him in, it was evident that his actions would be increasingly audacious, leaving others bewildered. "The Prince of Yu is currently in need of a princess. It seems the crippled one has taken an interest in you. Consider this a congratulatory remark," he said, his tone ambiguous. To refer to the Prince of Yu in such a manner required audacity, yet spoken by Xie Jingxing, it bore a hint of disdain and mockery, as if the prince were nothing more than a filthy trinket. This individual harbors lofty ambitions. Shen Miao contemplated silently, concealing her thoughts beneath an impassive exterior, unaware of how this calm demeanor might be interpreted by him. Suddenly, Xie Jingxing stepped closer, towering over her, casting her entirely within his shadow. The youth in purple leaned slightly forward, whispering near her ear, "You were indeed aware all along." The fragrance of cold bamboo wafted from him, his voice deliberately subdued, imbued with a magnetic allure. The intimacy of his movement was palpable. Shen Miao lifted her gaze, finding his handsome visage mere inches away, his lips curling into a smile that lent a sinister edge to his knowing expression. Yet, she was no naive maiden. She merely lowered her eyes, responding, "What does it matter whether I know or not?" Seeing her remain unfazed, Xie Jingxing abandoned his playful demeanor, dismissively shoving her aside. With a flourish, he produced a letter, his smile tinged with frivolity. "You seem rather anxious over a mere piece of paper. What ties you to the second son of the Jingdian family that you concern yourself with him? Or perhaps, Miss Shen, what scheme are you plotting?" Shen Miao's expression darkened. Her gaze fixated on the paper in Xie Jingxing's hand. Though thin, it felt like a heavy stone weighing on her heart. It was the Xing LV So, a document she had labored long and hard to produce. In a previous life, Pei Lang was discovered by Fu Xiaoyi due to his insightful strategies, subsequently becoming an advisor, contributing to Fu Xiaoyi's ambitions for the realm. Yet, before he could showcase his talents, Shen Miao sought to sever any potential ties. Moreover, it would be prudent for Pei Lang to forever abstain from serving the imperial family. In contrast, the second son of the Jingdian historical family, Gao Yan, represents the emergence of new nobility amidst the ancient lineage of the capital's esteemed families. The Mingqi royal family, intent on suppressing the old aristocracy, naturally sought to support the newly risen gentry, with the Jingdian family standing out as a prominent beneficiary. Gao Jin, the eldest son of the Jingdian family, was genuinely gifted, and when Fu Xiaoyi ascended the throne, he fervently promoted him. Consequently, the Jingdian family thrived under his patronage, growing increasingly audacious. Gao Yan, despite lacking his brother's brilliance, was vain and often claimed credit for his elder brother's accomplishments. His spiteful nature and narrow-mindedness rendered him a mere troublemaker. In a previous life, Gao Yan did not pursue a political career. In this life, the Jingdian family had yet to reach its zenith, and Gao Jin was only recently embarking on his political journey. Shen Miao contemplated the possibility of propelling Gao Yan into a clear path of officialdom. She intended to provide Gao Yan with Pei Lang's conduct and strategy, fully aware that he would employ his servants to purchase examination papers annually. Today, she instructed Gu Yu to substitute for this examination paper. Given Fu Xiaoyi's keen appreciation for talent, he would undoubtedly make every effort to recruit Gao Yan. Yet, Gao Yan's vanity would compel him to conceal that it was not his own work. One could only imagine the spectacle when such a character entered the Mingqi bureaucracy, clashing with Fu Xiaoyi, a veritable dogfight between the two. By replacing Fu Xiaoyi's capable ally with a vacuous troublemaker, Shen Miao had devised an astute plan. However, unexpectedly, Xie Jingxing emerged halfway through, thwarting her intentions. Her gaze flickered, as if countless unspoken words were encapsulated in her innocent, beast-like eyes. Xie Jingxing finally smirked, languidly stating, "You need not display such animosity towards me. This letter was replicated by my associate, while the original remains in the hands of that Gao lad." Shen Miao was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such an outcome. She looked at Xie Jingxing, paused in silence, and inquired, "Young Marquis, are you not at ease?" "It is not that I am at ease, but I have always been somewhat esteemed," Xie Jingxing replied, his gaze turning slightly frigid. "I most detest meddling in others' affairs." Just as Shen Miao was about to respond, Xie Jingxing's voice interrupted. "Now, you may inform me why you wrote to the Jingdian family." With a sigh of resignation, Shen Miao acknowledged that, despite her intentions to align the Shen and Xie families, the timing was not yet ripe. The discord between the Shen and Xie clans had deep roots, not easily unraveled in a day. Such matters required careful plotting, yet now, with Xie Jingxing's unwarranted involvement, her plans lay in disarray. She trusted no one, for her path was her own. Whether Xie Jingxing or the Xie family, they were but pawns in the grand scheme of the world, and no player would divulge their motives to mere pieces on the board. The current thought is that your assistance to him may suggest a clandestine relationship, as if you were vying for favor on behalf of your paramour. Xie Jingxing smirked slyly. surveying Shen Miao from head to toe. He subsequently mused that although the second son of the Gao family may lack merit, his taste in women is undeniably discerning. As he regarded Shen Miao, her striking features were evident, yet they bore an edge akin to the harsh winds and frost of the northwestern desert. Moreover, your support for Gao Yin implies an endorsement of Jing Jianshi's reputation, yet you choose to assist the ineffectual Gao Yin instead of the capable Gao Jin, which raises suspicions regarding your intentions. His smile, laced with mischief, struck a chord of truth. Shen family girl, do you harbor a grievance against Jing Jianshi? Chapter 38. Delivering flowers, does the young lady from the Shen family hold a grudge against you? Shen Miao quietly regarded the youth before her. His features were strikingly handsome, imbued with an air of youthful vigor, yet his demeanor exuded a maturity that transcended his years. It was not merely a matter of appearance. Rather, there was an undeniable sense of tranquility that accompanied his presence, as if he could withstand any calamity that might befall them. Even during her previous life in the state of Qin, within the confines of the imperial harem, she had never encountered such a perceptive individual. With but a single utterance, he could penetrate the very essence of any matter. Such a remarkably gifted person, destined to meet an untimely demise. Indeed, the heavens are envious of exceptional talent. A fleeting glimmer of regret crossed her eyes, and when she finally spoke, her tone was unremarkable. Yes, this game of chess you have orchestrated is rather intricate. Xie Jingxing observed, his gaze scrutinizing. Have you gone to such lengths merely to pave the way for Gao Yan's ascent? Do you intend to disrupt the political landscape of Mingxi? Even after living 2 lives, Shen Miao could not suppress a slight shock at his words. Previously, Xie Jingxing's cleverness had merely struck her as excessive. He grasped matters with alarming ease. However, at this moment, he seemed somewhat formidable. While ordinary individuals take one cautious step at a time, astute minds anticipate 10 steps ahead. His seemingly innocuous inquiry hinted at foresight that stretched far beyond the immediate horizon. His unvarnished directness left her momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she replied, "What does this have to do with the young lord? I have no interest in the affairs of Mingxi's court. However, the situation concerning the Duke of Linen is a different matter." His tone bore a warning. "Should you set your sights on the Duke's estate, do not expect me to be lenient." Shen Miao glanced at him. Though Xie Jingxing appeared to harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Duke of Linen and enjoyed opposing his father, it seemed this animosity was not entirely one-sided. Rather, it appeared he still held the Duke's estate in some regard. Otherwise, in her previous life, he would not have endured such suffering to protect the Duke's reputation. It was hardly surprising that Xie Jingxing suspected her intentions towards the Xie family. The Shen and Xie families had always been at odds, and her current actions, shrouded in mystery, indeed led others to speculate that the Shen family might seek to undermine the Xie family. "Rest assured, my lord," she replied calmly. Her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "The Shen and Xie families will remain as 2 rivers that do not cross. No conflict shall arise. Your concerns are unfounded. Life is but a fleeting journey of a few decades, and fortunes ebb and flow. While the Xie family perceives the Shen family as adversaries today, they may find themselves united against a common foe in the future. Are you attempting to curry favor with me?" Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Shen Miao answered with serene composure. Xie Jingxing scrutinized the young woman before him. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless women. In his youth, they sought to be close to his father, and later, they turned their affections towards him. Among them were delicate blossoms, breathtaking beauties, skilled swordswomen, and cunning strategists. While he had met myriad intelligent individuals, none had surprised him as profoundly as the one standing before him. Perhaps it was the instinct of someone who had experienced the brutality of battle that allowed Xie Jingxing to sense the latent danger within her, a still pond that concealed a fearsome beast lurking beneath its surface. In the present moment, the surface appears deceptively calm, yet it merely awaits the opportune moment to unleash a tempest that will surely bring forth a deluge of blood and strife. Though it may seem rather absurd for a sheltered maiden to stir such tumult, Xie Jingxing has never underestimated his instincts. Cloaked in a cerulean brocade cape, Her delicate visage bears an icy demeanor, and the verdant plum grove around her seems to emanate an air of regal presence, as if she stands within a grand palace. Noble, solitary, decisive in matters of life and death, and harboring unfathomable depths. It is surprising that the Shen family possesses a person of such intellect. His words, laced with sarcasm, nonetheless carried a tone of seriousness as he remarked, "If that is the case, proceed as you wish. Today, let it be a splendid performance. Do not let me down." He straightened his posture, preparing to turn away. "Lord Xie," Shen Miao called out, halting him. "What is it?" he inquired, not turning to face her. "The two illegitimate sons of the Xie family will also take the stage for inspection today," Shen Miao replied with a hint of indifference. "Will Lord Xie truly allow this to transpire?" The two illegitimate sons of the Xie family, Xie Changwu and Xie Changzhao, born of the concubine Fang, are currently of the second rank. In truth, Xie Jingxing himself is a student of the third rank at the Guangwen Academy. Yet he conducts himself with such carefree elegance that the academy cannot impose any constraints upon him, allowing him to act freely. Otherwise, he would have attended the inspection alongside his two half-brothers of the second rank. In his previous life, Xie Jingxing had, of course, abstained from the inspection, allowing his half-brothers to overshadow him. To be fair, Xie Changwu and Xie Changzhao are indeed quite capable, ranking among the elite in martial pursuits. Consequently, they garnered the emperor's attention and were later promoted by Fu Xiui, who took them under his wing to assist him. Shen Miao has always believed that both the Duke of Linen and his son are astute individuals, pondering how they could have met such a fate in their past existence. Although the royal family ultimately provided them with compensation, it was the Fang family who benefited from the shadows. Upon closer reflection, one cannot help but notice certain discrepancies. For instance, the downfall of the Shen family was undoubtedly aided by the actions of the second and third branches. This leads to the question of whether the Xie family, too, harbors internal strife. Would you wish for me to confront them for supremacy? Xie Jingxing turned back, somewhat astonished. Is it akin to your rivalry with your sister? Isn't the situation of Lord Xie and myself quite similar? Shen Miao disregarded the mockery in his words and stated, "The deepest wounds are often inflicted by those closest to us. I fully understand that someone of your esteemed status would disdain to quibble with illegitimate sons. However, it is said that a 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant-hole. Seemingly insignificant matters may, in fact, conceal venomous serpents lurking in the dark." Her tone was clear and cautionary, with her gaze as innocent as a child's. They must be severed at the root, ensuring they can never take root, compared to allowing them to bask in the glory of noble patronage while maintaining a facade of brotherly affection. Would it not be far more satisfying to expose them one by one, humiliating them publicly, and eliminating the need for pretense within the household? Xie Jingxing felt a stir within him. His mother, Princess Yuqing, was of noble lineage, and he desired not to engage in disputes with the illegitimate sons. For such actions would not only tarnish his own dignity, but also evoke memories of the jealousy that led to his birth mother's untimely demise. He could disregard his own reputation, yet he would forever be mindful of Princess Yuqing's honor. In the residence of the Linen Marquis, the atmosphere was permeated with a cold indifference towards the trio of mother and sons. Although the Marquis favored him, it was inevitable that outsiders would engage in idle gossip. Yet, the mother and her sons persisted in feigning a demeanor of dutiful affection, which made him feel quite nauseated. He longed to observe them as an outsider, witnessing their theatrical charade. However, Shen Miao's words stirred something within him. Would extinguishing their hopes not bring him greater satisfaction? To confront them openly, stripping away their pretense of fraternal affection and leaving them with no face to present? Shen Miao's voice seemed laced with seduction as she urged, "It has been far too long. Do not endure. Do not endure." He lowered his gaze, observing the girl before him, whose faint fragrance wafted through the air. Like her, she appeared innocent, yet was, in truth, cold and devoid of empathy. Aware that her proposal was driven by ulterior motives, he found it impossible to refuse. A smile graced his lips as he waved his sleeve, and a begonia blossom that had adorned his dark hair fell into his palm. In the blink of an eye, where the flower had rested, a diminutive jade begonia sprouted forth. He toyed with the flower, a teasing smile playing upon his lips, and remarked with an ambiguous tone, "You are quite intriguing. This blossom is yours. Your suggestion is commendable. My thanks." Chapter 39. Provocation as Shen Miao emerged from the plum grove. Both Guyu and Jing Zhe let out a sigh of relief. Jing Zhe glanced inside, puzzled by the absence of any figures. Shen Miao turned her head back to look. The branches and leaves of the plum trees were lush and swayed gently in a breeze, revealing no signs of life. Xie Jingxing, being a skilled martial artist, had likely vanished with the agility of shadow. "Let us depart," she said. Upon returning to the gathering, Feng Anning hurried over, expressing her discontent. "Didn't I tell you to wait for me? I turned around, and you were nowhere to be seen. And now, you're not even here. Where on earth did you go?" "Just took a leisurely stroll to admire the chrysanthemums," Shen Miao replied, casting her gaze towards the stage. "Has it already begun?" "You were gone for quite a while. The men's draw has already concluded." Feng Anning pouted. "Now it's the men's selection." The young men on stage were engaged in their trials. The first round had passed, and Shen Miao was indifferent to the results. The second round involved choosing a subject of expertise. Her eyes rested on a boy clad in a lake green garment seated far left across from her. This youth was robust, his facial features decent, yet his muscular build rendered him somewhat uncouth. Donning the green attire only accentuated his dark complexion. Furthermore, he sported a lofty topknot adorned with jade-studded bamboo hairpins, presumably in an attempt to emulate the refined demeanor of ancient gentlemen, but the opulence of his attire betrayed this aspiration, making him appear rather incongruous. In summary, despite his earnest attempt at an ethereal demeanor, he was unable to conceal his inherent vulgarity. This was Gao Yan from the esteemed Gao family. He was still quite young, merely 16, and his wings had yet to unfurl. Later, when Fu Xiui ascended the throne, Gao Yan's status would rise on the coattails of his family's influence, brazenly asserting dominance in the capital, even daring to covet Wan Yu's favor, an audacity beyond measure. The mere thought that Wan Yu had once endured Gao Yan's provocations in the palace filled Shen Miao with indignation. She scrutinized him from a distance, as if watching prey unwittingly step into a trap. Gao Yan appeared to be lost in thought, a look of delight on his face as he conversed with Gao Jin. His elation was understandable. Having received a uniquely articulate essay, his performance in the draw had been mediocre, yet in the upcoming selection, presenting this essay would undoubtedly captivate the audience. Shen Miao smirked inwardly. "Go forth, present your essay to Fu Xiui before Gao Jin's promotion to office." She believed that with Gao Yan's cunning, he would surely orchestrate the downfall of the entire Gao family himself. This was her gift to the Gao family. As for Pei Lang, her gaze shifted to the young man in the azure attire, seated not far from Fu Xiui. "From this moment on, you shall begin to repay the debts of your past." After the men's selection concluded, it was time for the women's. "Will you participate?" "No," Shen Miao replied. In the verification process, the draw was mandatory for every student, while the selection was based on personal choice. If one was unwilling, they could abstain. Thus, rather than viewing the selection as merely a step in the verification, it could be seen as the easiest opportunity to showcase one's strengths. If one possesses a particular talent, it is only natural to showcase it during the selection phase. Thus, compared to a mere draw, the enthusiasm for demonstrating one's skills is far greater. What is displayed during the selection is a testament to one's confidence. However, for someone like Shen Miao, who lacks notable strengths, it is preferable to abstain from participating altogether, as doing so would only lead to embarrassment. "Why?" Feng Anning, slightly disheartened, remarked. "But your painting skills have improved significantly. Surely you must possess other talents worthy of display. Why not simply showcase them?" "There is no necessity," Shen Miao replied, her gaze fixed on the chessboard, her tone indifferent. "Whether I seek the spotlight or choose to remain in the shadows, both hold no distinction for me. Besides, I am merely a jack of all trades. My abilities are a result of mere luck." "You," Feng Anning retorted, exasperated. "Who speaks so disparagingly about their own capabilities?" At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Shen Yu had appeared before them, her face etched with concern. "Fifth sister, is it true that you will not participate in the upcoming selection?" "Does second sister wish for me to participate?" Shen Miao countered. Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback by her response. For reasons unknown, Shen Miao seemed resolute in her defiance, leaving Shen Yu perplexed. Could it be that she bore resentment towards the second and third households over the incident involving the water? Though puzzled, Shen Yu felt a growing anger towards Shen Miao's persistent inability to recognize kindness. Biting her lip, she spoke softly, "Naturally, I hope fifth sister will take part. That painting you created earlier was exquisite. Since you possess such great talent, why not continue to choose painting for the next round? It would prevent others from speaking ill of you. If you paint well again, the rumors will dissipate." Her voice, though not loud, was clear enough for the surrounding ladies to hear. While her words appeared innocuous, they boldly articulated the doubts lingering in everyone's minds. Shen Miao's recent painting, though awarded the highest honor, could not easily alter the long-standing impression of her as a simpleton. Many would remain skeptical that such a work could originate from her. Shen Yu shared this sentiment, convinced that if Shen Miao were to create another painting in the absence of guidance, she would inevitably falter and expose her shortcomings. Feng Yanning, discerning the undercurrents of the conversation, retorted with a hint of mockery, "It is easy for Miss Shen to assert such things. Painting requires thoughtful composition. Even if Miss Shen were to create 2 consecutive pieces, it would be an impossible feat. I only inquired because I have seen fifth sister's significant progress." Shen Yu replied with a gentle smile. "If you could produce such a remarkable painting before, what is stopping you from creating another?" Throughout this exchange, Shen Miao had not lifted her gaze, merely placing a chess piece on the board. "I have no interest. It would be an unnecessary strain." Shen Yu was taken aback by Shen Miao's seemingly apathetic response in front of so many witnesses, her expression turning awkward. Perhaps the most infuriating aspect of this world is setting a trap only to have the other party refuse to engage. Despite the suspicions of those around her, Shen Miao steadfastly refused to accept their provocations, which only solidified Shen Yu's conviction that the meaning of the painting was not as Shen Miao had perceived. The notion of making Shen Miao appear foolish took deeper root in her heart. After a brief pause, she suddenly resumed her laughter. "Since the fifth sister is so insistent, I shall refrain from further comment." With that, she turned and returned to her seat. At the male guest table, Kai Lin had been covertly observing Shen Yu, only to catch her gaze from afar as she seemingly offered him a gentle smile. Taken aback, Kai Lin felt a surge of excitement. Yet he soon noticed Shen Yu lowering her head, appearing somewhat melancholic. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Chapter 40. The Strategy of Time on the Stage. The competition for the men's group continued. The selections of classics and poetry were quite standard, naturally attracting a multitude of participants. As long as one possessed exceptional memory or had delved deeply into their studies, it was generally easy to stand out. In stark contrast, the number of individuals opting for strategy discourse was exceedingly sparse. The discourse was aimed at addressing the current affairs of the realm, making it immensely practical. This category was also the closest to court matters, and those present were predominantly young students. Aside from a few apprentices who had begun receiving instruction at home, the majority remained blissfully ignorant of court affairs, let alone capable of proposing any valuable strategic insights. Thus, the field of strategy was the most challenging. However, should one truly excel, there would be half a step into the path of officialdom. Shen Miao observed the chessboard before her. Initially, Pei Lang's regulations of conduct had been selected in the 3rd round. In this category, male students could choose female candidates, and vice versa. Students could also select their instructors. One male student had chosen Pei Lang as his mentor. Pei Lang was indeed exceptionally talented. With just a few moves on stage, he effortlessly crafted a comprehensive discourse, eloquent and well-referenced, yet not ostentatious, always striking at the crux of the matter. It was truly astonishing. At that time, it garnered the attention of several princes. Though Pei Lang, being a remarkable individual, claimed to desire nothing more than to serve as a scholarly mentor in the Guangwen Hall, without aspirations for anything beyond. His resolve was unwavering. Had it not been for a few subsequent instances where Fu Xiui humbly sought his talents, and even Shen Miao providing him with suggestions, Pei Lang might have indeed chosen not to enter officialdom. The chessboard sprawled in intricate patterns, akin to the labyrinth of a past life. With a gentle sweep of her sleeve, Shen Miao disrupted the entire game. She placed a piece down, contemplating how to restart the board with her move. Gao Yin adjusted his sleeves and tidied his hair, inquiring of the servant beside him. "How do I appear, my good man?" "Young master is charming and dashing." The servant eagerly responded, showering him with compliments. Gao Yin smirked with satisfaction, preparing to rise and approach the stage. Observing this, Gao Jin seized him by the arm, questioning, "What do you think you're doing?" "Competing," Gao Yin replied. Gao Jin furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his younger brother's capabilities. It was one thing to lack talent, but it was another to seek the limelight. The prestigious Jin court was flourishing, and it was imperative that no mishaps occurred at this juncture. "What do you know?" Gao Jin inquired. These words struck a dissonant chord in Gao Yan's ears. Although he and Gao Jin were full-blooded brothers, when people spoke of the Gao family, it was invariably Gao Jin who received the accolades. Gao Jin was handsome and refined, while he himself was robust and unrefined. Gao Jin, at a tender age, was already assisting their father, whereas whenever Gao Yin attempted to discuss court matters with their father, he would shake his head in irritation. Despite their brotherhood, an unspoken rift had formed due to the perceptions of outsiders. Gao Yin, already sensitive and insecure beneath his brother's brilliance, felt a surge of anger at Gao Jin's remarks. He had been contemplating whether the manuscript he had written was overly impressive and might draw too much attention. Now, however, his hesitation vanished entirely. In a harsh tone, he retorted, "Elder brother, though I may not be as astute as you, I am certainly not a complete fool. There is no need for you to impede me. After all, I cannot steal your thunder." Gao Jin discerned the underlying implications in Gao Yan's words. Pausing momentarily before he could utter a reply, he observed Gao Yin push past him and gracefully ascend the stage. From a distance, he declared loudly, "I choose strategy." Strategy? The Guangwen Hall, not unfamiliar with Gao Yan, turned their gaze towards him. It was indeed curious. Despite Gao Yan's lack of exceptional talent, he managed to hold his own in Guangwen Hall. This was primarily due to the fact that his assignments and essays were consistently ghostwritten by others. While he could hardly be deemed a literary genius, he was certainly regarded as competent. Thus, his ascent to the stage did not incite much astonishment among the crowd. After all, this category required participants to present their finest work. However, given the inherent difficulty of strategy, the previously boisterous atmosphere swiftly fell into silence as all eyes focused on the young man clad in green on the stage. The initial few students who had chosen strategy recited their plans aloud, yet their efforts were unremarkable. As Gao Yin took the stage, Gao Jin furrowed his brow, taken aback by Gao Yan's audacity to tackle strategy. Feng Anning, intrigue, remarked, "If it were Gao Jin, I might have found it more acceptable." Shen Miao paused her game, directing her attention to the stage. Once prepared, Gao Yin produced a sheet of paper and began to read slowly. The law is the very framework of a nation. Akin to the support of a wooden frame propelling one skyward, his delivery was marked by a rhythmic cadence, and the initial expressions of mere spectators gradually transformed into serious attentiveness, especially among the dignitaries present, who regarded the reading youth with solemnity. Gao Jin's younger brother proved to be quite impressive. The gaze of Wang Zhou flickered with astonishment. Such insights and strategy were rarely articulated even by the senior officials in court. Indeed, it was commendable. Prince Jing nodded in approval, adding, "Moreover, this young man is still quite youthful. Given time, he shall undoubtedly rise beyond the ordinary." Fu Xiui observed the individual on stage with an inscrutable expression. Although his demeanor remained unperturbed, his fingers unconsciously began to fidget, a habitual gesture whenever he contemplated or devised a thought. Clearly, Gao Yan's performance had sparked new considerations in his mind. As for Pei Lang, he stiffened the moment Gao Yan uttered his first line. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling familiarity with Gao Yan's strategy. Despite his renowned memory, he pondered deeply but could not grasp its origin. Perhaps he had not encountered it before. Yet, the overwhelming sense of recognition stirred an unusual restlessness within him, as if he could effortlessly continue each line that Gao Yan recited, a disconcerting familiarity akin to his own creation. Shen Miao smiled softly. choosing to divert her gaze for the young man on stage and return her focus to the chessboard. Casually, she picked a piece and placed it at the edge of the board. "What game are you playing?" Feng Anning inquired. "Is it not haphazard to place a piece so far from the action?" "Far." Shen Miao shook her head. "Each piece possesses its own unique utility. This seemingly useless piece could traverse unforeseen distances. Though it may appear to be worlds away from the current game, it is an indispensable element for future generals." "Can one discern that now?" From a distant pavilion, a figure gazed intently, capturing the entire scene unfolding on stage within their sight. Su Mingfeng gently waved his fan and remarked, "This time, Gao Yan has somehow procured this essay, which is written with remarkable eloquence. I would very much like to meet the author." "And what would that achieve?" The languid young man in purple replied, reclining against the window of the pavilion. Nearly leaning out, he appeared to be a person of vast knowledge and memory. Yet Su Mingfeng remained unfazed. "If I could forge such an acquaintance, it would surely yield immense benefits." Xie Jingxing let out a scoff, glancing at the stage, where a begonia blossom had appeared in his hand. The begonia, still fresh as if just plucked, exuded a subtle fragrance, yet carried an air of solemnity. That may not necessarily be the case. Chapter 41. The Maidservant Upon the Stage. Gao Yan finally concluded his recitation of the regulations on conduct. Initially, a profound silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a murmur of hushed discussions. The students, lacking a full grasp of the implications embedded in the treatise, could only appreciate its literary elegance and the abundant references it contained. Conversely, the adults seated in the male member section comprehended the profundity of the discourse. This seemingly casual treatise adeptly identified and proposed ingenious remedies for the existing loopholes in the Mingqi legal framework. For a scholar, this was indeed astonishing. The examining official on stage likely did not anticipate that Gao Yan would exhibit such concealed depth. Nevertheless, tradition mandates that any doubts regarding a student's performance must be addressed through further scrutiny. For instance, the previous artwork by Shen Miao, while commendable, did not possess the same level of sophistication as Gao Yan's regulations on conduct, which deftly balanced both eloquence and practicality. The examiner then inquired, as stated in the treatise, "The Mingqi regulations are extensive. How do you propose to delineate them further?" Gao Yan's heart leaped with joy, for besides the treatise, there was another question akin to what the examiner had just posed. He felt immense gratitude towards the individual who had prepared the manuscript for him, and resolved to reward them generously in the future. Thus, he maintained his composure, straightened his posture, and responded as dictated by the manuscript. They should be divided into 3 tiers: the commercial path, the official path, and the path of the people. In the audience, the esteemed official Gao De had already broken into a broad smile. His ascent in the bureaucratic realm was largely reliant on the emperor's support and a wide network of connections, yet he lacked genuine ability. Fortunately, he had a commendable son, Gao Jin, who adeptly managed numerous affairs at a young age. Now, with his younger son Gao Yan revealing such extraordinary capabilities, he felt compelled to return to the ancestral hall to offer incense and prayer for his forebears. Gao Jin, possessing a sharper intellect than his father, harbored doubts about his brother's apparent wisdom. He pondered whether the examiner's inquiries could be so easily addressed, suspecting that even the examiner could not be swayed. Therefore, he found himself in a state of uncertainty. Pei Lang lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip, his hand trembling slightly. Strangely, every word Gao Yan uttered seemed to imprint itself in his mind. This familiar sensation felt absurd, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil that he could not quell. Su Minglang, having just awoken from a brief slumber, noticed the admiration reflected in the faces of those around him as they regarded Gao Yan on stage. He tugged at Su Laoi's sleeve and inquired, "Father, is he truly that impressive?" "Apredilles talent, Su Laoye replied succinctly. Su Minglang pursed his lips, seemingly perplexed. After a glance around, he noted the absence of his brother, Su Mingfeng, and asked, "Why hasn't elder brother returned yet?" Su Laoi cleared his throat lightly. "Your elder brother's health is frail. He is already straining himself to be here today. Let him rest a while longer." Fu Xiaoyi, having overheard the conversation, cast a glance at Su Laoi. Observing the persistent worry etched on Su Leoi's brow regarding Su Mingfeng, he withdrew his gaze, pondering the matter. Regardless, Gao Yan's performance today was remarkably impressive, responding to the examiner's questions with poise, thereby dispelling any lingering doubts among the audience. Unquestionably, he had secured the top honors. The ranking is secondary. What truly matters is that in the future recounting of the Jingdian history, aside from Gao Jin, people will also remember he had a remarkably talented younger son. Gao Yan stepped down satisfied. This round of selections came to an end, while the women's group began. Feng Yanning did not take the stage. She excelled in the category of string instruments and had already drawn that section, deeming it unnecessary to present herself since the others were lackluster. Shen Qing opted for chess, having prepared well for it, as chess also requires calculation, making her modest strength. Shen Yu, as expected, chose the guqin. She had always been fond of things that showcased her ethereal elegance. Chen Ruoqiu had been an exceptional player, not only proficient in playing, but also adept at composing melodies and writing lyrics, a skill Shen Yu had mastered beautifully. Every year, she achieved first place, and thus, it was a time when everyone admired her guqin skills. With Shen Yu's presence in the women's group, the others would likely refrain from embarrassing themselves by selecting the same category. Shen Qing had indeed put in the effort, culminating in her first-place achievement in chess. When the time came for the guqin segment, discussions began anew in the hall. Shen Yu gracefully ascended the stage, performing a ritual of incense and hand-washing. Her delicate and graceful demeanor, clad in soft pink, was utterly enchanting, and the faint smile at the corners of her lips gave her an ethereal presence. She played Ode to the Moon, a piece of considerable difficulty that evokes the yearning of a traveler for their homeland and loved ones. The melody began tenderly and wistfully, soon intensifying with passionate sorrow, culminating in poignant nostalgia. The transitions tested not only her technical prowess, but also her emotional depth. In her previous life, Shen Yu had garnered great acclaim for this very piece, but now she appeared even more vulnerable. Reflecting on it, it seemed that each of Shen Yu's accolades was built upon Shen Miao's misfortunes. Shen Miao gazed at the girl on stage. Shen Yu had commenced her performance. As she struck the strings, they seemed to come alive, flowing softly under her touch, the music ethereal, resonating with profound charm that captivated every ear present. Her fingers danced across the strings like butterflies flitting through a garden, each transition seamless and instinctual. Feng Yanning bit her lip, despite her disdain for Shen Yu. She could not deny her exceptional skill on the guqin. In comparison, the piece she had garnered first place with now seemed woefully inadequate. It was a piece about longing for loved ones and homeland, yet tightened Shen Miao's fist. Even if given another chance, the deceased could not be revived. Wan Yu and Fu Ming would not return. Shen Yu's piece felt like a vengeful requiem, resonating not with solace, but filled with blood feuds. Kai Lin rushed outside the seating area, striving to draw closer to the stage to capture every expression of his beloved. He was entranced by the enchanting music until the chatter of others broke his reverie. The second young lady is truly unfortunate. She has never ranked second, yet she was outmaneuvered by the fifth young lady for first place. The speaker was a slender maidservant, and Kai Lin recognized her as Xu Xiang, Shen Yu's personal attendant, involuntarily glancing in her direction. Indeed, it is true. Moreover, Miss Wu has ceased to even select, clearly intent on opposing Miss Eyre. Another maid remarked, "Alas, it is a pity that our Miss Eyre, with her kind heart, has endured so much distress from Miss Wu in private. Is it not Miss Wu's reliance on the patriarch that grants her the audacity to treat Miss Eyre in such a manner? Poor Miss Eyre, after preparing for so long, has had her hard-earned fruits snatched away by another. Would that someone could avenge Miss Eyre, perhaps by allowing Miss Wu to take the stage during the selection?" "What nonsense!" interrupted Xu Xiang. "It is well known that Miss Wu is lacking in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. To choose Miss Wu would be to diminish one's own standing. I fear the prospects for the women's group are bleak, should the men's group select her. That would indeed serve as a form of retribution for Miss Wu." The volume of their conversation gradually diminished. Kai Lin's eyes shifted, glancing at Shen Yu on the stage, and a notion began to form in her mind. Chapter 42. Challenge her. As Shen Yu concluded her exquisite performance, the audience was enraptured, entranced by the remarkable talent of the young woman, whose beauty further captivated their admiration, particularly among the young men seated across the hall. While the boys from the First Nation were too young to be concerned, many from the Second and Third Nations found themselves drawn to her. Although Qin Qing was more striking in appearance within the Guangwen Hall, her haughty demeanor paled in comparison to Shen Yu's gentle charm. "Your sister plays exceptionally well," Feng Anning remarked begrudgingly. "I wonder where they found such a talented musician. Tomorrow, I shall ask my mother to seek out a renowned instructor for me as well." Such was the nature of youth, often consumed by competitiveness. Take, for instance, Shen Miao, who upon being elevated to Empress, approached life with a carefree attitude. It was fiercely protective of Fu Xiui. Just a hint of Fu Xiui's kind attention towards another woman would send her into a frenzy of worry. The inner palace was rife with intrigue, where one could easily fall victim to treachery and betrayal. She was the sort to seek immediate retribution for any slight, a trait that had made her many enemies. However, her disposition had not changed. She had simply learned not to employ self-destructive methods. It is worth mentioning that the second daughter of the Shen family, Shen Yu, was indeed a rare combination of talent and beauty. Everyone possesses a natural admiration for beauty, and the king of Zhou found Shen Yu particularly enchanting, lamenting, "What a pity! What a pity indeed!" While others may not grasp the nuance, the princes certainly did. Shen Yu, with her striking beauty and limitless talent, would be a magnificent companion, yet she was not born of Lady Shen. Nor was she the daughter of the esteemed main branch of the Shen family, but rather of the third branch. Ironically, the formidable Shen Xian had fathered a daughter like Shen Miao, who appeared rather dull-witted. Even if she seemed somewhat transformed today, first impressions are not easily altered. They believed that Shen Miao, as current composure, was merely a fade, her true lack of ability remaining unchanged. After Pei Lang descended from the stage, his spirits began to settle. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Although perplexed, he endeavored to remain calm. Upon hearing the king of Zhou's remarks, he could not resist casting another glance at the girl in purple seated among the ladies across the hall. She pondered over her chess pieces, her gaze obscured by distance, yet he could sense the scrutiny and depth within her eyes. Reminiscent of the way Shen Miao looked at him, such a person could hardly be a fool. Change does not occur overnight. Could it be that Shen Miao's previous foolishness was mere pretense? Even someone as astute as he struggled to comprehend the situation. The Women group concluded their selections alongside Shen Yu's performance of Ode to the Moon. Naturally, Shen Yu claimed the top prize, yet rather than feeling elated, she found herself somewhat embarrassed. She cast a glance at Shen Miao, who was engrossed in her chess game, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Shen Yu knew well that Shen Miao was unversed in the arts, and her focused demeanor was likely a deliberate attempt to undermine her. Chen Ruoqiu noticed her expression and softly cautioned, You are losing composure." Chen Ruoqiu instilled in her daughter the importance of maintaining composure regardless of the circumstances. Whether genuine or feigned, it was essential to project an air of tranquility. A woman, once composed, exudes an exquisite grace. In contrast, a flustered demeanor is unbecoming of one from a distinguished lineage. Frankly speaking, Chen Ruoqiu's method of upbringing is commendable, and she herself embodies this philosophy well. However, Shen Yu, being youthful and inexperienced in adversity, struggles to comprehend the essence of resilience. Upon hearing Chen Ruoqiu's reminder, Shen Yu managed to temper her visible agitation. Her maid, Xu Xiang, offered her a cup of tea, suggesting, "Miss, have a sip to soothe your throat." Shen Yu accepted the tea and glanced at Xu Xiang, who smiled back, prompting a more genuine smile to grace Shen Yu's face. She remarked, "It has grown a bit warm, yet I am quite intrigued by the upcoming challenge." Shen Qing, having recently secured a top position in the chess category, felt a surge of joy and commented, "This year, there are no distinctions between genders or nationalities. The competition will undoubtedly be more intense. Indeed, the challenge is the most anticipated among the three events. The element of chance in drawing lots can often lead to unexpected outcomes, while selection allows participants to showcase their strengths. Thus, the challenge invariably involves the two most exceptional individuals. While the women's group may not be overly competitive, as young ladies often project an air of amiability and appear nonchalant about the results, the men are different. Young men relish competition, particularly at an age where the desire for victory is most fervent, making each year's challenge the most fiercely contested. This year, the challenge allows for no gender or national distinctions, enabling all students to compete against one another. However, despite this openness, it is unlikely that there will be any challenges between the genders. As expected, no one from the literary category stepped forward, leaving the spotlight on the martial category, which almost entirely precluded female participation. Although there are indeed daughters of martial families present, women, by virtue of their physicality, cannot match men and thus face insurmountable odds. At that moment, Kai Lin stood up from the men's section and walked confidently to the stage. The examining official inquired about his challenge, to which he pointed to the archery sign and declared, "Archery." The crowd understood immediately. Kai Lin, a formidable figure, may lack prowess in the literary arts, yet he excels in martial disciplines, particularly archery, where he has consistently demonstrated exceptional skill, even securing the top position in last year's evaluations. Who would he challenge today? Scanning the audience, there appeared to be no one more accomplished than he in archery. With an air of bravado, Kai Lin suddenly pointed towards the women's section. The audience gasped in surprise upon realizing he was indicating a female rather than a male opponent, and their astonishment deepened when they discerned his target. He proclaimed loudly, "I challenge her, Shen Miao." The young lady in the violet attire, engrossed in her chess game, lifted her gaze, her clear eyes locking onto the challenger on stage. Her expression remained unperturbed, and her movements were flawless, as if the earth-shattering statement had merely been a casual greeting, one she could not be bothered to respond to. Chun Ruochio furrowed her brow. She had devoted herself to teaching Shunyu, yet Shen Miao seemed to have mastered the art of remaining composed and inscrutable. In the distance, a handsome young man leisurely sipping tea in a pavilion suddenly spat it out, his previously nonchalant demeanor revealing a hint of surprise. Has the Kai family boy lost his mind? Shen Miao rose from her seat on the chessboard. A black piece had crossed the boundary of the Chu River and Han realm, advancing towards her. The first pawn had been set in motion. She picked up a white piece, and in a swift motion, the black piece was captured and elegantly tossed in the chess basket. "Your move," she declared. Chapter 43. Life and death situation. The autumn breeze is typically refreshing and elegant, yet at this moment, the atmosphere is so tense that even the fragrance of flowers seems to intensify. Shen Yu, covering her mouth in surprise, exclaimed, "But fifth sister is a lady. How can anyone challenge her in this?" Indeed, Chin Ruochio expressed her concern, saying, "Fifth miss, do not force yourself. Although uncle is a martial general, you have never engaged in such activities." Chin Ruochio's words were cleverly articulated, suggesting that while Shun Xin is a martial figure, his daughter Shen Miao has never been trained in archery, which is quite understandable given that women generally do not partake in such martial pursuits. However, the unfortunate reality remains that if one is unskilled in both martial and literary arts, it truly reflects poorly. Everyone is aware that Shen Miao lacks knowledge in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And now to add that she is also inept in martial skills diminishes her reputation further, casting a shadow over the entire Shun Xin household. However, the rules of this contest are immutable. Shen Qing, though appearing anxious, spoke with a tone that betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Once chosen as a contender, regardless of the category, one must complete the challenge. Yet, everyone typically selects the most capable individuals for competition. Could fifth sister possibly have a hidden talent? Otherwise, why would Kai Lin have singled you out? Her words were undeniably sharp, and surprisingly, Ren Wanyan did not intervene, merely chuckling, "Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Fifth miss has no skills in wielding weapons. Fifth miss, if you do not wish to compete, Auntie can personally speak to the judges, citing your youth. They would not put you in a difficult position, even considering your uncle's standing." Although Ren Wanyan's remarks appeared tender and protective, upon closer reflection, the reality was not so simple. After all, no one had ever made exceptions in this contest for many years. Now, with Shen Miao breaking the mold, who knows how the citizens of the capital will gossip about it tomorrow? Moreover, invoking Shen Xian's name might lead some to accuse him of abusing his privileges due to his merits. Indeed, public opinion can be fickle, and while status can bring advantages, it also carries burdens. As for her, she would never allow anyone to utter a word against Shen Xian. "Thank you, Auntie, but that will not be necessary." She rose from the ladies' table and slowly made her way to the stage. The arena gradually fell silent, with only the sound of the young girl's voice piercing the stillness, creating quite a stir among the onlookers. "I accept this battle." Kai Lin's gaze flickered. His actions were merely an attempt to defend Shen Yu's honor. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a man to challenge a woman in martial arts. However, accustomed to mischief, he anticipated merely returning home to face his parents' reprimands. Yet, the thought of standing up for Shen Yu filled him with a sense of joy. He envisioned that if Shen Miao were to shy away from the challenge, he would have ample opportunity to ridicule her. Little did he expect that Shen Miao would confront the challenge head-on, and not only that, but she did so with remarkable composure and confidence. As he watched her in her flowing purple attire ascend the stage, an odd sensation welled up within him. It was as if she was entirely untroubled by the challenge ahead. But how could that be? Shen Miao's lack of proficiency in archery was well known to him. Someone who has never practiced martial arts would naturally be oblivious to the skills required. Shen Miao was likely oblivious to the proper way to grip a bow, confronting a task with which she was entirely unfamiliar. It is only natural for anyone to feel a sense of trepidation in such circumstances. Could she truly maintain her facade to such an extent? Kai Lin was lost in thought when he suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he met the eyes of Shen Yu from the ladies' seating area. Upon noticing his attention, Shen Yu shyly lowered her head. Yet, Kai Lin felt a stirring in his heart. Every young man harbors a romantic dream of becoming a hero who rescues a damsel in distress. In Kai Lin's eyes, he envisioned himself as that heroic figure coming to the aid of the fair maiden, while Shen Miao appeared to him as the vile and ugly antagonist. Regardless of whether she would accept the challenge today, he was determined to ensure that Shen Miao would suffer public humiliation, rendering her incapable of bullying Shen Yu ever again. Typically, it is the challenger who establishes the rules of engagement, dictating how the challenge will unfold, leaving the challenge party with no choice but to comply. The uncertainty of the situation renders these yearly contests particularly captivating. Shen Miao ascended the stage, and the examiners, despite their authority, felt a degree of discomfort. After all, Shen Miao was merely a delicate young girl. While it might be acceptable for women to compete in literary challenges against men, the martial contests were a different matter entirely. And Kai Lin seemed intent on making her look foolish. Today's spectacle promised to be quite entertaining. The king of Zhou clapped his hands, seemingly intrigued. The reputation of the Shen family's eldest branch was bound to plummet. Prince Jing shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that General Shen's esteemed reputation, earned on the battlefield, was tarnished by the inadequacy of his daughter. He mused that her lack of prowess was compounded by her utter foolishness. Her current demeanor would only elicit more ridicule. Kai Lin smirked with self-satisfaction, declaring, "This year, I have devised an amusing rule. The traditional archery competition has grown rather dull. In this year's contest, we shall shoot at each other. You will balance a fruit on your head, and I shall take aim with my arrow. Then it will be my turn, and you shall shoot at me. What say you?" The room erupted in astonishment. The examiner was taken aback. This could lead to perilous consequences. After all, Shen Miao was the daughter of Shen Xian, and should anything untoward occur, who would be held accountable when Shen Xian returned at years and to demand answers? He hastily interjected Kai's student. Kai Lin waved dismissively. "Sir, the Guangwen Hall has not created any exceptions for a particular individual. The rules have always been as such. The challenger dictates the terms. Is the daughter of a formidable general truly such a coward?" Shen Yu lowered her head, concealing a smile that threatened to break free. Feng Anning furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to intervene. "That is indeed true," came a hoarse voice from the side, belonging to the previously silent Prince Yu. A peculiar smile twisted upon his fierce countenance as he remarked, "Naturally, no exceptions can be made for any individual." Should General Shen consider retreating on the battlefield due to the strength of the enemy, that would be understandable. He chuckled at his own jest. Shen Miao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Those who scorned her were, in fact, targeting Shen Xin, as if they believed her to be the Achilles heel of the esteemed Shen family. She gazed at Kai Lin, who was relishing the unfolding spectacle, then cast a glance at the malicious mockery of those seated around her. The pent-up fury within her finally erupted. While Shen Miao, having been reborn, could endure much, the Empress Shen, the sovereign of the harem, possessed a temperament that demanded vengeance for even the slightest affront. She spoke coldly. My father battles valiantly in distant lands, shedding blood to protect our homeland. It is through his sacrifices that we are graced with today's extravagant chrysanthemum banquet and the flourishing of scholarly achievements. A flicker of derision crossed her eyes. Winning today's contest holds little significance. True valor is proven on the battlefield, where lives are taken. As for the rules you have imposed, why should I fear them? Everyone paused, taken aback. Why should I fear them? Your archery skills are undoubtedly exceptional, ensuring you hit your target, while my aim is less refined, should I miss. It is your life that hangs in the balance. She smiled faintly, her voice resonating as if from a distant realm, yet it thundered in the ears of those present. Let us formalize this with a life-and-death pact. Should harm befall us, the consequences shall be borne by ourselves. Do you dare, Kai Lin? Chapter 44. Do you dare to kill? In the vast expanse of the Yanbei Hall, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The young maiden stood with her back straight, her petite figure seemingly harboring boundless strength, each movement embodying an unwavering determination that suggested she could trample all before her. Kai Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Miao was indeed correct. In this exchange of arrows, he should have been the one in greater peril. After all, Shen Miao possessed no real archery skills. A mere misalignment could see an arrow lodged in his own head. Yet Kai Lin was not inclined to dwell on such thoughts. His reasoning was simple. If he shot first, Shen Miao's timid nature would surely cause her to tremble in fear, begging for mercy as tears streamed down her face. He envisioned delightfully toying with her, thus ensuring Shen Yu could vent her frustrations. As for what would transpire thereafter, Kai Lin gave it little thought. In his mind, Shen Miao would be so frightened after his shot that she would be rendered incapable of retaliating. Moreover, a woman who had never drawn a bow might not even manage to string a longbow, an utter farce. Kai Lin's musings, however, failed to account for Shen Miao's response. She merely regarded him with an unsettling calm, an otherworldly composure that ignited a flare of indignation within Kai Lin. Her gaze felt akin to that of a child observing a foolish spectacle, both pitiable and laughable. In the throes of youthful impulsiveness, Kai Lin declared without hesitation, "What is there to fear? I shall sign the life-and-death contract." Alas, Lord Kai, seated among the male guests, sighed in exasperation, wishing fervently to rush forth and deliver a sound thrashing to his wayward son. He had previously thought Kai Lin merely mischievous, never anticipating he would provoke Shen Miao. While Lord Kai was not overly concerned for his son's safety, he feared the possibility of Kai Lin truly embarrassing Shen Miao or, heaven forbid, injuring her with a misplaced shot. Confronting a brute like Shen Xian was no trivial matter. Shen Yu, filled with anxiety, interjected, "How could Fifth Sister possibly sign a life-and-death contract? This is merely an examination. It should not escalate to such extremes. This cannot stand. Indeed, how could the Fifth Sister be so thoughtless?" Ren Wanyan furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "One cannot act purely on a whim. What if something were to go awry?" She refrained from mentioning that it was Kai Lin who pressured Shen Miao into making this choice, attributing the situation solely to Shen Miao's rebelliousness. Shen Ruoqiu shook her head, softly sighing. Ultimately, her competitive spirit has gotten the better of her. While the women expressed their calm concern for Shen Miao, the male guests were not without interest in the unfolding drama. Prince Yu fixed his gaze upon the purple-clad maiden on stage, his murky eyes glinting with intrigue, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, yet his stare was repulsive. "This Shen lady is indeed bold, but lacks wisdom," remarked the Duke of Zhou. Does she not realize that signing a life-and-death contract could lead to consequences so dire that even Shen Xian would be powerless to intervene? Perhaps it was an attempt to preserve the Shen family's reputation. Fu Xiui observed Shen Miao on stage, stating, after all, no one wishes to hear ill of their own kin. Alas, even such sentiments could not alter the reality. Prince Jing shook his head, declaring, such impulsiveness is truly excessive. It is no wonder they call her ignorant and foolish. Pei Lang raised the teacup from the table and took a sip, contemplating that Shen Miao's actions were indeed rather impulsive. Though he acknowledged that the words of Prince Yu had been excessively harsh. If Shen Miao truly wished to consider the interests of the Shen family, she ought to devise a means of retreat. Although she might temporarily become the subject of gossip, it would be far preferable to facing public humiliation later. Father, she will undoubtedly prevail, Su Minglang declared, clenching his small fist to convey his stance. Su Laoi cast a glance at his younger son, sensing an inexplicable focus that Su Minglang had on Shen Miao. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that Shen Miao had captured his attention. Since the last incident, when Su Minglang's insight had prompted the Su family to retreat gracefully, Su Laoi had adopted a much more amiable demeanor towards his younger son. Not wishing to dampen Su Minglang's enthusiasm, he vaguely echoed, indeed, she will surely win. Unbeknownst to Su Mingfeng, who sat in a pavilion gazing at the verification platform, the sentiments of Su Minglang and Su Laoi would have elicited a derisive response from him. He could not help but exclaim, the young lady of the Shen family certainly possesses audacity, even signing a life-and-death contract. Has General Shen regaled her with tales from the military, leading her to believe this is merely a contest in the barracks? How utterly foolish. Su Mingfeng never concealed his thoughts when conversing with friends. Yet today, he noticed that his most critical companion remained silent in agreement, prompting him to glance back. The young man in purple, delicately holding a begonia, tilted his head in contemplation, illuminated by the sun's rays and caressed by a gentle breeze, causing the tassels of his dagger to flutter slightly. His striking features exuded an air of elegance, and his thoughtful demeanor compelled admiration for his unparalleled grace. What occupies your thoughts, Xie-san? Su Mingfeng inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Xie Jingxing tucked the begonia into his cloak, suddenly rising with a playful smile. How about we place a wager? What wager? He pointed at the platform with a charming grin, exuding an irresistible charisma. Who shall emerge victorious? Naturally, it shall be Kai Lin, Su Mingfeng replied, furrowing his brow. Do you perhaps envision another contender? I wager on Shen Miao's victory, he declared. Preparations were already underway on the platform. Today's martial arts contest was sure to captivate the attention of all present. This was no mere verification challenge. It was a gamble for life itself. Guangwen Hall indeed compelled the participants to sign a life-and-death contract, the crimson ink starkly contrasting against the pristine fabric. Shen Miao inscribed her name with remarkable ease, as if the weight of this solemn document held no significance for her. This was only natural, for she had inscribed her name countless times before, when drafting surrender letters to the Xiongnu on behalf of Fu Xiui, when voluntarily becoming a hostage of the Qin state, during Wan Yu's marriage, and when she was the deposed crown prince. The two characters of Shen Miao bore witness to a history of blood and tears, a suffering that none could comprehend. In contrast, Kai Lin found the task far more daunting, though he was driven by a fierce desire to win. This was his first time signing such a grave document. Kai Lin was merely a sheltered child, overly protected by his family, lacking in maturity. Shen Miao's calmness only deepened his trepidation. As he penned his name, the weight of the moment bore down upon him, his handwriting shaky and uneven, starkly contrasting with Shen Miao's elegant script. Upon completing his task, he could not help but inquire, Shen Miao, are you not afraid that I might miss my shot in the first round? If I were to fear that you might hit me in the second round, I could very well injure you in the first. Shen Miao, poised to reach for the grass fruit, turned at his words and gazed intently at Kai Lin. Is it truly your belief, young Master Kai? She retorted, I beg to differ. She continued, it is widely acknowledged that your prowess in archery is unparalleled. Should you miss, it would not be due to a lapse in skill, but rather a deliberate act. If you intend to take my life, I assure you. My lack of expertise renders any miss on my part entirely within reason. Kai Lin was taken aback, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment, as a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Indeed, should he miss, it would be intentional, whereas if Shen Miao were to miss, it would be entirely natural. He could not afford to err, for that would lay bare his intentions to all. He had placed Shen Miao in a precarious position, only to have her return the favor with equal measure. In any scenario, he found himself at fault. To evade the possibility of being struck by me in the second round, young Master Kai could simply choose to eliminate me in the first, decisively and without hesitation. The life and death agreement had been established. Should you take my life, it would merely be the outcome of a contest, incurring nothing more than the disdain of the world. With no true accountability. Here I stand. Do you dare to kill me? Chapter 45. It's my turn now. Do you dare to kill me here? Kai Lin gazed incredulously at the girl before him, as if encountering her for the first time. He had long been accustomed to dominating at Guangwen Hall, where he was indulged to the point of arrogance. His intention today was merely to teach Shen Miao a lesson. To his surprise, she not only displayed no fear, but boldly stood her ground against him. At this moment, it seemed he was the one at a disadvantage. Did Kai Lin have the courage? Setting aside whether he possessed such audacity, even if he did, could he act on it? As a young master of the Kai family, he could act on a whim, yet the implications of his actions loomed large. Should he truly take Shen Miao's life today, it was not merely a matter of one life for another. Shen Xian might very well exact vengeance upon the entire Kai family and personally demand retribution. Moreover, deep down, he was not willing to commit such an act. His bravado was merely bluster. He had never faced a battlefield and had yet to shed blood. Although his archery skills were impressive, he had only ever targeted animals or inanimate objects, never a human being. Nonetheless, retreating was not an option. If a mere girl like Shen Miao showed no fear, how could he, a man, afford to back down? The thought of appearing cowardly before the world was unbearable. With this in mind, Kai Lin puffed up his chest and declared, "Regardless of what you say, true skill is proven on the shooting range. You may speak boldly now, but who knows if you will be reduced to tears later." His words were coarse, perhaps a feeble attempt to mask his own anxiety. The more composed Shen Miao appeared, the more unsettled he became, yearning to witness her panic, as if only then could his own insecurities be quelled. Thus, he hoped his words would embarrass her. Typically, a young woman confronted with such unrelenting taunts from a man would feel humiliated and retreat, perhaps even bursting into tears. However, Shen Miao merely cast a calm glance, her serenity rendering Kai Lin's bravado absurd. He found himself momentarily dazed, questioning why he felt such trepidation when faced with someone he deemed insignificant. Shen Miao had already approached the official to retrieve the grass fruit, which was roughly the size of a man's fist, square at the bottom and round at the top. She stood at the far east end of the platform, placing the fruit atop her head. The atmosphere grew increasingly raucous. Surely, she must be feigning composure while internally quaking with fear, thought Yi Peilon, her smile betraying her anticipation of Shen Miao's imminent dread. Since the establishment of the Mingqi examination, no woman had ever faced a man in martial challenge. Jiang Shaoxian, with her finger poised thoughtfully, remarked, "This is indeed a first for Shen Miao. The prospect of embarrassing herself in front of so many is quite daunting. Oh dear, what is fifth sister still doing up there? What if she misses and shoots poorly?" Ren Wanyan fretted. Her heart was heavy. If anything unfortunate were to befall Shen Miao, no matter how well Shen Xian treated the Shen family, there would be no mercy for her. What is there to worry about, second sister? Chen Ruoqiu remarked nonchalantly. It's merely a childish game. The young master of the Kai family is hardly an ignorant child. If only Lady Wu would soften her stance and utter a few words of supplication, she would naturally not face any hardship. It is hoped that she will not act impulsively in this grave matter of life and death, trivializing it as mere child's play. After all, it is Ren Wanyan who holds the reins of the household. Should any misfortune occur, it will be Ren Wanyan who bears the brunt. Yet, her words struck a chord deep within Ren Wanyan. It is all due to Shen Miao's own desire to assert herself. Had she humbly sought forgiveness and spoken a few words of contrition to Kai Lin, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Fear not, Shen Ruoqiu reassured. I believe that Master Kai merely intends to intimidate Sister Wu. In such a competitive arena, everyone vies for grace, and there is no possibility of halting now. Shen Qing added to Run Wanyun. Kai Lin's archery is exceptionally precise. He will not miss, regardless. Shen Qing was still preoccupied with the thought of Shen Miao obstructing her dreams of becoming a princess. She now secretly wished for Shen Miao to be utterly humiliated. She had heard that some individuals, when faced with extreme fright, might lose control of their bodily functions. She wondered how Shen Miao would fare. If Kai Lin truly missed his mark, disfiguring her face would not be such a terrible outcome, Shen Qing mused. Shen Yu, however, did not contemplate such distant implications. She merely wished to witness Shen Miao kneeling in supplication, as if that alone could restore her own dignity. From afar, she cast a glance at Kai Lin, yet he did not return her gaze. Kai Lin, bow in hand, faced Shen Miao, who stood 3 zhang away. Her forehead slick with cold sweat. Shen Miao stood serene, the wind lifting the corners of her voluminous cloak, her purple attire billowing gently. Her composure exuded an air of majesty, as though she had weathered countless storms, casting a radiant glow upon her. Kai Lin slowly drew back his bow, thinking, if only Shen Miao would plead for mercy, if only a single tear fell from her eyes, uttering a word of surrender. He could seize the opportunity to humiliate her thoroughly, thus avoiding this awkward predicament. Alas, his aspirations were in vain. Shen Miao remained tranquil, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Shen Yu furrowed her brow. Why had the anticipated scene of Shen Miao weeping and begging not materialized? Why did Shen Miao appear even more composed than Kai Lin? Many had begun to notice this shift. Their previous impressions of her as a simpleton were quietly transforming. Not every young lady could stand unfazed before a bowman. If it were to be said that she inherited Shen Xian's unflinching demeanor in the face of danger, it could only be concluded that a tiger begets no dog. Kai Lin's hand began to tremble. The target, which he usually struck with ease, now seemed insurmountably distant. Shen Miao's words echoed in his mind. I am right here. Do you dare to kill me? Did he dare? Did he dare? Did he dare? With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew through the air, only to falter mid-flight and fall harmlessly to the ground, failing even to graze the hem of Shen Miao's garment, as if lacking the strength to reach its target. The crowd erupted into laughter. Some classmates jested. Kai Lin, are you perhaps being tender-hearted? You could easily hit a target 10 zhang away, yet today, 3 zhang proves too challenging? He wiped the sweat from his brow and immediately readied another arrow. The second shot landed at Shen Miao's feet. The third arrow grazed Shen Miao's hairpin, dislodging the grass fruit atop her head, causing her hair to cascade down her shoulders in a dark torrent. Yet, even as the arrow narrowly missed her cheek, she remained utterly unmoved. With her ebony locks, violet attire, and a complexion as fair as snow, she stood resolutely against the wind. Kai Lin's hands grew weak, causing his bow and arrows to fall to the ground in disarray. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Even a fool could discern that the one who feared was not Shen Miao, but Kai Lin. I am here. Do you dare to kill me? Idare. She offered a slight smile, a hint of cruelty flickering in her youthful, beast-like eyes, creating a striking beauty that belied her still somewhat innocent visage. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 46. A gamble for life. The words spoken by Shen Miao were light, yet imbued with an inexplicable chill, as though they descended from the heavens and struck heavily before Kai Lin. Cold sweat trickled down Kai Lin's face as he gazed blankly at Shen Miao before him. Shen Miao stepped forward, bending down to retrieve the longbow from the ground. Every eye in the audience was fixated on her every movement, reluctant to look away. This was indeed an unexpected scene. It was anticipated that Shen Miao would faint in fear or appear disheveled, yet she remained unperturbed, while it was Kai Lin who was drenched in cold sweat, with not a single arrow released. After a brief silence, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Truly, a tiger begets no dog of a daughter. This young lady from the Shen family possesses remarkable courage. The speaker, who had a good rapport with Shen Xian, had previously been skeptical of the rumors labeling Shen Miao as a simpleton. However, witnessing her today, he dismissed those words as mere gossip. With such audacity and spirit, how could she be a fool? It was evident that someone with ulterior motives had sought to tarnish the young lady's reputation. Indeed, one could see that she did not even blink. Had the arrow been slightly more off target, it could have grazed her cheek. This young woman truly exudes the demeanor of a general. Even if we were in her place, we would likely be startled. One must consider her lineage. The daughter of General Shen cannot possibly be lacking in merit. It seems the previous rumors were unfounded. No wonder there were attempts to slander her. A tree that stands out will inevitably attract the wind. At such a tender age, her exceptional qualities would naturally incite jealousy. Most officials maintained a favorable view of Shen Xian, given the numerous interests intertwined with him. Furthermore, they were engaged in court affairs daily, lacking the meticulousness of the women in the inner quarters, and thus their perspectives differed. In the past, Shen Miao was regarded as merely a child, but as she matured, her true talents began to shine. King Zhou and King Jing exchanged glances, with King Jing shaking his head and sighing. It appears that both of us were mistaken. She truly possesses remarkable boldness. Is the ninth prince regretting his earlier stance? King Zhou smiled as he turned to Fu Xiu. How could one refuse such an extraordinary woman? A transformation of such magnitude does not occur overnight. Either Shen Miao encountered a remarkable mentor, or she had been feigning ignorance all along. In either case, ninth prince, you have indeed lost out. Fu Xiu smiled and replied, a graceful lady, yet alas, she is not the one who captivates my heart. Do I regret it? Not at all. However, Shen Miao's composed demeanor does strike me as somewhat glaring. I do not believe that a person can change so drastically overnight. Could it be that she was merely pretending all along? But why would she choose to do so and invite disdain? Pei Lang set down his teacup, feeling inexplicably anxious for Shen Miao just moments ago. Yet, to everyone's surprise, she had maintained her composure, not only steadying herself, but also leaving Kai Lin so intimidated that he struggled to draw even the simplest of arrows. Shen Miao is truly formidable. She is indeed a remarkable individual. The Prince of Yu smiled with satisfaction, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Miao's figure. I wonder what it feels like. Pei Lang furrowed his brow, suspecting that the Prince of Yu was once again entertaining some unsavory thoughts. Regrettably, the words of others carry little weight, yet they wield no power. You have lost. Seated in the tower, Xie Jingxing reclined against the window, exuding an air of calm confidence. Such an outcome is indeed surprising. Su Mingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between Xie Jingxing and the distant stage, inquiring, did you know this all along? To gamble is to accept defeat, Xie Jingxing declared as he rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. All right, I concede. What shall my penalty be? Su Mingfeng responded readily. Post this contest. You shall celebrate with me over drinks, specifically the daughter's red that has been buried for 20 years, Xie Jingxing proposed. You truly have a heart of stone. Su Mingfeng retorted, only to realize something in question. But what are we celebrating? Is there any cause for joy? Not at present, but soon there shall be, Xie Jingxing replied, raising an eyebrow. A very worthy occasion indeed. On the stage, Shen Miao handed a grass fruit to Kai Lin. Kai Lin's hand trembled as he accepted it, asking, Shen Miao, have you ever practiced walking archery? Never. Shen Miao smiled at him. Today is my first encounter with a bow. However, since I managed to shoot 3 arrows while walking, if one does not succeed, there will always be another chance to learn. Kai Lin shivered, staring incredulously at Shen Miao. Surely you jest? Your earlier composure suggested that you were quite accustomed to this. He had naively assumed that Shen Miao was skilled, considering Shen Xian was a formidable general who could very well have taught his daughter archery. Yet now, Shen Miao claimed this was her first experience with a bow. How dare she? You claim to know nothing, yet how can you engage in walking archery? This grass fruit is bound to miss. Am I not simply courting death? Mr. Kai, you are rather amusing, Shen Miao stated calmly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring all present could hear her. Everyone observed as the girl in purple lowered her gaze, yet her presence was undeniably commanding. When Mr. Kai selected me for the contest, he did not inquire whether I could perform walking archery. When he aimed at me earlier, he did not question whether I might meet my demise. Why now, when it is my turn to shoot, does he suddenly ask if I can? Her words left Kai Lin speechless. Indeed, he had chosen walking archery to provoke Shen Miao, intentionally selecting a challenge that Shen Miao could not undertake. Yet now he found himself hoisted by his own petard. Miss Shen, my son is quite unruly. I apologize on his behalf. Please do not hold it against him. However, you truly cannot perform walking archery, and this may lead to unforeseen consequences which would not reflect well on you, Mr. Kai finally spoke, unable to contain himself amidst the knowing glances from his wife. Once the words left his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment, but he felt he had no choice. Though it was humiliating, it was better than risking his son's life. He even resorted to using his official title to intimidate Shen Miao. While it may be improper to bully a young girl, Mr. Kai could not help but express some frustration at Shen Miao's lack of adaptability, his tone involuntarily laced with authority. Yet Shen Miao was not easily intimidated by an official. She had dealt with the Xiongnu, interacted with the royal family of the Qin, and engaged with the emperors of Ming and Qi. She truly held no fear of mere subjects. All eyes were fixed upon Shen Miao, her chin slightly raised, while Lord Kai stood at a distance below the platform, appearing almost as if he were prostrated at her feet. The words that flowed from Shen Miao's lips left the crowd utterly astonished. She declared, Lord Kai, I have wagered my own life. Now it is time for Kai Lin to stake his life as well. The contract of life and death has been established, clearly inscribed in black and white. Even if I were to end his life today, it would be entirely just and devoid of any wrongdoing. One must honor the wager and accept the consequences. Without waiting for Lord Kai's response, she continued, a person without integrity cannot stand firm. This principle was proposed by Kai Lin himself. Now, to renege on this agreement, does it not reflect poorly on Lord Kai's conduct in the official realm? Is it the custom to alter rules at the first sign of adversity? Chapter 47. A red flag a man without trust cannot stand. This principle was personally advocated by Kai Lin. Now, to go back on his word, could it be that the esteemed Kai De Ren also exhibits such inconsistency in the realm of officialdom? Once the tide turns unfavorably, does he instantly alter the rules? Previously, Kai Lin had asserted that Guangwen Hall was not established for the benefit of any individual. Those who challenge the norms may declare them as they wish. Is the daughter of a great general truly such a timid creature? His words still echoed in the air, and now Shen Miao returned them in kind, striking Kai De Ren's face with a resounding clarity, leaving him speechless. The rules were set by you, yet now you refuse to abide by them. With a mere verbal assertion, can anything be justified? Is this how the esteemed officials of Mingxi behave? Her words were sharp and unrelenting, amplifying the situation considerably, causing cold sweat to cascade down Kai De Ren's brow. In the crowded arena of officialdom, many colleagues were present, including both friends and rivals. Shen Miao's remarks, falling upon the ears of those with intent, could be twisted into various narratives, and with the presence of royal members, any misstep might provoke royal suspicion. Not only Kai Lin, but the entire Kai family could potentially face dire consequences. Miss Shen is indeed correct. The voice belonged to Prince Yu, with an odd smile directed at Shen Miao, remarked, Kai De Ren, the rules established by your son must be upheld by him. When had Prince Yu ever exhibited such benevolence to intercede on another's behalf? Upon his declaration, all eyes turned towards Shen Miao, filled with varied implications, some understanding, others dismissive. The Wang and Jing princes exchanged glances, with Jing Wang sighing. Even Uncle Wang has spoken. Perhaps we will witness the emergence of a young Wang Sa. After uttering this, Wang Zi found it amusing and shook his head in silence. With Prince Yu having spoken, Kai De Ren could harbor no grievances and dared not protest. Although anger and shock swirled within him, he could only stiffly reply, It is my oversight, casting a resentful glare at Kai Lin. He turned and departed. Kai Lin watched his father leave, anxiety gnawing at him. He had initially thought Shen Miao was merely formidable in speech. Yet the moment he met her clear, piercing gaze, a chill crept into his heart. She resembled a silent predator. Though she appeared to be an immature girl, there was something distinctly fearsome about her presence. Lowering his voice, he threatened, Should you harm me, The Kai family will not spare you. This was indeed a threat. Kai Lin found himself in a precarious position. If Shen Miao's archery deviated even slightly, his life would be forfeit. He had witnessed arrows veering off course during hunts, striking prey in the eye or rear, a fate far from a swift death, leaving the creature to writhe in agony. Was he now the lamb awaiting slaughter? In delivering this threat, he hoped only that Shen Miao would exercise restraint, merely drawing her bow as a formality. He ventured again, if you act wisely this time, in the future, I shall refrain from troubling you at Guangwen Hall. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze. Kai Lin's expression was tense, as if fearing her refusal. Alas, she had encountered many such individuals in her past life. It is merely a display of cowardice, a reluctance to confront the formidable. Now, having been intimidated, she relents. Yet once this day passes, Kai Lin will undoubtedly revert to his former self, perhaps even seeking vengeance for the loss of face. Like a badger that has just left its den, believing itself to reign supreme in the wilderness, it falters upon encountering a fierce wolf. However, given the chance, this badger will still attempt to assert itself. Unfortunately for him, she is no mere wolf. She is a tiger. The solution to ensuring this badger never dares to provoke her again is simple: to sever his neck, instilling a lasting fear of retribution. A slight smile graced her lips. Earlier, I inquired if you would dare to kill me, and your previous archery has already answered that. Now, the question lies before me. Would you care to hear my response? Her delicate face, as smooth as jade and imbued with youthful innocence, bore a striking contrast to her chilling words. I dare. With that declaration, she turned and stepped onto the shooting platform. Kai Lin stood frozen in place, only snapping back to reality when the examiner called his name. He then noticed the entire audience's gaze fixed upon him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation of the spectacle. Her distant eyes lingered on a young lady in pink seated among the spectators, Shen Yu, who was engaged in conversation and had not cast a glance towards the platform. A sudden wave of disappointment washed over him, making his current behavior seem all the more contemptible. He had instigated this situation. There was no room for retreat now. Should he be defeated by a mere woman, the Kai family would become a laughingstock in the capital, especially with Shen Yu observing from below. If he were to humiliate himself, how could he ever face her again? A small girl, speaking such dreadful words. Could she truly have the audacity to kill? Even if she were to sign a life-and-death contract, taking a life is not a matter to be taken lightly. Realizing this, Kai Lin steeled himself, feigning calm as he approached the white line 3 zhang away, placing the grass fruit atop his head. The crowd exchanged glances between him and Shen Miao, sensing an odd tension in the air. In the distance, Xie Jingxing spoke. What do you think? Will she hit or miss? Of course she will miss, Su Mingfeng retorted. Let alone whether she has the courage to injure Kai Lin. Does she possess the skill? It is rare for young ladies to practice martial arts, and Shen Miao, as you should know, is utterly inept. Xie Jingxing chuckled softly. Not necessarily. Are you proposing another wager? Why complicate matters? I have already foreseen the outcome. Su Mingfeng, accustomed to his friend's penchant for cryptic remarks, pressed. What outcome? Xie Jingxing replied lazily. You will lose. Shen Yu watched Shen Miao on the platform, her heart inexplicably tightening. She quietly asked Chen Ruoqiu, Mother, will she injure young Master Kai? Naturally not. Chen Ruoqiu observed her daughter, who seemed entranced by Shen Miao's audacity, and sighed inwardly. It seemed she was still too young and lacked composure. She remarked, Is it truly so easy to hit the mark? I have heard from your uncle that drawing a bow requires strength. When has your 5th sister ever drawn a bow or shot an arrow in a manner? I fear she would tire merely from the effort of pulling the bowstring. You ought not to entertain such fanciful thoughts. Your 5th sister is merely jesting. But was Shen Miao truly jesting? Most certainly not. With a graceful motion, she knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring, her actions flowing seamlessly as if she had practiced 1,000 times before. There was no delicate hesitation nor uncertainty in her movements. Her form was impeccably precise, leaving no doubt of her prowess as an archer. In the next moment, the arrow, imbued with lethal intent, soared toward Kai Lin. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, and amidst the stillness, The arrow that had fallen to the ground emitted a sharp sound. Meanwhile, the arrowhead still glimmered with a hint of crimson. Chapter 48. The third arrow on stage and off. Everyone was frozen in a tableau of silence. It was Kai Lin who shattered this stillness. He reached up to touch his left cheek, where an arrow had just grazed him, revealing a glimmer of crimson blood. Shock enveloped the crowd. Shen Miao had indeed dared to shoot, neither halting the arrow mid-flight nor deliberately missing her mark. She stood at a distance that was neither too close nor too far from the grass fruit, yet the arrow had precisely skimmed past Kai Lin's cheek. Kai Lin shouted, "Shen Miao, what are you doing?" Before his words could fade, a second arrow whistled through the air, narrowly brushing against his right cheek. A sharp sting coursed through him, and upon touching his face, he discovered another streak of blood. He felt on the brink of madness, staring incredulously at Shen Miao. Kaida Run wished to intervene, yet with the prince of you seated before them, he dared not move. Ren Wanyan suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Is fifth sister mad? How could she dare to injure the young master of the Kai family?" "Your fifth miss is indeed formidable," remarked Lady Yi, feigning surprise. "What ordinary woman possesses such audacity? To injure the young master of the Kai family would surely bring your family into disrepute with several officials in the court." Her words struck a chord with Ren Wanyan and Chen Ruoqiu. They had initially considered Shen Miao merely a source of embarrassment. Yet she had not only avoided disgrace, but had also harmed Kai Lin. If the Kai family were to hold grievances against the Shen household, given their scholarly path, how could the brothers Shen Gui and Shen expect to maintain good standing? The thought filled Ren Wanyan with anxiety. She yearned to rush forth and compel Shen Miao to apologize to the Kai family. Just as she was about to raise her voice to halt Shen Miao's actions, Chen Ruoqiu grasped her hand firmly. "Sister, what are you doing?" Ren Wanyan replied, vexed. "Are we to sit idly by while fifth sister creates chaos? If the master inquires, who will bear the responsibility?" Chen Ruoqiu was almost in awe of her sister-in-law. Coming from a more distinguished background and priding herself on her scholarly lineage, she looked down upon such worldly concerns, dismissing Ren Wanyan's anxieties. "Sister-in-law, your reasoning is sound, but did you not hear that even the prince of you has spoken? Otherwise, do you think Lord Kai would remain silent while watching his son suffer? Even if you were to speak, would you have any authority here? It is better to observe the situation quietly. Should inquiries arise, we can merely attribute it to the playful antics of children. Are we to simply watch?" Ren Wanyan knew Chen Ruoqiu's words held merit, but could not suppress her worries. What if fifth sister lacks restraint and stirs up greater trouble? A life-and-death situation is one matter, but the rumors in the capital are another. What is there to fear? Did you not see fifth sister's earlier shot? Chen Ruoqiu laughed. She clearly knows how to draw a bow. She merely aimed to humiliate that Kai lad, an act of deliberate retaliation. Yet she must be aware of the limits. Otherwise, it would not merely be a scratch on the cheek. Chen Ruoqiu sighed softly, acknowledging that one inevitably offends others. Since that is the case, let nature take its course. If fifth sister truly acts with cruelty, she will surely bear the infamous reputation of being ruthless in the future. The words exchanged between the sisters reached Shen Qing and Shen Yu, who, being still young and naive to the intricacies of court politics, only grasped the final sentiment. Shen Yu gazed at Shen Miao on the stage, adorned in flowing garments, exuding an unnerving composure that was utterly irksome. She mused that if only Shen Miao were to fatally wound Kai Lin, such a heinous act would forever tarnish Shen Miao's reputation, deterring any suitors from approaching her. The current minor injuries she inflicted were merely severe rather than malicious. The more she contemplated this, the more a glimmer of something sparkled in Shen Yu's eyes. The peril of Kai Lin, who had endeavored to trouble Shen Miao on her behalf, had long been dismissed from her thoughts. Even entertaining the notion that Kai Lin might sacrifice his life to mar Shen Miao's name. Though whispers filled the audience, the presence of the prince of you stifled any outcry. The Kai couple, anxious and distressed, could only watch their son become a living target on the stage. "Shen Miao, what are you truly planning?" Kai Lin winced as the arrows grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging pain. Alongside his anger towards Shen Miao, a flicker of fear emerged. He realized that Shen Miao was audaciously fearless, a veritable madwoman unrestrained in her actions. From a distance, Shen Miao's voice was somewhat muffled, barely reaching the audience below but crystal clear to Kai Lin. It floated to him like whispers from the clouds, demanding reverence. "This is a lesson for you," she declared. Suddenly raising her voice, she proclaimed, "There's one last arrow." The entire assembly fixated on the impending projectile. Kai Lin's legs trembled, and he pinched himself fiercely to stave off the weakness that threatened to overtake him, for he beheld Shen Miao's arrow aimed directly at his head. A chilling terror gripped him, an overwhelming dread of the Shen family's disregard for life. This fear surged forth, seizing his entire attention. He yearned to flee from the stage, yet the arrowhead seemed to pursue him relentlessly, as if it could follow him to the ends of the earth. The Shen young lady displayed an excessive tenacity. The adults in the male section, while admiring Shen Miao's poise, lamented her current demeanor. They recognized that a woman's excessive strength is not always a virtue. Her relentless pursuit of vengeance for Kai Lin's earlier provocation was evident. Yet Kai Lin had inflicted no real harm upon her. Shen Miao had merely drawn blood, and while scars may not be significant for boys, a facial scar is undeniably unattractive. This indeed resembled the daughter of General Shen, who had supporters among the onlookers. If she were to merely endure bullying without retaliating, General Shen would surely be enraged to the point of fury. However, now she aimed the arrow at Kai Lin's head, a clear intention to take his life, which seemed excessively cruel. Kai Lin's legs quaked as he regarded the violet-clad maiden in the distance, perceiving her as a specter of malevolence. Her beauty was gentle and graceful, her gaze clear and even imbued with a hint of innocence. Yet her actions were devoid of hesitation. Shen Miao softly uttered, "Third shot." As she released her grip, the arrow shot forth like a bolt from the blue, its lethal intent aimed squarely at Kai Lin's forehead. The sheer terror compelled Kai Lin to collapse to his knees, a wretched cry escaping his lips. "Help! Mother!" Both Madame Kai and Lord Kai gasped in unison. The entire assembly rose, straining their necks to witness the unfolding scene on stage. Kai Lin lay sprawled on the ground, while the round, plump fruit had been pierced cleanly through by the black arrow, utterly impaled. Chapter 49. In the stillness, the appearance of the grass fruit resembled a grand irony, reflecting Kai Lin's scratched visage, his fearful tears mirroring Shen Miao's composed nod. She retracted her bow, bent down to retrieve the grass fruit from the ground, glanced at Kai Lin, and suddenly, with a bright smile, declared, "You have lost." Though she possessed a somewhat youthful demeanor, her excessive tranquility throughout the day rendered her age almost imperceptible. With her gentle smile, she momentarily appeared rather innocent. Observers scrutinized her closely, realizing that her previous perceived dullness was not folly. This young lady boasted bright eyes and pearly teeth, exuding a touch of regal splendor. Kai Lin was rendered speechless, his face marred by unclean blood from the earlier wound, tears streaming down and blurring the blood, leaving his countenance a disturbing mosaic of red and white, thoroughly disheveled. In that moment, he cared little for dignity, merely gazing at Shen Miao with eyes filled with dread. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow, as if finally comprehending the essence of fear. It was good that he was afraid. A warning had been issued, and those pests that surrounded him would surely learn to behave. Servants hurried to escort the trembling Kai Lin off the stage. Meanwhile, the verification officer approached Shen Miao, astonished by the arrows embedded in the grass fruit, and inquired, "Miss Shen, have you practiced archery before? Not only is precision essential, but strength in drawing the bow must also be unwavering." This delicate young lady demonstrated such finesse. Moreover, the final arrow, witnessed by all, struck the grass fruit even as Kai Lin collapsed in terror. It was indeed astonishing. "Have I practiced?" Shen Miao tilted her head slightly, lost in contemplation. It was during her first year as a hostage in the state of Qin that she encountered relentless humiliation at the hands of the royal family, both princes and princesses finding amusement in her disgrace as a queen, while she bore in silence, for Qin was then allied with Ming Qi. The royal children devised a new game, akin to the rules Kai Lin had established that day. They took turns firing at the grass fruit, deliberately shooting at her hair and shredding her garments, occasionally wounding her arms and neck. She could only grit her teeth and endure. Each night, she would carefully set up a target in her chamber, diligently practicing, envisioning those targets as the individuals who had wronged her, striving earnestly until she could hit her mark every time. Yet, when daylight came and it was her turn to shoot, she would intentionally miss or find herself unable to draw the bowstring. Such was life under constraint. She had to survive and return to Ming-Chi to reunite with Wan Yu and Fu Ming. This arduous existence persisted for an entire year. Now, with Kai Lin's mention of it, she was suddenly thrust back into those humiliating days. In this life, with no leverage held over her, she could kill or shoot as she pleased. In a life unbound, whoever dared to offend her would face her wrath. If the Kai family thought to command Shen Xian, they would soon learn to silence themselves. This was her rightful course of action. She smiled faintly, recalling how she had observed her elder brother diligently practicing in the courtyard. Having seen it numerous times, she unconsciously imitated him, never anticipating that today her unintentional aim would yield success. This utterly flabbergasted the Kai couple in the audience. Their son, once a top archer, not only failed to hit a single target today, but also made a fool of himself in public. Shen Miao remarked that it was merely her first attempt at archery, akin to imitating a technique and hitting the grass fruit. What folly was this? Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause erupted, causing the crowd to turn, only to find Prince Yu applauding. Indeed impressive. Shen Miao cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. The verification officer announced loudly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge in archery?" Naturally, Shen Miao emerged victorious in this round, but others could still come forth to challenge her. Should no one step up, she would undoubtedly claim the top position. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's expression soured considerably. In the first verification round, she had been completely overshadowed by Shen Miao. From a distance, she watched Fu Xiaoyi conversing with the kings of Zhou and Jing, her hands clenched tightly before relaxing. She mentally berated the useless Kai Lin for his lack of ambition. Yet the next moment, a voice called out from the venue, "I wish to challenge Shen Miao." From the male audience, a young man stood up. He appeared to be merely 16 or 17, with a decent countenance, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable shrewdness and worldly wisdom. Even with a humble tone, he exuded an air of pretense. With a single glance, Shen Miao recognized him. Amusement flickered in her heart. This was none other than the illegitimate son of the Xie family from Linen, Xie Jingxing's younger brother, Xie Changwu. While he lacked any particular talents, he was exceedingly cunning and adept at navigating the corridors of power, a master of flattery. Eventually, the entire Xie family would collapse. Yet these two illegitimate sons and the Fong family would thrive, buoyed by the new emperor's favor towards the Xie family. Xie Changwu and his brother Xie Changshao even secured positions in the court. She had always held a deep disdain for these brothers, as they aligned themselves with Madame Mei, befriending Fu Sheng and frequently assisting him in suppressing Fu Ming. Shen Miao's reminder to Xie Jingxing to eliminate his half-brother stemmed from her lingering grievances from past life. These two brothers were unforgivable. Allowing them to remain would only sow seeds of enmity. Now, with her vendetta yet to be settled, fate had delivered this opportunity right to her doorstep. But what was their intention? She glanced at the position of old Master Kai, whose face was stoic, while Xie Changshao seemed to offer him some reassurance. Indeed, the Xie brothers were recently attempting to curry favor with Lord Kai, the archery officer, and had been proactively befriending Kai Lin. Unfortunately, Kai Lin was more interested in associating with Xie Jingxing and had been indifferent to the brothers. Yet now, this presented a perfect opportunity. It was worth noting that by the end of this year in her previous life, just as she had successfully coerced a marriage with Fu Xiaoyi, Xie Changwu and Xie Changshao had both entered Lord Kai's service. Then, 2 years later, the Kai family would become embroiled in a corruption scandal, leading to their downfall. Many things had changed, yet many remained the same. It seemed that while circumstances had shifted, the outcomes remained unchanged. The Xie brothers sought to ingratiate themselves with the Kai family through this challenge. But did they expect her to be the one to bear the brunt of it? Just as Shen Miao was about to respond, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. The voice was languid, infused with an indescribable mockery, and remarked, "You do not practice with your elder brother at home, yet now you dare to challenge a young girl? Xie Changwu, you are regressing with each passing day." Xie Jingxing appeared upon the stage, arms crossed, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism as he regarded the two stunned half-brothers below. With a slight smile, he proposed, "What if I challenge both of you? Allow me to discipline my younger siblings. It is disgraceful to engage in a brawl with a woman, especially when such shame is laid bare for all to witness." He cast another glance at Shen Miao and added, "You may step down now." Chapter 50. Provocation. Shen Miao stood motionless, her gaze fixed upon him. Having previously warned Xie Jingxing, she was naturally prepared for his appearance on stage. However, she did not anticipate the current scenario, leaving her both amused and exasperated. It appeared as if Xie Jingxing had deliberately come to her rescue. Yet the reality was quite different. Xie Changwu had not foreseen his brother's sudden emergence. His intention today was merely to curry favor with the Kai family, thinking that since Shen Miao had already offended them, if he could humiliate her and serve as a lesson from the Kai family, they would undoubtedly regard him favorably. Although Shen Miao's archery skills seemed commendable, the disparity in strength between men and women was apparent, especially since Kai Lin's previous failure stemmed from his overconfidence. However, Xie Changwu was not one to underestimate his opponent. If possible, he would even employ subtle tricks with the arrows, knowing full well that Shen Miao, not being a regular practitioner of martial arts, would likely not discern any discrepancies. He had meticulously plotted this scheme, yet he was utterly unprepared for his brother's unexpected intervention. Both Xie brothers were left in shock, and the onlookers were equally astonished. Had the Duke of Linen been present, he too would have been rendered speechless. Year after year, Xie Jingxing had abstained from participating in the evaluations, yet despite this, it was widely recognized that he excelled in both literary and martial pursuits, particularly in the martial realm. Although he had not engaged in competitions, he had demonstrated remarkable prowess during several military campaigns, earning the admiration of many. His reputation on the battlefield rivaled that of seasoned veterans, yet his absence from the annual evaluations was not solely to avoid drawing the royal family's scrutiny, but rather due to his indifferent nature, as if he were born with a rebellious streak, perhaps deliberately opposing his father's wishes. In short, he held little regard for the evaluations. Consequently, the spectators turned their attention to the two illegitimate sons of the Duke of Linen, Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao, who had both put in considerable effort and consistently achieved top honors at the evaluations. However, this year, who would prevail in a contest between the most irreverent young lord of the Xie family and his two exceptional half-brothers? Despite Xie Jingxing's acclaimed reputation, people were more accustomed to accepting what was directly before them. He had not showcased his talents in the capital, and the women could only glean snippets of the young man's brilliance from their husband's remarks. Yet, hearsay often breeds skepticism. The other young men, while envious of Xie Jingxing's carefree demeanor, harbored a tinge of jealousy as they anticipated a chance to temper his arrogance. Moreover, Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao were adept at socializing, and they had many allies among those who frequented their company, leading the youths to favor Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao. Conversely, the young women had already flushed at Xie Jingxing's handsome visage. Observing his extraordinary poise, they noted a stark contrast to the effete scions of the capital, exuding an aura of martial vigor wrapped in an enigmatic charm, perpetually adorned with a mischievous smile, rendering him irresistibly captivating. Thus, the young ladies wholeheartedly placed their hopes on Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao surveyed the expressions of the crowd, discerning that they likely regarded Xie Jingxing's challenge to her two brothers as a mere whim of a privileged young master, driven by youthful impulse. However, Shen Miao smiled faintly. Xie Jingxing was not an easy adversary, now that he had stepped onto the platform of this test. It was inconceivable that he would allow his two half-brothers to retreat unscathed. The distinction between Xie Jingxing and herself lay in the fact that, although she appeared to act with arrogance, she still adhered to a methodical approach, understanding that one must proceed with caution to achieve their objectives. Conversely, Xie Jingxing seemed to rely on the backing of the Linen Marquis, emboldening him to act without fear. But did he truly possess only the linen marquise behind him? As she pondered this, Xie Chongwu's voice rang out from below. Elder brother, this may not be wise. What is unwise? Xie Jingxing glanced at Shen Miao and then at Xie Chongwu, suddenly breaking into a laugh. Do you believe that Shen Miao presents a greater challenge than I do? A roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. Xie Jingxing continued to scrutinize Shen Miao critically. No inner strength, no martial skills, yet you choose to challenge her in archery? You, a practitioner of martial arts, find it fitting to test a girl devoid of any physical prowess? I, as your elder brother, cannot comprehend. He suddenly smiled, his voice rich with magnetism. However, the young lady does possess a certain charm. If you were to challenge her based on looks, you are indeed justified. At this, the young men in attendance chuckled, some even casting flirtatious glances toward Shen Miao. Indeed, having shed her previous clumsy persona, she now seemed to radiate a luminous beauty. Her features, which were already quite lovely, appeared strikingly serene. This contrast captivated the onlookers. Yet, her former image had been too deeply entrenched, making it difficult for them to adjust their perceptions. Nevertheless, Xie Jingxing's words seemed to peel away that layer, and the youths readily acknowledged Shen Miao as a uniquely enchanting beauty. The girls, however, were displeased. Xie Jingxing's remarks were clearly a compliment to Shen Miao's appearance. Shen Yu and Shen Qing's expressions soured simultaneously. Although both had their hearts set on Fu Xiui, the world was replete with handsome and exceptional young men. Not just him. A youth like Xie Jingxing, unparalleled in Dingjing and indeed throughout the entire Mingqi. Praising someone like that simpleton incited jealousy in the already self-important Shen Yu and Shen Qing. Ipelon furrowed her brow, muttering, "Is young Master Xie blind? How could he possibly find Shen Miao attractive? She must have bewitched him somehow." By way bitter lip, glaring at the young man on stage. Shen Miao is truly shameless. She clung to the crown prince before, and now she is pursuing young Master Xie. Such discussions about Shen Miao went unnoticed by her, but even if she were aware, she would merely smile it off. For she understood that Xie Jingxing's intent in making such remarks was neither to tease her nor to provide her with a reprieve. Rather, he was compelling the two brothers of the Xie family to take the stage in a manner they could not refuse. To be fair, the two brothers of the Xie family were naturally reluctant to confront Xie Jingxing. Setting victory or defeat aside, Xie Ding had always favored his legitimate son. If a legitimate son were to challenge a half-brother in this test, what would Xie Ding think? He would only perceive it as a discord among siblings. And the biased Xie Ding would undoubtedly harbor discontent towards both brothers. Thus, Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao would undoubtedly seek ways to decline, yet Xie Jingxing, being a clever individual, did not press them, but rather resorted to provocation. Indeed, it seemed rather odd for Xie Chongwu to shy away from challenging Xie Jingxing while opting to confront the defenseless Shen Miao instead. His ulterior motives were glaringly evident to all present. In order to dispel any such notions and to demonstrate that he did not seek to climb the social ladder through the Kai family, Xie Chongwu had no choice but to step onto the stage himself and engage in a contest with Xie Jingxing. This was a reluctant decision, but upon agreeing, his plan to use Shen Miao as a stepping stone to the Kai family crumbled alongside his anticipated victory. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet. Since my elder brother has spoken, it is only proper for me to comply. Xie Jingxing would not afford him the chance to lament. On the battlefield, he ensured that anyone he chose to defeat would do so without mercy. One opponent was insufficient, and with a raised brow, he declared, "Third brother, join me." Chapter 51. One man's formation, third brother, let us join forces. With this declaration from Xie Jingxing, Xie Chongqiao in the audience was momentarily taken aback. Initially, upon witnessing Xie Jingxing's sudden appearance, he assumed that his elder brother had come to assist Shen Miao. For Xie Jingxing was not one to be judged by ordinary standards. Yet, this particular statement left him astonished. The challenge on stage was directed solely at Xie Chongwu. What relevance did it hold for him? However, with Xie Ding also absent, Xie Chongqiao turned to Xie Chongwu and inquired softly, "Second brother, what is the meaning of this?" Xie Chongwu, typically more astute than Xie Chongqiao, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Xie Jingxing's words. The implication that he required both Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao to confront him was nothing short of an affront. Clearly, Xie Jingxing believed that, even united, the two brothers would not be his match, an arrogance that seemed excessive. Provoked by Xie Jingxing's remarks, Xie Changwu's usual composure dissipated, and his expression turned hostile. His tone tinged with ire. "Elder brother, your confidence is remarkable, as if you regard your younger brothers with utter disdain." On stage, Xie Jingxing toyed with the grass fruit given to him by the examiner, his striking eyes narrowing lazily as he replied, "Indeed, I hardly regard you as worthy of my consideration. You two have trained in martial arts since childhood without ever sparring with me. Today, I would like to witness the so-called brilliance of your skills." The audience seemed to have discerned the discord among the Xie brothers. The affairs of the Linen Marquisate had spread throughout the Mingqi realm, and speculation regarding the relationship between these brothers had varied widely. Xie Jingxing had consistently maintained a detached demeanor towards the Marquisate, often dismissing interactions with his half-brothers. This coldness had gone unnoticed, seemingly causing little stir. Today marked the first instance in which Xie Jingxing publicly humiliated his two half-brothers before a large crowd. Whispers of intrigue filled the air, as spectators entertained both the drama and the anticipated outcome. Shen Miao observed the casually poised and handsome youth, finding Xie Jingxing to be quite peculiar. He appeared capricious and indulgent, yet there seemed to be an underlying clarity guiding his actions. Currently, the two brothers of the Xie family were unwittingly led by him. She feared that after today's examination, both Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao would find their dignity thoroughly stripped away. Upon hearing this, Xie Changwu suddenly let out a cold laugh and pronounced each word with precision. "It is merely a sparring session. What could be the harm?" He fixed his gaze on Xie Jingxing, his keen eyes swirling with a myriad of emotions. "If that is your desire, third brother shall join as well. Just be mindful not to claim we are bullying you should you find yourself at a disadvantage." By stating this, he implied that if Xie Jingxing were to lose to them, it would be due to his own challenge, thus absolving them of any blame, and perhaps even turning Xie Jingxing into a figure of ridicule. Xie Changqiao hesitated for a moment, but upon catching Xie Changwu's glance, he quickly regained his composure and affirmed, "We shall certainly accompany you." In this latest round of validation, the most refreshing aspect is the freedom enjoyed by all, regardless of category, number, or gender. Thus, the request put forth by Xie Jingxing does not contravene any norms. With a sly smile that captivated the gaze of numerous young ladies, Xie Jingxing jested, "Shall we also draft a life-and-death agreement?" Both Xie Changqiao and Xie Changwu stiffened momentarily, their expressions turning somewhat grim. However, Xie Jingxing nonchalantly added, "I am merely joking. There is no need for life-and-death stakes in a friendly spar between brothers." Shen Miao gently lifted the corners of her mouth, recognizing the sharpness of Xie Jingxing's words. Since the two brothers from the Xie family had taken the stage, her presence was no longer necessary, so she adjusted her skirt and gracefully descended. Upon reaching the ladies' section, Shen Yu and Shen Qing did not approach her, but soon Feng Anning hurried over. "Your marksmanship is truly impressive. Are you perhaps destined to inherit your father's legacy?" A ripple of concern stirred within Shen Miao. The royal family currently eyed the Shen clan with suspicion. Her own brother's situation was perilous. Having witnessed her brother's life being ruined by a woman, she resolved to protect the Shen family through her own means, just as she had done on stage earlier. Anyone who dared to slight the Shen family would be met with swift retribution. However, who among the three on stage would emerge victorious? Feng Anning abruptly shifted the topic, chattering, "Though the young lord of the Xie family is renowned, we have yet to witness his prowess firsthand. Perhaps the rumors are exaggerated. Last year, both Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao secured top honors, so facing them together, how could the young lord not suffer? Would Xie Jingxing truly be at a disadvantage?" Shen Miao suppressed a smile, merely shaking her head lightly. On stage, Xie Changwu remarked, "It is indeed hard to judge with two of us against you, so let us employ the horse lance." At this, Shen Miao genuinely laughed. Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow. "Horse lance? Very well." The officials quickly procured 3 magnificent steeds. The expansive platform could accommodate the horse's spirited gallop if handled well. 3 flower lances were handed to the trio. Xie Changwu and Xie Changxiao were adept with dual lances. And Feng Anning gasped in surprise. The 2 brothers had a harmonious partnership, capable of merging 2 lances into one, thus achieving remarkable success in past competitions. By choosing this task, Xie Changwu likely intended to decisively outshine Xie Jingxing. Yet, Shen Miao, with her head bowed, knew something others did not. Within the imperial documents of the Mingqi dynasty, there existed a record detailing the formations of the Xie family on the battlefield. Xie Jingxing was no ordinary adversary. He could form a battle array single-handedly. With a one-word spirit snake formation, 1 lance, 1 steed, and 1 individual, merely 3 elements could devastate the enemy. This formation was particularly suited for facing opposing generals, and Xie Jingxing had never known defeat. How could the 2 brothers of the Xie family compete with a general of the realm? Today might very well end in farce. As the drummer struck the drum forcefully, the sound resonated, signaling the commencement of the contest. Xie Changwu and Xie Changxiao exchanged a glance as their steeds galloped side by side. Having endured rigorous training, their horses moved in perfect synchrony, and the techniques of their flower guns mirrored one another with uncanny precision. From a distance, they appeared as though one individual had split into 2, an unsettling sight indeed. The youth clad in purple lazily lifted his hand, causing his black stallion to rear suddenly, charging in a completely opposite direction. The crowd gasped in astonishment as he brandished his horse lance before him, his garments billowing like purple clouds illuminated by lightning, reminiscent of a tempest. In that moment, an aura of lethal intent radiated from him, accentuating his strikingly handsome features, akin to a divine warrior. Chapter 52. Surprise attack in everyday life. The attributes of beauty and ferocity seldom coincide. As the elders often remark, flowery techniques and elegant postures lack true strength, while genuinely powerful moves are invariably fierce. However, this does not apply to Xie Jingxing. Born with striking good looks, when he crouches upon his steed, spear poised before him, he resembles a valiant war deity. The iron-blooded aura cultivated on the battlefield renders him utterly captivating, making it impossible for one to divert their gaze from him. He embodies a fusion of strength and grace, charm and brutality. Akin to a magnificent wolf, he exudes a disquieting nobility and fierce valor. Clad in purple garments that shimmer like flowing clouds and lightning, he rides a gallant steed that gallops with fervor, igniting the passion of everyone present with the rhythmic sound of hooves. Xie Changxiao and Xie Changwu fixate their eyes on the purple-clad youth, maneuvering to flank him on both sides, attempting to encircle and overwhelm Xie Jingxing. Such a brazen tactic, indeed, 2 against 1. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd, with Fu Xiu exclaiming, "Xie Jingxing is truly a fine scion of the Xie family. Where is the mystery you speak of?" King Zhou chuckles, "Such unruliness. And even Xie Ding cannot manage him. He may well be a harbinger of chaos." Fu Xiu smiles without retorting. Despite Xie Jingxing's seemingly reckless demeanor, he is undoubtedly no ordinary opponent. In the face of absolute power, even cunning schemes are rendered futile. Xie Jingxing's audacious bravado stems from a lack of fear, which is likely rooted in his confidence. In contrast to King Zhou's arrogance and the cautious demeanor of King Jing, Fu Xiu assesses individuals with a comprehensive perspective. His entourage comprises a diverse array of talents, from those with scholarly prowess to seemingly inconspicuous individuals, including fallen nobility and even notorious criminals. Merit reigns supreme in his eyes. Character, demeanor, and approach to matters hold little significance for him. The brilliance of Xie Jingxing makes one yearn to claim him as an ally. Yet alas, he hails from the House of Linen, which cannot endure in Mingqi's realm for long. Setting aside his regrets, Fu Xiuyi's gaze remains fixed on the youth in the arena. Xie Jingxing deftly evades the encirclement of the Xie brothers, darting left and right with the agility of a serpent. No matter how impenetrable their blockade appears, he effortlessly glides through. The once coordinated dual spears of the brothers now seem riddled with vulnerabilities, rendering their attempts quite ludicrous under Xie Jingxing's deft maneuvers. Only through competition can one discern superiority. and it becomes strikingly evident during their skirmish who excels and who falters. Before Xie Jingxing, the Xie brothers are pathetically outmatched. Heavens! Bai Wei gasps, covering her mouth. Young Master Xie seems to be toying with the Xie brothers. Indeed, in comparison, Ipalon marvels, the Xie brothers' horsemanship and spearwork appear merely for show. The women, perceptive as they are, easily grasp this reality. How could the men seated nearby fail to notice? Xie Jingxing possesses the lethal skill to strike with precision. Yet he deliberately engages in a slow torment of Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao, resembling a lion that captures a rabbit, choosing to toy with it rather than consume it hastily. Xie Zaihui is indeed an extraordinary individual. Feng Anning remarked. The firearms of the Xie brothers are their most prized possessions, but in comparison, they are now as disparate as dust and mud. I fear they will suffer a crushing defeat today. Shen Miao cast her gaze down upon the chessboard. Not at all. How can this be deemed a crushing defeat? We have merely just begun. She gently placed a white piece, and 2 black pieces were instantly devoured, leaving a small void on the board. On the stage, Xie Changwu and Xie Changqiao were finally provoked. Having been toyed with by Xie Jingxing like monkeys for an extended period, they felt both furious and humiliated. It was evident that Xie Jingxing had intentionally rendered them incapable of saving face, fully aware of how poorly they had performed. A surge of murderous intent suddenly welled up within Xie Changwu as he glared fiercely at the youth in purple before him. The young man atop the horse was exceptionally handsome, wearing a smile that was both elusive and captivating. From the moment of his birth, he had been the pride of the Lingen Marquisate. Yet, despite this, he continued to regard the Marquisate with disdain. Whether it was his status as the heir or his favoritism towards Xie Ding, he resembled the king of the jungle, a tiger, ruthlessly blocking everyone's path to survival. How could one not harbor resentment? In a moment of utter desperation, the flawless fa ade that Xie Changwu had maintained began to crack. With a furious roar, he seized a spear and charged directly at Xie Jingxing, only to viciously stab the spear into the rear of Xie Jingxing's mount at the moment of passing. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. In the contest of horsemanship, it was unprecedented for one to attack the opponent's steed. As horses are mere mounts, such actions could severely injure the other party. Falling from a horse could result in anything from a month of recovery to the breaking of limbs or even death, making such brutality unnecessary in a competition designed merely for assessment. Thus, such occurrences were unheard of. Xie Changwu's actions were undeniably lowly. Xie Changqiao was momentarily taken aback by his brother's deed, but it did not take long for him to comprehend the situation. Without hesitation, he urged his steed towards Xie Jingxing, intent on trampling the fallen youth to death. Were these 2 brothers mad? The spectators were united in a singular thought. Regardless of whether this act would breach the law in the Mingqi, should the Lingen Marquis become aware of it. If any misfortune were to befall Xie Jingxing, how could the Xie brothers escape unscathed? The female spectators gasped in shock, while the male spectators inhaled sharply, with the more timid covering their eyes. Even the delicate Feng Anning let out a frightened scream. Shen Miao paused, her wrist halting as she lifted her gaze to the young man on stage. The Xie brothers were, as expected, not formidable opponents. This game had been played exceedingly poorly, and Xie Jingxing was destined not to let this opportunity slip away. At that moment, the black steed neighed loudly, its front hooves rising high, nearly rearing up, before it began to struggle violently. The young man in purple, wielding a spear, executed a graceful flourish before deftly thrusting it forward, catching the hooves of 2 horses with a swift motion. The noble steed collapsed instantly, never to rise again. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the scene, Xie Jingxing lightly tapped his toes and, without uttering a word, soared into the air, his form ethereal and elegant, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. With a flick of his spear, he sent Xie Changwu tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, he casually picked up a pebble and, with a flick of his fingers, aimed it precisely at Xie Changqiao's knee, causing him to stumble and fall. Both brothers were unseated from their horses in the blink of an eye. Xie Jingxing nonchalantly placed 1 foot upon Xie Changqiao's shoulder, While his spear pointed menacingly at Xie Chongwu's head, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "To dare to ambush even your elder brother, how truly reckless." Chapter 53. The old trick revisited. The youth upon the platform exuded an innate grace, effortlessly causing his adversaries to crumble in disarray. Though still in his youth, his poise rivaled that of far older individuals. If one were to speak of audacity, he certainly possessed it. Thus, the disparity was evident. The young maidens below were already entranced, having seldom witnessed such a spectacle, their usual confines being the inner quarters, with the annual examinations providing but a fleeting glimpse of grandeur. Yet, even the previous examinations paled in comparison to the brilliance displayed by Xie Jingxing this year. Young girls are often captivated by heroes, and with Xie Jingxing's remarkable appearance and demeanor, he naturally garnered a host of admirers. Among the young men, there were those consumed by envy, yet more were filled with astonishment. Su Mingfeng observed from a distant pavilion, chuckling as he shook his head. So this is the cause for celebration he spoke of. This lad remains as audacious as ever. However, Su Mingfeng understood that what was revealed today was merely the tip of the iceberg. Xie Jingxing was a man of hidden depths. His current display seemed a mere gesture aimed at the higher echelons. Su Mingfeng's expression grew grave as he found himself uncertain about his friend's decisions. Indeed, the young lord of the Xie family was extraordinary. A hint of admiration flickered across Feng Yanning's face. I believe within the capital, or perhaps throughout the entirety of Mingqi, there is no other among the younger generation who could stand alongside him. Shen Miao shook her head. Xie Jingxing's true prowess did not lie in such contests. His strength resided in his profound military experience. In truth, had he not been ultimately betrayed by the royal family of Mingqi in his previous life, the might of the Xie family, coupled with Xie Jingxing's esteemed reputation in the military, could have carved out a substantial share of power alongside the royal family. However, the downfall of the Xie family remained shrouded in mystery. Shen Miao sighed inwardly. In her past life, she had devoted herself to aiding Fu Xiui, yet she had been woefully uninformed about the affairs of the Xie family, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss now. Xie Chongqiao and Xie Chongwu were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by Xie Jingxing's words. While his actions appeared effortless, only the two brothers truly understood the weight of their injuries. Yet, the surrounding crowd held no sympathy for the Xie siblings, as they had resorted to underhanded tactics in their earlier assault. In the arena, the paramount values were fairness and integrity, and the brothers' actions had not only diminished their standing with the audience, but also earned the disdain of the examiners on stage. After today, the good reputation they had previously cultivated would likely vanish without a trace. Indeed, it was a clever strategy. Shen Miao observed the young man in purple, standing with arms crossed, murmuring softly. Today, Xie Jingxing had led the Xie brothers by the nose, compelling them to abandon their usual decorum and resort to despicable methods. They might have come to their senses now, but it was too late. In the glaring light of public scrutiny, the distinctions between the legitimate and illegitimate offspring of the Linen Marquis were now unmistakably clear. Xie Jingxing languidly addressed the two. The outcome is decided. Who else wishes to challenge? Silence enveloped the arena. The crowd had witnessed Xie Jingxing's handling of Xie Chongwu and Xie Chongqiao. He had effectively dispatched them with a single strike, and both had been among the elite. For a moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Xie Jingxing casually tossed aside the spear in his hand and remarked, "Since there is none, I shall take my leave." With that, he swept away, leaving no trace behind, provoking a chorus of astonished gasps. His martial prowess was indeed formidable. King Zhou commented, yet despite his skills, he is a stubborn one. Pei Lang sighed inwardly, realizing that although the Ming Qi royal family appeared astute, their judgment was rather myopic. This youth, shrouded in mystery, had clearly acted with intent on the stage. While the reasons behind his actions remained elusive, it was evident that, should it not be for the sake of asserting dominance, there were ties to the royal family involved. He cast a discreet glance at King Zhou and Prince Jing. Should the royal family confront Xie Jingxing, they would likely find themselves in a most precarious situation, for he was akin to a lion, much like Shen Miao had been earlier, the adjudicator, though reluctantly acknowledging Xie Jingxing's self-departure, proceeded to announce his first-class ranking. The young servants of the Xie brothers hurriedly assisted them in exiting, too embarrassed to exchange pleasantries, and left in a hasty retreat in their carriage. Subsequent challenges paled in comparison to the brilliance of Xie Jingxing, rendering the others rather dull and uninspiring, leading the audience to stifle yawns. Shen Yu and Shen Qing occasionally glanced at Shen Miao, for today, within the Shen family, other than Shen Miao, both Shen Qing and Shen Yu felt overshadowed. Shen Qing, driven by her resentment towards Fu Xiu Yi, had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Shen Miao, perceiving her as a usurper of her rightful place. Conversely, Shen Yu was vexed by the undeniable fact that Shen Miao had eclipsed her, leaving her with a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Unfazed by their sentiments, Shen Miao either remained oblivious or deemed their thoughts unworthy of her concern. She summoned Gu Yu to her side and quietly imparted a few words, prompting Gu Yu to adopt a solemn expression before discreetly withdrawing. Meanwhile, at the men's section, Prince Yu beckoned, and a guard promptly appeared at his side. Attentively listening to Prince Yu's commands, the guard swiftly vanished back into the crowd. In the distance, atop the pavilion, Xie Jingxing reappeared beside Su Mingfeng. With a few sharp claps, Su Mingfeng cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring, "So, were you quite the spectacle in Dingjing today?" "Just a trivial matter," Xie Jingxing replied nonchalantly. "Are you preparing to deal with your two younger brothers?" Su Mingfeng asked. "Such sudden action is not characteristic of you." Guided by counsel, Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow. "Some matters are best addressed sooner rather than later. I can no longer afford to wait." Su Mingfeng furrowed his brow, sensing the layers beneath Xie Jingxing's words. However, he wisely refrained from probing further, for despite their years of friendship, he never ventured into the mysteries surrounding his companion's background. His gaze momentarily lingered below, and he remarked, however, "The young lady you rescued seems to have encountered some trouble." Xie Jingxing's attention shifted, and he observed a guard presenting a notice to Madame Ren Wanyan, the second wife of the Shen family, her eyes fleetingly glancing towards the girl in purple attire. Clutching the notice, Ren Wanyan appeared agitated, exclaiming, "The prince's actions have indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within me. Sister Wu, are you not going to come and express your gratitude for the prince's invitation?" Shen Miao's gaze sharpened, and she immediately fixed her eyes on Ren Wanyan, a cold smile suddenly curving her lips. "So, she truly wishes to employ the same old tricks again?" Meeting the gloating glances of Shen Yu and Shen Qing, she languidly stretched, a hint of darkness flickering in her clear eyes. "Very well," she lifted her lips. "I shall certainly express my thanks to him." In Shen Jingxing's eyes, a spark of interest flashed. A good show is about to unfold. Chapter 54. Scheming within the carriage returning to the Shen residence, Shen Miao remained alone. Her companions, Gu Yu and Jingzhe, were filled with concern for her. The notorious reputation of the Prince of Yu was well known among the people of Mingqi, yet he had extended an invitation to Shen Miao. It was inappropriate for a young lady like her to attend, and any discerning individual could perceive the prince's intentions. Had Shen Xian been present, he would have gone to great lengths to refuse such an overture. However, with Shen Xian absent, both of Shen Miao's sisters-in-law harbored ulterior motives. In the past, Shen Miao was merely a child, but now she was of an age to contemplate marriage, and naturally, their ambitions turned towards her. Jingzhe, unable to contain herself any longer, finally spoke up, "Miss, what are we to do about the Prince of Yu? Regarding today's affair, perhaps we should send word to Master. If you're to learn of this, he would surely return post-haste." Indeed, Gu Yu echoed her concern. His intentions are nefarious, and with the unrest in the household. Moreover, given your prominence today, Miss, it is likely that trouble will arise within the estate. She sighed heavily. Shen Miao, who had previously been oblivious due to her youth, was now acutely aware of the dynamics at play, as Gu Yu and Jingzhe, the maidservants specially chosen for her by Madame Shen, clearly understood the underlying jealousy from the second and third households towards the first. They were evidently attempting to undermine Shen Miao. With their narrow-mindedness, it was clear that Shen Miao's newfound prominence would render her a target for their spite. While she feared little else, The involvement of the Prince of Yu posed a significant threat. Should he harbor ill intentions, Shen Miao might find herself in a precarious position, especially since many from the first household have been replaced by those from the other two. Shen Miao replied calmly, "What is there to fear? Any plots must first consider whether he possesses the capability to execute them." Her demeanor was composed, and her words carried a hint of quiet authority, laced with an almost imperceptible edge of resolve. Gu Yu and Jing Zhe exchanged glances, feeling their earlier panic dissipate, gradually replaced by a sense of calm. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Miao stated that she was fatigued and needed rest, declaring her intention to return to the western courtyard first. Ren Wanyun and Chen Ruoqiu exchanged pleasantries with Shen Miao, urging her to take care of herself. Perhaps they understood that the Prince of Yu's interest in Shen Miao would not bode well for her, as their smiles bore a hint of concealed schadenfreude. Ren Wanyun even affectionately patted Shen Miao's head, saying, "Look how our fifth sister has blossomed into such a lovely young lady. It won't be long before she is married off." Indeed, Chen Ruoqiu added with a knowing tone, "A girl of our Xiao Wu's caliber can only be matched with someone of noble birth. A commoner could never hope to win her hand." A fleeting glimmer of delight crossed Shen Yu's face, while Shen Qing eagerly interjected, "Of course, fifth sister will surely attract a most esteemed suitor." With that, she covered her mouth, giggling, her gaze lingering on Shen Miao with an insinuating glint. Yet, even under her pointed stare, Shen Miao's expression remained unfazed. Shen Qing's smile faltered, and the more nonchalant Shen Miao appeared, the more vexed she became. The invitation from the Prince of Yu was an open secret among them all, clearly indicating his interest in Shen Miao. However, at present, Shen Miao remained unmoved, perhaps unaware of the gravity of the situation. A flicker of derision crossed her eyes. Indeed, she was a fool. Both her aunt and elder sister had exaggerated the matter, and Shen Miao replied nonchalantly, in terms of age, "My elder sister and second sister are slightly older than I. Thus, it is only natural that I need not seek a husband first." The expressions of those present shifted momentarily, and Ren Wanyun chuckled, "Oh, dear child, it is merely that your uncle is often away from the capital. Your aunts are concerned for you, and as for your elder and second sisters, both I and your third aunt are in Dingjing, so there is no need for you to worry. Is that so?" Shen Miao gently retorted. Her clear gaze seemed devoid of emotion. It sent a shiver through the hearts of those who met it, as if her eyes could unveil their innermost thoughts. She smiled faintly. "Since my aunts are so concerned for my well-being, I shall indeed repay you in kind in the future." Her words were delivered with a light touch. Yet for some reason, a flicker of unease passed through Ren Wanyun and Chen Ruoqiu. Nevertheless, they soon dismissed this absurd notion, despite Shen Miao's newfound cleverness. She was still merely a 14-year-old girl, capable of stirring only modest waves. Furthermore, recalling the matter of Prince Yu, both women felt a sense of pride. "Oh, fifth sister, why be so polite? We are all family," Ren Wanyun said with a smile. "Since you are weary, you should return and rest. Your second aunt and I have matters to attend to. Gu Yu, Jingzhe, do take good care of fifth Mississippi." Gu Yu and Jingzhe nodded in agreement as they accompanied Shen Miao away. Once they had departed, Ren Wanyun and Chen Ruoqiu exchanged glances, each discerning the other's schemes reflected in their eyes. After a short while, old Madame Shen of Rongjing Hall furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you mean to say that Prince Yu has taken a liking to the fifth miss?" Shen Yu and Shen Qing had been dismissed to the inner hall, as such matters were not suitable for young ladies. Nevertheless, the two stealthily crept behind the screen, disregarding Zhang Mama's admonitions to eavesdrop on the conversation within. "Indeed," Ren Wanyun replied, her face beaming with delight, though her words were cloaked in grandiosity. "The fifth miss has excelled at the examination today, impressing even Prince Yu. Since the invitation has been extended, it is evident that he has intentions for her. Dear daughter-in-law, it seems our Shen family may indeed produce a princess consort." Upon hearing this, Chen Ruoqiu's lips twitched slightly. While Ren Wanyun spoke with such pomp, the fact remained that although Prince Yu had taken note of Shen Miao, he had not proclaimed any intention of formal marriage. Moreover, should he truly marry her, considering Shen Miao's fate, one could only wonder how long she would endure. It seemed likely that she would be but a fleeting presence as a princess consort, given the notorious reputation of Prince Yu, which was well known among the people of Dingjing. Old Madame Shun's expression darkened upon hearing this. Naturally, she harbored no hopes for the eldest branch to prosper. Why should the son of one who had passed long ago be considered more distinguished than her own offspring? In the days when the old general was alive, he had favored the eldest branch, and now the prospect of producing a princess consort was exceedingly displeasing to her. She promptly declared, with that temperament of fifth miss, how could she possibly fulfill the role of a princess consort? The eldest or second daughter would be more fitting. Having spent years in the inner courtyard, old Madame Shen was accustomed to a life of leisure, utterly ignorant of the world beyond. Upon hearing her words, the faces of Chen Ruoqiu and Ren Wanyun both shifted in unison. Hiding behind the screen, Shen Yu and Shen Qing were equally startled. It is worth noting that while the old matriarch was unaware, the two sisters were acutely aware of the dire fate that awaited within the Prince of Yu's residence, a veritable purgatory fraught with torment. Ren Wanyun hastily interjected, "Mother, it is not as you think. We genuinely wish for the well-being of 5th Mississippi. Although His Highness, the Prince of Yu, is a widower of advanced years with a somewhat tarnished reputation, his family background is commendable." A thought struck her, and a smile graced her lips. Once 7th brother matures, with the Prince of Yu's patronage, his prospects will surely flourish. Should any misfortune befall 5th sister, His Highness would undoubtedly be inclined to offer even greater care to 7th brother as compensation. It was indeed a calculated exchange, trading Shen Miao's life for Shen Yuanbai's future. Chen Ruoqiu shot a glare at her sister-in-law, recognizing the shrewdness of the scheme. Chapter 55. The unsightly Ren Wanyun's words did not go unnoticed by the esteemed matriarch of the Shen family, who was astute enough to grasp the underlying implications. The mention of the Prince of Yu portrayed him as a devilish character, and it was clear that Shen Miao was merely a pawn in his grand design, with the true beneficiaries being the Shen family. As for Shen Yuanbai, he was indeed the apple of the old matriarch's eye, and the idea of using Shen Miao to pave the way for him was perfectly aligned with her intentions. With such consensus between the two, it became evident that the Prince of Yu was indeed a suitable match for the 5th daughter. The old matriarch, with her thick skin, proclaimed this with a composed demeanor that elicited a flicker of disdain in Chen Ruoqiu's eyes. Even the matriarch herself found this arrangement favorable. Ren Wanyun's ability to fabricate tales was commendable, leading her to exclaim that a suitable match for the 5th daughter could not be one of lowly status, and that an alliance with the prince's residence was truly climbing the social ladder. Upon hearing this, the matriarch nodded in agreement, but then recalled something and inquired, "Has the prince's residence sent word regarding this matter?" Ren Wanyun's expression shifted slightly. Even she, who was no fool, was taken aback by the old woman's eagerness to finalize Shen Miao's marriage. Of course, hastening the arrangements was prudent, as the return of Shen Xin could complicate matters. Yet, even with everything seemingly set in stone, Shen Xin might not acquiesce to Shen Miao's marriage to the prince. Thus, unconventional methods would likely be necessary. Fortunately, it appeared that the prince's residence did not intend to formalize the union through traditional means. The Prince of Yu had his peculiar preferences, which were undoubtedly shrouded in secrecy. "Mother, it is still quite early," Ren Wanyun replied with a smile. "The 5th daughter is still young. There is no need to rush. Finalizing this too hastily may invite gossip. Let them spend some time together. Once mutual feelings develop and the 5th daughter is willing, we can then discuss the marriage. This way, no one can claim we pressured her." Even if Shen Miao were a simpleton, it was implausible that she could develop genuine feelings for the Prince of Yu. Such sentiments were merely a facade to mask ugly intentions. The outcomes of this arrangement remained uncertain. Chen Ruoqiu maintained a quiet smile, choosing not to speak. While she secretly wished for Shen Miao's misfortune, her nature was cautious. Matters that could lead to exposure should be left to Ren Wanyun. Should Shen Xin pursue accountability, it would not trace back to her. Observing the conflict from a distance was Chen Ruoqiu's forte. Behind the screen, Shen Yu and Shen Qing felt a twinge of fear. They had not anticipated that in just a few short exchanges, Shen Miao's lifelong fate would be sealed. For a young woman, a husband signifies her happiness for the rest of her life, and it was clear that Shen Miao was destined for unhappiness. However, Shen Yu and Shen Qing felt no sympathy for her. In the political arena, Shen Xian overshadowed their father, while socially, Shen Miao held sway over their sisterhood. Coupled with the old matriarch's influence, the main branch of the family was merely a thorn in their sides, and witnessing Shen Miao's downfall brought them a sense of schadenfreude. Though the old matriarch was oblivious to the intricacies of household management, she was well versed in the art of intrigue among the women of the inner quarters. Especially with such insidious tactics, her rise from a mere songstress to the matriarch of the general's residence was not solely due to her beguiling beauty. Her methods were undoubtedly ruthless. Thus, upon hearing Ren Wanyan's words, she grasped the underlying meaning and replied with a smile, "Ah, in that case, let the fifth miss draw closer to Prince Yu. Indeed, if we were to coerce her, it might provoke the eldest's ire, which would be quite unbecoming." Her current countenance, already sharp, only appeared more sinister when feigning benevolence, resembling a weasel forcing a smile with malicious intent. Both Shen Yu and Shen Qing shivered in unison and hastily retreated to a considerable distance from the screen. In the western courtyard, beneath the flickering oil lamp, Shen Miao sat quietly. Before her lay a sheet of pristine lambskin parchment, devoid of any markings, with ink and brush already prepared, suggesting her intention to write. Yet, after a brief moment, she let out a soft sigh and set the parchment aside. While it is indeed prudent to prepare for eventualities, she was merely a sheltered daughter of a noble family, relying solely on the intelligence she possessed. However, these insights could not yet be wielded to their fullest potential in her current situation. Indeed, the path must be traversed step by step. Noticing her sigh, Guyu and Jingzhu assumed she was preoccupied with thoughts of Prince Yu. Guyu stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, "Do not worry, Mississippi. If there is indeed any ill intent from that side, we servants shall protect you. If all else fails, there are families in the capital with whom the master has cordial ties. At worst," Shen Miao shook her head, "the prince's residence holds immense power, protected by the royal family. No matter how strong my father's connections, he would not risk incurring the wrath of the monarchy to shield me. Moreover, the imperial family regards the Shen household with suspicion. Any rash actions could lead the inherently distrustful Mingqi royal family to suspect Shen Xian of collusion with others. After all, the closeness of one's subjects is never favorable for any emperor. Perhaps it will be best to write to father," Jingzhi suggested, "though he is occupied with military affairs. The eldest son is merely an adjunct officer and has not received any orders to return to the capital. He would not face punishment from above. With the eldest present, he could still protect you. The eldest brother's journey back from the northwest will take more than a month, even on swift horses. Do you think they will bide their time for so long?" Shen Miao replied coolly. Shen Xian's influence would compel them to act in the shortest possible time. They believed that by forcing her into a situation and uttering a few intimidating words, she would obediently comply with their designs. Shen Miao might acquiesce, but the deeply scarred Empress Shen, who was bathed in blood and tears within the palace, would never yield. "What shall we do?" Guyu and Jingzhi's expressions turned grave in unison. Although they were aware that the situation was dire, they had not anticipated its severity. The Prince Yu's methods were such that any girl he desired in the capital, regardless of her noble lineage, could be easily ruined. And even if the royal family later issued reassurances, it would be of no consequence. This was due to his nefarious and biased tactics, which, while not immediately discernible, ultimately harmed the young women involved. What can be done? Others are unreliable. Shen Miao gazed at the flickering flames. It seems I must rely on myself. However, my dear girl, Guyu expressed a sense of urgency. How could Shen Miao ensure her own safety? While family might be able to withstand the words of others, it was uncertain whether the second and third households had formed an alliance against her. "I have my own methods," Shen Miao said, idly toying with the paperweight in her hand. The Prince of U.S. residence relied solely on the Emperor's favor. It was merely the royal family's willingness to offer protection. If the royal family chose not to extend their shelter, What would happen if enemies came seeking vengeance? TSK. Without the royal family support, the princely residence was no more than a handful of mud. The title of prince, though connected by blood to the imperial lineage, will be the first target. Meanwhile, she glanced outside, where shadowy figures stirred. The corpulent silhouette could only belong to Granny Gue. Moreover, it was time to cleanse this western courtyard of its ambiguities and filth. Chapter 56. Confidential Conversations After this year's chrysanthemum banquet. The focal point of discussions in the streets and alleys of the capital has finally undergone a transformation. The young master of the Linen Marquis, Xie, has dramatically diminished the influence of his two half-brothers, despite his audacious and arrogant demeanor. The charisma he exhibited within such a short span made it evident that the moniker of the Jade-Faced Azura on the battlefield is not merely a hollow title. Conversely, there is Shen Miao, who has seemingly undergone a metamorphosis, as if the latent valor of the Shen family has finally been awakened within her. The formerly foolish and timid Shen Miao now confronts Kai Lin with an unyielding demeanor, exuding a fierce temperament that instills trepidation among her peers. Consequently, in Guangwen Hall, those who once mocked her have tempered their derision. When Kai Lin next arrived at Guangwen Hall, he found himself on the receiving end of Shen Miao's piercing gaze. Yet, astonishingly, he refrained from any rash actions. It appears that Shen Miao had indeed left a lingering shadow over him. Observing Kai Lin's demeanor, Feng Anning remarked with a smile, "I never expected that the once domineering bully now seems somewhat intimidated by you." Shen Miao cast a glance at Kai Lin, who promptly averted his gaze, displaying a hint of fear. Amused, she thought of Kai Lin as merely a spoiled and mischievous young master, unworthy of her concern. Moreover, with the Kai family nearing its downfall, this precious young master would undoubtedly face considerable hardships in the future. However, upon hearing that the two brothers of the CF family had sustained severe injuries, it was noted that the Marquis of Linen did not pursue the matter of Xie's misdeeds. Though he summoned doctors to tend to the brothers, it was essentially a form of house arrest. Feng Anning sighed. It appears that the Marquis of Linen indeed favors his legitimate son. Shen Miao inquired, "How do you know this?" "I overheard my parents discussing it," Feng Anning replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Yet if it were someone else, they would likely also dote on the young Master Xie, simply based on the fact that he is the son of the royal bloodline of the esteemed Princess Yuqing. Shen Miao raised her eyebrows, expressing her suspicion. She has always felt that the death of Princess Yuqing was somewhat enigmatic. Given the Marquis of Linen's current treatment of the two brothers of the CF family, it seems illogical that he would have allowed Feng to live without consequence upon learning of Princess Yuqing's demise. Lost in thought, she noticed Pei Lang entering the room. With a gentle smile gracing his face, he glanced towards Shen Miao, and upon meeting her gaze, he momentarily faltered. At the chrysanthemum banquet, Shen Miao's performance had finally prompted Pei Lang to abandon his previous disdain, leading him to discern her extraordinary qualities. He also sensed that Shen Miao seemed to be observing him from the shadows, an awareness that made this young gentleman feel somewhat uneasy, as if he were being scrutinized. However, recalling that Shen Miao was merely a youthful maiden, he dismissed his disquiet as overthinking. "Why do you keep staring at him?" Feng Anning asked, puzzled, before suddenly realizing something, her face paling in surprise. "You're not taken with him again, are you?" Shen Miao, having resolutely refrained from mentioning Fu Xiui, now appeared cold and detached, as if she had forgotten about him entirely. This change has not gone unnoticed by the onlookers, who speculate that Shen Miao realizes she is unworthy of the royal family and has gradually relinquished such aspirations, as evidenced by her decision not to pursue Fu Xiui at the chrysanthemum banquet. Although Pei Lang's status may be humble, his grace and erudition naturally attract the admiration of young maidens. Shen Miao felt a twinge of frustration as she withdrew her gaze. It was certainly not the case that she was enamored. Rather, she pondered that since Pei Lang had refrained from mentioning the Xingel strategy during the golden chrysanthemum banquet, he had not captured Fu Xiui's attention. Yet, this individual remained a significant threat. Should Fu Xiui utilize him in the future? Shen Miao's expression darkened, fearing the potential consequences. Alas, She currently lacked the means to eliminate Pei Lang discreetly and must therefore explore alternative avenues. At this moment, within the 100-fragrance pavilion of the capital, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed. Even in daylight, the gauzy drapes and luminous pearls adorning the establishment rendered it a spectacle of brilliance. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments wafted through the air, and passers-by could only gaze enviously from outside. For ordinary affluent families, entering the 100-fragrance pavilion often left their pockets feeling rather light, as even a modest pot of tea bore a hefty price tag, rendering it a veritable den of extravagance. Seated by the window was a middle-aged gentleman clad in resplendent attire. His garments were the finest quality, yet his gaunt and sinister visage betrayed a darker nature. Below his robe, his left leg was conspicuously absent. He was none other than the Prince of Yu. "Have you clarified matters with the Shen family?" he inquired after a moment of silence, his tone laden with malice. "Your Highness, arrangements have been made with the second madam of the Shen family. 3 days hence, the ladies of the Shen family will pay respects at Wulong Temple. During that time." 3 days, the Prince of Yu murmured, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. "Prepare everything that is needed. It has been long since I encountered someone of such intriguing disposition." Over the years, his character had been marked by debauchery and cruelty, with countless lives extinguished by his hand. Yet, those women, no matter how fiercely they resisted, had failed to stir any significant turmoil. Throughout the realm of Mingqi, he was well aware of Shen Xian's notorious reputation. The daughter of such a formidable general must possess a unique flavor. The ruthless demeanor Shen Miao displayed at the Golden Chrysanthemum banquet piqued his interest immensely. A wildcat that knows how to resist may prove far more captivating than lifeless beauties. He licked his lips, a glimmer of lascivious intrigue igniting in his gaze. In the adjacent room, seated at a glass table, was a young man clad in white. Appearing in his 20s, he possessed striking features complemented by an exceptionally gentle demeanor. After listening for a time, he turned to his companion with an amused expression. "It seems the damsel you rescued is once again ensnared in trouble." Opposite him lounged a youth in purple, who replied languidly, "The Shen family attracts attention. This is merely a consequence of Shen Xian's actions. For now, it is but a test. One day, none of the Shen family will be spared." The young man in white paused, then looked earnestly at the youth. "Xie, why did you act as you did earlier, injuring your half-brother during the examination? Are you perhaps eager to commence your plans ahead of schedule?" The youth seated across from him was none other than Xie Jingxing. He smiled, whether early or late. "What difference does it make? If you strike preemptively, do they even know?" The young man in white hesitated. "Gaoyong, you fail to grasp a crucial point. Here, I am in command." Xie Jingxing replied nonchalantly, "The longer this drags on, the more it works against me. If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain." As he uttered the final sentence, the depth of his gaze intensified, betraying not the countenance of a mere youth of 17 or 18. The man named Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter laugh. "Very well, I am merely here to keep an eye on you. Yet, truth be told, I lack the confidence to restrain you." He then shifted the subject. "However, in just 3 days, you're to venture to Wulong Temple to investigate certain matters. Perhaps you may have the opportunity to rescue a damsel once more." His smile bore a hint of mischief. "Gao Yang, your judgment remains as poor as ever." Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow. The young lady of the Shen family is not one to be trifled with. Chapter 57. Commander Mo Qing after school. Shen Yu approached Shen Miao with a smile and said, "Miss E has invited me and my elder sister to her residence today, so I shall not be returning with you. Little sister, you may head back first." Naturally, Shen Yu and E Peilon shared a close bond, extending invitations to one another while neglecting Shen Miao, a matter of everyday occurrence. Upon hearing this, Shen Miao displayed little reaction, merely acknowledging her words. In recent days, the Shen family had treated Shen Miao with extraordinary warmth, undoubtedly harboring some ulterior motives. Shen Miao, however, was disinclined to engage with their schemes. Her immediate concerns lay elsewhere, far removed from such trifles. The carriage journey home would pass through the most bustling street in Dingjing City. Guyu remarked, "Ahead lies Osmanthus Alley, where you most adore the pastries, Mississippi. I shall procure some for you." "Go ahead," Shen Miao replied with a smile. Once Guyu disembarked, Jingzhe lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside, and her gaze caught sight of something that elicited an exclamation. Following her line of sight, Shen Miao observed that beside the Osmanthus Alley, there was a pawn shop currently surrounded by a throng of people, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate. The shop assistant appeared somewhat impatient, his voice raised enough for Shen Miao to hear clearly. 10 taels of silver is the price. Take it or leave it. It's merely a sword. Young sir, please do not trouble us further. Evidently, the deal with the shopkeeper had fallen through. It seems they could not reach an agreement. Jingzhe commented. Shen Miao discerned the situation. Naturally, pawnbrokers would aim to keep prices low, a fact that was evidently unacceptable to those seeking to pawn their items. Yet they remained reluctant to depart, thus leading to a stalemate. "There is nothing worth observing here," Shen Miao said, turning her gaze away, prompting Jingzhe to lower the curtain once more. Moments later, Guyu returned, cradling 2 large paper packages. Jingzhe pulled back the curtain to let her in, and in that instant, Shen Miao's eyes fell upon the young man who had just emerged from the crowd, still clutching the sword, his demeanor reflecting a sense of defeat. As it appeared, he had ultimately been unable to finalize the transaction. As Guyu entered the carriage, she attempted to close the curtain, but Shen Miao stopped her, intently scrutinizing the young man. He appeared quite ordinary in attire and appearance. Sensing her fixation on the stranger, both Guyu and Jingzhe exchanged perplexed glances. Shen Miao furrowed her brow. Why did this young man seem so familiar? The young man shook his head, sighed deeply, and cast a longing glance at the sword in his arms. With a firm resolve, he turned back towards the pawn shop, seemingly determined to proceed with the deal, albeit one that did not entirely satisfy him. "Guyu!" At that moment, as he turned, Shen Miao called out urgently, "Get down and stop him. Tell him I want that sword." "Mississippi." Jingzhe and Guyu looked at her in astonishment, utterly perplexed by Shen Miao's sudden resolve. "Hurry!" Shen Miao commanded coldly. Noting her serious demeanor, Guyu dared not question further and immediately leaped from the carriage towards the young man in plain clothes. Just as he took a step forward, he heard someone call from behind, "Young sir, please wait." He turned around and was met with the sight of a young woman, elegantly attired as a maid, who smiled warmly at him and inquired, "Might you be seeking to pawn your sword at the pawn shop, sir?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, but, without reservation, replied, "Indeed." The woman continued, "By chance, my lady wishes to acquire the sword you possess. Would you be inclined to engage in this transaction?" Upon glancing at her, the young man perceived sincerity in her demeanor. Nevertheless, he shook his head and responded, "This sword, though not exquisitely crafted, serves its purpose well. If your esteemed lady desires a weapon, she would be better served by commissioning one from a blacksmith." He found it curious that a young woman would express such interest in swords, suspecting it was merely a fleeting amusement. Regrettably, the sword's sharpness posed a risk. One careless moment could result in injury. Guyu's expression softened slightly, and she felt a silent admiration for him. It was evident that he was in dire need of funds, yet thought of the safety of others, suggesting a noble character. Initially, she had harbored concerns about her lady's inexplicable desire to purchase this sword, but now it appeared that the young man was not of ill intent. With this thought, Guyu's demeanor grew gentler, and she said, "My lady is earnest in her desire to conclude this business with you. Would you be so kind as to step aside for a moment to discuss further?" The young man seemed taken aback by Guyu's insistence. After glancing at the pawn shop, he reluctantly nodded, "Very well." Once they reached a secluded alley nearby, they discovered a carriage waiting. Guyu approached it and softly announced, "Miss, he has arrived." The young man hesitated before the carriage, ultimately clasping his hands in greeting. "Miss, the sword I possess is indeed unsuitable for a lady. It is both heavy and excessively sharp, posing a risk of injury. Thus, what is her name?" Before he could finish, a voice emanated from within the carriage. It sounded youthful, yet carried an inexplicable gravitas, suggesting the speaker had experienced the vicissitudes of life, rendering her age difficult to ascertain. Monta King. After a brief moment of hesitation, the young man saluted again. Following his introduction, silence enveloped them for a time. Just as both Mo Qing and Gu Yu were beginning to feel puzzled, the voice from within the carriage spoke again. I am not interested in your sword. To me, it is merely a worthless piece of iron. At this, a flicker of anger crossed Mo Qing's face. Are you jesting with me, miss? While this sword may not be of remarkable quality, it was crafted by a renowned smith and has accompanied me for many years. If you have summoned me here merely to insult me, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, but just as he lifted his foot, a sigh floated from the carriage, a sigh that seemed light yet bore an inexplicable weight, tugging at his heart. Mo Qing, you are in dire need of money. Are you not? The voice inquired. Mo Qing was momentarily stunned. For some reason, hearing his name invoked a peculiar sensation within him, familiar yet strangely enigmatic. Yet, upon hearing her words, his feet came to an involuntary halt, as if every utterance she spoke was utterly irresistible. Your sword, to me, is indeed of little consequence. However, your swordsmanship is truly worth a fortune, 100 gold pieces, even 1,000. Mo Qing was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head and saying, Miss, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary person. Yet, internally, he marveled at how this individual could discern the exceptional skill of his swordplay. A mere coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes, leading one to sell even their cherished sword after years of companionship. Such days truly belittle your extraordinary martial prowess. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was drawn aside, and a young maiden clad in purple emerged. Her countenance was youthful and delicate, yet there existed an uncommon air of nobility and authority about her. Mo Qing, would you be willing to sell your martial arts to the renowned Shen family? She inquired with a smile, her gaze reflecting a faint joy akin to that of encountering an old friend. The former captain of the guard, Mo Qing, truly, has not been forgotten. Chapter 58, The Guardian, the Young Lady. Mo Qing was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the girl before him. He was aware that some affluent families regarded human life as inconsequential, treating the purchase of a servant much like acquiring livestock. At this moment, the implication in the girl's demeanor suggested that she viewed him as one of those subordinates, which naturally stirred a sense of displeasure within him. However, when he met her eyes, that irritation dissipated like mist. The look she cast upon him was not one of haughty disdain, but rather imbued with a subtle warmth and respect, which unexpectedly sparked a flicker of curiosity in his heart, prompting him to blurt out, Have we met somewhere before, my lady? Shen Miao sighed softly. Never. Then why? Your features are quite distinguished, and your demeanor exudes an extraordinary presence, indicating that you must be a person of great fortune. Yet here you are, selling a cherished sword after years of companionship, evidently at the end of your rope. You find yourself destitute and in urgent need of silver, and even if you were to receive it today, it would not alleviate your future troubles. I am the legitimate daughter of General Weiwu. When my father returns to the capital at the year's end, I can introduce you to him. With your commendable martial skills, it would be a pity for them to go unnoticed. General Shun? Mo Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the girl before him was the daughter of Shen Xian. Shen Xian's renown was well known throughout the land. He was a steadfast pillar on the battlefield. Any man who followed such a leader would surely have the opportunity to achieve great things. Mo Qing felt the blood in his veins surge with newfound fervor. However, rumors in the capital suggested that Shen Miao was nothing more than an airhead. Although her performance at the recent Golden Chrysanthemum banquet seemed to have somewhat redeemed her reputation, few had witnessed it firsthand. Now, standing before her, he began to doubt the veracity of those claims. If the young lady truly wished to recommend him, he would not decline. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would certainly repay her kindness. Mo Qing possessed a candid and forthright nature, so he readily accepted the offer. Seeing this, Shen Miao smiled slightly and retrieved a silver ingot from her sleeve, tossing it to Mo Qing. You need not repay me with any extravagant gestures. I only request that you sell your martial prowess to me. My father will not return until the year's end, and for the time being, you must accompany me back to the Shun residence. I will feign that you are serving as a guard, while you will secretly ensure my safety. Her words took Mo Qing by surprise. He had heard tales of grand families that masked their intricate dealings behind a facade of splendor, and he realized that Shen Miao likely did not enjoy the ease she outwardly portrayed. A wave of astonishment washed over him, given that she was Shen Xian's daughter. Why was her situation so precarious? Yet, his composed nature kept him from voicing his questions, and he simply replied, "I shall follow your instructions." "Take this silver to address your immediate needs," Shen Miao instructed. "Once you have taken care of your affairs, you must come to the Shen residence within 3 days, and I shall arrange your accommodations." Mo Qing clasped his fists in salute. His demeanor bore a strong essence of the martial world, and as he departed, Guyu and Jingzhe exchanged concerned glances. Jingzhe remarked, "Miss, this person is rather ambiguous. If he harbors ill intentions and enters the residence, it may lead to trouble." Shen Miao walked towards the carriage. "What is there to fear? Such a person is far cleaner than those currently in our courtyard." At present, the western courtyard is filled with the eyes and ears of the second and third rooms, leaving but a few loyal souls. Moreover, this Mo Qing is no stranger. Shen Miao sat in the carriage, sighing softly. In this second life, she had not anticipated encountering Mo Qing here. In her previous life, Mo Qing was the captain of the royal guards, recommended by Shen Xian, and possessed extraordinary martial skills. During Shen Miao's years as a hostage in the state of Qin, Mo Qing, as her guard, provided protection. Without his support, navigating the perilous Qin would have made her safe return nearly impossible. Mo Qing was loyal to Shen Xian and naturally to Shen Miao as well. However, upon her return to Mingqi, he fell victim to the machinations of Madame Mei, who, in her rivalry with Shen Miao, falsely accused him of impropriety with a court lady. Fu Xiaoyi had long harbored intentions to eliminate Shen Xian's allies, and despite Shen Miao's desperate attempts to intervene, she could only helplessly watch Mo Qing perish under baseless charges. Now, upon seeing Mo Qing again, she was unaware of the precarious situation he currently faced. Yet, it was precisely due to his predicament that he could be so easily subdued. Shen Miao understood Mo Qing's character. He was most loyal and upright. For their journey to Wulong Temple in 3 days, she had originally considered various strategies, but with Mo Qing's presence, matters became considerably simpler. Upon returning to the Shen residence, as Shen Yu and Shen Qing were visiting the Yi family, only Shen Miao remained in the house. As she arrived at the western courtyard, Granny Gui approached, her smile obsequious. "Miss, you have returned. I had the kitchen prepare some sweet soup. Would you like to have some?" "That sounds delightful," Shen Miao replied. Seeing Shen Miao, who had been cold and distant in recent days, suddenly warm and amiable, Granny Gui felt a surge of joy and hurriedly said, "I shall fetch it right away." By the time Granny Gui brought the sweet soup, Shen Miao had already rested a while in her room. Granny Gui placed the soup carefully on the table and said with a smile, "Miss, all the preparations for the visit to Wulong Temple in 3 days have been made. Is there anything else you require?" Old Madame Shen had previously arranged for them to offer incense at Wulong Temple, praying for the peace of the Shen family home, with Ren Wanyin leading the 3 young ladies while others need not accompany them. Granny Gui had been busy with these arrangements in recent days. Shen Miao cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "Neither too heavy nor too light. You certainly seem enthusiastic about this matter, Granny." Granny Gui paused, then replied with a smile, "It is rare for the young lady to step out, so we must ensure everything is in order. With a matron like me accompanying you, all shall be well." Shen Miao suddenly smiled. Yet to Granny Gui, that smile brought an unsettling feeling. Madame Heir's arrangements are meticulous. There should be no mistakes, Granny Gui assured. "Then please convey my gratitude to Aunt Heir," Shen Miao said, nodding. "You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Granny Gui let out a sigh of relief, hastily exchanging a few words before retreating. She could not fathom why Shen Miao had become so peculiar, as if her presence exuded an invisible pressure that diminished Granny Gui's usual arrogance. However, once outside, she straightened her posture, casting a disdainful glance back into the room, muttering under her breath, "After 3 days, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant before me." In the room, Shen Miao cradled a bowl filled with syrupy sweetness in her hands, making her way to the window. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she poured half the bowl's contents onto the soil beneath the leaves outside. "Are you truly going to the Wulong Temple?" Bai Lu inquired hesitantly. "Indeed, I am," Shen Miao replied. In her past life, it was at this very moment that she had inadvertently overheard the maids of Rongjing Hall discussing the intention of old Madame Shen to wed her to the Prince of Yu. The night before her journey to Wulong Temple, she had fled to the residence of the Ding Wang, seeking refuge in a love of her own choosing. Although that decision had proven misguided, it fortuitously averted another calamity. Now, she would neither flee nor hide, but would accompany those to Wulong Temple. To those who wished to witness her spectacle, she would transform them into the most ludicrous of performances. Chapter 59. Wulong Temple. Earlier than Shen Miao had anticipated, on the following day, Mo Qing arrived at the Shen residence to serve as a guard. Shen Miao had previously instructed Shuang Jiang to discreetly deliver some silver to the gatehouse, claiming it was for a distant cousin of Shuang Jiang. Since the guard were divided into ranks, Mo Qing was assigned to the outermost position, and thus he remained without protest. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 3 days later. On the morning of that day, Ren Wanyan had everything prepared and sent her maid, Xiang Lan, to remind Shen Miao of certain matters. Before their departure, they all visited Rongjing Hall. The old matriarch Shen, with a grave expression, imparted some words, urging everyone to adhere to propriety. She noted that they typically did not visit Wulong Temple for incense offerings, as it was somewhat secluded. Although it was well known, the incense offerings could not compare to those of the nearby city. However, for some unknown reason, they were now choosing to venture farther afield. Shen Qing appeared quite cheerful, exclaiming that they would certainly pay their respects to the Buddha, including offerings on behalf of the old matriarch and Shen Yuanbai. The old matriarch, upon hearing this, felt pleased, and her demeanor towards Shen Qing softened considerably. This journey also included a number of personal guards to ensure the safety of the young ladies of the Shen family. Shen Miao stood before the carriage, yet remained motionless. Noticing this, Ren Wanyan frowned and inquired, "Why does fifth sister not move?" Shen Miao simply felt that their guard presence was insufficient and suggested that they could dispatch more for added safety. Surprised that Shen Miao would raise such a concern at this moment. However, everything had already been arranged, and Ren Wanyan smiled. "Fifth sister, we have ample personnel. We cannot take all of Shen Fu's guards. Too many would only complicate matters. It is best as it is." Yet, Shen Miao resolutely shook her head. Observing this, Shen Yu remained silent, while Shen Qing, feeling displeased, retorted, "Our Shen family is not royal. What kind of spectacle does fifth sister desire? Uncle does not require such scrutiny when he departs." She then mentioned Shen Exine, and as her words fell, Shen Miao cast a fleeting glance in her direction. That glance, seemingly light, sent a chill through Shen Qing's entire being. "Let's add 2 more. Shen Miao indicated towards 2 guards by the gatehouse. "They will suffice." Seeing that Shen Miao had chosen only to increase the number by 2, Ren Wanyan felt relieved. She did not wish to linger on the matter. 2 additional guards would not alter the overall situation significantly. Putting on a facade of reluctance, Ren Wanyan said, "Fifth sister, you truly are very well. When has your second aunt ever opposed your wishes? Do as you please." She instructed Xiang Lan, "Go summon those 2 servants to accompany us out of the city." "Thank you, second aunt." Shen Miao smiled softly. Seeing that Ren Wanyan ultimately acquiesced to Shen Miao's decision, Shen Yu regarded Shen Miao with a hint of curiosity, while Shen Qing stamped her foot in frustration, casting a glare at Shen Miao before turning away. Once they boarded the carriage, Shen Qing deliberately refrained from engaging Shen Miao in conversation, while Shen Yu spoke to Shen Miao with a tone that held a hint of probing. Shen Miao, disinterested in her attempts, responded with mere pleasantries. Ren Wanyan, in high spirits along the journey, engaged Shen Miao in nostalgic childhood conversations, appearing quite intimate. Under ordinary circumstances, Shen Miao would likely feel a sense of admiration towards her seemingly kind-hearted second aunt. However, upon closer inspection, the woman's every gesture was steeped in an insincere demeanor, rendering her a rather unimpressive figure in the eyes of Shen Miao. who had grown accustomed to the myriad of human interactions within the imperial harem. Having departed in the morning, they finally arrived at their destination, Yangjing Peak, by evening. The Wulong Temple is perched on the mountainside of Yangjing Peak, a location characterized by lofty heights and deep valleys. In the spring, this place would be adorned with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, presenting a picturesque scene. Yet, as autumn had already commenced, the foliage had begun to wither, imparting an air of desolation. Due to the considerable distance from the capital city, the path to Wulong Temple was rather treacherous, resulting in very few visitors, save for the most devout ladies. Upon disembarking from their carriage and arriving at the temple's entrance, they encountered a solitary young monk sweeping the grounds, which added to the temple's desolate atmosphere. "It is indeed tranquil here," Shen Miao remarked with a light laugh. Shen Qing wrinkled her nose, as if to voice a complaint, but suddenly recalled something and restrained herself. Ren Wanyan advised, "Do not be misled by this tranquility. I have heard that the Buddha here is quite efficacious. When it comes time to offer incense, ensure that your heart is sincere." The young monk, noticing their arrival, rose to greet them. Aside from the servants unloading their belongings from the carriage, Ren Wanyun and the others followed the monk deeper into the temple. The further they ventured, the more apparent it became that Wulong Temple was indeed sparsely populated. Not only were there few incense-offering patrons, but even the monks were not numerous. The spaciousness of the temple only amplified the sense of emptiness. It would likely be somewhat frightening to stay here overnight. Upon meeting the abbot, he assigned them quarters, originally intended for each young lady to have her own room, closely situated. However, when it came to Shen Miao, a slightly younger middle-aged monk by the abbot's side remarked, "I sincerely apologize, but the southern pavilion has no rooms available for young ladies. If it does not inconvenience you, would the northern pavilion suffice?" Everyone turned to Shen Miao, who smiled. "I am afraid I find it quite inconvenient." "Fifth sister," Ren Wanyun admonished softly, "this is a sacred place of the Buddha. You cannot behave so willfully." Yet, it was peculiar that Shen Miao remained unfazed. The incense offerings do not seem particularly abundant. How is it that the pavilions are fully occupied? The middle-aged monk frowned slightly, evidently taken aback by such an audacious young lady, and began to comment on the temple's affairs. However, Shen Miao's calm demeanor, unlike that of the typical spoiled young ladies who would resort to outbursts, left him momentarily speechless. The young benefactor may not be aware, but although the patrons are few, the monks within the temple are many, the elderly abbot explained with a gentle smile to Shen Miao. "But I am quite afraid to stay alone. What should I do?" she inquired. "Ah," Ren Wanyin continued to comfort her. "Fifth sister, do bear with it for one night. If you endure this night, the Buddha will surely see your sincerity, and your wishes will be granted when you offer incense tomorrow." In times past, such words would have easily soothed Shen Miao. After all, she is someone who responds better to gentleness than to harshness. Moreover, with a lingering affection for Fu Xiui in her heart, she may even be willing to endure this minor discomfort in hopes that the Buddha will grant her wish of being united with him. However, the situation has changed. Ren Wanyin finds herself somewhat troubled. For some reason, the once docile Shen Miao has grown increasingly headstrong. In the past, she would believe anything Shen Miao said, making her easy to manage. Yet today, she has made several mistakes. If Shen Miao is not dealt with soon, the Shen residents may soon face even greater challenges. Perhaps it would be best to propose this. Shen Miao said with a bright smile, "Aunt, would you accompany me to stay in the North Pavilion? Having someone by my side would certainly bring me more comfort." Chapter 60. The room Ren Wanyin hesitated. Sharing a room with Shen Miao could prove troublesome should any misfortune befall her. Before she could devise a better plan, Shen Miao continued, "If aunt is unwilling, either elder sister or second sister may join me, and that would suffice." Shen Yu's gaze flickered, yet she remained silent. Shen Qing, though unclear about her mother's true intentions, sensed that this outing was directed at Shen Miao. Given her current disdain for Shen Miao, she could no longer feign the superficial affection, and coldly replied, "I prefer to live alone." In light of this, Shen Miao pondered briefly. Then I shall reside in the North Pavilion with fifth sister." Before Shen Miao could finish her sentence, Ren Wanyan interjected. She feared that Shen Miao might concoct some unforeseen twist, reasoning that if they were to live together, it would be better to keep some distance, ensuring that any subsequent blame would not fall upon her. After all, in the grand scheme of things, her words would dictate the truth. Shen Miao smiled gently. "I appreciate your company, second aunt." Although her words were courteous, Ren Wanyan could not suppress a slight furrow of her brow, quickly replacing it with a beaming smile. "We are all family." With the living arrangement settled, the next task was to pack their belongings. As Shen Qing and Shen Yu claimed to be somewhat fatigued, they opted not to share the meal and had it served in their rooms instead. Upon arriving at the North Pavilion, before Ren Wanyan could speak, Shen Miao remarked, "I also feel quite weary. I shall not dine with you, second aunt, and will return to my room." Ren Wanyan paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, "As you wish. If you are tired, do rest early." Shen Miao nodded in agreement. As the little monk guided Shen Miao and her 3 attendants to their room, she could not help but sigh. Indeed, within the somewhat desolate and austere confines of the Wulong Temple, this particular room exuded an air of elegance. Nestled beside a thicket of trees, it offered a tranquil ambience. Though the furnishings were simple, each detail radiated refinement, instantly evoking a sense of delight. "The scenery here is truly beautiful," Gu Yu remarked, somewhat taken aback. "Esteemed guest, this room is reserved for distinguished visitors of the temple," the little monk explained, bowing his head. "The lady of the house instructed that the guest room be kept for you. Please extend my gratitude to second aunt for her kindness," Shen Miao replied lightly, her gaze surveying the surroundings. This room, located deep within the North Pavilion, was essentially secluded from the outside world. Any cries for help would be in vain. It was rare for them to have effectively sealed off her escape, and the room's exquisite arrangement was likely intended to cater to the needs of a certain individual. "What is this fragrance?" Jingja picked up a few incense sticks from the small table and brought them to her nose. "It resembles orchids, yet is even more fragrant." Her gaze fell upon the orchid-shaped incense burner, noting its distinctiveness. Gu Yu, noticing her interest, smiled and remarked, "It seems the temple has taken care to inquire about your preferences. The young lady must have incense before sleep. Once you feel weary at night, you may light it up to ensure a restful slumber. Now, I find the Wulong Temple quite agreeable." Jingja chuckled and jested. No wonder, despite being deep in the mountains, the second madam insists on coming here to pray for blessings. Shen Miao slightly furrowed her brow, approached the small table, and took the incense from Jingja's hand, bringing it to her nose for a whiff. After inhaling, her frown deepened. The 2 maidservants, observing her reaction, hesitantly inquired, "Miss, is there something amiss with this incense?" Unusual circumstances often harbor hidden dangers, and in Shen Miao's mind, since entering Wulong Temple, she had never relaxed her vigilance. The more impeccably this place appeared, the more perilous she perceived it to be. Indeed, she had a slight habit of enjoying incense before sleep, and, being a young lady, she naturally cherished exquisite items. The incense burner, charmingly crafted, was meant for admiration. Typically, young ladies would light incense to harmonize with the serene and elegant atmosphere. However, for her, it was different. The women who survived in the harem employed various cunning strategies to ascend the ranks, and having spent many years in the position of the ruler of the 6 palaces, Shen Miao was certainly not devoid of discernment. She had encountered her fair share of underhanded tactics and items, and the aphrodisiac present in the incense was a well-worn ploy among concubines. Had she been an ordinary young lady, she would have remained oblivious to such matters. This was not a benign item. Releasing her grip, the incense fell onto the small table. Gu Yu and Jingja exchanged startled glances. After a moment, Jingja suggested, "Shall I dispose of it?" "No need," Shen Miao replied, her gaze fixed on the small table. Given the considerable effort Ren Wanyan and that person expended to prepare this gift for her, it would be a pity to waste such schemes. A cold smile suddenly blossomed on her lips. "Let it be. It will surely prove useful." In a distant room adjacent to Shen Miao's, Ren Wanyan sat before a couch, while a stooped old woman stood before her, none other than Grandma Gui. You know what will transpire tonight. If it succeeds, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Should it fail, Ren Wanyan let out a cold huff. You know the outcome without my saying so. Her demeanor was far removed from her usual amiable self, her gaze chilling. Grandma Gay smiled obsequiously. Rest assured, madam, everything is in the hands of this old servant, and I will not err in my duties. I anticipate a smooth night ahead. Ren Wanyan's expression softened. I trust you. After all, you are the closest to Fifth Sister. Our actions are for the benefit of the Shen family. When Fifth Sister matures and comprehends the intricacies involved, she will surely recognize your good intentions and will not neglect you. Grandma Gay nodded in agreement, yet inwardly she scorned. If Shen Miao were to learn of this matter in the future, she would be furious rather than grateful, hardly perceiving it as a favor. Contemplating the events of the night, Grandma Gay couldn't suppress a shiver of trepidation. She had not anticipated that the ever-amiable madam of the Shen family would devise such a malicious scheme. After all, this affair, if it fell upon any unmarried woman, would render her life a living hell. In the next moment, she noticed Ren Wanyan signaling to Kaiju beside her. With a beaming smile, Kaiju brought forth a fragrant sachet and placed it into the hands of Granny Gay, saying, "This time, I must trouble Granny Gui to take care of this." Granny Gui, upon feeling the weight of the sachet, immediately broke into a radiant smile and replied, "I assure you, Madam will be thoroughly pleased." After exchanging a few more words, Granny Gui took her leave. "Is Madam truly staying here tonight?" Xiang Lan inquired. "After all, it is in close proximity to the 5th Mrs. Chamber." "Not to worry." Ren Wanyan waved her hand dismissively. "By tomorrow morning, it shall be as I declare. Who knows if this person will still exist upon my uncle's return? Thus, there is nothing to fear." Her smile took on a somewhat fierce edge as she added, "Uncle, sister-in-law, who instructed you to obstruct my cherished path." Chapter 61. A dark and windy night in the mountains of Wulong Temple. As dusk descended and darkness enveloped the sky, a gentle rain began to fall. The chill of the rain swept in, prompting Guyu to close the window and advise Shen Miao, "Miss, do take care not to catch a chill." Jingzhe draped a cloak over Shen Miao's shoulders, her expression laden with concern. "The mountain paths are treacherous as it is. If the rain persists through the night, I fear we may not be able to set out after offering incense in the morning. The muddy trails might compel us to linger here for another day." "Let be another day, then," Guyu replied with a smile. "The scenery here is exquisite, and the environment is serene. It is certainly better than—" She swallowed her words, realizing she was about to compare the tranquility here with the insincerity of those in the Shen household. Seated before the chessboard, Shen Miao found herself increasingly enamored with the game. Alas, the maids around her lacked the skill, leaving her to play alone. Occasionally, Guyu and Jingzhe would observe her peculiar expressions during these solitary matches, sending shivers down their spines. The door creaked open, and Granny Gui entered with a beaming smile, bearing a platter of food. "Miss, here is the temple's vegetarian fare. Though it may be simple, the cuisine at Wulong Temple is quite commendable. I even procured a bowl of crystal osmanthus soup. Both the eldest and second young ladies have already dined and found it delightful." "Oh, just set it down," Shen Miao responded nonchalantly. "It is best to eat while it's hot. It loses its appeal when cold," Granny Gui urged, lifting the bowl to offer it to Shen Miao. "Why the haste, Granny?" Jingzhe interjected discreetly, taking the porcelain bowl from Granny Gui's hands. "Mistress said to set it down. She was feeling a bit unwell earlier. Let her wait a while before eating." Granny Gui's irritation simmered beneath the surface. Yet upon seeing Shen Miao's indifferent response to her words, she clenched her teeth in silence. Once, Shen Miao had always heeded Granny Gui's counsel, and any disputes between Granny Gui and the maids would invariably result in the latter's reprimand. Yet, it seemed that Jingzhe and Guyu had since won Shen Miao's favor. Lost in thought, Shen Miao suddenly remarked, "Granny, you have been by my side for 14 years now." Granny Gui's heart skipped a beat as she turned to face Shen Miao, who met her gaze with eyes as clear and innocent as a child's. Granny Gui felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. The once helpless infant had blossomed into a delicate young lady, standing before her like a graceful jade figure. A sense of bittersweet reflection filled Granny Gui as she recalled how Shen Miao's parents, often away at war, had entrusted her with the care of their daughter. 14 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. You have always been close to me, Shen Miao continued softly. I remember one night when I had a fever and it was raining outside, just as it is now. The household was delayed in calling for a doctor, and you, worried for my well-being, ventured out yourself to seek help. You slipped on a wet path and injured your head, yet you still pressed on to find another physician. Granny Gui was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor softening. Miss remembers all of this? Of course I do. You have been my companion for over a decade, longer than my parents have been present for me. I consider you family. You flatter me, Miss, Granny Gui replied, her heart swelling with warmth. Guamama found herself reflecting in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Shen Miao, who had been rather distant of late, would suddenly exhibit such warmth today. Amidst her musings, a pang of compassion arose within her. People are not inherently as they appear. When Shen Xin and his wife entrusted her to be Shen Miao's nurse, her own son had yet to marry, and she had no grandchildren, viewing Shen Miao as her own granddaughter. There had been moments of genuine affection, yet ultimately, self-preservation prevails. Shen Miao was not her true granddaughter, and the main house had promised that should their plans come to fruition, her son's family would benefit. Fortune favors the bold. Besides, Shen Miao could hardly offer her anything in return. Guamama's expression shifted subtly, but she maintained her smile, saying, "My dear girl, the night grows cool and late. It is best to dine and rest early. When fatigue sets in, light an incense stick and enjoy a peaceful slumber. Tomorrow morning, we shall offer incense to pray for the well-being of the master and mistress." "Thank you for your concern, Mama," Shen Miao replied with a smile, although her expression held an enigmatic undertone. "Please, you may leave. I will manage my meal." Guamama wished to linger a while longer, but upon seeing Shen Miao's resolute demeanor, she reluctantly retreated. Once outside the room, however, she did not depart far, instead moving to the window to listen intently to the sounds within. Shortly thereafter, Guyu's voice echoed from inside. "Miss, the food will grow cold. Set the table," came Shen Miao's response. Moments later, the clatter of dishes could be heard, indicating that someone had taken a seat at the table to eat. Jingzhu inquired, "Do you find the osmanthus soup to your liking?" "Indeed," Shen Miao replied. "It is quite palatable." "Then do indulge," Guyu encouraged with a smile. After some time, it appeared Shen Miao had finished her meal, as the sounds of cleaning up followed, with Guyu carrying the food basket out. Jingzhu then asked, "Miss, do you wish to read a bit longer?" "I am somewhat fatigued. I shall read for just a moment more. You may go and light the incense." Shen Miao's voice was languid. Guamama straightened her posture, exhaling deeply in relief. She turned to glance at the window once more before exiting the courtyard, and as she left, she could not help but murmur to herself, "My dear girl, do not hold it against this old servant for being harsh. Should the mistress wish to deal with you, no one can intervene." After Guamama's departure, a figure appeared behind her, watching her hurried retreat with a flicker of anger. Inside, Jingzhu looked at Shen Miao with concern, saying, "Miss, Guyu has already left, yet I still do not understand what you intend to do." A sense of unease lingered in Jingzhu's heart, as if something significant were about to transpire in this tranquil mountain abode. She asked, "Did you just perform that little ruse to deceive Guamama? Is there some trickery afoot?" The amiable words Shen Miao had offered to Guamama left Jingzhu anxious, fearing that Shen Miao might once again be as compliant with Guamama as she had been in the past. Shen Miao gazed at the flickering flame of the lamp, the tiny sparks crackling in sharp contrast to the soft patter of rain outside. Pretending to eat, feigning the lighting of incense, these were merely temporary measures. As for why she had spoken those words to Guamama, it was not out of any softness of heart. The path of vengeance is one from which none can retreat. Past kindnesses hold no sway, nor do future transgressions serve as justification. The wicked are forever unworthy of compassion. Much like the words spoken by victors to the vanquished in a royal harem, mere utterances before the guillotine. She gently closed her eyes. "My dear, what shall we do now?" When Shen Miao offered no response, Jingzhu was compelled to pose another inquiry. "Wait. Wait for what?" The young woman's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a smile graced her lips. I await the night of darkness and tempest, when blood is shed and plunder ensues. Chapter 62. An uninvited guest as dusk descended. The temple grew dim, and the monk struck the bell one final time. The sky deepened like a wash of ink, while the gentle rain drummed against the foliage, releasing a fragrant scent of damp earth. Shen Miao sat at her desk, setting aside the pages of her book, rubbing her eyes as a wave of drowsiness washed over her. The maid nearby inquired, "Miss, shall you rest now?" Without a word, Shen Miao opened the window, the residence of Shun Qing adjacent to hers still illuminated. The maid hesitantly asked, "Does the second young lady wish to sleep with the eldest?" "No," Shen Miao replied with a hint of distaste, turning away. "Please close the door to the courtyard." In Shun Qing's room, she fiddled with a small trinket, yawning languidly as she glanced outside. It's quite late. Rising from her seat, she decided, "I suppose I shall rest." Passing by the table, she suddenly noticed a uniquely crafted incense burner with a stick of incense. She picked it up to inhale its delicate fragrance and exclaimed, "Light this incense as well." After a brief while, the lights within the room extinguished. All returned to silence in the ancient temple nestled within the mountains. The only sounds were the chirping of birds and the murmurs of insects, accompanied by the rain tapping against the tiles and dripping from the eaves onto the stone slabs with a crisp echo. In this profound stillness, the light in the innermost chamber of the north pavilion also quietly dimmed. In the darkness, faint footsteps could be heard gliding past. Were anyone to pass by at that moment, they would observe a young girl clad in purple seated at the table by the window. Her features were cold and expressionless, save for a pair of eyes that shone with clarity in the night, resembling a predatory beast poised to seize its prey. The tiles above seemed to emit a soft, rustling sound, prompting Gu Yu and Jing Zhe, who stood behind Shen Miao, to lift their heads, their expressions tense as they guarded the young lady at the table. Moments later, a cat's meow echoed from outside, and both of them exhaled in relief. However, before their sighs could settle, a flurry of hurried footsteps erupted, the sound distinctly audible to the three wide-awake individuals. The window then swung open, and a figure leapt inside. "Miss, it is I, Mo Qing," the figure spoke softly. Only then did Gu Yu and Jing Zhe truly relax, as Jing Zhe lit a slender candle, wary of a light spilling outside. To their astonishment, they noticed that Mo Qing bore another person on his back, none other than Shen Qing, whose eyes were tightly shut, appearing deeply asleep. Both Gu Yu and Jing Zhe were filled with dread, yet Shen Miao merely cast a glance at Shen Qing and remarked coolly, "You have done well." Mo Qing's expression turned somewhat awkward. It was his first time engaging in such an endeavor, and he was unaware of Shen Miao's true intentions. He presumed that she was dissatisfied with her current dwelling, thus resorting to this rather crude method of a midnight relocation. However, the manner of execution was rather reckless. A single misstep could lead to being mistaken for a rogue, and no amount of words could clarify his innocence. Fortunately, outside the quarters of Shen Qing and Shen Yu, there were only 2 guards present, which seemed rather peculiar for a lady of the general's household. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he chose not to stir trouble. Carrying a young girl was a trivial task for him. Prior to this, he had also followed Gu Xiang's instructions and mixed a substance into Shen Qing's incense to ensure she would fall into a deep slumber. "Let's carry her to bed," Shen Miao suggested. Mo Qing complied, and after a moment's thought, he pulled the quilt from the bed to cover Shen Qing. Even at this juncture, Mo Qing remained perplexed as to Shen Miao's true intentions. "Miss, what are we doing now?" Gu Yu inquired tentatively. In this room, aside from Shen Miao, it was unlikely anyone truly understood her motives. Mo Qing suspected Shen Miao was merely indulging in some childish antics. Yet Jing Zhe and Gu Yu sensed there was more to it. Shen Miao was no longer the petulant girl who would sulk over trivial matters. Moreover, to carry someone out in the dead of night for such a reason seemed excessively dramatic. "Let us go." Shen Miao glanced at the figure on the bed. "Go? Where to?" Gu Yu was taken aback. "Naturally, to my sister's chamber," Mo Qing thought to himself, bemused by Shen Miao's childlike playfulness. He felt a twinge of discontent towards her. He had not expected that beneath her seemingly demure exterior lay such a competitive spirit. To jeopardize her cousin's reputation over a trivial matter was rather reckless. Just then, his expression shifted, and he whispered, "Who is it?" At this, Guyu and Jingzhe became alarmed. "Were you seen when you arrived?" Shen Miao's expression darkened. If it were someone from that side, they would surely not have arrived so swiftly. Given Ren Wanyan's meticulous nature, she would have ensured they waited longer. Why was it that Mo Qing had just delivered Shen Qing when someone was already at the door? Her countenance changed several times, and if all else failed, she would have to resort to the most desperate of measures. "I will go take a look," Mo Qing said, anxiously drawing his sword. However, as he reached the doorway, he caught sight of a shadow flitting past the window. Not want to make a ruckus, he called out in a hushed tone, "Who goes there?" and swung his sword in the direction of the figure. The cloaked figure effortlessly evaded Mo Qing's strike, employing an unknown technique to land gracefully on the window ledge before gliding into the room like a swallow, finding the space quite accommodating. Upon entering, the intruder swiftly turned, and before Mo Qing could react, the figure sidestepped, deftly disarming him and placing the blade against Mo Qing's neck. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Shen Miao felt a twinge of astonishment, and Mo Qing, having attained the rank of head guard, must possess considerable martial prowess. He had once escorted Shen Miao safely through the lands of Qin for many years, yet now he found himself bested in less than 5 exchanges, having been disarmed by this dark-clad assailant. Mo Qing, likely astonished that his opponent surpassed him in skill, felt a sense of shame, but was more concerned for Shen Miao's safety. "I bear no animosity towards you, sir. Why resort to such hostility?" he implored. His words rang true. Aside from the monks, the only others present in the temple tonight were the guards of the Shen household. Yet within the ranks of the Shen family guards, there existed no such remarkable prowess. Mo Qing was taken aback, pondering whether there might be others within the Wulong temple. The assailants showed no inclination to relinquish their grip. Instead, a faint sound echoed as Shen Miao lit a fire stick, reigniting the nearly extinguished candle. The intruder had not anticipated the sudden flare of light, and before they could mask their intentions, a murderous glint flashed in their eyes, evidently intent on silencing her permanently. However, the dim glow illuminated the room, revealing all that lay within. In the chilling depths of Shen Miao's gaze, the strikingly handsome face of her opponent momentarily betrayed surprise before settling into a frown. Coldly, he inquired, "Shen family girl? Might I request the release of my guard?" Shen Miao's voice was even chillier than the autumn rain outside. "Thank you, young Lord Xia." Chapter 63. A night encounter with the young lord. The figure standing opposite was none other than Xia Jingxing. Under the dim light of the fire stick, his handsome features appeared as if painted, yet his brow was furrowed tightly, exuding a chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the daylight, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Jingzhe and Guyu had encountered Xia Jingxing several times before and naturally recognized him. Their astonishment compelled them to instinctively shield Shen Miao. However, it was the first time for Mo Qing to see Xia Jingxing. Unaware of who he was, he gathered from Shen Miao's words that the two were acquainted. Xia Jingxing fixed his gaze on Shen Miao, contemplating for a moment before breaking into a smile. Loosening his grip and effortlessly tossing the sword back to Mo Qing, he languidly retreated to the door, crossing his arms and remarked, "Shen girl, encountering you here. Should I say we are fated or simply destined?" Shen Miao chose to ignore him, instead instructing Mo Qing and the 2 maidservants, "Hurry and leave." Jingzhe and Guyu exchanged glances with Xia Jingxing, nodding in agreement. But just as they were about to depart, Shen Miao added, "You go first. I will follow shortly." In the pitch darkness, only the flickering fire stick was discernible as it moved slightly. In a state of panic, Guyu called out, "Mississippi." "Go," Shen Miao commanded. Her order was brief yet resolute. Guyu trembled slightly, while Mo Qing shook his head, grasping each maidservant by the hand, and leaped out of the window, darting into the night. Xia Jingxing, still perched with his arms crossed, watched their actions with keen interest. Shen Miao groped her way to the table, and by the light of the fire stick, she finally located the incense burner from before. She lit the incense with the flame and inserted it, preparing to exit the room. Just as she was about to move, she noticed Xie Jingxing's brow furrow. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, extinguishing the flame of the fire stick, plunging the room into darkness. In an instant, a figure darted in front of Shen Miao, deftly wrapping his arms around her waist. Before she could react, she found herself enveloped in a gentle embrace as the person rolled with her, coming to rest just beneath the bed. You! Shen Miao was filled with anger and surprise. Shoo! Xie Jingxing's voice whispered near her ear. Someone has entered. The sound of footsteps echoed in the room, causing Shen Miao's body to stiffen. She had never anticipated that their movements would be so swift. Fortunately, the intruders had not lit any lamps, a fact she had expected given the person's thrill-seeking disposition. Outside, a voice declared, "Your Highness, everything is arranged. Withdraw and guard outside. Do not disturb this prince's amusement." Another voice, slightly hoarse, responded. Shen Miao's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, it was the Prince of Yu. Shen Xian. Shen Xian. The voice of the Prince of Yu brimmed with pride, tinged with a perverse excitement. This prince wishes to sample the flavors of your daughter and those women. What difference could there possibly be? The footsteps advanced toward the bed. Shen Miao's fists gradually clenched tighter. Xie Jingxing lowered his head slightly. Due to their positioning, his chin rested atop Shen Miao's head, allowing him to catch a whiff of the fragrant scent of her hair. In the darkness, her expression remained unseen. Yet the tension in her body betrayed that she was not entirely indifferent to the situation. The sound of tearing fabric echoed in the room, accompanied by the ferocious voice of Prince Yu, laced with a torrent of foul language. Shen Qing seemed to regain some semblance of awareness, emitting a faint resistance. Yet, the sound was soft and almost inviting, as if it were a welcome rather than a protest. The air was thick with a tantalizing scent that quickened the heartbeat, gradually enveloping the space, infused with a hint of orchid-esque fragrance, and stealthily drawing itself into the depths of one's being. Shen Miao began to sense something amiss. Her heart sank as she recalled the incense laced with aphrodisiac she had lit just before leaving. Now, she found herself a victim of her own folly. She had never encountered such a predicament before and could not help but direct her ire towards the uninvited guest, Xie Jingxing. Had it not been for his sudden appearance causing this upheaval, she would likely have already departed and not found herself in such a predicament. With this thought, she cast a fierce glare at the instigator of her troubles. Unfortunately, the darkness rendered her vision useless, and hesitating out of fear of startling the person on the bed, she resorted to using Xie Jingxing's clothing to cover her mouth and nose. She realized that this incense was far from benign and admonished herself not to inhale it. Even considering using the collar of Xie Jingxing's garment to shield her from the fumes, yet forgot that he was a man. By the time Xie Jingxing realized the incense posed a danger, he had inhaled too much already, and to complicate matters, he was still holding the young girl in his arms. Shen Miao, though still innocent, possessed a delicate form, and his body tensed involuntarily. In this critical moment, she nestled closer, burying half her head in his embrace. Taking a deep breath, Xie Jingxing found himself in an unprecedentedly embarrassing situation. Glancing above, he noticed the bed creaking incessantly, the mingled sounds of a man and woman resonating in a manner that made one's cheeks flush and heart race. The commotion led him to wonder if the bed could withstand such vigorous activity without collapsing. After enduring the sounds for nearly half an hour, the cacophony began to dwindle. Seemingly pausing for breath, Shen Miao's body had grown rigid, but at that moment, Xie Jingxing rolled with her and, taking advantage of the unshuttered window, leapt into the night. In the pitch darkness, he navigated with uncanny precision, narrowly avoiding alerting Prince Yu. Not far from their escape, they encountered Gu Yu and the others, their faces etched with concern. Upon seeing them emerge, Jingzhen nearly leapt with excitement, only to hush her voice, saying, "Miss, we were worried sick. Someone went in. Did you not get discovered?" Her words faltered as she finally registered Shen Miao's posture. Shen Miao remained cradled in Xie Jingxing's arms, his considerable height allowing him to carry her effortlessly. Jingzhu exclaimed in anger, "Release my lady at once." Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow and relinquished his hold, causing Shen Miao to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. You! Guyu was both furious and incredulous, unprepared for Xie Jingxing's rough manner of releasing her. She hurriedly assisted Shen Miao to her feet, offering reassurance. "Are you all right, my lady?" Mo Qing regarded Xie Jingxing with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. This seemingly noble young master possessed remarkable martial prowess, and she found herself utterly powerless in his grasp. Such remarkable skills inevitably drew his attention. Yet the late-night appearance here raised suspicion. After he had taken Guyu and Jingzhou outside, he noticed someone entering Shen Miao's room, accompanied by a group of exceptionally skilled guards. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have found himself in trouble. Mo Qing could not help but glance at Shen Miao once more. Could it be that she had foreseen the arrival of such a crowd tonight? If so, what was the purpose of her earlier exchange with Shen Qing? Shen Miao stood up, brushing off the dust from her attire, and calmly addressed Xie Jingxing. "It is late, and the dew is heavy. I shall not disturb the young marquis in his business. We will take our leave first." Her demeanor was notably distant. At that moment, the light rain continued to fall from the heavens, the droplets drenching her garments. Illuminated by the faint glow of the lantern outside, Xie Jingxing's piercing gaze swept across her face, and he suddenly laughed with a mischievous air, saying, "To exit from here, one must pass through the outer courtyard, where a large contingent of guards stands watch. If you seek to court death, I shall not impede you. Please proceed." His words dripped with disdain, a playful smirk gracing his handsome features. Shen Miao exchanged a glance with Mo Qing, who shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I alone cannot guarantee success. Although the Prince of Yu was inept, his subordinates were not to be underestimated. The young marquis seemed to have everything under control. After a moment of silence, she replied. Xie Jingxing smiled, rising to depart, seemingly disinclined to acknowledge their presence any further. "Might you lend us assistance?" she inquired. Xie Jingxing turned back, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "It is not impossible, but you must plead with me, and I shall escort you out." Guyu and Jingzhou's expressions shifted uneasily. Xie Jingxing's playful demeanor and flippant tone, combined with his striking good looks, would make any woman blush. Were it not for their concern for their charge, Jingzhou and Guyu might have found themselves unable to muster any anger today. Mo Qing frowned. Shen Miao was the daughter of Shun Exen, likely accustomed to a pampered upbringing, and she appeared to possess a stubborn disposition. Xie Jingxing's provocation would likely incite her fury. However, contrary to Mo Qing's expectations, Shen Miao quickly responded, "Very well, I beseech you, take us out." Her words were spoken with such urgency that Xie Jingxing momentarily faltered. Examining the young woman before him, it was clear that despite her plea, her gaze was resolute, and her demeanor poised, showing no sign of submission. The subtlety of her request felt less like a plea and more akin to a command from someone of high standing. Before Xie Jingxing could respond, Shen Miao added immediately, "Do you intend to go back on your word, young marquis? You truly possess a heart of a petty person." Xie Jingxing chuckled softly to those behind him. "Come forth." In the blink of an eye, a group of individuals clad in black emerged from the shadows, numbering over a dozen, matching the entourage brought by the Prince of Yu. Jingzhou and Guyu were taken aback, while Mo Qing was also surprised. Despite his own prowess, he had not realized so many had been concealed in this place, clearly indicating that their skills surpassed his own. The ease with which this young man commanded such formidable fighters sparked curiosity regarding his true identity. Xie Jingxing instructed, "Move swiftly and do not alert the enemy." The figures clad in black bowed their heads in acknowledgement, and in the blink of an eye, vanished into the night. Their movements were remarkably synchronized, a quality scarcely found among the guards raised by the Mingqi family. Shen Miao pondered deeply, only to hear Xie Jingxing suggest it would take some time. "Let us proceed from another direction." He turned and walked in the opposite direction, seemingly quite familiar with the layout of the temple. "Follow him," Shen Miao instructed. It was unclear how Xie Jingxing's subordinates were organized, for they encountered no one along the way. Even upon reaching the southern pavilion, where Shun Qing and Shen Yu resided, there was not a single guard outside. Once they arrived safely, Shen Miao turned to Mo Qing and said, "You may return. The guards have their quarters, and it would be unwise for you to be discovered sneaking out tonight." Gu Yu and Jing Zhu accompanied Shen Miao into the room, yet Xie Jingxing lingered. Jing Zhu stepped forward, blocking Xie Jingxing's path to the inner chamber, eyeing him warily. "Young master, please wait." Xie Jingxing indeed paused, but with a smile directed at Shen Miao's retreating figure, he remarked, "Shen Miao, you wasted an entire night of my time, and you offer no explanation?" Shen Miao halted, letting out a faint sigh inwardly. Xie Jingxing seemed to possess an astute mind, perceptive to a degree that incited envy, able to discern many matters with a mere glance. Rather than conceal the truth, she glanced at Gu Yu and Jing Zhu and said, "You two should rest in the outer room. The young lord will accompany me inside." "Mississippi," Gu Yu exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. "This is simply improper. Sharing a room with a stranger at night would scandalize us all. If anyone were to discover this, it would spell disaster for you." While the incident with Fu Xiaoyi might be dismissed as youthful infatuation, this situation could tarnish her reputation irreparably, akin to jumping into the Yellow River with no hope of clarification. "Who would know?" "It matters not," Shen Miao declared, disregarding the objections of the two maids, and fixed her gaze upon Xie Jingxing. "Come inside." Xie Jingxing shrugged and followed Shen Miao into the inner chamber, observing as she calmly closed the door amid the anxious glances of the two maidservants. Lighting an oil lamp and drawing the curtains to muffle the sound of the rain outside, Shen Miao settled herself at the table. Xie Jingxing leaned against the wall with keen interest, watching her pour tea gracefully, and inquired, "Why are you not afraid of me?" "Why should I fear you?" Shen Miao countered. "As a young lady sharing a room with a stranger, are you not concerned about what I might do?" His smile grew more mischievous. Yet under the flickering light, his handsome features appeared even more striking. "We have just listened to tales of others' romantic affairs together. Do you not think it too late to express fear now, young lord?" Shen Miao replied coolly. Xie Jingxing was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering across his striking face. Having experienced a myriad of events over the years, he had encountered both the expected and the unanticipated for someone of his age. In the capital, and even in Mingqi, he considered himself well-versed. Yet, it was the first time a woman had so calmly referenced the phrase romantic affairs in his presence. Just moments ago, shrouded in darkness, he could not discern Shen Miao's expression. Now, reflecting on it, he realized that ever since they had stepped out, her voice had remained remarkably calm, and her demeanor utterly composed, as if the girl who had shared intimate secrets with him were an entirely different person. He couldn't help but question whether this girl was indeed a woman. "Are you truly a woman?" Xie Jingxing crossed his arms and remarked. A typical young lady would be overwhelmed with embarrassment and would never broach the subject again. Yet, she had shown no reaction at first and later addressed it with utter candor, devoid of any shame. Even a daughter of a formidable general would not be so extraordinary. Shen Miao remained silent. Xie Jingxing nodded and said, "I almost forgot. You are not a woman. You are merely a little girl." Although Shen Miao exhibited a mature demeanor, her youthful appearance was rather charming. Her fair complexion still retained the softness of baby fat, making her appear far younger when she remained silent. Xie Jingxing mused that perhaps her youth hindered her understanding of romantic matters, which would explain her nonchalant attitude. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of this notion. He approached Shen Miao, towering over her, and said, "We still need to settle the account for that incense. It nearly caused me a mishap." He seized her face and pinched it forcefully a couple of times. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Shen Miao was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for his sudden action, while he seemed to find it amusing, pinching her again with little regard for her delicacy, as if she were an innocent girl completely unfamiliar with the world. "Impudent," she instinctively exclaimed in a hushed tone. The words escaped her, and both of them froze. In the flickering light, the handsome youth's face momentarily stiffened, and a myriad of complex emotions flashed through his sharp, dark eyes. He withdrew his hand, chuckling lightly, and remarked, "It is the first time someone has dared to call me impudent." Shen Miao felt a twinge of irritation at her own lapse. Xie Jingxing often acted in ways that defied expectation. In her moment of desperation, she had unwittingly adopted the demeanor of a former empress. He was astute enough not to let this slip by unnoticed. Yet at a loss for words, she fell silent. Xie Jingxing broke the silence by sitting down in the chair opposite Shen Miao, pouring himself a cup of tea. Suddenly remembering something, he took out a paper bag from his pocket and opened it to reveal an exquisite array of pastries, even more splendid than those from the renowned Guangfu Zhai in the capital. He devoured the pastries and sipped his tea, exclaiming, "In my haste, I skipped dinner." TSK. This tea is truly dreadful, embodying the persona of a fastidious young master. Is Master Xie here merely to drink tea and nibble on snacks? Shen Miao inquired, observing him. Of course not, Xie Jingxing replied with a sudden smile, deftly pinching a pastry and placing it into Shen Miao's mouth. His movement was so swift that by the time she realized it, the sweet flavor had already enveloped her senses. Propping his chin on his hand, he regarded her leisurely. Yet his words bore a sharp edge. "Having tasted my food, you shall now answer my question." The fragrant pastry melted in her mouth, leaving a delicate sweetness and a hint of fruity flavor that lingered on her palate, even enticing someone like Shen Miao, who typically dislikes sweets, to find it delightful. "What is your connection to Prince Yu?" Shen Miao gazed at him, saying, "You might as well inquire why I am behaving this way tonight. Should you wish to speak, I am all ears. Those who insult others will inevitably face retribution, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Xie Jingxing's expression shifted subtly, a smile gracing his lips as he replied enigmatically, "You are quite ruthless, uniting your sister and the Prince of Yu, that old dog." Only someone as audacious as Xie Jingxing would dare to utter such a phrase. "When they sent me away, they never considered that I was the younger sister." Shen Miao retorted sharply, her words icy, revealing her disdain and loathing for those individuals. In the dim light, her demeanor was indifferent, her eyes seemingly ablaze with a fiery spirit. Truly, an audacious girl. Xie Jingxing stretched languidly, remarking, "The Prince of Yu will not spare you after this." "That depends on whether he possesses the capability," Shen Miao replied, unfazed. "You have said so much to me." Xie Jingxing pondered, leaning forward suddenly, nearly touching Shen Miao's nose. He drew so close that even Shen Miao couldn't help but flinch slightly. Yet, she remained steadfast, unwilling to be intimidated. The youth's face was extraordinarily handsome, a smile at his lips bearing a hint of mischief, his voice deliberately teasing as he whispered in her ear, "Are you not afraid I shall tell others?" The young lord does as he pleases, though I am quite curious about whether the Duke of Linen has any movements. Sending his legitimate son to Wulong Temple for leisure in the dead of night. Xie Jingxing's presence here tonight was anything but coincidental. And accompanied by a cadre of formidable black-clad individuals, his identity was indeed startling. There are no coincidences in this world. Xie Jingxing was not merely here to see her. He was likely scheming something, and their paths merely crossed by chance. The young man's eyes were strikingly beautiful, resembling exquisite peach blossom petals, capable of captivating one's spirit with a smile, yet when cold, radiated a chilling, dangerous glow. For a fleeting moment, Shen Miao felt overwhelmed by Xie Jingxing's aura. She had encountered many imposing figures before, the royal families of Qin and Mingqi, even the brazen Xiongnu, but this individual before her appeared all the more perilous. "You possess quite the audacity," he remarked with a slight smile. "Likewise," she replied. Xie Jingxing rose, casting a glance at her as he said coolly, "I have no interest in the old dog. Should you dare to divulge even a fraction of tonight's events, Shen family girl, silencing you is not merely a threat." No sooner had he spoken than he opened the window and leapt into the night's rain, vanishing into the curtain of darkness. A cool drizzle drifted through the window, touching Shen Miao's cheek. The chill crept up her face, the wind clearing her mind slightly, and Shen Miao exhaled in relief. Dealing with Xie Jingxing felt akin to walking a tightrope. This young man, though still in his youth, was unfathomable. Each seemingly casual remark was a roundabout way of probing. That sense of danger unsettled her, although she did not regard the Duke of Linen as an enemy of the Shen family. The current relations between the two houses were starkly defined, and Xie Jingxing would certainly harbor some reservations. Tonight's encounter with him was likely for a purpose. Unlike the frivolous and jesting young Lord Xie in the capital, the man in the rain-soaked night appeared transformed. Initially, she had merely perceived Xie Jingxing as someone of considerable capability. Now, Reflecting upon it, the secrets of the linen marquise seemed far from ordinary. Her gaze fell upon the table, where remnants of uneaten pastries lingered, and without these, everything would have seemed like a dream devoid of traces. Yet, now was not the time for such contemplations. Xie Jingxing was of little consequence to her at present. Tomorrow everything could wait until tomorrow. On the back mountain, the gentle patter of rain soaked the entire range, where a group of individuals stood beneath the trees. At the forefront, a tall youth stood motionless like a statue, his clothes and hair drenched by the falling rain, lost in thought as he gazed down the mountain. Moments later, a small burst of light, akin to a firework, suddenly blossomed in the distance. It was more a cluster of bright glimmers than fireworks, vanishing swiftly in an instant. The youth turned, his tone flat and devoid of inflection. "It is done. The young master has been injured." The middle-aged man beside him furrowed his brows, lowering his head to inspect the fresh knife wound on his arm. The incense from earlier was specifically meant for men. Once inhaled, it could lead to a loss of reason, plunging one into madness driven by desire. Its effect on women was far less potent, and while that girl had narrowly escaped, he, despite his rational demeanor, was no sage. Fearing unforeseen consequences, he found it necessary to maintain clarity through such means. "We shall discuss this later. Young master." The middle-aged man hesitated before continuing. "That Miss Shen encountered today, an iron-clad girl. I need not intervene." The youth's beautiful almond-shaped eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. The man, somewhat intimidated, gathered his courage to say, "But the Shen family may be aware the Shen family knows nothing." The youth replied icily, "They are all foolish. It is rare to find one who is clever." A slight smile graced his lips as he added, "What a pity." The middle-aged man parted his lips, but ultimately fell silent. "Let's go." Meanwhile, in the north pavilion, Ren Wanyun sat at a table in the adjacent room to the innermost chamber, with only a small oil lamp flickering, its light dancing in tandem with her restless heart. Xianglan spoke, "Madam, it is already the third watch. Perhaps you should rest." Ren Wanyun shook her head, a hint of irritation crossing her features. "I cannot sleep." For reasons unknown, a sense of unease lingered within her, an unease whose origins eluded her. Moreover, Granny Gui had assured her that everything was proceeding smoothly. Having left her courtyard, she had also heard sounds emanating from the innermost room, though indistinct in the rain-soaked night. She could discern the muffled cries and struggles of a woman. Despite the lack of clarity, the sorrow and tragedy conveyed were unmistakable. Ren Wanyun felt her heart race, a mix of fear and trepidation overwhelming her. The rumors surrounding the prince of Yu's notorious exploits with women had always been prevalent in the capital, and now it seemed, indeed, that Shen Miao was destined to endure torment. Though fear gripped her, it was accompanied by an unsettling sense of solace. In the third room of the Shen residence, Shen Miao relied on the backing of Shen Xian, ensuring that she was always the first to be seen in any matter. Shen Yu was a renowned talent in the capital, while Shen Qing appeared somewhat ordinary. However, she had a son, Shen Xiao, who now followed Shen Xian and would inevitably vie for the family fortune against Shen Yuanbai in the future. Yet at present, was Shen Miao not just a pawn to be manipulated? Would her arrogant sister-in-law, upon discovering her daughter's disgraceful actions, protect Shen Miao or condemn her to a tragic fate? With this thought, Ren Wanyun's inner turmoil eased somewhat. She glanced at the sky and decided to rest for a while. Xianglan and Saiju, seeing her finally willing to take a break, exchanged glances of delight and hurried to assist Ren Wanyun onto the bed, saying, "Madam, please rest. You will need your strength for tomorrow." "Indeed," Ren Wanyun murmured. "I must conserve my energy for tomorrow." After all, she would be there to witness the grand spectacle that awaited her. The rain fell throughout the night. In the tranquil forest, the rain ceased, leaving a desolate landscape, the autumn rain rendering the air even more crisp. The fragrance of dampness lingered in the atmosphere as, at dawn, the temple bell began to toll. The somber sound roused the sleeping inhabitants, and Ren Wanyun opened her eyes, realizing she had slept restlessly, plagued by nightmares. Finally succumbing to slumber just before dawn, now waking to find her forehead drenched in sweat. Madam is awake, Xianglong approached, saying, "You should wash your face." After Ren Wanyan freshened up, she glanced outside. The tranquility of the rain-soaked world had returned, and the birds sang joyfully. "Let us change into a brighter outfit," she suggested, "and don that ruby and emerald flower." Now in her middle age, she had grown accustomed to wearing dark garments, making it a rare delight to choose something vibrant. Saiju smiled. "Madam seems to be in good spirits. Wearing such bright colors certainly invigorates you." Ren Wanyan observed her reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Indeed, her mood was buoyant, almost euphoric. Once she was ready, she declared, "Let us go and summon my weary niece for her meal." In the innermost chamber of the North Pavilion, silence reigned, with not a maid in sight. Ren Wanyan surveyed the surroundings with a sense of satisfaction, pondering that the Prince of Yu had executed his tasks with utmost propriety, even sending the maids away. Were it not for the fear of causing a scandal, she would have relished the opportunity to publicly expose the disgrace of the person within. But for now, she chose to bide her time. "You knock on the door," she instructed Xianglong, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. She held contempt for women who were sullied, conveniently forgetting who had orchestrated Shen Miao's current predicament. "Fifth miss." Xianglong approached the door and knocked. "The First Lady has arrived." There was no response from within, as if no one were present at all. "Fifth miss." "The First Lady is here," Xianglong repeated. Yet after a prolonged period of knocking, silence persisted. Ren Wanyan sighed and smiled. This fifth sister truly has the disposition of a child. Even with the sun high in the sky, she remains lazy. We cannot afford to delay the offering. She resolved to take matters into her own hands. She approached the door, gently knocking and softly calling out, "Fifth sister, it's time to rise and have breakfast. After our meal, we must also offer incense. Do not be willful." Yet, there was no response from within. Ren Wanyan turned around, feeling somewhat helpless, unsure whether she was justifying herself or explaining to others, and murmured, "Forget it. I shall simply push the door open." Those maidservants attending Fifth Sister were oblivious to their duties. Upon their return, they would certainly face proper reprimand. As she spoke, she prepared to enter. "Second aunt." A light, airy voice broke the silence. Ren Wanyan was momentarily taken aback, thinking the voice had come from inside the room, but then heard Xianglong and Saiju in unison say, "Fifth Miss, Second Mississippi." She turned in astonishment to find Shen Yu and Shen Miao standing together. Today, Shen Miao donned a gown of pristine white silk, draped with a pale blue cloak embroidered with peonies, resembling a figure in mourning. Accustomed to Shen Miao's ostentatious attire of vibrant reds and greens, this ethereal ensemble exuded an otherworldly grace, accentuated by her slightly aloof demeanor, creating a captivating allure. A flicker of jealousy crossed Shen Yu's eyes. She could scarcely believe that her seemingly foolish cousin had now become her equal in beauty. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Miao had always possessed a lovely visage, though it had been obscured by deliberate attempts to appear unremarkable. Now, her presence commanded attention, and with her features maturing, she was indeed a sight to behold. Ren Wanyan was momentarily dazzled by Shen Miao's appearance and frowned, remarking, "Why is Fifth Sister dressed in such an inauspicious manner? This white and plain attire might lead one to believe we are holding a funeral. But Second Aunt is dressed so vibrantly." Shen Miao replied with a light laugh. As Ren Wanyan glanced at her own attire, a thought struck her, and she scrutinized Shen Miao closely. She was puzzled as to how Shen Miao had returned from outside, appearing so composed. However, the events of the previous night could fool others, but not her. She felt compelled to ascertain the truth and approached Shen Miao with a bright smile, gently grasping her arm and inquiring, "Did you sleep well last night, Fifth Sister?" "Thank you for your concern, Second Aunt. I slept quite well," Shen Miao responded with a smile. Ren Wanyan observed Shen Miao's expression intently, noting that she did not seem to be feigning her composure, which filled her heart with suspicion. When had Shen Miao acquired such a remarkable ability to remain unfazed? Typically, a young lady would lament and wail in the face of such turmoil. Why was she so serene? Could it be an act? The heart-wrenching cries she had heard the previous night were all too vivid in her memory. Gazing into Shen Miao's clear eyes, a wave of unease surged within Ren Wanyan. causing her to feel flustered. She leaned closer to Shen Miao, saying, "If fifth sister has slept well, then I can rest easy." Yet, upon closer inspection, she noticed Shen Miao's neck was as white as jade. Her naturally fair complexion looked even more luminous, with not a single blemish in sight, let alone any scars. It was inconceivable. The Prince of Yu was known for his cruel treatment of women. How could Shen Miao possibly bear no marks? Shen Yu observed Shen Miao and then glanced at Ren Wanyan, sensing that something significant had transpired, though she remained unaware of the details. Ren Wanyan's unease grew increasingly palpable as she grasped Shen Miao's hand, smilingly engaging in casual conversation. "The weather is truly frigid. Aren't you cold wearing such thin clothing?" "Fifth sister?" As she spoke, Ren Wanyan abruptly tugged at Shen Miao's sleeve, causing the white fabric to rise abruptly and reveal a glimpse of her fair skin. Chapter 64. Return to the manor. As the door creaked open, no one dared to step forward to investigate. The rooms in Wulong Temple, where the pilgrims stayed, were inherently sparse and lacked the opulence of one's own home. Moreover, this particular room had been deliberately chosen for its spaciousness. The grand bed lay in the center, devoid of any screens for concealment, rendering the scene within utterly visible to all. It was Shen Yu who first gasped in horror. Scattered across the floor were torn remnants of clothing, unmistakably shredded to pieces. The blanket on the bed was carelessly tossed aside, while books on the table had been swept to the ground. A teapot lay shattered, as if a cataclysm had transpired within these walls. However, the most shocking sight was not this devastation. A woman lay on the bed, her exquisite form exposed, scarcely covered by a blanket, half propped against the edge of the bed. Upon her back were numerous crimson marks, interspersed with traces of blood and bruises that were utterly harrowing. Beneath the bed, a bloodied whip lay, now split in two, its condition revealing the violence it had inflicted. "Oh heavens!" Shen Yu gasped, covering her mouth and retreating step by step. Who is that? It can't be my elder sister, can it?" She abruptly turned to Ren Wanyan. Since Shen Miao had mentioned swapping rooms with Shen Qing, it was indeed Ren Wanyan who should have occupied this space. Yet, the grim reality lay bare before them, unmistakably indicating that Shen Qing had encountered tragedy. Even as an unmarried daughter, she recognized that the scene before her was an undeniable testament to a woman's violation. Unexpectedly, Granny Gui had not anticipated anyone's presence in the room. Having heard Shen Miao's earlier words, she presumed that Shen Miao had conferred with Ren Wanyan and was merely entering to speak. The sight of a woman inside filled her with astonishment. Could it be that another woman had also been subjected to the whims of the Prince of Yu last night? If so, her responsibilities would be irreparably compromised. Yet, Shen Yu's exclamation nearly shattered her composure. "Shen Qing? The woman lying there is a Shen Qing?" Yin Mei and Shui Bai, witnessing Shen Qing's condition, felt their hearts plunge into despair. With their mistress in such dire straits, they knew their lives were forfeit. Sharing a glance, they recognized the hopelessness reflected in each other's eyes, and together they knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads before Ren Wanyan. Ren Wanyan stood frozen in place. "ISNT my second aunt coming to see?" In the heavy silence, Shen Qing's voice broke through softly. Her tone was eerily calm, as if she were oblivious to the horrific scene surrounding her. Ren Wanyan turned to see the young woman gazing steadily at her. A tempest surged within her, yet she swiftly suppressed it, her pallid complexion hastening her steps into the room, where she approached the woman slumped on the bed. The woman's hair was disheveled, with many strands strewn across the floor, clearly torn from her scalp in violent disarray. Trembling, Ren Wanyan extended her hand to turn the woman over. With a deafening crash, as if to echo her tumultuous emotions, the rain, which had previously ceased, suddenly resumed, and thunder erupted among the gathering storm clouds, resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Ren Wanyan shut her eyes in anguish, cradling the woman in her arms. It was none other than Shen Qing. The closer she looked, the more harrowing the sight became. Shen Qing's face was grotesquely swollen, a clear indication of the brutal torment she had endured. At that moment, it was evident that not a single unscathed inch remained on her body. Her hand lay limply, contorted into an odd position, as if it had been broken. How ruthless was Prince Yu? Yet, her greatest loathing was reserved for Shen Miao. All of this should have befallen Shen Miao. It was her beloved Qing'er who bore the brunt. Reduced to such a state, Shen Qing's life was nearly ruined, and she found herself wishing to sever Shen Miao's throat, to drink her blood and devour her flesh. However, Ren Wanyun, despite being the mistress of the Shen household, managed to suppress her madness even at this moment. Trembling, she instructed her attendant Xianglan, "Go fetch a carriage. We must ascend the mountain at once." But Xianglan, fear evident in her eyes, replied, "Madam, it is pouring outside. Travel is impossible." The lofty and treacherous Yangjing Peak was already a difficult journey, and the rain had rendered the path exceedingly muddy and perilous. To attempt a descent under such conditions would likely lead to unforeseen accidents. Such weather forbade any venture outdoors. What about Qing'er? Ren Wanyan finally could no longer contain her shriek, striking Xianglan fiercely and demanding, "What shall become of my Qing'er?" Outside, Shen Miao observed silently. She stood beneath the eaves, watching as the rain obscured the mountains and waters, seemingly shrouding some nefarious schemes. The one who ought to have endured such humiliation was she. Yet now, it was Shen Qing who suffered this indignity, all while she stood idly by, having heard her daughter endure a night of torment. When she could have intervened but chose to remain passive, did Ren Wanyan not feel an unbearable pain piercing her heart? Would she not feel a similar ache upon learning of Wan Yu's untimely demise? Now, yearning to bring Shen Qing back to the city for treatment, yet hindered by the relentless rain, trapped in a limbo of indecision, would Ren Wanyan not sense a flicker of despair? Fetch a doctor. By any means necessary. Find a doctor. If you cannot find one, then perish here. Xianglan, having served Ren Wanyan for many years, had never before faced such scorn. Feeling both aggrieved and terrified, she covered her face and hurriedly fled. As she dashed out, she could not help but steal a glance at Shen Miao. Everything had been meticulously plotted. Shen Miao was supposed to be the one resting here last night. How could it be so coincidental? Shen Qing had never been one to easily acquiesce, and now, with her resentment toward Shen Miao, she would certainly refuse to switch rooms. This situation was undoubtedly fishy. She observed the young woman in plain attire, standing gracefully, her features undeniably charming. Yet for some inexplicable reason, an aura of malevolence surrounded her. "Kai Yu, summon a few people and close the doors," Ren Wanyan said through gritted teeth. As the door was shut, it felt as though two worlds had been created, one inside and one outside. Shen Yu, still dazed, turned to Shen Miao, incredulity etched on her face. "Fifth sister, has the elder sister been wronged by a villain?" Shen Miao offered no response. Prince Yu had indeed only intended to toy with her, leaving before dawn. He understood that for a woman of high birth, having her virtue tarnished by an unknown assailant was the most dreadful fate. Yet, it was likely that Prince Yu was not a fool. He would soon uncover the truth. After all, the method of this swap was shockingly simple and rather crude. She was ensnared in unfamiliar words, oblivious to the impression she left on Shen Yu, who felt a tremor in her heart. A sudden realization struck her. "Fifth sister, could it be that you are the cause of the elder sister's predicament?" Last night, Shen Qing had clearly stayed in the southern pavilion, while Shen Miao was in the northern pavilion, yet their positions had inexplicably switched, leading to this incident. Had they not exchanged rooms, it should have been Shen Miao lying there instead. Knowing Shen Qing as she did, Shen Yu was certain that Shen Qing would never yield her room to Shen Miao. Was it possible that all of this was orchestrated by Shen Miao? Shen Yu's gaze towards Shen Miao seemed to harbor a sense of dread. However, Shen Miao merely chuckled softly. "Second sister, one may indulge in a haphazard meal, but one must not speak carelessly. I possess no such power to bring harm to the elder sister. You overestimate my capabilities." Yet, doubt lingered in Shen Yu's heart. For reasons unknown, she felt that something was amiss with Shen Miao. The events of the previous night were undoubtedly intertwined with her. Instead of fretting over these matters, "Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own situation," suggested Shen Miao. "Me?" Shen Yu's anxiety heightened. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Do you think that having witnessed the elder sister's private affairs, your two attendants will remain unharmed? What? It seemed that second sister truly underestimated the treachery of the world. Shen Miao smiled gently. Those servants who learn their master's secrets, especially when those secrets are disgraceful, do you believe they can live long? At that moment, Huang Ying and Qing Wan, standing beside Shen Yu, turned ashen. They were acutely aware that in noble households, scandals were rife, and should a servant stumble upon such matters, death was their only fate. Only death could ensure the secrecy of the scandal. Having witnessed Shen Qing's disgrace, both attendants had no hope of survival. Shen Yu was taken aback, her earlier astonishment overshadowed by the gravity of this revelation. It was not that she was particularly sentimental, but the effort invested in nurturing a personal maid was substantial. To see them sacrifice for such a matter, especially those she relied on most, was simply intolerable. It is not only them, Shen Miao remarked with a slight smile, her gaze sweeping over Yan Mei, Shui Bai, and Granny Gui, her eyes laden with meaning. None shall escape. Granny Gui and the two maids nearly fainted at this implication. What is there to fear? Shen Miao continued. When one ascends, even their dogs rise with them. But should the master falter, not a single servant will evade consequence. In the past, when the Shen family faced ruin, those arrogant, treacherous servants who thrived on their master's power met their own downfall, as they were forced to accept the consequences of their allegiances. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of talent to inflict harm upon only one? She turned to leave, prompting Shen Yu to call after her. Where are you going? Did you not come to the Wulong temple to offer incense? Shen Miao replied nonchalantly. I too have many confusions to address. Naturally, I must seek guidance from the Buddha. Offering incense ensures my visit is not in vain. Clad in simple garments, she strode away, her indifferent silhouette unwavering, as if the monumental events of the day had never transpired at all. Everything proceeded as planned, a night of rest followed by the lighting of incense to pray for peace. However, suddenly, Shen Yu spoke up, inquiring about her two maidservants, who were conspicuously absent. Gui Mama was taken aback as well. Earlier that day, when Shen Miao encountered Shen Yu, she mentioned sending Jingzhe and Gu Yu to the kitchen for provisions, and they had yet to return, leaving Shen Qing's predicament unknown to them. In hindsight, such coincidence seemed implausible. Both Shen Qing and Shen Yu's maidservants had witnessed the disgrace and could not escape its ramifications, yet none of Shen Miao's maids were present, clearly indicating her deliberate orchestration. She had foreseen this day, aware that Shen Qing would come harm. Shen Qing's current fate was entirely orchestrated by her. Shen Yu turned to look, following the eaves of the building, but Shen Miao's figure had vanished. Yet, the clarity of her gaze, laced with hidden sharpness, seemed to manifest before Shen Yu, evoking an involuntary shiver within her. By noon, the rain finally ceased. Xianglan searched the entire mountain for a physician, yet found none. Typically, apart from the occasional pilgrims, this place was devoid of visitors. Even when a monk fell ill, they merely foraged for herbs to brew and consume. Unable to locate a doctor, Xianglan sought out the monks for calming herbs and external remedies for Shen Qing. The room was permeated with the scent of medicinal herbs and an unsettling odor that lingered despite previous attempts at cleansing. The woman upon the bed lay with her eyes tightly shut, while Ren Wanyun sat by the window. In merely a few hours, the youthfulness in her brow seemed to have aged a decade. The maidservants in the room dared not utter a word, fearful that the gravity of the situation might provoke their mistress's wrath. As Ren Wanyun stared blankly at the curtain, suddenly, Shen Qing stirred on the bed. She quickly leaned down, calling out, "Qing." Upon opening her eyes, Shen Qing was gripped by terror at the sight of Ren Wanyun and clawed her face, shouting, "Let go of me! Get away! Help! Qing, it's your mother. I'm here. Do not be afraid." Ren Wanyun's heart ached as Shen Qing continued to struggle, seemingly oblivious, fixating on the ceiling and screaming wildly. Xianglan and Saiju rushed forward to restrain her. Shen Qing appeared to be in a frenzy, not even recognizing her mother. In her thrashing, the salve that had just been applied was smudged, revealing the bloodied wounds beneath. Pain etched itself upon Ren Wanyun's face, and she could not help but let out a pained cry. "Madam!" Xianglan and Saiju were filled with fear and shock. "Ren Wanyun, typically resolute and capable of handling any crisis, had now been driven to such despair. The two maidservants who had accompanied her for years were equally stunned. "Where is Shen Miao?" Ren Wanyan demanded fiercely. "The 5th Mississippi is in the temple," Saiji replied cautiously. "Take good care, Qing. If anything happens to her, you two need not live," Ren Wanyan declared before turning and exiting the room. Within the Buddhist hall, a colossal golden statue of the Buddha loomed majestically, benevolently gazing down upon the throngs of devoted believers. Before the Chowdun, Shen Miao knelt on the ground, holding incense, lost in her thoughts. She had been in this position for several hours since morning. "My dear girl, perhaps you should rise and rest," Jingzhe urged gently. "It would be unwise to ruin your health. The Buddha must have already seen your sincerity. Your wishes will surely be granted." "Surely granted?" Shen Miao's lips curled into a bitter smile. What she longed for had long since become unattainable. The mistakes of her past life, though there seemed to be a chance for redemption in this one, could never bring back those who had departed. Her Wanyu, her Fu Ming, would they ever have a second chance? They had likely transformed into mere flickers of light amidst the vastness of the world, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, she was not a believer. Shen Miao raised her gaze to the colossal golden Buddha statue, merely a cold effigy that could not truly save any soul. If heaven had eyes, how could it allow the virtuous to meet such tragic ends while the wicked roamed free? She knelt there, lighting incense not for the Buddha, but for those who had perished because of her, those who had died due to her actions. Since her rebirth, she had had no opportunity or reason to honor these souls, including her non-existent children. Now, in this place, she could only offer her tributes before the Buddha as flames. "Shen Miao," a fierce voice suddenly intruded. Shen Miao smiled. The world seemed to delight in haste. She rubbed her aching knees, stood up, and turned to face Ren Wanyan, who approached with a bright but harsh demeanor. Upon seeing Shen Miao smile, Ren Wanyan felt even more irritated. She hastened forward, raising her hand to strike Shen Miao's face. Jingzhe and Guyu tried to intervene, but it was too late. The anticipated sharp sound did not echo. Shen Miao firmly grasped Ren Wanyan's arm, her palm halting just before contact. "Dear aunt, such impulsiveness. What is the reason for your wrath? Though you may oversee me on behalf of my parents, I doubt there exists a rule permitting one to strike without cause," she remarked. Ren Wanyan had never expected Shen Miao to block her hand. The slender girl's grip on her arm was surprisingly painful. The cousin who had once been so obedient and easily managed had somehow grown taller, and Ren Wanyan could no longer look down upon her with disdain. One careless moment could result in being outmaneuvered by this seemingly unflinching little wretch. Reluctantly releasing her hand, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Shen Miao, stop pretending to be innocent. What happened to Qing'er was your doing, wasn't it? Now that Shun Qing is in a dazed state, she cannot comprehend how things reached this point." However, Ren Wanyan was aware that if she were to claim Shen Miao had no involvement, she would never believe it, even at the cost of her life. Whatever means Shen Miao had employed to involve Shen Qing, she would not let it go lightly. "I regret that my elder sister has fallen victim to treachery, but how can you suspect me, dear aunt?" Shen Miao replied with a subtle smile. "After all, if I had not exchanged rooms with my elder sister, it would have been I who met with misfortune today. Such a perilous affair is certainly beyond my capability." Upon uttering those words, Ren Wanyan felt a sharp pain in her temples. Clenching her fists, her gaze turned as venomous as that of a serpent. "That was meant to be your burden. It was you who allowed Qing'er to suffer in your stead." Jingzhe and Guyu, witnessing Ren Wanyan's transformation, were both astonished and infuriated. Astonished that the usually amiable second madam had revealed her true, ruthless nature, and angered that had it not been for Shen Miao's astuteness last night, the three of them would have faced dire consequences today. To think Ren Wanyan could still place blame. This was nothing short of a villain crying foul, utterly devoid of shame. "Second madam, such words are uncalled for. The Buddha is watching," Shen Miao interjected with a light laugh, her eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. "Everything in this world follows a predetermined course. It was not I, but my elder sister, who faced misfortune last night. Perhaps it was simply fate. Why is it that you choose to blame me instead of the true culprits or destiny itself? What sense does that make? Ren Wanyan felt a surge of anger, nearly rendered speechless by Shen Miao's retort. You certainly possess a silver tongue. I underestimated you in the past, she scoffed. Oh, so the second madam perceives me in this light, Shen Miao replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing her lips. As Ren Wanyan observed Shen Miao before her, the gentle demeanor of the girl in her plain attire, with her delicate features beginning to shed the last remnants of youthful naivete, struck her. The once foolish Shen Miao had vanished completely. The girl who had been a mere pawn in the intricate games of the inner court had, for the first time, bested Ren Wanyan, and at a steep price. The more graceful Shen Miao appeared, the more it reminded Ren Wanyan of the tragedy befalling Shen Qing, who lay bedridden. Shen Miao, if you are feigning ignorance while fully aware, allow me to be candid, Ren Wanyan said with a sudden sardonic grin. Now that we have shed pretense, there is no need for a fade of kindness. Do you truly believe this matter will end here? The old madam will not spare you, nor will your uncle. And that person shall not let you escape either. Your fate will be infinitely more tragic than Qing'er's. You shall become a mere plaything, forever reduced to a disgraceful existence. Madam, please temper your words. Both Jingzhe and Guyu exclaimed in unison. It was shocking that Ren Wanyan, the esteemed second madam of the Shen family, could utter such vile and crude curses. Even an enemy would not stoop so low, and Shen Miao, still young, should not be subjected to such foul language. It seemed only then that Ren Wanyan noticed Jingzhe and Guyu's presence. With a cold laugh, she remarked, You expend such effort to protect these two maidservants. I am eager to see how long you can shield them. After casting a peculiar glance at Shen Miao, she turned and swept away. Once Ren Wanyan departed, Jingzhe and Guyu exchanged worried glances with Shen Miao. Guyu voiced her concern. Miss, was it truly wise to confront her so openly? It was inevitable. Regardless of how well we maintained appearances, she would show no mercy. It would have been a futile endeavor, Shen Miao replied. In the realm of the inner court, if an enemy is visible, let them remain so. If they lurk in the shadows, we must devise a way to bring them into the light. She had no desire to engage in a superficial game of harmony with Ren Wanyan. This game had commenced like a tempest, and now Ren Wanyan was so incensed that she had lost her wits. What would follow was undoubtedly a frenzied retaliation. However, upon returning to the manor, the matriarch would surely favor them. Jingzhe spoke softly. The matriarch, Lady Shen, had a particular fondness for the second branch. Not only because Shen Gui was her own flesh and blood, but also due to Ren Wanyan having borne two sons for Shen Gui. It need not be said that Shen Yuanbai, the eldest son of the second branch, would also return to the capital by year's end. With two grandsons, how could Lady Shen not show favoritism toward the second branch? Moreover, Ren Wanyan had a way of charming the matriarch to the point of befuddlement. Upon their return, it would surely be Ren Wanyan's ideas that prevailed, and who would believe Shen Miao's words? Let them show favoritism. She had never expected them to act in her favor anyway. Shen Miao smiled. Her smile brought a pang to Guyu's heart, and she suddenly declared, If that is truly the case, I shall use this matter to threaten them. If anything ill befalls you, I shall risk my life to ensure that this news reaches the world. Indeed, Jingzhe's expression hardened. Though this strategy of inflicting harm upon oneself while attempting to vanquish the enemy may seem somewhat foolish, it will certainly not allow them to escape unscathed. Shen Miao was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that the two maids beside her possessed such audacity. After a moment of surprise, she found herself smiling. Yes. Back then, Guyu had taken the blame for stealing royal jade artifacts to protect her and was executed by the crown prince of Qin. Jingzhe had allied herself with powerful officials, using her beauty to become a concubine, only to be brutally punished to death by the official's wife. Both had been unwaveringly loyal to her, yet she had given them nothing in her past life. In this new life, she vowed to protect these maids at all costs. Some mistakes should only be made once. No need. I had no intention of letting this information escape. Second aunt will not allow it to spread. Then does this mean the matter will be concealed indefinitely? Ultimately, one cannot hide a fire beneath paper. If the eldest young lady were to marry, it would inevitably be revealed. Guyu expressed perplexed. You may conceal it for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Unless Shen Qing never marries, once she does, her reputation will be tarnished, and everyone will know. Thus, they will surely devise a method to deceive and obfuscate. As for their means of dealing with me, it will likely involve seeking assistance from that person. That person? Jingjia inquired. Who is that? Naturally, it is the scoundrel who wronged our eldest sister. Shen Miao replied with a light laugh. Do you truly think last night was merely an accident? Jingjia and Guyu shuddered. Although they had begun to suspect a few hints, they were loath to believe it. It was difficult to accept that anyone could harm Shen Miao in such a vicious manner, forcing her into a corner from the very outset. They could not believe Shen Miao was prescient, nor could they fathom that the perpetrator was from the second branch of the Shen family. Though they were aware that the people in the eastern courtyard were unscrupulous, they had not anticipated such a dire circumstance. This method was evidently one meant for dealing with enemies. Mississippi, is it truly the second madam who has orchestrated this? Guyu asked with great difficulty. If it were merely an accident, they would feel fortunate that Shen Miao evaded disaster that night. However, if it were intentional, the second branch of the Shen family would only have themselves to blame. Yet, why did the young lady claim that the second mistress sought that person as assistance? That individual, was it not an arbitrary choice? Jingjia felt somewhat dizzy. If Ren Wanyun had carelessly sullied Shen Miao's purity, and now, by a twist of fate, Ren Wanyun wished to eliminate that individual, why would she still seek their help? Because that person is the Prince of Yu. Jingjia and Guyu gasped in astonishment. The previously enigmatic matters now seemed to unravel before them. If that person were indeed the Prince of Yu, everything would make sense. They had noticed that the prince appeared to harbor feelings for Shen Miao. Yet who was the Prince of Yu? Even a common maiden would avoid him. Should there have been any clandestine dealings between the prince and Ren Wanyun, it was entirely plausible that Ren Wanyun would assist the prince in humiliating Shen Miao. Yet now, with their fates intertwined, if Ren Wanyun were to inform the prince of this affair, given his capricious temperament, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Shen Miao for being deceived right under his nose. Miss, should we write to the master? Guyu and Jingjia were both flustered. The Prince of Yu was an insurmountable force, not merely in power, but also in temperament, shielded by the imperial authority. Fear not. Shen Miao's eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. Shen Qing is merely a diversion. My true adversary is indeed the Prince of Yu. She turned her gaze towards the curling incense, smoke rising from the altar. Wanyu, your life has been truly arduous. Your youthful bloom has withered far too soon. Though you bear the title of princess, you are treated as less than refuse. Mother can do nothing for you, at least not in this lifetime. Those who have wronged you, I shall reclaim justice for you, piece by piece. In a certain pavilion outside the capital, a young gentleman in white toyed with a porcelain cup, intrigued. So, it seems that the girl from the Shen family has a grudge against the Prince of Yu. Using her cousin's influence to ensnare the prince is quite a clever tactic, though as a woman, she seems rather ruthless. He shook his head, displaying a look of regret. The Prince of Yu? Opposite him, a young man in purple smiled, his handsome face framed by sharp, piercing eyes. I dare say she is not targeting the Prince of Yu. Not the Prince of Yu? Then who? The young gentleman paused, looking at the figure across from him. Do you suppose using the Prince of Yu as an entry point to infiltrate the Ming-Chi royal family? The youth replied nonchalantly. A chill accompanied the autumn rain. Yet after a night of downpour, the oppressive heat of summer had vanished entirely. Even the sun that peeked through the clouds appeared desolate. Within the Shen residence, the eastern courtyard remained abuzz with activity. As the year drew to a close, it marked the matriarch's birthday, a celebration that the elderly lady cherished extravagantly, necessitating preparations months in advance. The expenses were considerable, with finances managed by Ren Wanyun. Although she profited from the expenditures, the scale of the event was always impressive, exuding an air of grandeur. The task of composing invitations and sending wooden tablets to the esteemed ladies of the household fell to the talented Chenruachio of the third branch. Although she had passed middle age, Chenruachio retained the graceful figure of her youth, perhaps enhanced by the air of scholarly elegance that set her apart. In comparison to the more voluptuous Ren Wanyun, Chenruachio's beauty was truly exceptional. Her enchanting looks, gentle disposition, and poetic prowess completely captivated Shen Wan, the third master of the Shen family. Despite being married for many years and having only a daughter, Shen Yu, with no sons, Shen Wan refrained from taking concubines. Aside from two secondary wives bestowed upon him by the elder matriarch, among the three sons of the Shen family, each possessed a distinct character. Shen Xian was upright and resolute, yet overly rugged and neglectful of finesse, often prioritizing loyalty above all. Shen Ge was adept at flattery and maneuvering within the political arena, yet he was also avaricious and licentious, maintaining several concubines alongside Ren Wanyun, who, despite her many rivals, held the position of principal wife with a single legitimate daughter, safeguarding her status. In contrast, Shen Wan was a man of genuine talent and learning. If Shen Xian followed the path of military officers like their father, while Shen Gue and Shen Wan pursued civil service, Shen Wan stood out among his brothers for his true capabilities. However, this did not imply that Shen Wan was devoid of flaws. He lacked an appreciation for beauty, having only Qin Ruoqiu as his rightful wife. Yet he placed excessive importance on power and ambition, sometimes even trampling over his superiors to ascend the social ladder. At this moment, Ren Wanyun was carefully inscribing invitations, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a soft glow upon her, rendering her features almost youthful. Shen Gue, adjusting his collar, caught sight of her and couldn't help but smile, approaching to embrace her from behind. "Ah," Qin Ruoqiu playfully chided, "what is the master doing? You've caused me to ruin this letter, wasting a perfectly good invitation." "Let me see." Shen Wan feigned seriousness as he picked up the invitation, commenting, "The handwriting is elegant, just like its owner. How could it possibly be flawed?" Qin Ruoqiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stirring something within Shen Wan. Even after all these years, his wife possessed an enchanting allure that rendered all other women invisible to him. This was the brilliance of Qin Ruoqiu among the many daughters of the Qin family. Only she had secured her husband's heart through her remarkable patience. She transformed into whatever type of woman Shen Wan favored, adapting her temperament and attire to cater to his tastes. Over time, like a cherished pet, he would come to see only her. "Your sister-in-law should be returning today." Qin Ruoqiu nestled closer to Shen Wan. "I wonder if Yuer will adjust to the temple fare, whether the mountain roads are passable, and if she is comfortable." Shen Wan chuckled. "Why fret so? Your sister-in-law will ensure that Yuer is neither hungry nor cold." Noticing Qin Ruoqiu's continued concern, he added, "You always think of Yuer as a child. She is growing up and will soon be of marrying age. What will you do then? When the time comes for Yuer to wed, I shall certainly seek a match that is perfectly suited, considering both family background and character." Chapter 65. Undamaged Shen Gue, still clad in his official attire, strode purposefully into the hall, presumably having hurried over upon receiving news about Shenqing. Upon seeing him, Ren Wanyan instantly wept more tragically. "Master, Qinger." The bond between Ren Wanyun and Shen Gue was not particularly profound. Otherwise, he would not have taken multiple concubines into the household. Nevertheless, Shen Gue treated Ren Wanyun with respect, not solely for her capability in managing the affairs of the Shen residents and fostering good relations with the wives of his colleagues, but also because he found her to be an exemplary partner. Thus, he ensured she received the respect she deserved. "Shen Miao." Shen Gue turned and glared at the young woman in the hall. He was well aware of Ren Wanyun's motive for bringing all three of their legitimate daughters to Wulong Temple. It was to prevent any scandal. Who could have anticipated that the incident would involve his daughter, Shenqing? A servant had discreetly informed him that it was Shen Miao who had orchestrated the mischief. Though he found it hard to believe, he needed to direct his anger towards someone, since he could not blame the second branch. All the blame would fall upon the first. "You harm your sisters with your malicious schemes. Today, in your elder brother's absence, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he bellowed, "Summon the family law! Summon the family law!" Qin Ruoqiu exchanged glances with Shen Gue. Since marrying into the Shen family, she had never witnessed the family law being invoked. According to Shen Gue, it was typically reserved for errant concubines, while the descendants had yet to be subjected to it. The Shen family, being a prestigious military lineage, had a family law that was indeed extraordinary. A servant promptly brought forth a long wooden box, which piqued Shen Yu's curiosity. However, upon seeing the box open to reveal its contents, she could not help but gasp in horror. Inside lay a lengthy writing crop, seemingly steeped in something for years. Its surface glossy and dark, about the thickness of an adult man's wrist, a clear testament to its robustness. A strike from that crop could very well be fatal, and should the wielder be particularly ruthless, it could easily claim a life. Indeed, the old matriarch of the Shen family, sitting up straighter upon her son's return, harbored genuine concern for her granddaughter's well-being after the incident. Given Shen Gui's declaration, she was inclined to support his course of action. Fifth girl has erred, and as her younger brother, you should certainly take it upon yourself to discipline her on behalf of your elder brother. Our family's rules are well established. When one transgresses, the family law must be invoked. Fifth girl, consider yourself fortunate that your second uncle is kind-hearted and cares for you. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of invoking family law. We would have to summon the clan elders for judgment, and you might find yourself expelled from the Shen family. At this point, her gaze suddenly shifted. Perhaps expelling Shen Miao from the family would be a fortuitous outcome. Seeing the expression on the old matriarch's face, Chenruachio inwardly cursed her naivety. If Shen Miao were to be cast out, given Shen Xian's temperament, he would surely insist that the entire first branch depart alongside her. Though they had little desire to see the first branch prosper, many matters still relied on the favor of the first branch. The old woman's thoughts were so simplistic, revealing her origins as a songstress, clearly unworthy of the stage. Ren Wanyun was momentarily taken aback, likely discerning the old matriarch Shen's intentions. She, however, did not wish for Shen Miao to be expelled from the Shen residence, not for any other reason than to prevent Shen Miao from benefiting so easily from such a situation. In truth, she longed to keep Shen Miao within the household, as it would provide her with ample opportunities to devise intricate means of revenge against her. Yet, expelling someone from the family was no straightforward affair. Amidst the swirling thoughts of the onlookers, a gentle sigh escaped Shen Miao's lips as she turned her gaze toward Shen Gui. Startled by her inexplicable action, Shen Gui furrowed his brow and focused intently on her. In his usual demeanor within the political arena, he often exuded an air of authority, his presence intimidating enough to make an ordinary person falter under his stare. However, Shen Miao remained unfazed, her demeanor calm and her gaze steady, even instilling in Shen Gui a ludicrous sense of inversion, as though she were the one of elevated stature and he merely a servant. This illusion was shattered by Shen Miao's words. Indeed, uncle, you possess a kind heart. With my elder sister bedridden, you do not hasten to inquire about her health, but instead prioritize admonishing my father regarding me. Perhaps you truly cherish me, even more than you do my elder sister. At this declaration, a hush fell over the room. A flicker of sarcasm passed through Chenruachio's eyes, while Shen Wan frowned. The old matriarch's expression shifted. Shen Yu opened her mouth in surprise, and Ren Wanyun lowered her head, tightly clenching her fists. Among the three elder gentlemen of the household, although Shen Xian had been neglectful of Shen Miao, he still genuinely cared for her. Shen Wan cherished Chenruachio and held Shen Yu, their offspring, in high regard, treating her as a precious gem. Only Shen Gui, a man driven by greed and lust, displayed little sense of paternal responsibility. He was somewhat indulgent towards his two sons, yet he barely disciplined his daughter Shenqing. In Shen Gui's eyes, it seemed that marrying Shenqing into a prestigious family was the ultimate objective, as it would bolster his own power. This time, Shen Gui's fury over Shenqing's predicament likely stemmed not from concern for her dire situation, but from anger at the disruption of his plans, fearing the wrath of the Prince of Yu upon discovering the truth, and resentful that Shen Miao had unwittingly cost him a daughter who could have furthered his ambitions. Ultimately, it was all about self-interest. A father who truly loved his daughter would have returned to her side upon learning of her plight, rather than hastily returning merely to admonish the instigator. In this light, one might feel a touch of pity for Shenqing. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Shen Gui's face as Shen Miao's words struck a chord within him, rendering him somewhat awkward. Glancing at Ren Wanyun, He found her resolutely turned away from him. Surprised, he shifted his gaze back to Shen Miao, now filled with contemplation. A single statement had sown discord between the couple, and the way Shen Miao had deftly instigated dissatisfaction between them was both precise and ruthless. Shen Qing was Ren Wanyun's lifeblood, yet to Shen Gue, she was merely a tool to be exploited. Through this incident, Shen Miao had managed to sow discontent between a couple who had previously shared a common adversary, demonstrating a cunning reminiscent of seasoned political players. The young woman before them, with her delicate features and seemingly submissive demeanor, harbored an unspoken authority that rendered others hesitant to gaze upon her directly, suppressing the astonishment that lay deep within her heart. Shen Gue exclaimed with ire, "Shen Miao, even now you fail to reflect upon your actions. If that is the case, should I not properly instruct you today? I would feel unworthy as a son and unworthy before your father." He extended his hand to retrieve the whip. Shen Yu watched Shen Gue's movements closely, her emotions a mix of schadenfreude and apprehension. Would Shen Gue truly strike? Despite Shen Miao's formidable demeanor, she too had to bow her head in submission in the face of such a scene. How would my second uncle teach me? Would he wield the whip to silence me? Or would he beat me senseless and send me to the countryside? Suddenly, Shen Miao spoke up, catching Shen Gue off guard. Shen Wan was also taken aback. They had not anticipated Shen Miao's fierce spirit. Though she had changed in recent days, many believed it to be mere pretense. Yet now, before the entire Shen household, she unabashedly tore off the mask, exposing her true feelings for all to see. Unfilial daughter, what do you mean by such words? The matriarch of the Shen family was the first to berate her. Are you implying that your second uncle wishes to murder you? How outrageous! Indeed, fifth sister. How can you say such a thing? Chun Ruo Chiu finally interjected, her words subtly inflaming the situation. You harmed Qing heir, yet dare to turn the tables. Where did you learn such etiquette? Chun Ruo Chiu mused that if Shen Miao and the second house were to mutually annihilate each other, her Shen Yu would thrive within the Shen residence. After all, their third house could not match the power of the first house, nor the offspring of the second house. Without employing some cunning, the vast Shen estate would inevitably fall into the hands of others. Ren Wanyan wept as she kowtowed before the matriarch. Look, fifth sister harbors such hatred towards us. She harmed Qing heir, yet shows no remorse, even seeking to tarnish the master's reputation. This arrogance clearly stems from relying on the power of our uncle. Could it be she learned this behavior from him? A mere girl like her cannot possibly understand so much. She must have someone guiding her actions. We support each other. How could our uncle treat us this way? Ren Wan Yun's lament was quite dramatic, positioning herself as the victim. The more resolute she was in her usual demeanor, the more her current display of weakness convinced others of her sincerity. Unfortunately, she had unwittingly entangled herself with Shen Xian. The dragon has its reverse scales, and presently, Shen Xian was Shen Miao's reverse scale. Her gaze swept across the gathered individuals in Rongjing Hall, who watched her intently, like a family of wolves ready to pounce. Surrounded by them, she felt akin to a succulent piece of meat laid before ravenous wolves. Yet, what could such silver-tongued orators achieve? Among the multitude of articulate women in the imperial harem, how many were left standing in the end, and how many had withered beneath the blossoms of the imperial garden? If Second Aunt insists that I harmed elder sister, then let us pose a few questions to Second Aunt. Can you enlighten me? Ren Wanyun was momentarily taken aback, meeting Shen Miao's clear gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty. However, upon noticing the supportive faces surrounding her, she reassured herself. These were all allies standing by her side. What power did Shen Miao possess to turn the tide? Ask away, she wiped her tears. Very well. With a subtle smile gracing Shen Miao's lips, she posed a question. Pray tell, how is it that on that fateful day, when my second aunt resided so closely beside my elder sister, she failed to hear anything if an incident occurred? Surely, if my sister had resisted, there would have been cries for help, and considering the multitude of injuries upon her that day, it is reasonable to assume she would have struggled and called for aid. Given the proximity, how could my second aunt have remained oblivious? Might it be that she did hear, yet was too fatigued to investigate? Ren Yun was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, if my sister did not call for help, one might wonder why. Could it be that she had some acquaintance with the perpetrator? You speak nonsense. Ren Yun interjected sharply, unable to contain herself. Shun Ge and Shun Wan, being men, lacked the subtlety of women's thoughts, and thus did not contemplate these matters deeply. However, Chun Ruo Chiu and Ren Yun immediately grasped the implications of Shen Miao's words. Their gazes towards her filled with a mix of astonishment and dread. One was astonished, while the other was fearful. Shen Miao's assertion was indeed terrifying. The proximity of Ren Yun and Shun Qing's quarters made it implausible that Shun Qing's cries for help would go unheard. If they were heard, why did she not investigate? Could it be that Ren Yun had acted with malice? Yet, it was inconceivable for her to intentionally harm her own daughter. Nevertheless, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility for her to harbor ill intentions toward her cousin. By articulating her thoughts so directly, Shen Miao laid bare the hidden schemes of Ren Yun before the assembly. Another unsettling possibility emerged in Shen Miao's mind. What if Shen Qing had not called for help at all? Why, then, would she endure such humiliation in silence? Was it deliberate? If so, the implications were dire, ranging from mere disgrace at the hands of the villain to the potential scandal of Shun Qing being accused of illicit relations. In a world where women faced immense challenges, the specter of rumors was a formidable foe. Once they took flight, extinguishing them became a Herculean task. Shen Miao smiled gently. Second aunt, I believe this matter is rife with ambiguities. Since uncle is known for his fairness and reason, why not take me to the magistrate for a transparent inquiry? I shall recount all I know to the authorities, allowing them to ascertain the truth. Perhaps we may even uncover the identity of the villain. Absolutely not. Both Ren Yun and Shun Gue exclaimed in unison. Ren Yun's objections stem from a fear of complications. Should Shen Miao disclose her previous statements, any discerning individual would easily detect the underlying motives. The capital was replete with illustrious families, and while concealing such matters might provide temporary relief, once they became public, the truth of her machinations against her cousin would inevitably surface. Furthermore, should this incident be revealed, what would become of Shun Qing's reputation? The ensuing slander could very well drive Shun Qing to despair. Shun Gui's reluctance, however, diverged from Ren Yun's concerns. He feared the repercussions of implicating the Prince of Yu, given the potential favor Shen Miao might garner from him. This situation was already precarious, and now the identities of Shen Miao and Shun Qing had been irrevocably entwined. Upon discovering the truth, Prince Yu would undoubtedly be enraged. Should he become embroiled in any scandal, it would unjustly invite trouble upon him, making Shun Gui's path in the official realm exceedingly arduous. Therefore, the once fierce couple swiftly united to thwart Shen Miao's suggestion. What then should the second uncle do? Shen Miao's gaze drifted to the course, lengthy whip in Shun Gui's hand, and she casually inquired, "Will you resort to family discipline?" The room fell silent for a moment, with Shen Yu staring incredulously at Shen Miao. Even Shen Yu recognized it. She was issuing a threat, as if to affirm the astonishment shared by everyone present. Shen Miao chuckled softly. If the second uncle resorts to family discipline, there's little I can do. However, I have always possessed a stubborn disposition. If I am unjustly burdened with a crime that is not mine, upon my father's return, I shall certainly find a way to lodge a complaint with the authorities. Her implication was clear. Today, Shun Gue struck her, and when Shun Xin returns, she would undoubtedly file a suit, even goading Shun Xin to accuse the wrongdoer. Who could predict whom she would ultimately indict? Second uncle, will you proceed with the family discipline or not? If you choose to, do so quickly. A glimmer of amusement danced in her clear eyes, her words laced with subtle mockery. After all, with so many witnesses, I cannot escape. She portrayed the members of Rongjing Hall as though they were mere brigands, as if at any moment someone would seize Shen Miao and administer punishment. Shen Gue never anticipated that, despite his adeptness at navigating the court and his belief that he could handle any situation with ease, he would find himself threatened by his own niece. It was not that he was entirely devoid of countermeasures. but Shen Miao had never afforded him an opportunity to respond. She dominated the conversation, growing ever more incisive and aggressive, rendering his evasion impossible. Shen Wan also displayed a flicker of astonishment. His second brother was a seasoned player in the court, and even his political adversaries had never cornered him so thoroughly. Yet, it was merely a 14-year-old girl who had forced him into this predicament. Indeed, was the main branch truly that indomitable? Shen Wan's gaze darkened. You. Shen Gui's face flushed with embarrassment. His actions today were merely a product of fleeting anger. In his mind, Shen Miao remained the timid and easily deceived niece. Even if she were struck and subjected to family discipline, he believed she would never dare to speak of today's events, even with coaxing or threats. Who could have foreseen that Shen Miao would transform into such a thorny adversary, refusing to submit and instead turning the tables on him, rendering him unable to save face? Were it not for his apprehension regarding Shen Xian, Shen Gui would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Shen Miao right then and there. The matriarch, who had remained silent throughout the proceedings, observed her son cornered in such a manner. Her gaze at Shen Miao, flickering with a hint of anger before she suppressed it and pronounced in a deep voice, "Enough." The hall fell silent once more, and Shen Gui exhaled in relief as the others turned their attention to the matriarch. Although she was oblivious to the intricacies of court affairs and external matters, she had been a formidable player in the domestic power struggles of her time. Shen Miao's incisive rebuttal to Shen Gui and his wife had even caused her to take notice. However, the more clever Shen Miao appeared, the deeper her resentment brewed within. At present, she held the reputation of Shun Qing in her hands, even capable of threatening Shen Gui, which rendered the old matriarch hesitant to act rashly. She coldly remarked, "Fifth girl, your second uncle speaks with reason. However, let us dismiss the family rules for now, considering your tender age. Yet this matter arose because of you. Since your elder sister has borne the brunt of it, you shall kneel in the ancestral hall to atone for her sins. From this day forth, you are under house arrest. You will kneel and transcribe Buddhist scriptures daily until your elder sister recovers, at which point you may emerge." It seemed she intended to confine Shen Miao indefinitely. Shen Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated witnessing Shen Miao suffer under the family as punishment or perhaps being expelled from the clan. Yet, it turned out to be a mere confinement without pain or injury. In a few months, when Shen Xian returned, Shen Miao's restrictions would surely be lifted, and everything would revert to its former state. Ren Wanyin also felt discontent. However, Shen Miao's prior words had rendered her too shocked to act impulsively. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, unable to conceive a better strategy. Though she harbored grievances against the old matriarch's words, she recognized this as a temporary measure and held her tongue. "Oh," Shen Miao's voice lingered, her tone deceptively gentle, yet somehow evoking a sense of profound complexity. She said, "Rest assured, I will sincerely atone for my sister before the Buddha." Each of Shen Miao's utterances now seemed laden with ulterior meanings, sending a shiver down Ren Wanyin's spine. Unsure of what to say, she merely covered her face and began to weep. "Enough, enough," the old matriarch declared, her patience wearing thin. Today, she failed to rein in Shen Miao, leaving her heart heavy with frustration. Observing Ren Wanyin's tearful demeanor only exacerbated her agitation. She commanded, "Second son, take your wife outside. The Rongjing Hall is no place for such incessant lamentation. You all may leave. Fifth girl, go to the ancestral hall and kneel. Do not eat today." One by one, the guests withdrew, and Shen Miao chose not to dwell on the matter further. Exiting the Rongjing Hall, she headed toward the western courtyard, unaware that the gazes of those behind her were fixed upon her. Shen Wan remarked solemnly, "Indeed, Fifth Miss has truly grown up." "Indeed," Chen Ruoqiu responded with a smirk. "Fifth Miss has truly opened our eyes this time." "Mother," Shen Yu softly interjected, "Fifth sister is somewhat terrifying." The calm demeanor she exhibited at Wulong Temple, while secretly causing Shun Qing to suffer a significant loss yet emerge unscathed, instilled a sense of fear even in Shen Yu. She found herself bewildered at how her once easygoing and simple-minded cousin had acquired such capabilities. "What is there to fear, Yuero?" Shen Wan gently patted Shen Yu's head. a tender look in his eyes, yet his words were darkly foreboding. She is merely a young girl, unaware of the world's vastness. She will inevitably pay the price. As destined by the old matriarch, Shen Miao indeed entered the ancestral hall of the Shen family. The Shen family is renowned for its lineage of martial generals, with ancestral tablets enshrined in their ancestral hall, honoring those who built a prosperous legacy through valor on horseback. Regrettably, in this generation, the Shen family appears to be merely a facade of unity, teetering on the brink of decline. The branch of General Shen was once thriving in numbers, but tragically, during a war, several brothers perished, leaving only General Shen to escape. He fathered 3 sons, yet only one pursued the path of a military leader. Presently, the Shen residence outwardly maintains its former glory. However, apart from the valiant General Shunixin, it has devolved into a family of civil officials, which is rather ironic. Is the young lady enduring the kneeling? Guyu inquired. Jingzhe and Guyu followed her into the ancestral hall. Shen Miao harbored concerns that Ren Wanyun might engage in underhanded tactics. Although she had previously intentionally led Jingzhe and Guyu away at Wulong Temple, allowing them to escape the fate of being silenced, the vast Shen estate was rife with hidden agendas. It was perhaps wiser to keep them close, as Ren Wanyun was too cautious to act overtly in her presence. Even if it doesn't hurt, the dampness of this place is oppressive, Jingzhe complained, casting a glance at the small window. It's already raining. The ground is soaked. Kneeling here could lead to illness. Furthermore, they are being utterly unreasonable. What does this have to do with the young lady? The wicked are the first to complain. When a master returns, we shall see if they dare. Mind your tongue, Guyu admonished. If discovered, the one who suffers will be the young lady. Shen Miao smiled lightly, dismissing the concern. Jingzhe pondered for a moment and then remarked, nevertheless, today has been rather unexpected. They sent so many to the Rongjing Hall, yet the young lady emerged unscathed, despite the kneeling in the ancestral hall being rather dreadful. But compared to the trepidations I had, it is far better. Before entering the Rongjing Hall to confront them, Shen Miao had not taken her maidservants along. Thus they remained unaware of the events within. You must have persuaded them all by yourself, Guyu admired. To stand before so many without fear, the young lady is increasingly embodying the demeanor of the master. So many? Shen Miao chuckled inwardly. It was merely a small Shen residence, populated by inconsequential buffoons. When Fu Xiao sought to establish a new crown prince, the ministers rallied behind Madame Mei and Fu Sheng, while her Fu Ming was nearly under house arrest, clad in the Empress's ceremonial robes. She stood before the ministers in the Golden Lawn Hall, pleading her case with words that bled. How feeble is the strength of one against many. It is akin to being the most esteemed woman in the realm, wed to the most illustrious man, yet unable to safeguard what her son rightfully deserved. No one stood by her side, and retreat was not an option, for there were those she needed to protect. It was precisely because she failed to safeguard the precious ones then that she resorted to more drastic measures now. Cruel? Unfeeling? Hypocritical? Cunning? It matters not, as long as the blade is aimed at the enemy and it is the adversary who falls. If the process is brutal, she alone shall bear the sins. What significance does it hold? She closed her eyes, the ancestral tablet before her, and whispered softly, "Oh, ancestors upon horseback, if your noble spirits still linger, grant me the sharpest arrow and the swiftest steed. Bless me to avenge my enemies." Upon finishing her prayer, she opened her eyes to find Jingzhe blinking at her, pulling out a package of pastries from her bosom. With a smile, she said, "My lady has been hungry for so long. It would not do to neglect sustenance. I have some pastries here for you to fill your stomach." Shen Miao would not truly fast merely because old Madame Shen had commanded it. She accepted the paper-wrapped package and, upon opening it, was taken aback. This was found in your room at Wulong Temple." Jingzhe scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. "You bestowed these pastries upon me, and after tasting one, I could not bear to finish them. Upon returning home and going to the ancestral hall with you, I did not have time to fetch anything else from outside, leaving only these." Gazing at the exquisite pastries, Shen Miao recalled them as remnants of her evening conversation with Xie Jingxing. As she pondered, She seemed to see again the strikingly handsome face of a youth through the veil of rain, along with his enigmatic identity. Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao mused. What manner of person is he? In the Kaiyun courtyard, the doctor had just departed, and Shen Qing, having taken a calming medicine, was already asleep. Despite having seen it several times, every sight of the scars upon Shen Qing's body made Ren Wanyun's heart ache as if it were being cut. The doctor, being one of their own, would not speak of it publicly, and he had clearly informed Ren Wanyun that Shen Qing's injuries were severe, and her mind was not clear. She would require a period of proper care. As for why she was not lucid, it was undoubtedly due to the fright she had endured. What torment did Shen Qing suffer that night? Ren Wanyun dared not imagine. She had stayed in the room next to Shen Qing, and even heard her cries for help, but mistook them for Shen Miao's and did not intervene, ultimately allowing her daughter to be harmed. The mere thought of this filled Ren Wanyun with regret so profound that it seemed to rend her heart. Shen Gui glanced at Shen Qing on the bed, appearing extremely troubled, and turned to leave. Stop! Ren Wanyun called out to him. Now that Qing is in such a state, will you still visit those vixens' quarters? Shen Gui, a man of lechery, had several beautiful and gentle concubines in his household. Ren Wanyun, formidable in her own right, kept these concubines in line. Although Shen Gui was indeed a libertine, he understood that only Ren Wanyun could facilitate his smooth ascent in officialdom, and thus he rarely engaged in overt misconduct. Generally, Ren Wanyun was disinclined to meddle in his affairs. After all, men are all of a kind, and concubines are but playthings. Why should she concern herself with trifles? Yet today, she felt unusually agitated. Must you be so unreasonable? Shen Gui replied, somewhat irked. Today, he had been rendered speechless by his own cousin, and with uncertainty looming over the situation with Prince Yu, he feared retribution might fall upon him. These thoughts only added to his vexation, and seeing Shen Qing in her current state only stoked the flames of his irritation. His tone grew impatient. Staying here is of no use. I might as well seek solitude to contemplate my next steps. Think. Ren Wanyun, breaking from her usual demeanor of prioritizing the greater good, suddenly raised her voice sharply. All you do is think. What does Qing mean to you? She has become this way, and yet you, as her father, remain indifferent and neglectful. In your heart, it seems you do not even regard Qing as your daughter. How can there be such a cruel father like you in this world? As the words escaped her lips, even her two close maidservants, Xianglan and Kai Jun, were taken aback. Typically composed, Ren Wanyun had managed to maintain her poise even when Shen Qing faced troubles at Wulong Temple. She had never uttered harsh words towards Shen Gui, yet today, this rational and diplomatic woman erupted in a quarrel akin to a shrew. It was truly hard to believe. Ren Wanyun herself could not fathom why she had reacted this way. The sight of Shen Gui stirred back the words Shen Miao had spoken earlier at Rongjing Hall. Upon learning of Shen Qing's predicament, Shen Gui's first thought was not to check on her injuries, but to reprimand Shen Miao. This was certainly not the behavior of a genuine father. He cared little for his daughter's life or death. To Shen Gui, Shen Qing appeared to be nothing more than a valuable object, once worth nurturing, but now discarded as soon as her value diminished. Shen Miao's incitement had yielded minimal results at Rongjing Hall, but had finally culminated in this explosive confrontation. You shrew! Shen Gui, accustomed to flattery in the political arena, had never been subjected to such blatant insults. Though seething with anger, he understood the necessity of not completely severing ties with Ren Wanyun. With a cold smile, he retorted, You accuse me of being a poor father, but have you ever fulfilled your role as a mother? Qing was taken to Wulong Temple by you. It was your responsibility to care for her. You were right by her side, yet allowed her to come to harm beneath your very nose. Were you not staying in the adjacent room that night? If you truly loved her, how could you not have noticed that it was Qing in distress? As these words struck her, Ren Wanyun fell silent, momentarily frozen. Her deepest regrets and hatred centered on that night at the North Pavilion, where she had clearly heard cries for help and had the chance to save her daughter. Yet fate had conspired against her, leading to Shen Qing's misfortune. Now, Shen Gui was thrusting a knife into her heart and pouring salt into the wound, leaving her utterly paralyzed. Seeing her silence, Shen Gui let out a disdainful snort and turned to leave, heading who knows where among his concubines' quarters. Ren Wanyan stood there dazed for a moment before her legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as she covered her face and began to weep softly. Xianglan and Kai Jun, filled with both fear and astonishment, had never witnessed their mistress in such a state. In that moment, Ren Wanyan resembled a figure whose entire support had crumbled overnight, reduced to a pitiful state, devoid of her former grace and triumph. The two maidservants rushed to console her. After what felt like an eternity of tears, Ren Wanyan wiped her eyes and stood once more. "Bring me paper and a pen," she commanded. "I wish to write to Yuan." Shen Yuan was the eldest son of the second household, Ren Wanyan's firstborn, currently taking up a post in Liuzhou, and upon the completion of his term, he would return to the capital to assume an official position. In the realm of the third household, Shen Yu stands as the most exemplary figure. In the second household, Shen Yuanbai is still in his youth, while Shen Qing, regrettably, lacks the requisite talent. Yet, Shen Yuan possesses an extraordinary advantage. At a tender age, he has already attained academic honors and excels in his endeavors. Even Shen Gui, in the presence of this son, exhibits a demeanor of affability. Chapter 66. The death of Granny Gui in the grim and eerie woodshed. The occasional sound of mouse scurrying through the darkness gnawed at the wooden logs, amplifying the chilling atmosphere of the night. Granny Gui huddled alone in a corner, despite her status as merely a wet nurse. Her close ties with Shen Miao had garnered her a level of respect from the second and third houses, allowing her to navigate the Shen residence with considerable ease. At times, her circumstances were even more comfortable than those of the affluent commoners. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is effortless, yet the reverse proves to be a formidable challenge. Unaccustomed to hardship, she felt utterly unprepared for a fate akin to that of the lowly maidservants confined within the woodshed. Her thin garments offered little protection against the biting cold of the night, but what chilled her more profoundly was the fear that gripped her heart. Among the 4 maidservants confined with her, Shen Yu's attendant had been silenced with a drug, leaving her uncertain of survival. Shen Qing's maid had been sold into a notorious brothel, and the ruthless tactics of Ren Wanyan filled her with dread regarding her own fate. Granny Gui harbored no illusions that Ren Wanyan would allow her to escape unscathed. Having witnessed Shen Qing's disgrace, she had played a significant role in the unfolding drama. Originally intended to harm Shen Miao, it was Shen Qing who ultimately suffered, and someone as merciless as Ren Wanyan would not easily let her off the hook. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, cutting through the stillness of the night, and Granny Gui stiffened, her heart racing as she peered into the darkness toward the door. Those footsteps embodied both hope and despair. Who lurked beyond that threshold? Were they agents of Ren Wanyan come to silence her? Or might there still be a glimmer of hope? The footsteps approached steadily, each step resonating ominously against her heart. Her once robust form had slumped into a quivering mass, sweat beading on her forehead as her body trembled. The door creaked open, and a figure emerged, holding a green lantern that cast an unsettling hue, resembling a specter of doom in the dim light. Granny Gui dared to lift her gaze and beheld a figure draped in a white cloak who stepped inside, slowly closing the door behind her. Inside the room, only the eerie glow of the green lantern illuminated the space, resembling the flickering light of a ghostly flame. The newcomer finally unveiled herself, revealing a delicate, fair face. It was Shen Miao. The slender girl, with her gentle features, appeared almost otherworldly under the lantern's eerie glow, exuding an unsettling charm that made it difficult to gaze directly upon her. Granny Gui stood in stunned silence for a moment, before suddenly exclaiming in delight, "Miss!" Shen Miao placed the lantern on the ground and approached Granny Gui, squatting down before her with a calm smile. "Granny, are you well?" "Miss, you have come. I knew you would come to rescue me. You have always been kind-hearted and would never abandon me." Granny Gui clutched at Shen Miao's skirt, tears streaming down her face, her voice thick with the weight of her grievances, as if Shen Miao were her most trusted family member. Shen Miao cast a glance at Granny Gui, who tightly clutched the hem of her skirt, and with a gentle smile remarked, "It seems that Granny Gui has endured quite a bit of hardship here." Granny Gui was taken aback, then scrutinized Shen Miao's expression more closely. Shen Miao's smile was warm, her demeanor calm, yet in response to her words, there was not a ripple of emotion. To Granny Gui's astonishment, the young mistress she had accompanied for many years now seemed inscrutable, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. I have served you loyally throughout my life, my lady, Granny Gui declared. That day at Wulong Temple was merely an unfortunate encounter. I assure you, I am entirely innocent. It appeared that Granny Gui truly regarded Shen Miao as her hope. Shen Miao, troubled, replied, but how am I to save you? In this household, does anyone heed my words? What power do I possess to refuse the commands of the East Courtyard? That is not true. My lady will surely find a way. Granny Gui insisted, her urgency palpable. Although she recognized the validity of Shen Miao's concerns, given the superficial cordiality between the second and third houses towards the first house, and the absence of Shen Xin and his wife from the capital, she clung to the hope that Shen Miao could make a difference. Yet, the instinct for survival drove her to hold tightly to the only ally she had left, Shen Miao. My lady could appeal to the old matriarch. If that fails, you might write to Master, and he could respond to the household. They would not ignore his words, Granny Gui proposed, seemingly having found a brilliant idea. Her eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Shen Miao. However, Shen Miao merely smiled softly, shaking her head, and said slowly, indeed, my father's words could save you. But why should I bother? Granny Gui was left speechless. Why should she expend such effort for a mere servant? Her tone held a tinge of derision. Under the shimmering lights, it appeared she regarded the person before her with indifference. Panic gripped Granny Gui, unprepared for Shen Miao's unexpected response. Shen Miao had grown up under her watchful eye. Her recent coolness had seemed merely a childish whim. Granny Gui was well aware of Shen Miao's soft heart, and their recent heartfelt exchange at Wulong Temple suggested that she was to be reinstated as the matriarch's confidant. What could have caused this sudden change? Had someone spoken ill of her in Shen Miao's presence? Granny Gui's mind raced, suspecting it must be the maids Gu Yu and Jing Zhe, who had always enjoyed opposing her. Now that she found herself in dire straits, those two would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine her, whispering to Shen Miao, my lady, I have been by your side for so long. I have watched you grow since birth. For many years, with master and mistress frequently absent, it was only you and I who relied on each other. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, reflecting profound sorrow. You yourself mentioned how, during a fevered night when the doctor delayed, I braved the rain to seek help for you, and suffered from lingering ailments as a result. Each word was a testament to their shared history. As Granny Gui recounted these memories, she discreetly cast glances at Shen Miao. The members of the Shen family, whether it be the couple Shen Xin or the siblings Shen Xiao, are profoundly appreciative of kindness, perhaps a legacy of their martial lineage that values gratitude and reciprocity. Presently, Granny Gui is also leveraging her past favors for recompense, hoping to sway Shen Miao. However, amidst the flickering lights, the young woman lowers her head with a faint smile, displaying not a hint of sentiment, as if she were listening to an amusing tale. She softly remarks, Granny Gui indeed treated me well in the past. But how have I, as a member of the Shen family, regarded you? Granny Gui hesitates momentarily before responding. The master and madam have been exceptionally kind to me, and the young lady has also treated me with great respect. I have been afforded dignity both within and outside the household, and my monthly allowance has been generous, with never a reprimand directed at me. Moreover, Shen Miao interjects, I have supported your son and grandson in every way I could. In the entire Western Garden, you hold the highest regard. I have never seen you merely as a servant, but as family, placing my trust and affection in you. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Granny Gui replies. It is true that Shen Miao, being young and easily swayed, has allowed Granny Gui to gain her complete trust. Whatever Granny Gui said, Shen Miao would believe, and within the Western Garden, she could almost be considered a co-mistress. Then, given my kindness towards you, why would you betray me? A light remark shatters Granny Gui's reverie, leaving her nearly bereft of composure. She raises her head to look at Shen Miao, astonished. What? There is no need for such astonishment, Granny. I was 1,000, even 10,000 times more surprised to discover your treachery than you are now. Shen Miao responds with a smile. Someone must be sowing discord. I have never betrayed you. How could I? Granny Gui quickly retorts, her initial panic giving way to a demeanor of profound grievance, vehemently asserting her loyalty. Enough. Shen Miao waves her hand, revealing a hint of impatience. At Wulong Temple, the vegetarian meal was laced with aphrodisiac incense. Your second aunt is indeed skilled in her methods, treating you as a confidant to carry out her schemes. As she finishes speaking, Granny Gui, who initially sought to defend herself, is rendered speechless. She stares blankly at Shen Miao, her eyes filled with unarticulated horror. Granny Gui, perhaps unfamiliar with the phrase a mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, has served two masters, and I am curious to hear your thoughts. In your eyes, is it your second aunt's cunning that prevails, or do I surpass her? Could it be you? Granny Gui struggles to utter a few words. Indeed, it is I. Shen Miao's voice drops to a whisper, audible only to Granny Gui. It should have been me who suffered. Yet it turned out to be my elder sister. This is no coincidence. It is all by my design. To suspect is one matter, but to hear it spoken aloud is another. Granny Gui's fear intensifies as she gazes at the girl before her, who crouches on the ground, smiling sweetly at her. In those clear, glistening eyes, illuminated by the shimmering lights, they resembled the gaze of a wild beast, strikingly bright in the darkness, yet terrifyingly so, despite appearing gentle and tender. How could they evoke such fear? Regarding the transformation of Shen Miao and Shen Qing into entirely different individuals, Granny Gui pondered this question ever since she had been cast into the woodshed. She had speculated whether Shen Miao had played a role in this, but quickly dismissed the absurd notion. Shen Miao was someone she had watched grow up. Granny Gui knew her well, naturally soft-hearted and somewhat foolish. Such actions were beyond Shen Miao's character. Yet now, Shen Miao had brazenly admitted it before her, without even a hint of concealment. Had it been anyone else, Granny Gui would have deemed them excessively arrogant and foolish, but now she could no longer regard Shen Miao with ordinary eyes. Mississippi. She opened her mouth, at a loss for words. Given that Shen Miao was already aware of the matter, there was no possibility of her coming to the rescue. The second aunt was known for her ruthless methods, although she valued Granny Gui. After this incident, Granny Gui surely had no bright future ahead. How unfortunate. Her words dripped with regret, as if she genuinely sympathized with Granny Gui's plight. Fearful of Ren Wanyun's tactics, yet ignited by a flicker of hope from Shen Miao's words, Granny Gui suddenly fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head before Shen Miao. Miss, please save this old servant this once. I did not intend to harm you. The second lady threatened me with my descendants, and I was compelled. She pleaded, for the sake of the master and mistress. For the sake of the years I have served you, please save me. The sound of her head striking the ground was loud and resonant. In the past, Shen Miao, with her respect for Granny Gui, would never have allowed her to bow so low. But now, she was the Empress of Mingqi, and all the ministers had knelt before her. A traitorous servant was indeed deserving of such treatment. In truth, I have come here tonight to repay the kindness Granny Gui has shown me over the years, Shen Miao suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Granny Gui was instantly overjoyed and exclaimed, I knew the miss had a kind heart, so loyal and righteous. The Bodhisattva will surely bless you with a smooth life, and those who wish you harm will meet their just end. Shen Miao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Granny Gui's remarkable opportunism. She raised her voice, not only to repay, but you opened your heart to me that day at Wulong Temple, did you not? From that moment, I realized that Granny Gui truly cared for me. Granny Gui, somewhat bewildered, could not comprehend the meaning behind Shen Miao's words. Just moments ago, she had felt an extraordinary hatred towards herself. How could it suddenly transform into such comfort? Regardless, Granny Gui felt a surge of hope and quickly responded, Indeed. I have always stood by you, Mississippi. You are the only master to me, and I shall remain loyal to you for a lifetime. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from outside the window, as if something had bumped against an object. Startled, Granny Gui turned to look outside, but in the pitch-black room, there was nothing to be seen. In utter darkness, she turned her gaze back to Shen Miao, revealing a countenance of profound sorrow. Can a young lady help the old servant escape? It is far too dark and damp here. I fear my frail limbs cannot endure for much longer. Fear not, for you need not endure for long. After all, your demise is imminent. What? Gui Mama abruptly lifted her head, staring at Shen Miao in bewilderment. This old servant does not comprehend Miss Bai's meaning. The individuals outside were dispatched by the second aunt, and they must have realized by now that I came to visit Gui Mama. Shen Miao replied with a smile. In that case, what hope remains for Gui Mama? This old servant does not understand. Gui Mama instinctively straightened her posture, an unsettling premonition stirring within her, yet she remained oblivious to Shen Miao's true intent. Do you not understand? Shen Miao tilted her head, pondering briefly. Do you recall what you shouted earlier? Upon hearing this, Gui Mama indeed reflected for a moment, only to have her expression shift dramatically, her face paling instantaneously. She had earlier proclaimed with conviction that from beginning to end, she stood by Shen Miao, asserting that only Shen Miao was her true master. Admittedly, those words were intended to placate Shen Miao, to pledge her loyalty in hopes of being rescued. However, what would Renwanyan's people think if they heard such declarations? The day when Shun Qing inexplicably swapped places with Shen Miao had already raised suspicions about Shen Miao's involvement. The disbelief stemmed from their lack of understanding of how Shen Miao could possess such foresight. But what if Gui Mama disclosed this matter to Shen Miao, conspiring together to orchestrate Shun Qing's downfall? Everything could indeed be rationalized. This was not the truth, yet in Ren Wanyan's ears, it would be perceived as such. Before fear could fully take hold, Shen Miao spoke again, her voice soft yet chilling. What I owe Gui Mama is this grand gift. Do you find it satisfactory? Gui Mama fixed her piercing gaze upon Shen Miao, suddenly realizing that throughout the day, she had been led by the nose by Shen Miao. Whatever Shen Miao said, she believed. The dynamics of their relationship had turned completely on its head. However, Shen Miao was far more inscrutable than she, capable of turning against her in an instant. And Gui Mama could not fathom Shen Miao's true objectives. I have but one purpose for coming here, to escort Gui Mama on her final journey. As if anticipating the turmoil within Gui Mama's heart, Shen Miao spoke with a smile. Gui Mama trembled, torn between the urge to weep and to scream. Yet no sound escaped her lips. The infant swaddled in blankets had somehow transformed into a genuine young maiden, and this maiden's other side had never been unveiled, not even to herself. She yearned to resist fiercely, to curse, but upon meeting those beast-like eyes, she found herself trembling involuntarily. My family does not harbor those who betray their trust. Even if Gui Mama were to wander the path of the underworld, transformed into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution, I would fear not. Perhaps I would even relish the challenge of facing Gui Mama once more. Her words were colder than her smile. It is not I who have wronged Gui Mama, but rather Gui Mama who has wronged me. It is a pity for Gui Mama's offspring. The second aunt is known for her ruthless methods, and Gui Mama may soon reunite with them in the afterlife. No, the old nurse Gui trembled, tears and snot mingling together. Weeping pitifully, I beg you save them. Shen Miao's words were cruel and cold. It is not worth my concern for a traitorous servant. Her indifference was the greatest mercy she could offer. She leaned forward slowly, as if sharing a secret with Gui in her childhood, and said softly, out of the bond forged over these years, I have come to bid you farewell, Gui. May you journey well. A captivating smile blossomed on her smooth, delicate face, which, though charming, was chillingly merciless. Gui wished to say more, but saw Shen Miao rise, donning her cloak once again. The edges of the cloak sliced through the darkness, casting a pale light akin to the fluttering white paper money above a coffin. The resplendent lantern was lifted as she exited the door, and at the moment it closed, everything was plunged back into darkness, despair surging from all corners. Outside, Bai Lu and Shuang Jiang sighed in relief upon Shen Miao's emergence, assisting her as they turned to leave. After they departed, a figure emerged from the flower bushes, watching Shen Miao's retreating silhouette, then glancing at the tightly shut woodshed door, her expression revealing a trace of resentment. After several days of autumn rain, the skies finally cleared. Within the general's residence, tranquility seemed to return to its former state. Yet the occasional scent of medicinal herbs wafting from the eastern courtyard served as a reminder of the recent turbulence within the Shen household. Shen Qing appeared to be gradually regaining her senses, no longer as frenzied in the presence of others as before. However, Ren Wanyun, fearing further provocation, kept her confined within Kaiyun courtyard, vigilant against any thoughts of self-harm. Consequently, all household matters were entrusted to Chen Ruoqiu. Ren Wanyun seldom left the courtyard, granting Shen Miao a rare tranquility for a few days. Yet, this did not imply that nothing transpired. After several days, Gui was ultimately executed, charged with colluding with nefarious individuals to harm Shen Qing. No one in the Shen household dared to speak of Shen Qing in Shen Miao's presence any longer. Not because the matter had been settled, but because Shen Miao's words on that day in Rongjing Hall had instilled a sense of caution in them, making them reluctant to act recklessly. They feared to touch Shen Miao, but felt emboldened to deal with her wet nurse, Gui. According to the household's laws, Gui was to be beaten to death. Typically, when a servant committed an offense, the punishment was death, with severe cases resulting in beating, while lesser offenses were dealt with poison. Ultimately, the fate of a servant was in the hands of their master, and life or death was of little concern. However, Gui's death was particularly tragic. Her limbs appeared to have been broken, every bone in her body seemingly shattered, blood oozing from her 7 orifices, making her look horrifying. Even the young servant tasked with carrying her body hesitated to gaze upon the corpse. Yet Ren Wanyun insisted that Shen Miao should collect the remains. A maid named Xiang Lan, sent by Ren Wanyun, conveyed, Madam said that although Gui has been executed for her mistakes, she is ultimately a servant of the 5th young lady. Hence, this matter of resolution must be arranged by the 5th young lady, who has placed the body of Granny Gui in the courtyard of the western yard. The 5th young lady should hasten to inspect it. It seems that everyone is eager to witness Shen Miao's flustered demeanor, for the servants of the Shen household are well aware that Granny Gui was Shen Miao's trusted confidant. Now that she has met such a tragic end, it is likely that Shen Miao's heart will be shattered. Perhaps Ren Wanyun harbored similar thoughts, believing that Shen Miao would feel guilty for Granny Gui's demise. However, who could have predicted that on that very day, in front of all the servants of the western yard, Shen Miao would approach Granny Gui's corpse, lift the white cloth, and gaze at the gruesome sight without a flicker of emotion, her brow remaining unwrinkled. Xiang Lan, astonished by Shen Miao's calmness, heard her coldly exclaim, Granny Gui was a tyrant in the western yard, oppressing others and deceiving her superiors. Such a servant, even without error, has no place here. Today, let it be clear to you all, those who emulate Granny Gui's behavior shall meet the same fate. The western yard was already rife with spies from the 2nd and 3rd branches. Previously, they had witnessed Granny Gui's dominance. Now, with her tragic death, Shen Miao's icy disposition instilled a sense of fear within them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiang Lan thought ill of her intentions, as she had merely sought to intimidate Shen Miao. Instead, Shen Miao had solidified her authority through Granny Gui's demise. She immediately returned to the Kaiyun courtyard to report this matter to Ren Wanyun. This is dire. We have fallen into her trap. Upon hearing this, Ren Wanyun's grip slackened, causing her teacup to crash to the ground, shattering into countless porcelain shards. Madam, Kaiju expressed her confusion. Ren Wanyun gritted her teeth. Granny Gui was merely a pawn. I suspect that wretched girl had long desired to eliminate Granny Gui, cunningly utilizing her hands to do so. Now she has established her dominance in the western yard. That little minx is quite the strategist. Ren Wanyun was not foolish, yet in matters concerning Shen Qing, her composure as a mother had faltered. That night, a person who had intended to find Granny Gui saw Shen Miao approach her and overheard fragments of their conversation, wherein Granny Gui appeared to be utterly loyal to Shen Miao. Upon reporting this to Ren Wanyun, she became convinced that the calamity that befell Shen Qing was a result of a conspiracy between Granny Gui and Shen Miao to manipulate events to their advantage. This thought swelled within her like a raging flood, intensifying her hatred towards Shen Miao and Granny Gui. For the moment, Shen Miao was untouchable, but Granny Gui, as a mere servant, was not. Thus, she devised the cruelest of methods to ensure Granny Gui suffered a torturous demise. Initially, she believed that Shen Miao would be heartbroken over Granny Gui's death. Yet, after heeding Xianglan's words, Ren Wanyan realized she had been outmaneuvered by Shen Miao. Everything had been a carefully crafted scheme by Shen Miao. The art of using others to eliminate a target was executed with unparalleled finesse. Ren Wanyan seethed with resentment, having navigated the inner quarters with ease for many years, yet now repeatedly falling victim to the machinations of a mere young girl. Her heart brimmed with indignation. "Have the letters for the prince of you been delivered?" Ren Wanyan inquired. "They have been delivered, but madam, if the master finds out, he will surely be enraged." Caillou replied courteously. Given the current situation with Shen Qing, Shen Gui was desperately trying to keep the prince of you in the dark, hoping he remained unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, Ren Wanyan could hardly contain her eagerness for the prince of you to discover her intentions. For with his temperament, should anyone dare to employ cunning schemes beneath his very gaze, that individual would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Even if it meant clashing with Shen Gui, she would seek vengeance for Shen Qing. Since Shen Miao had the audacity to threaten the entire Shen family, did she dare to threaten the prince of you? She yearned for her to be cast into oblivion. The young lady was once again engrossed in a game of chess. Bailu shook her head, perplexed, and remarked, "What is the point of playing chess alone? What else is there to do if not chess?" Shuangjiang glanced at the person at the table and indignantly replied, "Being confined all day, unable to step outside the courtyard at this rate, there will be nothing to occupy the daylight hours." "Hush," Bailu whispered, "do not speak of it. The young lady is already displeased with her confinement. Do not bring it up and provoke her further." Shuangjiang pouted. "Our young lady is kind-hearted. She wouldn't be angry." Indeed, it had been a long while since anyone had witnessed Shen Miao in a fit of anger. Not only was there no trace of anger, but she exhibited no discernible emotions at all. In the past, although Shen Miao appeared somewhat simple-minded, her feelings were unmistakable. Joy was joy, and sorrow was sorrow. Yet now, even her closest attendants struggled to comprehend her. If one were to say that personal growth is a gradual process, Shen Miao's transformation seemed to have occurred overnight. From innocence and timidity to an unruffled demeanor. How had she undergone such a change? No one could say. Just then, Bailu heard Shen Miao call her name and quickly stepped forward in response. "The silver jewelry in the cabinet. Find a time to pawn it," Shen Miao said without turning her head. "Understood," Bailu replied hastily, then paused in surprise. "But young lady, you just pawned a box of jewelry yesterday." "This is the last box." "That is of no concern," Shen Miao replied, placing her chess piece down. "It is ultimately unnecessary. After you have pawned it, give the silver notes to Jingzhe and ask you to come in." Bailu complied and exited, though her heart was filled with confusion. Shen Miao's urgency to part with the jewelry seemed to suggest a pressing need for silver. What would she possibly require the money for? Quail Tower is the largest tavern in the capital, situated in a bustling area. Across from Quail Tower lies a cluster of brothels. After dining at Quail Tower, officials and nobles typically seek entertainment at the nearby flower houses. The brothels are stratified. The more esteemed establishments are located on the upper levels, where the most talented courtesans perform arts without selling their bodies. Below them are some renowned young ladies, and at the very bottom are the lowest tier establishments, unworthy of being referred to as towers or courtyards, merely called ban or xiachu. Sanfu Ban is directly across from Quail Tower, a lowly establishment. Those who frequent it are often the downtrodden laborers, and it is not uncommon for sickly young women to be discarded on the streets. Wandering beggars might take these girls in, perhaps out of a desire for release or to sell their clothes for a few coins. In stark contrast to the refinement of Quail Tower, Sanfu Ban is akin to a hell on earth. In a lively establishment by the window, a young man clad in pristine white sleeves furrowed his brow as he gazed at the three-fortune house across from him. He observed yet another newcomer being unceremoniously thrust into the establishment, where the maidens struggled and cried out incessantly. It appeared yet again that some noble had sent their servants to this place. Some of the young maidens were strikingly beautiful and envious mistresses. In an effort to prevent them from being seduced, would often consign them to the three-fortune house. How cruel, the young man in white mused. Though his tone betrayed compassion, there was no inclination to intervene. Opposite him sat a young gentleman clad in regal purple, exuding an air of opulence as he casually poured himself a drink, stating nonchalantly, "Once they have entered the residence of the Prince of Yu, whether they can be found remains uncertain. And if they cannot be found," the young man in white turned to him, "continue the search." The young man in purple replied with a smirk, his wickedly charming smile rendering him exceptionally handsome. The nearby courtesan, strumming her strings, could not help but be entranced, causing her to misplay a note. Noticing this, the young man in white chuckled teasingly. "CS-san, your allure has grown ever more potent. How am I to exist when the beauties are so enamored with you?" He sighed dramatically, though he himself was quite handsome, yet lacked the indolent grandeur that the young man in purple possessed. The latter appeared languid, yet his sharp eyes sparkled with intensity akin to the blazing sun, naturally overshadowing any light that might accompany him. "Gao Yang, should you desire, I could bestow upon you a chamber filled with beauties," Xie Jingxing remarked with a sidelong glance. "Enough of that." Gao Yang, the young man in white, quickly waved his hand with a wry smile. "The fair ones are to be admired from afar, not trifled with. I lack the energy for such pursuits. However, he took a sip of wine at this untamed age. "How could you not have a confidant of exquisite beauty by your side? If you seek it, throngs will undoubtedly flock to you." "A confidant of exquisite beauty?" Xie Jingxing chuckled. "How do we know they're not merely delicate skeletons?" "Do not speak so ominously." Gao Yang pointed towards the charming maidens above. "Look at how delightful those girls are. What need is there for such morbid imagery?" Xie Jingxing followed his gaze and suddenly halted, an unexpected glimmer flashing in his dark eyes. Wide as him. Chapter 67. Expectant in the Sanfu class, numerous young women are regularly delivered, some still in the bloom of youth, while others are already past their prime. Yet, their arrival signifies a life devoid of prospects, marked only by profound despair and a grim fate awaiting them. Today is no exception. Two delicate young girls have been cast into this realm, standing out among the weary, haggard women like tender green onions, creating a stark sense of dissonance. I observed them, and there was no need for further grooming. The matron, her face heavy set, scrutinized the pair. They possess striking features and soft, delicate skin, but I wonder how long they can endure. With a resigned tone, she added, "Take them to the tea room." The two girls, trembling with fear, were none other than Yen Mei and Shuobi, who had been designated for sale to the 9th-tier brothel under the care of Ren Wanyan, having served Xinqing since their childhood. Yen Mei and Shuobi were among the more attractive maids, untouched by hardship. However, the scenes they had witnessed thus far resembled a hell on earth, leaving them too frightened to shed tears. The matron's words shattered their last flicker of hope. "Make sure to keep a close watch on them. We cannot allow them to seek death." With the thought that they could only endure a life akin to that of the wretched courtesans, receiving clients day after day, Yen Mei and Shuobi felt as if the world was spinning beneath them. Outside the Sanfu class, a young man approached. His youthful visage and demeanor suggested he was no laborer. The girl at the entrance remarked, "Young sir, have you taken a wrong turn? This is the Sanfu class. The upper floors lead to the halls and pavilions." The implication was clear. For someone of his standing, seeking pleasure would not lead him to this place, which was frequented only by the most impoverished. Yet the young man lowered his voice and inquired, "Do you have any new arrivals?" The girl at the door paused, then understood. It seemed he had never ventured into such establishments and sought something novel. This was not uncommon. Wealthy patrons often indulged in various amusements, and the Sanfu class offered affordable diversions. She smiled and replied, "You have come to the right place. We have two new girls today. They are maids of a noble family who have heired, previously attending the young lady of the house. They are quite lovely, though the price may be slightly higher." "Show me," he said. The guiding girl led the young man into the tea room. The Sanfu class is deemed the lowest of brothels, not only because it caters to laborers, but also due to the low prices of its women. within the span of a teacup. If a girl possesses skill and a soft demeanor, she might coax a client into spending on a plate of snacks as well. However, generally speaking, patrons here only order a pot of tea. This reluctance stems from the girl's unwillingness to expend effort for a pittance, and the majority of visitors are miserly, unwilling to part with even a single coin. Yet today, the young man ordered both a pot of tea and a plate of snacks, marking him as a rather generous patron for the Sanfu class. The guiding woman hastily called for 2 young maidens to be brought in. Yanmei and Shuobi were forcefully dressed in thin gauzy garments, arriving at the tea room with feelings of profound humiliation. In the crisp autumn air, they trembled uncontrollably. Their attire offered little warmth, and their hearts were filled with trepidation. Upon seeing them brought forth, the guiding woman, with an ingratiating tone, addressed the young man. "Young sir, please take your time with the tea. I shall take my leave." As she passed by Yanmei and Shuobi, she added with a threatening undertone, "Serve this gentleman well." Once the woman departed, Yanmei hesitated momentarily, noticing that the young man remained unresponsive. She whispered, "Sir." The moment the words left her lips, a wave of humiliation washed over her. Previously, during their time in the Shen Manor, they had been the personal maids of the second branch's young ladies. In the entirety of the Shen estate, they were met with utmost respect. Now, they found themselves subjected to the whims of strangers, to be trampled upon and violated by unfamiliar men. All of this was the result of Ren Wanyun's betrayal, casting them into this wretched establishment, obliterating years of master-servant loyalty in an instant, rendering them worse off than enemies. "Do you wish to leave this place?" the young man suddenly inquired. Yanmei and Shuobi were taken aback, but soon regained their composure. While Shuobi remained somewhat skeptical, Yanmei, filled with fervor, immediately knelt and declared, "If you can take us away, we would gladly serve you for eternity, repaying your kindness with our lives." To Yanmei, remaining here was akin to a living death. Following a man seemed far preferable. At least it offered an escape from the unending agony of their current plight. Shuobi, prompted by Yanmei's words, also knelt pleading, "Please, sir, spare our lives. We will do anything you ask." The young man nearly choked on his tea at their fervent supplication, turning his head away awkwardly. This individual was none other than Mo Qing, a guard of the Shen Manor's outer courtyard. He had come to this establishment today under Shen Miao's orders. Though he found it perplexing how a young lady of noble birth could possess such knowledge of the city's brothels, he had pressing matters to attend to and felt compelled to comply despite the awkwardness. "I can purchase your contracts of servitude, and you need not follow me. I will grant you your freedom," he stated. Yanmei and Shuobi exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the presence of such a person. Men who frequented such places typically sought pleasure, and the young man before them did not appear to be a laborer. Yanmei, ever perceptive, inquired, "What do you wish us to do?" "Simple," Mo Qing replied. "I have heard that you were once the personal maids of the legitimate daughters of the general's second household. How did you end up in such a predicament?" Shuobi bit her lip, speaking with bitterness. "We were cast out of the Shen Manor for a fault we did not commit. We were merely servants, and we followed our mistress's commands without question. Even now," Shuobi refrained from disclosing the crucial details, perhaps holding on to some lingering affection for the second household. "Do you harbor resentment?" Mo Qing asked. The two fell silent. Resentment? Certainly, they felt it. If only they could be granted a cup of poison to end their suffering, it would be preferable to enduring this existence, living as mere shells devoid of life. Yet what wrong had they truly committed? That night, no one knew what had transpired. Shun Qing mysteriously vanished, and the blame fell inexplicably upon her servants, although they too felt anguish over their mistress's plight. To attribute all wrongdoing solely to them seemed a burden only a saint could bear without resentment. It was likely that you harbored your own grievances. Yanmei, I have heard that you have a sister serving as a second-tier maid in the second courtyard of the Shen family. Shuei Bai, you hold a respectable position in the Shen residence, surrounded by numerous companions. Both Yanmei and Shuei Bai were taken aback, for this person had articulated their backgrounds with alarming clarity. Indeed, when Yanmei and Shuei Bai were purchased into the Shen household, they were deceitfully labeled as orphans to facilitate their selection. Yanmei's biological sister served in Ren Wanyan's courtyard, while Shuaibai, possessing a lively disposition, was well-liked among the many friendly sisters in Kaiyun courtyard. No transaction in this world is without its price. If I were to assist you in leaving, you must devise a way to relay information about the second courtyard of the Shun residence to me. The two women immediately lifted their heads in surprise. Yanmei exclaimed, "You intend to confront the lady of the house." This individual had evidently conducted thorough investigations into their situation, seeking intelligence from a second courtyard, thereby intending to install spies within. Given their current circumstances, Yanmei and Shuaibai could not return to the second courtyard. However, their companions remained in the Kaiyun courtyard, and discreetly passing along any information was certainly within their means. "What is your intention?" Shuaibai inquired. "What concern is it of yours?" Mo Qing replied, "The second lady of the Shun family has sold you into a lowly brothel, subjecting you to a fate worse than death. Is it not justifiable to treat an enemy with such disdain? Do you still wish to cling to the bonds of master and servant? One must act in their own interest, lest they face annihilation. Should you choose to remain loyal servants, that is your prerogative. However, I have little time for idle conversation. If this deal falls through, so be it." He rose, making as if to depart. "Sir, please wait." Yanmei suddenly interjected, "I am willing to partake in this transaction. Provided you can ensure our departure from this place, I would do anything." Yanmei, Shuaibai still appeared conflicted. Shuaibai, "Consider how you have treated the lady and how she has treated you. What this gentleman says is true. One must act for their own benefit, or risk remaining here forever, akin to those women outside who must entertain clients even in sickness." Yanmei's words came forth rapidly, tinged with a hint of urgency. The thought of those ailing women sent a shiver through Shuaibai, prompting her to quickly assert, "I too wish to follow you, sir." Thus, the agreement was reached. Mo Qing smiled with satisfaction, though he was somewhat astonished that the situation aligned perfectly with Shen Miao's predictions. Before departing, Shen Miao had warned that Ren Wanyun of the second courtyard was formidable, adept in manipulation, and skilled in winning hearts. The servants in Kaiyun courtyard were exceptionally loyal. Even if they were cast into such a place, convincing Yanmei and Shuaibai to pledge their allegiance immediately would prove challenging. However, there was no need for excessive worry. A reminder of the tragic fates of the women in the Sanfu class would serve as a sufficient prompt, given that both maids harbored grievances against Ren Wanyun's methods. Coupled with their own fear of this place, they would ultimately acquiesce to Mo Qing's conditions. "When will you take us away from here, sir?" Yanmei inquired eagerly. "Today will suffice. I shall arrange for you to meet your sisters. You must ensure they convey the news from the second residence to me by the following day. Do not attempt any tricks. Even if you plan to use this matter to redeem yourselves before the second residence, they will not believe you." Mo Qing, in the end, issued a warning. "While I can facilitate your exit from this place, I can also ensure your return, and no one will come to your aid." Yanmei and Shuaibai detected a palpable aura of menace in Mo Qing's gaze, causing their hearts to flutter and extinguishing any lingering hope. They knelt before him, bowing their heads in submission and declaring, "We dare not defy you. We shall obey your command." Mo Qing set down the teapot and exited the tea room. The matron outside, surprised by his swift departure, presumed that Yanmei and Shuaibai had not served him adequately. She hastily remarked, "Is the young master displeased? Those two are newcomers and still unfamiliar with the rules. They will improve with time. If the young master prefers, we have other girls available." "That is unnecessary," Mo Qing interjected. "I shall purchase just these two." The matron was taken aback. The girls from the Sanfu class had never been sold before. This was against protocol, as most bore the weight of past transgressions, and their presence here was intended for retribution. She hesitated, saying, "Young master, our rules dictate that the girls are not for sale." 100 taels, Mo Qing said, producing a banknote from his sleeve and waving it before her. The matron's eyes brightened, and she quickly snatched the banknote from his hand, fearing he might change his mind. With a beaming smile, she said, "Since the young master desires them, it is indeed a fortune for the girls. I shall fetch their contract at once. However, the young master must remember not to let anyone recognize these two. Otherwise, the Sanfu class will encounter trouble, and you will attract problems as well." 100 taels was a substantial sum. Even the most sought-after courtesans in prestigious establishments might not fetch such a price. Even if Yin Mei and Shui Bai were to refrain from eating or drinking and serve clients until their dying breath, they would likely not earn back even half of that amount. The matron, being a businesswoman, could not afford to dismiss such wealth. Yet, she worried about the potential consequences if others discovered this transaction, especially the original proprietors who had sent the two girls here. She would have to feign that the girls had perished. As the matron joyfully went to retrieve Yin Mei and Shui Bai, Mo Qing began to feel a twinge of regret. 100 taels was no trifling sum. It represented the entirety of Shen Miao's jewelry collection obtained through painstaking effort. Now, he was spending it to redeem two maidservants merely to place spies among them. Mo Qing pondered this, gently shaking his head, unable to fully endorse such an extravagant expenditure. Meanwhile, at the nearby Kuai Hua Lu, a figure clad in black appeared at the window, reporting, "Master, I have uncovered the truth. That individual is a guard from the Shen residence. The two maidens he purchased were once the personal servants of the legitimate daughter from the second residence. It seems there are intentions to plant informants within the second residence, though the mastermind remains unknown." This individual was acutely aware of the exchange between Mo Qing, Yin Mei, and Shui Bai, demonstrating remarkable skill. Otherwise, Mo Qing would not have remained oblivious to the eavesdropping. Gao Yang squinted, observing that the Shen residence was far from peaceful. It seemed that even the maidservants were not spared by the shadowy figure behind it all. How insidious. "Master, shall we investigate that individual?" inquired the cloaked figure. "No need. I know who he is," Xie Jingxing replied, raising an eyebrow. "You know?" Gao Yang turned to him, curiosity piqued. "Who is he?" Xie Jingxing smiled, his gaze deep and contemplative. Shen Miao had secured a formidable bodyguard. Though not as capable as his own men, he was sufficient to handle the Shen household affairs. As for the fact that even the little girls from the Sanfu class were not spared, it appeared that a decisive action was imminent. Yet, all of this was of little consequence to him. Shan Lang, Xie Jingxing instructed, sent a message to Yu Shu, urging him to return to the capital swiftly. "You." Gao Yang's expression hardened. "We have yet to find the item. Why summon them back?" "Better to take the initiative," the young man replied coolly. As time wore on, the general's residence seemed to regain its former tranquility. Shen Miao had been confined for quite some time, and during these days, she had not attended the Guangwen Hall. Guyu and Jingzhe worried she might fall behind in her studies, but she was unconcerned. What was the use of learning those trivial poems and essays? It was far better to have fewer disturbances within the manor. If there was anything to bring her joy, it was perhaps the reunion of Yin Mei and Shui Bai, whom Mo Qing had procured with her sister. Shui Bai was content, but Yin Mei's sister, Chun Tao, had longed for revenge ever since learning of Yin Mei's unfortunate fate. Unfortunately, her lowly status rendered her powerless. Upon meeting Yin Mei and discovering her sister was unharmed, she readily agreed to convey messages for Mo Qing. Coincidentally, after Yin Mei and Shui Bai departed, the two maidservants attending Shun Qing became available. Rin Wanyun, noticing Chun Tao's cleverness and resourcefulness, assigned her to serve Shun Qing personally. This move made it even easier to keep tabs on the second branch. Currently, Shun Qing's health was steadily improving, though her temperament had yet to fully recover. While she was markedly better than before, there were still moments when she appeared dazed and trembled at the mention of certain words, indicating that she required further recuperation. On a particular day, Rin Wanyun erupted in anger within her chambers, shards of broken teacups littering the floor. Her temper had grown increasingly volatile. Previously, when all had gone smoothly, she had experienced little frustration, but now she frequently punished her servants. The atmosphere in Kaiyun courtyard was perpetually gloomy. That ungrateful wretch, Pei Ven Yun Fum, all he does is visit that vixen's courtyard. Since Qing heir has fallen to this state, he has only come to see her a handful of times. How heartless. Her ire was directed at Shen Gui, and the servants in the room dared not utter a word. However, Rin Wanyun's anger towards Shen Gui stemmed from a deeper issue. The letter she had written to the Prince of Yu. detailing the night Shen Miao and Shen Qing had swapped identities, had been intercepted by Shen Gui. Moreover, it was unclear what means Shen Gui had employed, but even now, the Prince of Yu seemed oblivious to the matter. Having intended to leverage the prince to effectively punish Shen Miao, she felt thwarted by Shen Gui's interference, leaving Ren Wanyun resentful and directing all her frustrations toward Shen Miao. As I was lost in thought, a sudden exclamation from within the inner room broke my reverie. Ren Wanyun's expression shifted instantly, and she hurried inside to investigate. There, she found Chuntao awkwardly attempting to feed Shen Qing porridge, only for it to spill everywhere, leaving Shen Qing half leaning over in distress. What is the meaning of this? Peyton Venyun exclaimed, glitting at Chunta. Is this how you tend to the young lady? I deserve punishment. Chuntao quickly knelt, but the young lady has been frequently nauseous these past few days. She experienced another bout while trying to eat. Daring to speak further, she suggested, perhaps Madam should summon a doctor for the young lady. She may have an upset stomach. The physician who had been attending to Shen Qing had not been seen often lately, as her external injuries had nearly healed, and she merely required rest. Ren Wanyun had been by her side daily, aiding her gradual recovery. However, upon hearing Chuntao's remarks, she felt a surge of anxiety. Just as she was about to send Saiju to fetch a physician, she paused, seemingly realizing something, and turned to Chuntao, asking slowly, "You say Qing has been vomiting continuously these past few days?" "Yes," Chuntao replied, somewhat puzzled. "But the food has been meticulously prepared in the kitchen. The young lady even occasionally feels faint." Ren Wanyun pressed her hand to her heart, a tumult of emotions surging within her. Chuntao, still young and unaware of the implications, could not fathom what Ren Wanyun understood all too well. Could it be that Shen Qing was with child? Darkness clouded her vision, and she nearly fainted. But Xianglan quickly supported her. "Madam, use my letter to summon Dr. Chun." After a moment to compose herself, Ren Wanyun spoke, her gaze at Shen Qing filled with alarm. Meanwhile, Chuntao lowered her head, unnoticed by others, a flicker of amusement flashing in her eyes. As Shen Qing's personal maid, Chuntao was not oblivious to her mistress's condition. She had known for some time. Yet, she had confided first in Mo Qing, who advised her to keep the matter hidden from Ren Wanyun until the time was right. Fortunately for Chuntao, Ren Wanyun had remained oblivious to Shen Qing's predicament until now. Outside, Dr. Chen arrived promptly at Xianglan's behest. He had previously treated Shen Qing's injuries and was a trusted physician from Ren Wanyun's family. Whenever Ren Wanyun needed to handle delicate matters regarding concubines, it was Dr. Chen who assisted her, a confidant beyond reproach. Ren Wanyun watched intently as Dr. Chen examined Shen Qing's pulse. The latter, feeling anxious, nestled closer to Ren Wanyun. After a moment, Dr. Chen withdrew his hand, casting a solemn glance at Shen Qing before shaking his head at Ren Wanyun. "Everyone, leave the room," Ren Wanyun instructed the servants. Xianglan, Saiju, and Chuntao hurriedly exited. Once they had all departed, Dr. Chen sighed and turned to Ren Wanyun, saying, "Miss Shen's pulse is smooth and rolling, indicative of joy." Though she had surmised the truth, hearing it spoken aloud by the physician sent Ren Wanyun's world spinning. She gazed at Dr. Chen, her voice trembling involuntarily, yet she resolutely declared, "Doctor, could you allow Qing to terminate this pregnancy? She is still so young and cannot allow anyone to discover this. If it were merely a matter of tarnished virtue, with careful concealment, there may still be a path forward. However, should she bear a child, it would signify an illicit affair, and both Shen Qing and the child within her would face dire consequences. The young lady's constitution is already frail, and she is still so young." Dr. Chen replied, "If the fetus is aborted, it may jeopardize her health irreparably. One misstep could render her incapable of bearing children in the future." The relentless blows of fate fell heavily upon Ren Wanyun. If Shen Qing were to lose the ability to become a mother, even if she were later matched with another family, a woman unable to bear children would inevitably meet a grim fate, a truth Ren Wanyun understood all too well. A woman without children in the inner quarters is akin to a warrior on the battlefield devoid of weapons, destined for ruin. Moreover, the young lady had yet to fully recover. Should she undergo another abortion, the peril would be immense, Dr. Chen warned. No, it cannot be aborted. Ren Wanyun stood transfixed, and after a moment, gazed at the Shun Qing in her arms, overwhelmed by sorrow. My poor Qing, if the child is terminated, it may well cost Shun Qing her life. Even if she survives, she may never bear children again. No matter what, the fetus cannot be lost. But if it is not lost, what then lies ahead for Shen Qing? It appeared that there was no escape from this predicament, and within Ren Wanyun's heart resided only profound despair. Outside the door, Chun Tao peered in and whispered, Xiang Lan is the young lady. Sure. Xiang Lan cautioned, speak less. If the madam discovers this, you will not fare well. Oh dear, what shall we do now? Kaiju lamented, her heart heavy. She and Xiang Lan had long surmised the gravity of the situation. If Shen Qing were indeed with child, what would become of Kai Yun Courtyard? Each step henceforth would require careful consideration. Chun Tao pouted, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Upon exiting Kai Yun Courtyard, Dr. Chun returned to his residence in the northern part of the city. As he entered the courtyard, he spotted his wife and child rushing out, prompting him to wipe the sweat from his brow. Earlier that day, before his rounds, he received an anonymous letter instructing him to declare that Shen Qing must not abort the fetus and to find a way for Ren Wanyun to ensure the pregnancy. Otherwise, his entire family would face annihilation. The letter was accompanied by a token, a hairpin belonging to his wife. Fear gripped Dr. Chen's heart, and as he tended to Shen Qing, he felt compelled to comply with the demands outlined in that letter. He had initially been hired by Ren Wanyun's family, and now he found himself betraying his patron, filled with trepidation and contemplating fleeing the capital. Nevertheless, a sense of confusion lingered within him. According to Ren Wanyun, it was only today that she discovered Shen Qing's morning sickness. How could the person threatening him have known of this matter? In the western courtyard, Gu Yu entered and whispered a few words in Shen Miao's ear as she played chess at the table. After a brief moment, Shen Miao smiled and inquired, have you delivered the silver to Dr. Chen? Mo Qing has already done so, Gu Yu replied. Why did you bestow such a generous sum upon him? Given that he was already threatened with his life, silver should no longer be necessary. Ah, but it is not so simple, Shen Miao remarked, setting down her chess piece with a gentle smile. People can change. If we rely solely on threats, Dr. Chen will inevitably flee the capital with his entire family, and that would create difficulties for us in the future. However, if we provide him with a substantial amount of silver, what do you think he will do? I do not know. Gu Yu shook her head. He will reason that since he has already betrayed us, he might as well carry it through to the end, claiming more silver to justify his treachery. He will maintain this facade until his master discovers the betrayal. Gu Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate her feelings. How had her young mistress come to understand the thoughts of others so profoundly? Yet, Gu Yu questioned, what purpose does sustaining this deception serve? What purpose? Shen Miao chuckled. Tell Mo Qing to convey to Chun Tao that she must diligently assist our elder sister in nurturing her pregnancy. The better she nurtures it, the more advantageous it will be for us. Chapter 68. A change of affection. The days grew colder as autumn faded away, giving way to the depths of winter. This year, the general's residence appeared particularly desolate. Shen Miao was confined within the Shun household, while Shen Qing lay bedridden, leaving only Shen Yu to traverse the halls of Guangwen Hall. Even during the subsequent mid-autumn festival, it was merely Chun Ruoqiu who accompanied Shen Yu, allowing her to shine brightly. However, such matters were of little concern to Shen Miao. As time stretched on, the situation surrounding Shen Qing could no longer be postponed. Ren Wanyun had instructed Dr. Chun to prescribe some medication, alleviating Shen Qing's morning sickness considerably. To outsiders, nothing seemed amiss, yet if this continued, the truth would inevitably come to light. This cannot go on, Ren Wanyun mused, her brow furrowed in thought. We must devise a plan to allow Qing'er to escape for a time. She should give birth and then return. To avoid attracting attention, we could claim she is afflicted with a serious illness. Once the storm had passed, perhaps peace would reign once more. However, considering the young lady's current state, sending her away would surely bring her suffering. Xianglan expressed her concerns, noting that such an arrangement would inevitably consume a considerable amount of time. thus delaying the blossoming of the young lady's youth. Ren Wanyun's expression hardened. Indeed, Shen Qing was already on the cusp of 16. Another year would bring her to 17. In the capital, daughters of respectable families typically married at this age, but as the daughter of an official, her suitor would undoubtedly need to come from a prestigious family. Should they wait another year, it was likely that all the eligible and distinguished young men would be taken. Yuaner would not return until the new year, and Shen Qing's condition could not be prolonged. A flicker of indignation crossed Ren Wanyun's face. "Madam," spoke Kai Ju, who had remained silent until now. "I have heard that the wife of the Minister of the Imperial Chancellery, Madame Wei, has recently been in communication with a third madam, seemingly seeking to arrange a marriage proposal for the Wei family's eldest son for none other than the fifth Miss Shen." "Shen Miao." Ren Wanyun bit her lip in frustration. How fortunate she is. The Minister of the Imperial Chancellery held a fourth-rank position, and while it seemed audacious for him to seek a match for his son with someone like Shen Miao, the Wei family's eldest son, Wei Qian, was a youth of exceptional talent and beauty. To marry a girl of little substance in the capital would at least afford Shen Miao a semblance of merit in the eyes of society. Moreover, Wei Qian had already embarked on his official career at a young age, and it was likely that he would soon achieve great success. This proposal could indeed be seen as a stroke of luck for Shen Miao. It was rumored that the Wei family sought to ally themselves with the Shen household. Kai Ju added, thus they are willing to endure the pain of offering their son in exchange for the opportunity to cultivate ties with our family. The implication in Kai Ju's words suggested that she viewed Shen Miao as unworthy of the young Master Wei's esteem. She is indeed fortunate. Ren Wanyun's expression darkened. For all the years Shen Xin had wielded considerable influence, few had approached the Shen household to propose marriage for Shen Miao. The reason was clear. Shen Miao's own timidity and folly rendered her an unsuitable match, despite Shen Xin's esteemed standing. To find a suitor of equal caliber among the elite was nearly impossible, and the prospect of taking on a mistress who was little more than a subject of ridicule was unacceptable. Thus, despite Shen Xin's accomplishments, Shen Miao remained without a suitor. Now, the Wei family has unexpectedly come forward with a marriage proposal. Although Kai Ju suggested that it was a mere attempt to climb the social ladder, upon reflection, it likely stemmed from Shen Miao's impressive performance at the verification site, which had captivated everyone and transformed her previous foolish image. This newfound allure compelled the Wei family to take action. Generally speaking, Ren Wanyun would never tolerate such a desirable match falling into Shen Miao's hands. Moreover, given Shen Qing's current state, she could not bear to see Shen Miao, the instigator, thrive. "Madam need not worry," Xianglan remarked. "The old lady is certain to disapprove of this match. Within the general's household, no one despises the main branch more than old Madame Shen. While she cannot control Shen Xin, old Madame Shen can secretly manipulate Shen Miao's marriage prospects. In the past, with Ren Wanyun's machinations, Shen Miao was branded a simpleton throughout Mingqi. Now that she has shed that foolish reputation and suitors are knocking at her door, you can be sure that old Madame Shen will devise a way to dispel their intentions. A life as lowly as hers cannot possibly endure such fortune. She may well perish before the wedding even occurs." Ren Wanyun's words were laced with venom. She gazed at the closed door of the inner chamber, where Shen Qing remained hidden, refusing to meet anyone. A flicker of resentment crossed her mind. How could the master still hope to marry Qing'er off to such a person? Shen Gui was still unaware of Shen Qing's condition, and Ren Wanyun had no intention of informing him. Shen Gui, being such a cold-hearted individual, might tolerate Shen Qing's loss of virtue, but if he were to discover that she was with child, he would undoubtedly force her to abort, disregarding her well-being. Yet, in spite of this, Shen Gui, fearing that the truth might come to light, urged Ren Wanyun to find a marriage for Shen Qing, insisting that she be wed quickly to a family of status. After much deliberation, they settled on Huang Dexing, the younger son of the Minister of Revenue. The Huang family, by lineage, was indeed of a higher standing than the Wei family, and they enjoyed their share of wealth and prestige. However, compared to the Wei family, the master and mistress of the Huang household were not to be underestimated, and Huang Dexing was known for his preference for men. Consequently, the Huang family was rather indifferent when it came to selecting a bride, as long as she was gentle in nature and could overlook Huang Dixing's licentious behavior. Other considerations were of little concern. Shen Gui believed that since Shen Qing had already been sullied, it would be better for her to marry into the Huang family, as Huang Dixing's lack of interest in women would ensure that Shen Qing's secret remained hidden. She would merely need to assume the nominal role of a Huang family wife and bask in the luxuries of wealth and status. Furthermore, he could leverage the familial ties to the Huang family to elevate his own career. While Shen Gui harbored such ambitions, Ren Wanyan was resolute in her dissent. Even though Shen Qing had lost her purity, in Ren Wanyan's eyes, she must still secure a worthy match for her daughter. Marrying Huang Dixing would be akin to living a life of perpetual widowhood. She would never consent to such a fate for her child. The couple had quarreled over this matter for quite some time, exacerbating the already frigid nature of their relationship. Shen Gui seldom visited the Kaiyun courtyard, preferring to spend his nights in the quarters of his concubine. It would be so much better if the fifth miss and the eldest miss were swapped their intended matches, Kaiju exclaimed indignantly. Unintentionally spoken, yet deeply felt, Ren Wanyan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the words. She suddenly turned to Kaiju, exclaiming, "What did you say?" "Start lid," Kaiju stammered. "I merely suggested that if the fifth miss and the second miss were to marry, they could switch their intended suitors." "You are absolutely right." Ren Wanyan sprang to her feet, her face illuminated by an unexpected surge of elation. Indeed, if only Qing and that wretched girl could exchange their betrothals. She murmured, "It should have been my Qing all along. This time, let that little vixen reap the consequences of her actions." Suddenly recalling something, she commanded, "Fetch my cloak. We're going to Rongjing Hall." "Madam, what business do you have at Rongjing Hall?" Both Kaiju and Xianglan were taken aback by Ren Wanyan's abrupt actions. Yet, with a sinister smile, Ren Wanyan replied, "Naturally, I'm going to ensure that the old matriarch secures the favorable match for the Wei family." On a winter's day, sunlight spilled onto the flowers and plants on the windowsill, casting a faint azure hue. Yet, the sunlight was tenuous, as if it might shatter at the slightest disturbance. Shen Miao donned an exquisite butterfly-patterned gown, complemented by a narrow-shouldered, lotus-green embroidered top. The deep purple of the attire rendered her already fair complexion nearly translucent, and her features appeared as if delicately painted with ink, exuding an air of nobility even while standing motionless by the window. Bai Lu and Shuang Jiang gazed in a daze. They had served Shen Miao since childhood and had beheld her face for many years. Yet now, each time they looked upon her, they felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. That subtle elegance had emerged upon the countenance of the once innocent girl, transforming her gentility into authority and her youthful innocence into an aura of solemnity. "It seems the young lady has a particular fondness for lotus-green garments," Bai Lu remarked. "While it does look exquisite, isn't it common for young ladies of her age to prefer vibrant colors like pink or blue? Lotus green is prized for its solemnity. Yet seldom do young ladies, outside of princesses and noble women from the palace, don such hues. It tends to impart an air of maturity, and if not worn with care, one risks appearing as a child who has hastily donned an adult's attire." Yet Shen Miao, with her youthful visage, effortlessly embodied the poise of a palace matron, leaving her attendants bewildered. Although Bai Lu and Shuang Jiang spoke in hushed tones, Shen Miao caught their words. She smiled faintly, pondering her affinity for lotus green. Perhaps it served as a constant reminder to remain composed, profound, and unyielding in her resolve. During her previous life in the palace, she wore the Empress's regalia daily, the gilded fabric intimidating those scheming concubines. Bearing the weight of the Empress's dignity made others wary. However, such colors were not truly suited to her. Married young to Fu Xiaoyi, she had experienced much that others her age had not. Consequently, her once naive disposition had been tempered into a placid stillness, much like a pool of stagnant water. Later, as she vied for favor in the harem against Lady Mei, striving to protect Fu Sheng and Wan Yu, she clung to that bright yellow Empress's attire, yet ultimately, nothing remained. The phrase evil purple seizing red signifies rebellion against authority and the aspiration to usurp power. The continuous donning of purple garments in this life implies that one day she shall seize the coveted power long cherished by the Mingqi royal family. trampling down those brigands beneath her feet. However, Shen Miao suddenly recalled another dashing young man, always clad in purple. In this context of evil purple seizing red, one cannot help but wonder if the enigmatic scion of the Xie family harbors similar ambitions of usurpation. "My lady, something is amiss." At that moment, Jingzhi rushed in, breathless from her hurried return. "My lady, Mo Qing received news from Chuntao that the Shi Lang of the Wei family has come to propose marriage. The matriarch Shun has accepted their betrothal token." Frowning, Shuang Jiang inquired, "In such haste, who is the Wei family proposing for?" "It is for you, my lady," Jingzhi replied, stamping her foot in agitation. "We are still unclear about the Wei family's circumstances. How could the matriarch accept the betrothal token without consulting you? The master and mistress are unaware. This is clearly an act of coercion." Jingzhi has always held a low opinion of the matriarch Shun, fully aware that her actions would inevitably lead to Shen Miao's disadvantage. If the Wei family were truly respectable, the matriarch would not so readily grant Shen Miao a favorable outcome. "My lady, what shall we do?" Bai Lu also displayed a look of anxiety. The maids in the room were frantically bustling about, yet Shen Miao remained silent. After a moment, she chuckled softly at the astonished gazes of her maids, saying, "How peculiar. Although the Shi Lang of the Wei family is a fourth-rank official, they are indeed affluent. As for Wei Qian, their eldest son, he is quite a handsome and accomplished gentleman. To have such a proposal from my grandmother leaves me rather astonished." "My lady?" Bai Lu was taken aback. "Are you saying the Wei family is commendable?" "More than commendable," Shen Miao replied nonchalantly. "Surely, if my father returns and learns of this proposal, he would have no reason to reject it. Wei Qian is indeed a suitable match for a lady of noble birth." "How do you know this?" Jingzhi asked, puzzled. Shen Miao spent most of her time within the estate, and even when outside, it was merely in the Guangwen Hall. It was unlikely she would have knowledge of any official's family background or the character of their scion. Yet, her assertion seemed to convey a sense of familiarity that left Jingzhi bewildered. For a young lady like Shen Miao, it was natural not to know which young masters were worthy suitors. However, as the Empress Shen, she was well aware of which official's offspring possessed talent and virtue. Wei Qian was indeed a fine individual with commendable character. Thus, Shen Miao could not believe that the matriarch Shen would agree to this marriage proposal from the Wei family. At that moment, Gu Yu hurried in, her expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. "My lady, the young lady from Rongjing Hall has come to convey the matriarch's message, urging you to go to Rongjing Hall at once." "How prompt!" Shen Miao's eyes brightened, and she smiled. "Then let us go and see what awaits us." In Rongjing Hall, Shen Yuanbai nestled beside the matriarch Shen, with Wan Yun preoccupied with taking care of Shen Qing. She had simply left Shen Yuanbai in Rongjing Hall. Lady Shen, having a deep affection for her grandson, cherished him immensely and extended her warmth towards Ren Wanyun as well. Shen Ruoqiu and Shen Yu were absent. Ever since Ren Wanyun took care of Shen Qing in the household, Shen Ruoqiu had temporarily assumed the authority of the family. Consequently, the responsibility of social engagements on behalf of the Shen family naturally fell upon her shoulders. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Shen Ruoqiu frequently took Shen Yu out to meet various noble ladies, hoping to allow Shen Yu to make a favorable impression, which would be advantageous for her future marriage prospects. Standing quietly in the hall, Ren Wanyun's gaze was heavy, lost in contemplation. Shen Miao was led to Rongjing Hall by the maid Shir, where she greeted Lady Shen. Recently, she had been confined, spending her days in the family ancestral hall, transcribing Buddhist scriptures and kneeling before the ancestral tablets. Lady Shen, perhaps not favoring her, had not permitted her to come here for greetings. The last time she had seen Lady Shen was before her confinement. "Fifth girl, has your heart found peace during your days of transcription in the ancestral hall?" Lady Shen inquired. Hearing the elderly woman's grandiloquent speech nearly brought a smile to Shen Miao's lips. If one were to speak of the family's disregard for the elderly, Lady Shen would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Yet here she was, speaking of tranquility. Shen Miao replied with a slight smile. "As you wish, grandmother." "Very well," Lady Shen replied, feigning a cough. Fu Er promptly presented her with hot tea. After taking a sip, she turned to Shen Miao and said, "Though the recent events were not your fault, They stemmed from you. Your stubborn nature compelled me to impose this punishment of confinement and transcription. Do you harbor resentment towards me? Shen Miao dared not express any. I know you are sensible, Lady Shen remarked, her eyes filled with satisfaction as she regarded her. Being such a sensible girl and a daughter of the Shen family, I shall certainly care for you. You have reached the age for marriage, and today, the Minister of the Central Secretariat from the Wei family has come to propose for their eldest son, seeking your hand. Do you find this agreeable? Had it not been for the current circumstances, Shen Miao would have burst into laughter. A person like Lady Shen, whose life experience likely revolved around the bustling world, could audaciously inquire if her granddaughter found the proposal satisfactory. Shen Miao thought it peculiar. Marriage is a matter for my parents to consider, she replied with a smile. You, child, Lady Shen exclaimed, nearly incensed by the rebuff. However, upon hearing Ren Wanyun's gentle cough as a reminder from aside, she composed herself and adopted a more tranquil demeanor. You are quite willful. It would have been acceptable had you held affections. But it seems you have gained some clarity in recent days and now understand the bounds of propriety. The minister's family is well matched with us, and Master Wei Qian is a distinguished young man of both talent and appearance. This proposal is a first for you, and if you do not seize this opportunity well, he may soon become another's husband. Despite her shortcomings as an elder, Lady Shen proved to be quite adept at matchmaking. Born into a family of singers, she understood that young girls often yearn for charm, and thus, she regarded Wei Qian as the ideal suitor in the hearts of many. Although Shen Miao recognized that the matriarch of the Shen family spoke no falsehood, Wei Qian was indeed a commendable man. She remained unmoved, responding coolly, Mr. Wei is indeed admirable, but he is not my desire. Grandmother, please do not intervene. My marriage will naturally be determined by my father and mother. You, time and again met with defiance. The matriarch, not known for her patience, finally erupted. Are you implying that I, your grandmother, am overstepping my bounds in your affairs? You have not said so, but the implication is clear. Anger surged within her as she observed the rebellious Shen Miao, whose prickly demeanor rendered her utterly unapproachable, causing a sense of indignation to swell within the matriarch. Harboring resentment towards the main branch of the family, yet wary of Shen Xian, the matriarch had long concealed her ire, maintaining a facade of stern but fair grandmotherly conduct. She could not strike Shen Miao for fear of Shen Xian discovering her actions. At most, she could issue a few harsh words. Thus, she had silently observed Ren Wanyun and Shen Ruoqiu undermining Shen Miao as potential, indulging in the notion of nurturing her downfall. Though they spoke of it often, discoveries of their schemes were rare. Unexpectedly, one day, the seemingly wasted Shen Miao suddenly displayed remarkable cleverness, her temperament transforming into one impervious to manipulation. Do you not recognize the principles of respect and propriety? She demanded fiercely. Shen Miao found the situation tiresome, concluding that the matriarch's patience and composure, if placed in a royal court, would scarcely endure 2 days. Having encountered many formidable women in her past life, she could hardly regard the matriarch, so shallow and oblivious to the greater world, with any seriousness. I shall ask you again. The matriarch recalled the day's purpose, her gaze darkening as she questioned, what do you intend regarding this marriage proposal? I do not agree, Shen Miao replied. Very well, very well, very well, the matriarch repeated thrice, prompting Fu and Shi to rush forward, soothing the matriarch's chest to prevent her from fainting in her fury. The matriarch, enraged to the point of laughter, declared, since that is the case, it seems you are not truly remorseful. From this day forth, you shall vacate your quarters and reside in the Shen family ancestral hall, where you will recite scriptures daily until your rebellious spirit is subdued. To dwell in the ancestral hall, surrounded by the spirits of ancestors, would surely terrify a delicate young girl. Moreover, being situated in a cold, damp environment, she might even fall ill after some time. The matriarch, speaking in a fit of rage, felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction as she observed Shen Miao, perhaps anticipating a plea for mercy. Yet, Shen Miao did not so much as furrow her brow, stating very well, I shall return to pack my belongings and move there immediately. Her nonchalant response nearly left the matriarch breathless with indignation. After delivering her retort, Shen Miao indeed bid the matriarch farewell and departed. This wretched girl, so defiant of authority. The matriarch, exasperated and unable to articulate her frustration with eloquence due to her humble origins, resorted to a crude insult. Little wretch. Truly the blood of that old harlot runs in you. The old hag she referred to is, of course, Shen Sun's biological mother and Shen Miao's grandmother. Ren Wanyan raised her head, casting a sinister glance towards the door, where Shen Miao's silhouette had long since vanished. Did you not say she would surely agree to this matter? The old lady Shen directed her ire at Ren Wanyan. In what way does she appear to have consented? What should be done next? Not only was the old lady Shen perplexed, but Ren Wanyan was equally bewildered. Given the conditions proposed by Wei Qian, even Shen Qing might find it difficult to remain unmoved. Yet Shen Miao had outright declined, without even a moment's deliberation. She pondered. It must be that she is still fixated on the crown prince, feigning indifference while secretly clinging to hope. Otherwise, a family like hers would not have been so readily dismissed. She didn't even exhibit the typical shyness a daughter would feel upon hearing about her own marriage. So, what now? The old lady Shen retorted irritably. If she refuses to relent, how can we write to Shen Sun? Originally, their plan was to appease Shen Miao, coaxing her to convey in her letter to Shen Sun that she had found someone she cared for. Subsequently, they would arrange the marriage before Shen Sun returned to the capital, effectively swapping brides between the two families. They would then place all the blame for any missteps squarely on Shen Miao, knowing that once a woman is married, her temperament tends to diminish. Shen Miao, fearing the repercussions, would not dare to speak out. Shen Sun would remain oblivious to the switch, believing that Shen Miao's affections lay with the young master of the Huang family. Huang Dexing was known for his fondness for men. Aside from those closely associated with the Huang family, no one was aware of this. To the outside world, Huang Dexing remained an admirable gentleman. However, now that Shen Miao had openly expressed her dissatisfaction with the Wei family's proposal, there was no need to mention writing to Shen Sun. Shen Miao's refusal jeopardized many subsequent plans, creating unnecessary complications. Since gentleness bore no fruit, they resolved to take a more forceful approach. Ren Wanyan declared fiercely, "Did not mother confine her to the ancestral hall? We can say whatever we wish outside. In any case, we must finalize this marriage quickly and expedite the wedding, swapping her with Qing. Otherwise, even if we manage to deceive on the wedding night, Shen Qing's condition will be impossible to conceal." Taking advantage of the fact that Shen Qing was currently oblivious, they needed to act swiftly. The old lady Shen glanced at Ren Wanyan, remaining silent. While she too desired misfortune to befall the first branch, should they resort to coercion and Shen Sun discover it, implicating her would lead to dire consequences. Ren Wanyan discerned the old lady Shen's thoughts and gritted her teeth. "Do not worry, mother. I will have matters arranged afterward. Rest assured, it will not trace back to you." With the conversation reaching this point, the old lady Shen dropped her facade. "Then let us proceed, as you suggest." At the Baiwa Pavilion, where melodies intertwined, a handsome young man clad in purple garments lounged casually, reminiscent of a delicate silk drapery from the heavens. His lashes were exceptionally long, framing enchanting peach blossom eyes that, while beautiful, bore an enigmatic coldness and cruelty when they met another's gaze. A light cough broke the stillness of the pavilion, as the elegantly dressed young gentleman placed his folding fan across his chest, gesturing in a plea for forgiveness. "Apologies for my tardiness. You too are late." "How novel," the purple-clad youth remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Su Mingfeng touched his nose, reflecting on how his friend detested tardiness. It was fortunate that their friendship ran deep. Had it been anyone else, Xie Jingxing would have long since taken his leave, rather than waiting for an incense stick to burn. Today, however, Wei Qian was unusually out of sorts, prompting a wry smile from Su Mingfeng. "The young master, the minister of the Interior's household. You are acquainted with him as well. He is quite unfortunate. He has set his heart on a certain lady. Yet his family has arranged a marriage with another young woman, who has already accepted his betrothal gifts. It seems this engagement will soon be finalized." Feeling disgruntled, Wei Qian had invited Su Mingfeng for a drink, but as Su Mingfeng pointed to himself, He lamented, "I am currently unwell and cannot partake in alcohol." I had to dissuade him for half an hour. Bored, Xie Jingxing remarked coldly. Clearly, Su Mingfeng's prolonged engagement in such a tedious endeavor had irked him, leaving him in a foul mood. Su Mingfeng felt a sense of resignation, although Xie Jingxing appeared nonchalant, always wearing a faint smile. He harbored a deep-seated grudge and was particularly fastidious. Recently, for reasons unknown, Xie Jingxing's demeanor had grown rather indifferent, whenever he regarded others with such calmness. Su Mingfeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, Wei Qian was rather unfortunate. It was not the matter of marrying just anyone, but rather someone quite insipid. The entire city was aware of his previous pursuit of the esteemed Princess Mingxi, and Wei Qian's marriage to her was born out of sheer resignation. Eager to steer the conversation towards a more engaging topic, Su Mingfeng ventured, "You must know who she is by now, right? Shen Miao, the legitimate daughter of Shen Xian. Marrying Wei Qian should be considered a stroke of good fortune." "You mean," Xie Jingxing interjected suddenly, slowly posing the question, "Shen Miao?" Chapter 69. Imprisonment Indeed. Su Mingfeng was somewhat surprised by Xie Jingxing's demeanor. Suddenly recalling something, he smirked mischievously and said, "Isn't that the damsel you rescued at the verification site last time? It appears you possess some courage and are not too unappealing. That fellow Wei Qian is clearly oblivious to his fortune." Noticing Xie Jingxing lost in contemplation, he exclaimed, "Hey, you aren't actually taken with that girl, are you?" Xie Jingxing scoffed lightly and cast a cool glance at Su Mingfeng, saying, "Are you so idle?" "Of course, I am idle," Su Mingfeng replied, furrowing his brow. "I am currently afflicted with a grave illness, unable to attend court, and spending my days idly at home, playing with cats and dogs. You have not been around much lately, and seem to be quite close with that physician, Gao Yang. Are you concealing something from me?" Though their childhood friendship had been profound, as they grew older, Xie Jingxing became increasingly enigmatic. Despite offering Su Mingfeng some warnings regarding the Su family matters, there were times when Su Mingfeng felt utterly in the dark about Xie Jingxing. Tossing him a piece of fruit, Xie Jingxing replied, "Just eat your snack." It was clear he had no intention of continuing the conversation. Su Mingfeng's gaze flickered, and a bitter smile escaped his lips, yet he chose to remain silent. Shortly after the Shen family received the wedding invitation from the Wei family, Ren Wanyan also asked Xianglan to invite Shen Gui to Kaiyan Garden. Since the incident involving Shen Qing, a rift had developed between Shen Gui and Ren Wanyan, leading to a significant decrease in their communication. Their relationship had grown as cold as ice in recent days. This time, however, it was Ren Wanyan who took the initiative to soften her stance. Xianglan and Saijiu both greeted Shen Gui as he entered, while Ren Wanyan sat at the table, her expression tinged with melancholy. "What troubles you now?" Shen Gui's tone remained rather stiff. Initially, due to the incident involving Shen Qing, Ren Wanyan had scolded him harshly, which left Shen Gui deeply displeased. Although he admired Ren Wanyan for managing both internal and external affairs adeptly, he was not a magnanimous person, especially after being berated like a common ruffian by his own wife. "The master has arrived." Ren Wanyan lazily glanced at him, her face appearing quite haggard. She had always been sharp-witted and spirited, yet now she bore an entirely different visage. Observing her condition, Shen Gui's heart softened a fraction. Aware of Ren Wanyan's affection for Shen Qing, he recognized that she had been preoccupied with concern for Shen Qing in recent days. After all, she was his primary wife, and some regard was due. He scolded Xianglan and Saijiu, saying, "How can the mistress appear so worn? What sort of care are you providing her?" Ren Wanyan detected the gentleness in Shen Gui's tone and felt a surge of joy, prompting her to tenderly rub her forehead and relent further. "It is not their fault. I am the one who has been troubled about Qing. These days, I have lost my appetite and cannot sleep at night. My heart is exceedingly heavy. Since the matter concerning Qing has arisen, dwelling on it serves no purpose. You should focus on restoring your health. The household still needs you to manage it." Shen Gui glanced at Ren Wanyan. Previously, she had been the one in charge, providing him with numerous conveniences. The public funds spent on gifts, and the accounts she managed were flawless. Now that Ren Wanyan had to care for Shen Qing, Chen Ruoqiu had temporarily assumed control over household affairs, making operations less convenient than before. Consequently, the advantages had all been seized by the third household, which left Shen Gui feeling quite dissatisfied. Ren Wanyan gritted her teeth, realizing that Shen Gui was solely focused on his own political ambitions, showing no concern for Shen Qing. She said, "I share your thoughts, but given Qing's current condition, she cannot be left unattended, and I am quite anxious. Thus, marrying her into the Huang family would be ideal." Upon hearing this, Shen Gui's previously softened tone suddenly became rigid again. Such is the perspective of a woman with long hair but short sight. Given Qing's situation, it is only right to find her a good family. The Huang family is prominent, and she would be the legitimate wife there, yet you stubbornly refuse. Ren Wanyan scoffed inwardly, recognizing Shen Gui's cold-heartedness as a father. How could he refer to Huang Dexing as a good man? Although she was already aware of the emotional detachment of the man beside her, the realization still sent a chill down her spine. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. She wiped her eyes and said, "You are indeed correct, my lord. I had initially misunderstood. Spending my days in the inner chambers, I am unaccustomed to such significant matters. Naturally, your choice of family would be the best. I have been unwilling for Qing to marry into the Huang family, but now I see it may indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for her." Shen Gui was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her incredulously. "You have agreed?" Ren Wanyan held Shen Qing in the highest regard. How could she so easily consent to this union, especially considering Huang Dexing's reputation? Yes. A look of sorrow crossed Ren Wanyan's face. In her current state, what good family would want her? After much contemplation, I believe the Huang family is a suitable choice. At the very least, Qing will not suffer from want there. If her life turns out poorly, it is simply her fate. With that, she tugged at her sleeve and began to cry quietly. Seeing her in such distress, Shen Gui felt a weight lift from his heart, starting to believe her words. Shen Qing was no longer a naive young girl, and the Huang family merely sought to place a legitimate daughter from a prestigious family in the role of Huang Shao's wife to deceive the world. Marrying Huang Dexing would ensure Shen Qing's lifelong security, which could be considered the best outcome. Although, as a woman, she might never find fulfillment in love. Who would accept her after such an incident? With a sigh, Shen Gui approached Ren Wanyan, gently patting her back while offering comfort. "As long as you have come to terms with this, it is for the best. Qing will always be my daughter. I would never harm her. I have some connections with Lord Huang, and I will ensure he takes care of her. She will not be mistreated." Ren Wanyan inwardly derided Shen Gui's pompous reassurances, but feigned a look of dependence. "Then I must trouble you to mention this to Lord Huang, so that the Huang family may send someone to exchange the marriage contract." Such haste? Shen Gui was taken aback. Given Qing's current state, how can we rush? Ren Wanyan sighed. The longer we delay, the more likely it is that someone will uncover the truth. After all, Qing has not ventured outside in quite some time. Marrying into the Huang family would at least provide some cover. Moreover, she placed a hand over her heart. The longer the night, the more dreams arise. Ever since Qing's incident, I have been filled with dread. Upon witnessing her anxious demeanor, Shen Gui pondered briefly before stating, "You make a valid point. We must not delay in addressing Qing's matters. Thus, I shall compose a letter to Lord Huang today to broach this subject. Should we exchange the marriage contract, it is not beyond reason to discuss a suitable date. I shall rely entirely on you, my lord," Ren Wanyan replied demurely. After exchanging a few more words, Shen Gui departed with a sense of satisfaction. Ren Wanyan's submissive demeanor today, marked by apologies and compliance with his wishes, had indeed lightened his heart, dispelling the gloom that had lingered for days and leaving him feeling buoyant as if buoyed by a spring breeze. Once Shen Gui exited the Cayenne courtyard, Xianglan closed the outer door and then anxiously remarked, "Madam, is it truly wise to keep this matter hidden from the master?" Ren Wanyan had led Shen Gui to believe that Shen Qing was genuinely willing to marry Huang Dexing. Yet she had refrained from revealing her intention to arrange a marriage swap between Shen Qing and Shen Miao. Consequently, Shen Qing would wed the virtuous Wei Qian, while Shen Miao would be tied to the debauched Huang Dexing. This secret must remain concealed from Shen Gui. A man like him, whose ambitions are intertwined with his official career, would never take risks that could jeopardize his path. Ren Wanyun, however, could not allow her daughter to step into a pit of flames. Naturally, she had to conceal the truth from him. His lack of conscience, seeking to trade her daughter for advancement, without even inquiring about her consent, prompted a cold laugh from her. The indifference of her husband and the troubles surrounding her daughter had aged her prematurely, as if new wrinkles had emerged overnight, replacing her once gentle countenance with a visage of malice. This matter must be foolproof. Even if he discovers the truth later, it will be too late. But will this not disadvantage the second young lady? Kaiju inquired. Even if the marriage swap is realized, how can the Huang and Wei families accept the truth? Fear not, Ren Wanyun replied, gripping the paperweight in her hand. The Huang family seeks merely a name. Any name would suffice. As for the Wei family, should they dare to protest, I shall accuse them of defiling a virtuous maiden. I will find a way to silence them. Her expression morphed into one of ferocity. What fault does my Qing possess? Is she not superior to that wretched Shen Miao? Were my Qing to be chosen, it would be a blessing for the Wei family. The mere mention of Shen Miao filled Ren Wanyun with a tremor of rage, prompting both Xianglan and Kaiju to lower their heads in silence, afraid to utter another word. After a moment, Ren Wanyun spoke again. For now, the most pressing concern is to expedite the 2 betrothals before my elder brother and sister-in-law return to the capital. The master will not return until after the new year, which is still a few months away, Xianglan reminded, stepping forward. However, the 5th young lady has a rather unruly temperament. Should she discover that a marriage has been arranged without her knowledge, she may create a scene, and who knows? She might even attempt to escape from the Shen residence under the cover of night. What then? Escape? Ren Wanyun replied fiercely. That depends on whether she possesses the capability. Is she not confined to the ancestral hall? From this day forth, lock that hall up. The intention to confine Shen Miao was clear, shocking both Xianglan and Kaiju, who lowered their heads in astonishment. In the past, while the Shen family had suppressed Shen Miao, it had always been subtle, maintaining an appearance of decorum. This marks the first instance in which Shen Miao has been subjected to such ruthless tactics, her facade of civility utterly torn asunder. That wretched girl possesses an abundance of cunning. The only solution is to confine her. When the time comes, a cup of wine will be presented as she is carried away, leaving heaven unresponsive and earth indifferent. The Huang family is not to be underestimated. A few days of rigorous training will surely tame her. Ren Wanyun's venomous intentions are laid bare. If all else fails, there remains a prince to consider. She chuckled with glee. As winter deepens, reports of victories from the northwestern deserts arrive frequently. The troops led by Shen Xian have successfully repelled the enemy with valor, instilling fear in their adversaries on the battlefield. Naturally, speculation abounds in the capital as the year draws to a close. Shen Xian is bound to receive countless accolades and rewards. The glory of the Shen family is indeed the envy of many. It has been earned through genuine struggle on the battlefield, with the Xiongnu yet to retreat and neighboring states eyeing them warily. The Mingqi royal family is compelled to favor the Shen family. However, the future remains uncertain. The fate of a once-favored dog is often dire when the rabbit meets its demise, a reality the royal families are all too familiar with. For a new emperor brings forth a new court. Particularly, the political undercurrents among the 9 princes of the Mingqi royal family cannot be dismissed lightly. If there is any recent excitement in the capital, it is the Shen family's intention to form a marital alliance. However, this matter seems shrouded in mystery. It is known that 2 families have approached for marriage proposals. The Wei family, led by the Minister of the Interior, and the Huang family, overseer of the treasury. Both families are esteemed, and their sons are considered promising young talents, making them suitable matches for the Shens. Shen Yu continues her daily visits to Guangwen Hall, leading to speculation that the intended unions are likely between Shen Miao, the eldest daughter of the main branch, and Shen Qing, the eldest daughter of the secondary branch. Shen Qing's situation is straightforward, yet Shen Miao's identity is somewhat delicate. Among the current military officials, only the Duke of Lin and can be likened to her father. However, the Duke appears to be a prudent man. Apart from holding the Emperor's command, he typically remains within the confines of the capital. In contrast, Shen Xian is stationed at the border throughout the year. With a father wielding such significant power, who Shen Miao marries would undoubtedly bolster her husband's family. The eyes of the Ming Qi royal family are keenly observing, and fortunately, the two suitors are both civil officials, far removed from the machinations of military generals. Moreover, the Wei and Huang families, while possessing commendable reputations, tread the path of moderation, staying clear of the tumultuous waters of succession disputes. Thus, this proposed union appears considerably more favorable than the previously rampant rumors of Shen Miao's affection for the Duke of Ding. In Guangwen Hall, Yi Peilon inquired of Shen Yu, "Is it true that your elder sister is to be wed?" She has scarcely made an appearance in Guangwen Hall since their visit to Wulong Temple. Both Shen Miao and Shen Qing have not left the estate, let alone attended Guangwen Hall. Shen Miao is under house arrest, while Shen Qing is focused on her health. Shen Yu smiled. "I am uncertain. My mother has been rather secretive about it. Perhaps it is so. However, it must be said that your sister is quite fortunate." Jiang Shaoxian reflected. Especially Shen Miao. Either of the young gentlemen from the Wei or Huang families would make a commendable match. Why has fortune not smiled upon you? Shen Yu feigned anger. "I wish to remain at home for a few more years. Marriage is not something I have contemplated yet." Yet, a knot of concern lingered in her heart. Indeed, at their age, it is only natural for them to begin considering their own matrimonial prospects. However, within the confines of the Shen household, Shen Miao, who is 2 years younger, has already become betrothed, leaving her behind. While Shen Qing is of no concern. Given her own misfortunes, the realization that even Shen Miao has found a promising match fills Shen Yu with an indescribable jealousy. It is perhaps the sight of Shen Miao thriving, particularly when she once seemed inferior to Shen Yu, that stirs such feelings within her. The fact that a family like the Wei has shown interest in Shen Miao signifies an acknowledgement of her worth. Were it not for Chen Ruo Chio's encouragement, Shen Yu might have continued to dwell stubbornly in this morose mindset. Yu, by Wei, playfully tapped her forehead. At this splendid age, one must naturally plan for oneself. She gestured toward the other side. "What are your thoughts on him?" Her indication was directed at Kai Lin, following by Wei's gaze. Shen Yu turned to look at Kai Lin, who, upon realizing her attention, abruptly turned away, visibly uncomfortable. Shen Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip in distress. The boy who once harbored feelings for her now recoils from her like a venomous snake. For someone as proud as Shen Yu, this is an unbearable humiliation. Kai Lin, avoiding Shen Yu's reproachful gaze, felt a pang of anxiety. Ever since being chastised by Shen Miao in the testing grounds, he has been